"Tu-san, Ka-san, Mito-chan," exclaimed a young girl who appeared to be around 8 years old. 2 short pigtails were tied in her red hair. She also had a heart-shaped face with 3 whiskers on each cheek and clear, deep cerulean blue eyes. She was dressed in a loose red shirt with an orange toad on the front. She was excited because, after several attempts, her feet finally stuck to the tree's surface. The young girl was taken from the tree by a red blur before she could say anything, and it did 2 things. Squeeze her until she was having difficulty breathing, then spin her around so quickly that the young girl thought she might throw up. Kushina Uzumaki, the proud mother of the young girl, was the red blur. "I'm so proud of you, dear. You will become a really strong kunoichi very soon." "Your mother is right, Nami-chan." Her father, Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash and 4th Hokage of Konoha, said proudly. Beside him was another girl who resembled Nami exactly and appeared to be around 8 years old. The only real difference between the two was that she had her mother's violet eyes rather than her father's blue ones, and her hair was pulled back in a ponytail. This young woman is Nami Uzumaki Namikaze's twin sister, Mito Uzumaki Namikaze. Her cheer for her younger twin was 6 seconds long. "Yeah sis, I knew you could do it," she said. She was waiting for her beloved sister so they could progress together after she mastered the chakra exercise yesterday. Nami smiled at her twin after regaining her equilibrium after her mother's spinning hug of death. "Yeah, now we can both continue to get stronger and become super powerful kunoichi." After that, the family was spotted joyfully playing and conversing. This family was the definition of a picture-perfect family to anyone who looked at it. 2 close siblings who had a deep affection for one another, a loving and proud father, and a protective mother who was a little too protective. The only issue with this photo was that not every member of this perfect family was taking part in this tender moment. Actually, the absent family member was observing the entire exchange through a living room window. The individual was a young boy, roughly a year older than the twins. Like his father Minato, he had spiky blonde hair with blood-red tips. He resembled a fox because he had 3 whisker marks on each cheek. His right eye was a deep violet, while his left eye was ocean blue, indicating that he was heterochrome. He was wearing a black shirt underneath an orange jacket, wide open, with the Uzumaki's signature spiral on the back. He also wore blue shinobi sandals and red anbu pants. This young man was Minato and Kushina's neglected son, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. For his younger sisters, Naruto was neglected. This resulted from the Kyuubi no Yoko's attack on Konoha 8 years ago. A man with the Uchiha clan's potent Sharingan eye made the formidable Biju attack Konoha. Jiraiya, who had come to check on the twins' birth at the time, having missed Naruto's due to his spying work, assisted Minato in fighting the masked man and releasing the Kyuubi from his clutches. Every available shinobi, including the former 3rd Hokage, did their best to repel the Kyuubi. Because of Minato's appearance and use of his Hiraishin, the Kyuubi was able to teleport the attack away from the burning village. In his rage, and still somewhat hypnotized, the Kyuubi started to charge a Bijudama to wipe Konoha off the map. Before Minato and Gamabunta, the boss toad, appeared, Jiraiya appeared with a battle toad and shoved the Kyuubi back. By working together, they were able to drive Kyuubi out of the village and into a more secure location for their conflict. The Kyuubi easily demonstrated why it was the strongest of the tailed beasts during the lengthy and challenging battle, defeating not only the boss toad but also the battle toad Gamaken and hurling Minato and a sage mode Jiraiya around like kittens. Minato left to retrieve Naruto and his daughters so he could seal the Kyuubi away once more, even though he knew they couldn't win the battle. He teleported back to the battlefield to witness Kyuubi defeat another battle toad Jiraiya summoned, Gamaken, after a brief argument with his wife and Tsunade, who was the only reason Kushina was still alive aside from her blood as an Uzumaki. Minato moved swiftly to seal the Kyuubi by calling forth the Shinigami himself and using the Reaper Death Seal. The Death God assisted in dividing the Kyuubi into 3 parts. The Soul, which entered a still confused but terrified Naruto. The Yang Chakra, which entered Mito, and the Yin Chakra, which entered Nami. Naruto didn't have to worry about a chakra overload because the soul had so little chakra. To the surprise of Jiraiya and the 4th Hokage, the Shinigami permitted Minato to live despite being prepared to have his soul taken. He explained that since things were moving forward and his soul was not required, they shouldn't expect him to be lenient when they next cross paths. Minato later explained what had transpired to the Konoha people, claiming that his daughters were the city's heroes for preventing the beast from gaining power. The audience began to applaud the now dubbed princesses of Konoha as a result. Minato and Kushina started training the twins to control the violent chakra of the Kyuubi when they were 3 years old, excluding Naruto entirely because he wasn't as special as his sisters. They neglected him not only because of the training but also because of everything that came with being a family: birthdays, family get-togethers, outings, and occasionally even dinner. When the twins wanted something different from what he wanted, you can probably guess what transpired with Naruto's decision. Compared to his parents, at least his own sisters made an effort to show him some affection, even though they didn't do much. However, because they thought Naruto was the demon fox that destroyed their village, the villagers were much worse. Sometimes they would attack him, sometimes they would glare at him, and sometimes they would curse him to death. Those who attacked despite knowing that Naruto was not the Kyuubi did so because they thought that by damaging the vessel, they were also harming the fox, which satisfied them. That's not to say that everyone mistreated Naruto. In fact, he managed to make some friends in the village. After saving Hinata and delaying the Kumo Jonin long enough for Hiyashi to render him incompetent, he gained the Hyuga clan. When Itachi discovered Naruto bleeding from one of the villager attacks and brought him home to receive medical attention, he also had the support of the Uchiha clan. During his 2 days there, he grew close to Itachi's younger brother and sister, Sasuke and Satsuki Uchiha. His absence went unnoticed by his family. Additionally, he was friends with Ayame and Tuchi Ichiraku, the owner of a daughter-father ramen stand who occasionally fed Naruto, and even third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, who occasionally assisted Naruto in his seal training. Naruto's eyes narrowed in rage after he heard his parents chuckle when Nami fell from the tree on top of Mito. He simply did not like being ignored, even though he did not despise them. Yet, though he still had some affection for his sisters, he no longer considered any of them to be his family. He hardly ever calls himself Namikaze or Uzumaki unless it's formal, and he detests formalities anyway. He walked straight past his room after deciding he had had enough of seeing his sisters train while he was left out. As he passed his sister's room, he pulled on the rope that hung from the ceiling at the end of the hall. A flight of stairs fell and clattered to the floor, and a door opened. The house's attic was accessible via these stairs. This was Naruto's play area. Here, he received all of his instruction in jutsu theories, fuinjutsu, and even reading about elite ninja training. Like in some large homes, the attic was quite roomy. This is where he has kept more than half of the weapons he has amassed over the years. Naruto used the walls as shelves after removing the attic's wallpaper. Additionally, the room had a window in the back that let in air and light. In contrast to other attics, this one was spotless, with not a trace of dust or even cobweb. Naruto walked to the left and set a scroll with a fire emblem on the wall shelf. Fire style. Intelligent hard work is a lot harder than I thought it was going to be, Naruto was saying loudly. A voice above Naruto said, "What did you expect? You are a natural wind and water affinity," and he looked up at the speaker. A strange creature with blue skin that resembled a childlike dog was the culprit who spoke. It had a yellow collar, a blue tail, and short black legs and torso. Instead of hands, it had rounded bumps on the back of its forepaws. Its eyes were red with black slits, and it had a black mask on. It looked at Naruto with a smirk on its face. "Shut it, Ryolu. It just means that I have to train harder to get it down. After all, I am trying to learn an A-rank jutsu." "Yeah, but he does have a point, Naruto. You learn techniques by doing them right, not having the technique blow up like 15 times, a chuckling voice said. He followed the direction of the voice and discovered the culprit lying close to the window, enjoying the afternoon sun. It was a small, slate-gray, fox-like creature with black and red accents that spoke. It had a big tuft of red-tipped fur on top of its head, and its ears were triangular in shape. Its eyes are blue and green with red lids. Above the eyes are red, round marks that resemble eyebrows. It has a short, tapered muzzle, and 2 tiny fangs can be seen sticking out of the upper jaw. It also had 4 short, red-tipped limbs and a ruff of black fur around its neck. Its tail was short and bushy. Naruto snapped back, sticking his tongue out at the now-named Zorua. "Whatever, Zorua, like you have any room to talk," he said. The 3 residents responded by staring at one another for a while before giggling at their jokes. Naruto recalled the day he nearly lost his smile when these 2 entered his life as they laughed. His young life's greatest and worst day. Rewind, 2 years prior. A 7-year-old Naruto exclaimed, "To-san, Ka-san," as he dashed into the house, only to discover it was deserted. Naruto looked around and saw that not only was the house tidy, but no one was there. "To-san, Ka-san, where are you? I have yet to hear back. Mito-chan, Nami-chan, are you guys home?" "Nope. Naruto kept searching, but he was unable to locate anyone. Naruto dashed to his parents' room by running up the stairs and down the hall, which was left unlocked. Naruto hoped to persuade his parents to train him with his sisters right away by telling them about how Hiruzen Jiji had taught him his elemental affinities. Before entering the room, he knocked on the door and discovered it was also empty. Naruto decided to take a look around the room and went to his parents' desk, where he saw something lying there. It was clan heir documentation on a sheet of paper. Naruto was an inquisitive youngster who read the paper. Despite being a silly child, he was quite intelligent for his age, and by the time the paper ended, he was crying uncontrollably. The text on the paper said, "We, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, head of the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans, hereby denounce Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze as clan heir of both clans and transfer the titles to Mito Uzumaki as head of the Uzumaki clan and Nami Namikaze as head of the Namikaze clan when they reach the age of 10, due to circumstances of not only strength and political ingenuity. Both clan heads concur on this. Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Kushina." Naruto didn't want to believe what he had just read, and he couldn't believe it either. The only remaining emotional link he had to his family, his clan heir status, has been taken away from him. He needed to leave because he was at his breaking point, so he ran, running through the village so quickly that he didn't even notice the villagers' sneers or glares. He kept running until he arrived at Training Ground 3, where he typically trains by himself. How could they harm me like this? Hot tears streamed down Naruto's whiskered cheeks as he sobbed in his head. Nobody really gives me the time of day, I hardly have anyone to call a friend, and my parents don't even want me. Naruto sobbed more as he fell to the ground beside the large lake and rolled into a ball. Naruto's tears prevented him from seeing the enormous ripple in the lake or the enormous shadow with black pupils and red eyes that peered through it before it flew away. After a few moments, the ripples disappeared once more. After sobbing himself to sleep by the river, Naruto woke up a few hours later. Naruto yawned and stretched as he stood up, then glanced at his reflection in the water and noticed that there were signs of dried tears on his face. Naruto decided to wash his face in the lake before heading home, but he stumbled on the damp ground and fell into the water. However, a ripple reappeared in the water before Naruto hit it, and this time it roared loudly. As the water appeared to turn round and collapse in on itself exactly where Naruto was falling, his eyes widened in terror and continued to do so. In that instant, Naruto did the only thing that came to mind. Scream in shock and terror. His final words were, "Ah, help!" Before the portal closed entirely and the water's ripples disappeared as if they had never existed in the first place. Naruto found himself plummeting upward from the lake after falling through the waterhole. He landed safely on a patch of grass and gasped for air after screaming so loudly. He finally got up and realized where he was, which basically meant he had no idea where he was. Naruto could see nothing but a dense fog for miles. The lake behind him and the mowed grass were the only other objects he could see. Naruto, feeling anxious once more, glanced around hastily and started yelling to check on people. "Hello? Is anybody there, please? This isn't funny." Naruto heard grass rustling to his left. He quickly suppressed his growing fear and glanced at the source, but there was nothing there. His voice was much quieter than before as he called out, Hello, is anyone there?" The rustling resumed this time, and as he glanced quickly, he noticed a brown patch among the green grass. "Hello, can you help me?" The brown patch responded to his inquiry by flying away from him. Naruto began chasing after it and calling to it as a result. "Wait, stop. Please, wait up." They left the small grass long enough for Naruto to see what he was pursuing after running for what felt like 30 minutes, but it was only 5. It was a small animal with mostly brown fur that resembled a brown fox. Its large furry collar and the tip of its bushy tail were both cream in color. Its legs were short and thin, with 3 toes and a pink pad on each foot. It had a small black nose, long pointed ears, and large brown eyes. Having never seen a strange-looking fox in his brief, miserable life, Naruto appeared extremely perplexed. "It looks kind of cute," Naruto thought to himself. He wasn't kidding when he said, "You're really fast, you know that?" It took all of his strength to keep the small man, or girl, in his sights, not to mention catch it. In response to his query, the fox cocked its head to the side, seemingly not comprehending what he was saying. The answer it gave Naruto was, "Eevee." When Naruto asked, "Is that your name, Eevee?" it yelled Eevee once more and fled at breakneck speed. "Hey, wait!" Naruto yelled, but the fox was already out of sight, so his call was ignored. "Great," sighed Naruto. Now who can help explain to me what's going on? RRRRGGHH, was the answer Naruto received to his query. Naruto leapt 5 feet into the air in terror at the roar. He instantly regretted his choice after looking up to see who the culprit was. The creature was large, nearly as large as the Kyuubi, and had a serpentine body. 6 black ghostly streamers with red-tipped spikes at the ends protruded from its back. The creature had 6 spikes on each side and 4 more near the tip of its tail, in place of 4 legs. Additionally, it had 3 gold half-rings that were likely capable of gripping objects firmly. Additionally, it had a golden mask on its mouth and a golden arch on its forehead. Naruto started to tremble in terror as its icy red eyes stared at him with ferocity. But who could blame him? Here he was, a young child who had just begun his training and was only familiar with his elements and tree walking. This creature is larger than anything he has ever seen. Furthermore, Naruto felt lightheaded because of the creature's apparent power. Unconsciously, Naruto retreated from the terrifying creature in front of him out of fear. I can't just stand here and let this thing devour me. Mentally shouting, Naruto tensed his muscles and fled into the encircling fog. I could hide my escape with the fog. The creature saw Naruto's tense muscles and met his terrified gaze. You know, running would be pointless, young one, a strong voice said, seemingly taking over Naruto's thoughts. Naruto was startled by the voice and leapt up a little. Naruto winced in agony as he landed hard on his butt. He said, "Ow," and rubbed his butt. The creature appeared to laugh at the incident. In Naruto's fear, it found amusement. Naruto muttered, "Yeah, very funny," before pausing in surprise. He gestured to the creature that nodded its head and said, "Wait, was that you?" "Yes, child. My name is Giratina, master of the reverse world and second in command of the Pokemon contract," the creature now known as Giratina answered. In bewilderment, Naruto cocked his head to the side. "Pokemon? Inverted world?" Giratina sighed at Naruto's ignorance, not that he could blame him, after noticing the bewilderment on his face. Naruto interrupted Giratina as he was explaining Pokemon, saying, "Pokemon are summons of immense and diverse power. We each have our own typings such as water, fire, lightning. Kind of like the elements for jutsus, yes, like what you use for your jutsu. We also have other elements though such as flying, ground, poison, and dark. You wouldn't know of us due to us not having a summoner for a very long time. I could go into a whole speech as in why, but we don't have that kind of time." Curious, Naruto said, "Okay, but what is the reverse world?" It's odd that he feels more at ease around this enormous, strong, and undoubtedly frightening creature than he does around other people. This is the reverse world. It's a world that exists on the opposite side of reality. It's a world connected to reality and is a wonderful place, though confusing for some. This is where the Pokemon of the contract reside now, kinda like how the Toads have Mount Myoboku. Naruto cautiously said, "Okay, but why am I here, Giratina sir?" despite the fact that he was genuinely unsure of his meaning. His arrival in this world could not have been a mere accident. Giratina thought, the kid is smart, he's guarded, and ready to act if he has to, by the way his muscles tensed at his question. Naruto started to ask more questions, but Giratina went on, "To be blunt, Naruto, we want you to be our summoner. Our boss summon, Arceus, who is also my elder sister, has been watching you. She would be here talking to you, but she had a meeting she could not miss. She chose you because of your will, determination, heart, and your want to protect others, along with who your ancestor was. So Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, will you be our new summoner?" "Yes, I would be honored to sign your contract, sir," Naruto exclaimed, attempting to contain his happy tears. In fact, someone else had faith in him. Giratina said, then Naruto, in a kind voice, after saying, "Welcome to the world of Pokemon," the mist started to lift, revealing to Naruto the most breathtaking sight he had ever seen. End of flashback. After that, Giratina gave Naruto 2 eggs to raise. Naruto had to raise these 2 eggs for a while before they hatched because they contained his starter Pokemon. The eggs were raised for 2 months before they hatched. The black egg with red dots became Zorua, and the one with the stripes of blue and black became Riolu. Naruto has been training constantly since he first met Giratina and the Pokemon. Instead of remaining in the village, he frequently travels to the reverse world to spend time with the other Pokemon. The fighting-type Pokemon taught him a variety of fighting techniques, how to hunt and survive, and most importantly, the Pokemon way of fighting. You see, Naruto is undergoing Aura Guardian training because of Giratina. As it happens, Naruto received more gifts from Aura than from Chakra. They explained to him the various Aura users and Aura Guardians that existed, as well as how the Guardians maintained harmony in the world for both humans and Pokemon. Any Pokemon attack could be used by aura users, but in order to increase the attack's potency, the user had to practice it. Additionally, the more aura an attack burns at a higher level, the more exhausted the user becomes. Aura functions similarly to nature chakra. The user draws in the aura of the attack element and blends it with their own aura. Then, without the use of hand signs, the two auras combine to form the attack. The attack forms more quickly the more proficient one is. Each attack uses a different amount of aura. The user's stamina is the only real limit. The number of attacks that can be used increases with stamina. Although Naruto can currently use basic attacks of every kind, doing so too frequently will wear him out. Without the experience, he was roughly as strong as a high genin in ninja standards and about as strong as a level 15 Pokemon in Pokemon standards. Speaking of ninja, he hasn't shied away from his training. He is proficient in Academy Jutsu and can perform them without using hand signs. In addition, he possesses 2D rank water jutsus, 5C rank jutsus, and is presently attempting though not very successfully to learn an A rank fire jutsu. Although he still struggles with books, Naruto is a near prodigy genius to anyone who pays attention. He practically absorbs knowledge like a sponge and is constantly training. In fact, it took his sisters 2 days to become proficient at tree walking, but it only took him 30 minutes, and that was only because he had high chakra reserves at the time and no one to teach him. Riolu questioned the young blonde, "So Naruto, what's the plan now that you start the academy in a week?" Zorua answered, "Yeah, that's a good question. You won't have all the free time to enter the reverse world anymore." "Well, I'm honestly not too sure, but I know I won't be hiding everything since that would leave me unwanted by the other Jonin instructors." As a result, both Pokemon gave Naruto a deadpan look before simultaneously stating, "Don't lie, the only real reason is because you want to show off." Naruto rubbed the back of his head and laughed uneasily at this. "Okay, you caught me. It doesn't hurt that I'll be beating the precious, golden twins, at everything too. Don't misunderstand. Naruto doesn't hate his sisters, but he also doesn't trust or like them. He doesn't despise any of the other members of his family. Since it's best not to hate them as an Aura Guardian, he's more numb to them than anything else." Riolu said, "Well, before that, we should go see what Lady Arceus wanted from us since we will be late in 10 minutes, as he and Zorua started to head for the exit. Naruto said foolishly, "Yeah, we should hurry." "Wait, what?" before noticing that the sun was sinking, indicating that it was late noon. The thought of Giratina made Naruto panic. "Why didn't you say anything earlier? I don't want my first meeting with Lady Arceus to be bad." It's common knowledge that Giratina did not accept any form of tardiness. In addition, he would be facing the main boss Summon, who is unbeatable even by Giratina, who Naruto knows is extremely strong. Riolu laughed, because watching you scramble around like a combuskin with its head cut off is hilarious, while Zorua laughed at Naruto while clutching his stomach. Naruto retorted, "I hate you guys," and squinted at them. Riolu retorted, "And we bathe ourselves squeaky clean with your hate," which made Zorua laugh even more. Naruto glared at them more as Riolu started to do the same, holding his stomach from laughing so hard at the blonde. Zorua finally stopped laughing and said, "As hilarious as making fun of Naruto is, though he was still able to wipe the smile from his face. We really should get going." Naruto said, "Yeah, you're right, let's go," and opened the window. "Let's meet at our usual training ground." As they leapt out the window into the tree and headed to the training ground, the two Pokemon nodded. With a sigh, Naruto packed everything away and headed down the stairs in the attic. Naruto shut the attic and then passed the living room to the backyard, where his parents were still taking care of his sisters. Without anyone noticing, Naruto crept out of the house. He ran through the village for 10 minutes, ignoring the customary glares, until he reached the training ground, where Zorua and Riolu were waiting for him. They both reacted by falling from the tree they were in and landing next to the lake when Naruto swiftly flares his chakra to let them know he had arrived. Silently, Naruto approached the glistening water, placed his palm on its surface, and sent his aura through it. There was silence for a moment. The portal to the reverse world opened as the water abruptly collapsed in on itself. Naruto hurried into the portal with the two Pokemon summons, and just like before, it vanished into thin air. A young man with raven-like black hair leapt down into the clearing. His coal-black eyes scanned his surroundings before abruptly turning red and encircling the black pupil with 3 black tomos. The Sharingan, one of Konoha's 2 great dojutsu, was activated by this eye change, designating the individual as a Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha, the prodigy and heir of the Uchiha clan, was this young man. Where did Naruto go? I know I saw him here, Itachi uttered. After saying, maybe he went further ahead, he headed for the trees in search of his imaginary younger brother. The world in reverse. After gently landing on the ground, Naruto and his companions quickly surveyed their surroundings and noticed a variety of Pokémon scuttling around. A brown blur squealed with delight and swiftly tackled Naruto to the ground before he could speak. Eevee, Eevee, Eevee. Naruto petted the brown fox and said, Eevee, calm down and speak. Eevee said, sorry Naruto-chan. I was just really glad to see you guys, indicating that she was a girl. Riolu responded, we were just here yesterday, finding his friend's behavior amusing. Eevee said, yeah, but, and started talking about how lonely she was despite having friends everywhere. Zorua ignored the young Eevee's chatter and turned to look for Giratina. Where was he when he opened the gate for them? Just as he was thinking about it, a huge, recognizable shadow appeared over them. They looked up and saw the reverse world's ruler. Giratina. Giratina's tone was clear. Be careful how you respond. It took you long enough to arrive here, Naruto, she said. Naruto swallowed hard and answered, choosing to be cautious so as not to enrage a beast powerful enough to erase him from the face of the earth. He bowed to the powerful beast and said, I'm sorry for keeping you Giratina, I was training to learn a new fire jutsu and lost track of time. Giratina sighed after looking down at Naruto to check if he was telling the truth. At least you were being productive, now raise your head. Lady Arceus will be here in a moment. As they waited for the one that gave them life, Naruto stood erect and Pokémon of all kinds, including the always agitated Eevee, paused and looked up. Before a vibrant portal appeared in the air above the eager crowd, they silently waited for 2 minutes. A stream of light emerged from the portal, instantly illuminating the slightly darkened sky in a rainbow of hues. Naruto was left speechless and wide-eyed by the captivating fusion of colors that filled the sky: red, blue, green, and yellow. After admiring the beauty of the lights for a short while, everyone felt a sudden surge of power. It was similar to having a steel staff slam into your chest in the center. Before Naruto and everyone else, aside from Giratina, could regain their bearings, it took some time. The power was both terrifying and divine, unlike anything they had ever experienced. Through the colorful portal, a ball of light exploded and shot through the sky at great speed. The orb expanded and started to take shape after a short while. Before long, the light dimmed and was replaced by a creature the size of Giratina. It was a white horse with gray, vertical stripes on the underside that looked like a centaur or Qilin. Its face, tail, and mane all have similar recurrences in the striated pattern. It had 4 golden-tipped, pointed feet. Its face is gray, with green eyes, red pupils, and a green circular pattern beneath its eyes. Its long mane protrudes from its head. Additionally, it has upward-pointing ears and a gold-colored streak across its head. With 2 pairs of extrusions on either side and a flap-like feature on the underside that is white like much of its body, its neck is rather long. It also had a wheel that resembled a golden cos and was connected to its body by a round abdomen. 4 jewels are also fastened to each corner of the wheel. This creature was the alpha Pokémon, Arceus, the Pokémon summoning contract's boss. The only creature capable of facing Kami herself on equal footing is the Kami of Pokémon. All of the Pokémon in Naruto's immediate vicinity immediately bowed to the descending alpha Pokémon in observance. Naruto was unable to leave his spot because he was so enthralled with the powerful legend. Naruto's shocked expression made Arceus laugh. You know Naruto-kun, you might want to shut your mouth eventually lest you catch Zubats, Arceus softly remarked. With a quick bow, Naruto said, it's an honor and pleasure to meet you, Lady Arceus. He immediately closed his mouth and grinned at the enormous Pokémon. She said, amused, just call me Arceus Naruto-kun, knowing that he detested formalities. Like you, I'm not one for formalities if I can avoid them. Naruto grinned at Arceus's word choice. At that moment, he realized he would love working with her, of course Arceus. Naruto could grow accustomed to this, Arceus said with a kind smile. Better than constantly being surrounded by Giratina's obnoxious regulations and rules. Having to constantly listen to his lengthy list of obnoxious rules is really annoying. Naruto inquired inquisitively, not to come across as impolite, Arceus, but why was it that you called for a meeting with me today? Yes, let's get to business. Naruto-kun, I need to have you tested in battle, to see if you are ready for the higher levels. Some of the other legendaries, who have been watching you train, wish to train you themselves so you can get stronger and show the world our strength. Okay, but who will I be fighting? Naruto said, looking both excited and perplexed. Not only did the legendaries want to teach Naruto, but he also had the opportunity to prove himself to them. I need you to eliminate a bandit camp for me. They recently attacked a village and are now hiding out in Fire Country. I want them dead. They have raped, murdered, and pillaged. The village, with its few members left, is thinking of sending help out to Konoha, but that's where you come in. I understand Arceus, Naruto said, his expression grave. His eyes lost their youthful brightness and took on the dimness of a seasoned combatant's. Naruto nodded in response to the Pokemon God's query. This test is meant for you alone, so I'm afraid Riolu and Zorua shall remain here. Am I correct to assume that you are well equipped already? As a white aura encircled Naruto's body, Arceus's green eyes abruptly turned white before he disappeared in a burst of light. Good, then your mission starts now. I'll teleport you there now. Arceus turned to face Giratina, grinning while maintaining her solemn demeanor. As soon as Giratina asked, "So little brother, how do you think Naruto-kun will do?" All of the Pokemon, particularly Riolu and Zorua, turned to face her. Giratina smiled back at his sister and then looked up and scowled. To be honest, I'm not worried at all. Naruto is quite well trained and ready for those bandits, young or not, he said. Arceus appeared concerned as he said, though there is one major problem. She asked him, "What's the problem?" A very irritated expression appeared on Giratina's face as his head snapped at her. "You left your damn portal open again," Arceus responded. "I'm sorry," as she fled, pursued by Giratina, who was about to punish her once more for failing to close her portal in his dimension. Forest. From Konoha, 30 miles away, in the forest, Naruto materialized in a flash of white. Naruto felt lightheaded after landing, so he leaned on a tree for support. Naruto groaned, "Man, it's going to be a while before I get used to that." Naruto got up and looked around, shaking his head to remove the cobwebs. Naruto's eyes glowed a sky blue, and he watched as the world around him changed. "I'm hunting a camp, so that means a group of people. So let's get to work." All he could see was the outline of objects and a blue energy passing through them, rather than the colors of the surrounding environment. The object's life energy, or aura, was represented by the blue energy. Naruto sensed a sizable crowd in one place after feeling for a few more moments. He said, "Got them," and fled into the trees. Namikaze Naruto Uzumaki was prepared for combat. Compound Namikaze. The day's training has just ended for everyone. While preparing ramen, Kushina was attempting to make one of the most difficult choices of her life. Pork or miso? A meeting was called, so Minato Namikaze had to return to his office. The Civilian Council seems to be interested in funding the construction of additional civilian stores. To rinse off a long day of perspiration and grime, Mito was taking a shower. Nami, on the other hand, had already showered and was bored. She suddenly recalled something crucial. She had a brother. She had completely forgotten about him because of all the training she had been undergoing lately. He would engage in play with her. Keeping that in mind, she rose from the couch and headed for the stairs leading to her older brother's room. When Kushina noticed her daughter heading for the stairs, she asked, "Where are you going, Nami-chan?" Then she ran up the stairs to play with her brother. "Oh, I'm just going to see if Naruto wants to play with me," she said. Because of all the training, they haven't had time to truly be siblings, so the idea of him playing with her made her smile. For a moment, however, Kushina appeared perplexed. "Naruto?" Before her eyes grew wide with realization, shock, horror, and ultimately guilt, she thought. "Oh my god, Naruto. My own Sochi-kun is gone. My only Sona, how could I forget about him? What sort of mother am I?" She carried on with this thought for some time. She never thought about Naruto, her adorable baby boy. The person who illuminated her world was entirely forgotten. She felt even more guilty after glancing at the setup on the table. 5 chairs and 4 bowls. They didn't use the chair for their own son, but they did for visitors. Right now, Kushina is at her lowest point. She didn't know anything about Naruto, so she couldn't respond to any questions about him. She was able to list all of Mito's and Nami's preferences, dislikes, plans for the future, and favorite foods and colors, but when she considered Naruto's, she had no answers, so she drew a blank. No matter how much she prayed or thought, she was never able to find an answer about Naruto specifically. She was unable to even determine whether he enjoyed ramen. "How could I forget my son? I have to talk to Minato," she sobbed. "We must put things right once more." "Ka-san, Mito-chan." Ood from upstairs, a little panicked. In a matter of seconds, Kushina dropped what she was doing and ran upstairs after realizing it was Nami. She discovered both of her daughters staring into a room with anxious expressions. Kushina felt her anxiety growing as she made her way to the room. In a tone as composed as she could manage, Kushina questioned, "What's wrong, honey?" Nami yelled, "Naruto's gone. I can't find him anywhere," which made Kushina more concerned. Kushina's guilt and anxiety only increased as she peered into her son's room. To put it plainly, Naruto's room was incredibly empty. Nothing suggested that a young boy resided there. It was a small, well-made bed. There was not a single crease on it. There were no filthy clothes in the hamper by the door. There were no papers anywhere, no posters on the walls. The actual room was a drab blue that was almost gray. There was a small book on the desk, but if the accumulated dust on it was any indication, it had not been opened in years. Survival Tactics. Surviving Alone in the Wild was the title Kushina read as she approached the book. She was sufficiently alarmed by the title. As I picked up the book, a piece of paper drifted to the floor. Kushina picked up the paper and recognized it as an image. Kushina almost started crying when she saw what was in the photo. The family was depicted in the photo, all grinning broadly. Kushina was dressed as usual, with her hair combed down and a brown apron worn over her green dress. Mito stood in front of her, wearing her typical ponytail and a white dress. Minato, dressed as a Hokage, stood to her left, with Nami, dressed in a blue dress, perched on his shoulders. The absence of Naruto was what brought her to tears. Naruto was not present in this one-year-old photo, which even featured the Namikaze family on top. When Kushina realized how terrible a mother she was, she sobbed and couldn't take it any longer. She activated the seal within her ring by channeling chakra into it. Now she had to talk to Minato, in the vicinity of the bandit camp. Perched on a tree limb, Naruto had a view of the bandit camp. With about 15 tents and 2 fire pits that appeared to have been used the night before, it was a fairly typical campsite. What was at the camp's edge infuriated Naruto. 3 medium-sized cages with iron bars were present. There were 5 girls in each cage, with the youngest being 6 years old in the middle and the others being between 11 and 16. Their modesty was barely concealed from the world by the rags they all wore. In order to have more cover, Naruto concluded that it would be best to wait until the sun had set a bit further. In his mind, Naruto said, "I can't be too careful in a possible hostage situation. I'll get them out of there and make those vile men pay after waiting for about 2 hours." The sun had already set for 2 hours, making it more difficult to see the surroundings. Even though the sun was still partially visible in the sky, the moon's rise had made the sky darker. During this period, the bandits became inebriated and occasionally harassed their prisoner. Fortunately, they haven't yet touched them. It seems that they intended to sell the girls as slaves to a man named Gato. Naruto promised to track down and murder this man. Naruto leapt from his perch, landed soundlessly, and then proceeded to the girls who had been taken, hiding behind a bush. Naruto whispered, "Psst, behind you," to get the girls' attention as they turned to face him. To keep them silent, Naruto touched his lips with his finger. They nodded, skeptical because Naruto was still a child. But what did they stand to lose, and blindfolded the 6-year-old girl, whom Naruto had heard was named Cynthia. "I'm here to get you all out of here. What I have planned for your captors is not pretty, so keep the youngest from seeing." Naruto focused his aura on his hand as he walked away from the cages and then launched his initial attack. "Vine Whip," Naruto muttered. For a moment, his palm glowed green, and then green vines sprang from them, wrapped themselves around one of the local thugs, and pulled him toward the bushes. Naruto killed the thug instantly by drawing a kunai and stabbing him in the back of the neck. Naruto had to fight the urge to throw up as the sight of the man he killed made his stomach turn. Even though he deserved it, he just killed someone. He murdered a human being. He's turned into a monster. He started to dry heave, his hands trembling as the urge to throw up overcame him. He glanced at the bloody mess on the ground and at his trembling hands. He was a murderer, a killer, and a monster. He turned to look at the girls who were incarcerated and noticed that a glimmer of hope had replaced the broken eyes. The fact that he promised to set them free gave them hope. Naruto inhaled deeply and recalled his motivation. He was taking this action to rid the lovely world of the trash that was littering it, to save those girls, and to give them a chance. With a fresh fire in his eyes, Naruto's gaze returned to its typical determined expression. He inhaled deeply, focused his aura once more, and called out his next attack while shooting his hands forward. Whirlwind. This time, a strong gust of wind from his glowing palms blew the bandits away along with the tents and fire pits. As some of the bandits crashed into trees or just fell forward, they let out screams of shock and bewilderment. It crashed straight into a tree, killing 2 bandits as their spines snapped. One of the thugs exclaimed, What the hell was that? Before a kunai was inserted into his forehead, killing him. One of the thugs became anxious upon seeing the kunai and exclaimed, "Oh shit, it's a ninja." He realized they were in danger because none of them had the necessary training to combat a ninja. "I'm leaving this place." As he stood up to flee, another kunai sliced through the flesh of his jugular, cutting it open. The last thing he saw before his vision darkened were cold blue eyes. When the other thugs heard the body hit the ground, they turned to see Naruto standing there, a little drenched in the blood of his most recent victim. Another thug yelled, "What the fuck? It's just some damn kid." With rage, Naruto merely gave the thug a chilly glance before clenching his kunai and whispering. Naruto said, "Quick attack," and he moved too quickly for any of them to see. The thug who had yelled angrily could no longer breathe, and when he looked down, he saw that Naruto had pierced his heart with his kunai. Dead, the thug fell back. "So who's next?" Naruto asked as he turned to face the remaining 9 thugs. "Kill that brat!" shouted a very strong thug. As a result, they all charged at Naruto, believing that since he was young, he would be simple. That was a grave error. One of the thugs approached Naruto and threw his fist in his face, but Naruto easily tripped him by dodging the blow. As another thug attempted to grab Naruto, he rolled forward, sensing someone behind him. However, Naruto had no time to relax because a second thug swung his feet in his direction. Naruto leapt, slammed his fist against the thug's legs, then leapt away and unleashed another vine whip. Before Naruto threw the thug into 3 other thugs, the vines swiftly and effortlessly encircled him. As Naruto exclaimed, "You should have been more careful, release." A chakra pulse was released. The thug heard a hissing noise and turned to see that Naruto had slammed his hands onto the left leg, which had an exploding tag on it. Before the tag exploded and killed the 4 thugs, their eyes widened. Not having time to appreciate his work, Naruto leaned back and avoided a log that one of the thugs had picked up to use as a weapon. Naruto grinned and said, "This is too easy." The blonde smirked and yelled out as she charged at the thug who had raised the log to block Naruto. "Not going to work, rock smash!" Naruto exclaimed as his fist glowed a brown-white before effortlessly smashing through the log and striking the thug in the face, causing his neck to snap. Once again, Naruto's aura-filled blue eyes caused the thugs to back off in terror. "What on earth is this child?" were the thugs' final thoughts before a chilly wind struck and they all became immobile. Naruto muttered, "Icy wind," as his breathing grew a little labored. Despite having a lot of stamina, Naruto wasn't yet accustomed to carrying out so many attacks in quick succession. He was extremely exhausted as a result of using Icy Wind on several targets rather than just one and increasing the attack's power to ensure that it would freeze them all. Naruto destroyed the remaining frozen thugs by using his rock smash attack once more. Naruto said, "Now to save those girls," before sprinting back toward the camp. Compound Namikaze with a worried expression on his face, Minato Namikaze just burst into his house beside his upset wife. He had been enjoying the quiet on his way home after enduring the irksome council meeting when he was abruptly drawn by one of the Hiraishin seals. He was concerned because the pull trail led to the compound and he could follow it when one of his seals was activated. He didn't waste any time in flashing to his home, where he saw his 2 daughters and his wife sobbing on the ground. Minato held his wife in his arms and said, "Kushina-chan, what's wrong? Talk to me, what happened?" Kushina gazed into Minato's eyes, which were still wet. She sobbed, "Minato. I'm such a horrible mother." Her tears came more quickly with each word, until they were streaming down her cheeks. Her nose was starting to look puffy, and her eyes were red from all the crying. When Minato saw his wife in this state, his heart ached, but he was also perplexed by what she had said. A bad mother? What had happened to cause her to think that? He turned to face his daughters, who were sobbing and clinging to one another for solace. "Kushina-chan, you know that isn't true. Ever since their birth, you've done an amazing job raising Nami and Mito. I mean, look at them, so young and yet already they're both talented and beautiful. All our family outings and special occasions that you catch on camera and never miss a single one. I doubt I could raise our 2 wonderful children into the amazing girls that they are becoming if I was alone, while also being Hokage. You are a wonderful mother, Kushina." Minato's words caused Kushina's eyes to widen as her thoughts receded, not with joy, as he might have assumed. "The 2 children of our daughter. Special occasions. It was always just Nami and Mito, but what about her son? I have never missed our daughter's special childhood moments, but what about our sons? What have we done, Minato?" Kushina started to ask these questions, but she just continued to yell in sorrow and regret instead of speaking. Kushina's cry of agony took Minato by surprise. What did I say? Minato was now completely perplexed. He believed that rather than making things worse, his words would help them get better. His daughters also appeared to be crying more now. Kushina-chan, please, tell me what is going on so I can help you. I really don't understand, woman. Kushina finally managed to yell through her tears, Minato-kun. It's Naruto. Which, incidentally, left a huge wet spot on Minato's vest. Naruto? Minato pondered for a moment before his eyes widened in concern and realization. At last, the young Kage noticed his location and understood that this was not the guest room, his daughter's room, or his own. This belonged to his son. His only son occupied this bleak, unadorned room. Kushina, tell me, what happened to Naruto? Minato's heart began to slowly sink. Kushina fought back another cry and described what she saw. From forgetting that Naruto was even their son to forgetting to feed him. Minato's feelings of regret, shame, and guilt increased as he heard every word. Despite being one of Konoha's greatest Hokages, he totally forgot about his own son. He only wanted the best for everyone, and he never intended to forget Naruto. He needed to take action. Kushina-chan, Mito-chan, Nami-chan, Minato said, drawing the sobbing Uzumaki girl's attention. He needed to put things right, so he asked, where is Naruto-kun right now? We don't know. I came here to play with Oni-chan, but I couldn't find him or anything that said he was even there in the first place. Nami was the one who responded, and she and Mito got up shakily from their tears. She was concerned that her elder brother had fled. Oblivious to the fact that her sister shared the same concern. What if they caused their older sibling to run away? Minato made a quick hand sign as he concentrated, realizing that they needed to speak with Naruto as soon as possible. He looked for the Hiraishin seal, which is affixed to all of his kids' clothes so he could flash to them, or call them to him, if they were in danger. He made hand signals while gathering his chakra after discovering the seal he was looking for, which was worryingly outside the village but fortunately still within his reach. The tri-pronged kunai he threw to the ground glowed as he said, Flying Thunder God. Stage 3. Summoning. The family gasped in alarm as Naruto emerged in a flash of yellow. His eyes widened in surprise, and his hair was disheveled. They gasped when they saw the blood, even though he was sweating and his clothes were ripped and ruffled in various places, making it easy to spot cuts from a blade. There was fresh blood dripping from his body. His body was covered in cuts and bruises, but they were healing slowly. In his left hand, he held a kunai that was dripping with fresh blood. Minato was stunned, and Kushina's eyes began to well up with more tears, along with maternal rage at the sight of her injured child. When Nami and Mito saw their brother being harmed, they were both terrified and determined to hold the offender accountable. Naruto was perplexed as he looked around. One moment he was fighting for his life against a dangerous opponent, and the next he was in a strange place. Naruto turned to his family and asked, what the hell is going on? What the hell am I doing here? The forest, prior to Minato calling Naruto. As he leapt from tree to tree, Naruto thought, that was one hell of a rush. He saw the cages containing the girls who were imprisoned when he landed at the demolished bandit camp. He approached the cages and calmed them with words. Okay girls, I'm going to get you out of there. I already took care of the other thugs, you're free now. He grinned slightly as he observed the majority of them shed tears of happiness at being able to see their families and be free once more. The others, who still didn't fully trust Naruto, were observing him with suspicion. You girls might want to stand back from the bars. They followed his instructions without question. With a quick shout of leaf blade, green energy appeared on Naruto's hands and took the form of tiny blades. He swung his hands as he approached, and the green energy's blades effortlessly sliced through the bars. The bars sagged carelessly, creating a huge opening for the girls who were confined to escape. All of the girls rushed out, some giving him hugs and repeatedly shouting, thank you, while others gave him distant thanks. Naruto told them they were very welcome and that he was happy to assist, even though the contact of all the girls, who hardly had anything on, caused his cheeks to flush. Naruto started to say something, but his eyes widened as his sense of danger went crazy. Naruto screamed, get down, as he grabbed as many of the girls as he could and pulled them to the ground. A twin-side bladed axe flew over their heads and embedded itself in a tree, prompting the other girls to swiftly follow suit. As the girls let out terrified screams, Naruto looked around, losing sight of his aura sense in his anxiety. It sounded like a male voice saying, well, 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 throughout the clearing. Naruto estimated the man's age to be in his mid-30s based on the gruff sound of his voice. This guy was physically strong, based on the size of the axe. It seems a hero has come to steal my collection, even going so far as to kill my guard dogs. Naruto calmed himself by taunting, maybe if you kept your dogs on a leash, I wouldn't have needed to put them down. In response, Naruto quickly activated his aura sight, deciding to hit himself later for forgetting it, and observed that everyone's blue aura was flowing, with the exception of one that caused Naruto to pause in disbelief. There was purple in Cynthia's aura, that little girl. Naruto had never seen anything like this before, and he had no idea what it might have meant. However, I don't currently have the time to worry about that. I must locate him. I have him. From behind the bushes, Naruto noticed a huge aura signature approaching one of the girls. Naruto exclaimed, "Vine Whip," as the green vines sprang out in all directions and encircled the man who was hidden. "Now get out here," Naruto yelled, yanking the man out of his hiding spot and into the air before slamming him into the clearing's floor. Naruto, who was only 9 years old, had just lifted an adult man, and the girls stared at him in amazement. It was amazing. Cynthia's loud applause of how awesome Naruto was at the moment made it clear that she was the only person who wasn't in awe. As his vines came back to him, Naruto never took his eyes off the man, observing that his aura continued to flow. The man rose slowly, not even flinching in agony. Indeed, he laughed with pleasure. The man smiled amusedly and said, "A wood release user. Aren't you just full of surprises, kid? Any village would pay handsomely for you." Naruto could see him more clearly when he was at full height. At 6 feet 9 inches, the man was the epitome of size. Despite having large muscles, he was slender, indicating that he used them for both strength and speed. His hair was spiky and white with a black center. He had a dark sense of humor and brown eyes. He was dressed in black puffy pants and a ripped, tight red shirt. He also had on blue sandals in the style of a shinobi. He wore a yellow training belt around his waist and carried 2 axes, similar to the one he had thrown earlier. He glared at Naruto and let loose some of his murderous intent. The feeling Naruto received from the man caused him to perspire a little. This was not your typical bandit. The girls nodded, aware that they would only obstruct their hero. Naruto knew this would be difficult, so he whispered to them, "Listen, when I say go, I want you all to run north. This won't be a normal fight like with those other bandits, this guy is on a whole other level of strength. I can't fight and protect you at the same time. So get ready because I will make a clone that will run away with you all while I hold him off." Naruto cursed as he looked up at the growing darkness. "Enough delaying," shouted the man, ready to rush Naruto. He rushed forward and exclaimed, "It's time for you to go down by Daisuke Ichimura." "Grass knot," was yelled by Naruto as he swiftly slammed his green glowing on the ground. A moment later, Daisuke stumbled and left a respectable dent in the ground. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A clone of Naruto then materialized in a poof. As he swiftly herded the girls and instructed them to follow him, the clone yelled, "Let's go." Once they were out of sight, he returned his focus to Daisuke, who stood up and gave Naruto a scowl. With both of his axes drawn, Daisuke rushed forward and said, "Cheap trick, kid. Now I'm going to cut you up." He materialized in front of Naruto and lowered his axe. Surprised by the massive man's sudden acceleration, Naruto leapt back to avoid the swing, which was fortunate because the axe cracked the ground. Naruto shouted, "Vine Whip," as the vines charged Daisuke. The blonde wanted to deprive Daisuke of the axe so that it would be simpler to defeat him. Daisuke moved swiftly, dropping his axe and reaching out to seize the tumbling vines. Before he could react, the startled Naruto was drawn in the direction of Daisuke, who was attempting to cut him in two with his other axe. "Oh no!" Naruto's eyes grew wide, and then his cheeks protruded. "I will not perish here." Smokescreen. Daisuke and Naruto were both covered by a dense layer of black smoke. The adult man coughed and hesitated as a result of the smoke, giving Naruto time to gather himself and react. A loud cut could be heard through the smoke, and then Daisuke's shoulder suddenly erupted in pain and blood. With his right hand flattened and glowing bright and white, Naruto leapt out of the smoke, his face smeared with a few drops of blood. Naruto's hands glowed green again as he continued to attack, and then he was encircled by leaves. "Now try this." Razor leaf. The leaves rushed into the smoke, hardening until they were as sharp and hard as blades. There was not a single sound, not even a snort or grunt. Just as Naruto was about to activate his aura sight, he heard something that made his eyes widen. Fire style. Dragon's breath, and a stream of fire emerged from the dense smoke, dispersing the smoke and revealing Daisuke hurling flames from his mouth as he rushed in Naruto's direction. After shouting, "Water gun," Naruto's aura turned ocean blue, and he let out a jet of water from his perked lips. The water rushed in the direction of the approaching flame spray. Only a tiny amount of steam was released into the chilly night after the two attacks made contact. Naruto was only blinded for a brief period of time because the steam quickly evaporated. However, that was all the time required. An axe was launched toward Naruto as soon as the steam disappeared, and he shifted to the right to avoid the enormous weapon. Using Naruto's diversion, a slightly bleeding Daisuke materialized next to him. He struck Naruto in the stomach with his massive fist, causing him to spit, then grabbed the young boy's shirt and slammed him to the ground. Naruto swiftly rolled away and leapt back to his feet, preventing Daisuke from stomping the young Aura Guardian into the ground with his raised foot. Glaring into each other's eyes, the two gazed at one another. Naruto was thinking a lot about the new information. This is fantastic. This man is probably a Ronin or a missing nin since he is proficient in ninjutsu. Given that Dragon's Breath is AC rank fire just you, it is reasonable to assume that he is at least a chunin. In addition, he has extremely durable skin. Despite everything, he hardly gets scratched. I apologize for failing this test, Arceus-sama, but in order to survive this battle, I will require assistance. When Naruto started making a series of hand signals that Daisuke immediately recognized as the signs for a summoning, his glaring eyes changed to one of surprise. He rushed forward to stop whatever Naruto was going to summon because he didn't want to take a chance. After completing the final sign, Naruto exclaimed, "Summoning," before abruptly disappearing in a yellow flash. Confused by Naruto's disappearance, Daisuke halted in his tracks and silently stared at the location where Naruto had been standing just moments before. What happened to him? How did he get there in the first place? And then he grinned menacingly and asked, "Was that the Hiraishin? If it was, then how did he know the fourth Hokage's signature jutsu?" This child was much more fascinating than he initially believed. Naruto in the present, he stared at his parents, wondering what they wanted. "I'm going to have to keep my eyes out for that man. No man should be able to take so many hits and get up without barely a bruise, especially from those attacks." The first to recover from her shock at his wounds, Kushina knelt down beside her bleeding son, her heart pounding with concern. "Naru-chan, what happened to you?" she asked, recognizing the cuts and bruises as not being play-related injuries. Those were human-caused injuries. Someone had the audacity to hurt her baby boy. Whether it was a male or female, civilian or ninja, she was already considering a variety of ways to torture the person who had hurt her. Naru-chan. Naruto, even more perplexed by his mother's behavior, simply glanced at Kushina before turning to Minato. "Was someone impersonating you?" But since only his father is able to use the Hiraishin, that idea vanished. The sound of his father's voice snapped him out of his reverie. Minato started, "Naruto, talk to us. We are your parents and we want to help you. Tell us what happened to you." However, as Naruto seemed to glare at him more intensely with each word, his worried tone gradually changed to one of shock. Naruto was angry and no, he was enraged. How dare they? How dare they? After all this time, they now want to begin treating him like a child. Immediately following a struggle for his life, following his first kill or kills. Unaware of it, Naruto started to summon the Kyuubi's soul power in his blind rage. Each of his eyes developed a black slit and turned a deep crimson. As they flew in different directions, his spiky hair became wilder and more spiky. His darkened whiskers were fully visible as the bangs that typically framed his face moved to the side. His teeth grew slightly longer and sharper, turning into fangs. Even his nails appeared to be able to easily extract blood from any victim in their path as they grew and sharpened. Naruto gave his father a very somber response. "It doesn't work like that, Minato-san. I've lived my life without your support or direction for this long, so why would I want it now? If you want to help me, then you can help me by leaving me alone. You listen here, I don't need to tell you anything." As he gradually lost his feral appearance and dashed past his startled parents, Naruto concluded, "That shouldn't be too hard for you to do, since you have done it most of my life already." Mito jumped onto him while yelling, stopping him just as he was about to pass his sisters. Naruto pulled his sister's arms away from his waist, so her cries of, "Ni-san, please listen. Please, we are sorry," were met with resistance. "Ni-san." Although Naruto's glare wasn't nearly as severe as it was directed at their parents, both of the girls flinched when he glared at them. To be honest, Naruto no longer knew how he should feel about his sisters. They were occasionally there for him and didn't ignore him nearly as much as his parents did, but they also didn't make an effort to make him feel less alone. Additionally, he couldn't resist blaming them for the neglect as well, even if it was only marginally. Mito, I would appreciate it if you don't touch me again. The same goes for you too, Nami. I don't hate you too since you actually tried to show me some love, but know that feeling can change really quick. It would be best for you to not push me right now. Naruto used his anger to release a small amount of his aura, which shocked and slightly alarmed the sobbing Mito and Nami. Another feature that sets aura apart from most other energies is its ability to alter and even intensify the emotion it conveys to others based on the user's mood. Joy can make the aura feel warm, while anger can make it seem very serious and deadly. Although the twins hardly ever experience anger from others, they have never felt such rage from anything in their lives. They had the sensation of ants drowning in a pitch-black ocean. Both Kushina and Minato were amazed and in awe of their errant son. Nobody, not even the Kyuubi, ever gave them such power. They weren't shocked by the power's strength, size, or even density, rather, it was the sensation of it. Even though the energy was strikingly similar to chakra, they were able to tell right away that it wasn't because it didn't give off the same life signal. They also knew it wasn't Kyuubi because it wasn't Yukai. They were unable to identify it. But Naru-ni, we love you, Nami said, summoning the bravery to speak. We don't want, she started to say, but her words were cut off in her throat, and Naruto simply turned and started to leave, ignoring her. Minato called out to his son, Naruto, please son. He started to say, just listen to us, we are a family. We made a mistake, but Naruto cut him off before he could finish. His aura flexed outward with enough force to cause the others to retreat. Shut it, he yelled. I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear your stupid reasons. In the end, I was left alone by you. You made a mistake and so did I. My mistake was thinking you loved me like parents should, so no more. I grew away from you and I don't need you. I have my friends and to me, they are my family. Not you. Now leave me alone. After giving one last yell, Naruto fled, leaving his distraught family to lament and feel sorry for themselves. As they sobbed at Naruto's remarks, the remaining Namikaze turned to face one another. Their brother had no desire to interact with them or his own relatives. They could never have prepared their hearts to practically hate Naruto, even though they knew he would probably be angry. Kushina, Nami, and Mito felt as though someone had crushed their hearts with their bare hands. They sobbed so much that the tears stained the floor and they were unable to speak. Unsure of what to say, Minato knelt down to the significant woman in his life. There was nothing he could say to make them stop being sad. His thoughts strayed to his son and the rage he showed them. Where did things go wrong? Returning with Naruto. Naruto simply walked into his room, shutting the door behind him and surveying his surroundings. Since he hardly ever used the room, he soaked in its simplicity and blandness. He inhaled deeply, held it for a short while, and then let out a long sigh. Naruto decided it would be best to avoid thinking about his family at the moment after he had finally calmed down. Naruto went to his room's window and opened it, the cool night air sending shivers down his spine. Naruto leapt out the window, wrapping his aura around his body to warm it. He landed gently and flew as quickly as he could in the direction of his training ground. A warm smile spread across his face as his shadow clone burst and he acquired its memories as he got closer to the training ground. The girls were safely returned to their village and reunited with their anxious families thanks to the clone's efforts. Before they could turn to thank him for his assistance, the clone burst forth. He was happy to be able to reunite people, and the scene had actually made him cry a little. He made those girls feel safe and was able to save them from a terrible fate. However, the thought of his battle with Daisuke and how the man could have easily killed him made him feel depressed. He believed that he had let Arceus down because, although his goal was to eliminate every bandit, Naruto not only lived but also had the potential to defeat him. Naruto arrived at his training grounds lake and gazed at its captivating beauty. The lake appeared to be glowing with enigmatic power as the moon's light bounced off the smooth surface of the water. Naruto took a deep breath and gazed at his reflection in the water for a short while, taking in his wounds. We might as well finish this now, Naruto thought to himself. He placed his right hand on the placid lake's surface and used his aura to summon Giratina. The portal to the reverse world opened instantly, engulfing everyone in its limitless emptiness. Naruto nodded and jumped back into the portal. The portal disappeared as fast as it appeared. Naruto exited one of the surrounding buildings through a glass window rather than falling as he had in the past. With a swift motion, the portal behind Naruto closed. Looking around, the fog that usually surrounded the reverse world was gone. When Naruto felt the ground rumble, he looked ahead and saw that a large group of various Pokémon were charging at him. Giratina and Arceus were flying far above the others. The forms of every summons that Naruto knew personally, including his closest friends and family, made him smile. A few more seconds later, the deities were still floating overhead, and everyone was in front of him. When Arceus said, "Welcome back Naruto-kun," she was beaming. Naruto said, "It's good to be back Arceus," before a frown took its place. "Enough pleasantries Arceus," Giratina cut him off. Speaking his thoughts, he looked down at Naruto, who shrunk a little under his stare. "How did the mission go Naruto?" Even though everyone could see how nervous he was, Naruto swallowed the lump that had formed in his throat and stood erect. The mission to eliminate all the bandits in the camp had changed to a rescue mission. Arceus and Giratina exchanged glances as though they were discussing the unexpected news in private. They nodded for Naruto to continue as they turned back to face him. In response to their silent request, Naruto continued the briefing. He informed them that he had killed the thugs and saved the girls. The Pokémon were both saddened and proud of him when they learned about his response to killing the thugs. He was saddened by the fact that he had to kill more people while also going through his first kill alone. However, they were proud of him because he not only persevered through it on his own but also did so to save others. Naruto also described to them the specifics of his battle with Daisuke, the bandit leader. How he completely outclassed Naruto and even confronted his attacks. Ultimately, Naruto was unable to confront the bandit alone as instructed. When the briefing was over, Arceus schooled her face into a cool, collected expression. Arceus spoke in a firm tone while glancing at Giratina out of the corner of her left eye. "Giratina, would you and the others be so kind as to leave so I may speak to Naruto-kun, alone?" While all of the gathered Pokémon departed, Giratina nodded in response to his sister's request and took off, but not before giving Naruto a concerned look. The fact that Riolu, Zorua, and Eevee were unable to even meet their favorite blonde infuriated them. As everyone departed, Naruto's only emotion was shame. During his very first mission, he completely disregards the rules and ends up losing to the final opponent. He chose to stare at the ground instead of looking Arceus in the eye because he was so engrossed in his self-loathing. "I continue to lose despite all of my training and everyone's efforts to support me. I still didn't succeed." Naruto's eyes were on the verge of spilling tears, so he clenched his fists tightly. With pity in her eyes, Arceus gazed down at the young Pokémon summoner. Her green eyes suddenly took on a purple glow that blotted them out and left them pupilless. Naruto looked up in shock as a blue-purple energy aura surrounded his body. The weird energy slowly lifted Naruto off the ground, leaving him floating in midair. The purple hue disappeared from both Arceus's eyes and Naruto's body as he moved more quickly and was gently placed on top of Arceus's head. That was the psychic technique. Naruto let out a mental cry. Whether the targets are people, objects, or even another attack, this type of attack enables telepathic control. It can also be used to move heavy objects, bind targets, and more. I've only witnessed 4 instances of its use. Arceus took off into the sky without saying anything, and Naruto held on to keep from falling. When Arceus finally came to a stop, they were high enough to see miles of people and everything in the sky. Arceus said, "Look down Naruto," in a gentle voice. Following her instructions, Naruto inhaled deeply at everything he saw. Despite its strangeness, the reverse world had a certain allure. The tall buildings blended in perfectly with all the forests, as did the numerous waterfalls. The enormous floating plateaus, some of which defied gravity, moved inexplicably through the atmosphere. Additionally, the peaceful existence of all the Pokémon from different species only enhanced the beauty he observed in front of him. "Tell me Naruto," Arceus said, capturing the young man's interest. "When you look at everything from this view, what do you see?" Naruto looked again, perplexed by her query, before responding. Arceus laughed at Naruto's response, saying, "I see the Pokémon and the amazing world that you and Giratina have made." She said again in a kind voice, "Well, do you want to know what I see Naruto-kun?" Curious, Naruto nodded his head. "I see my beautiful and powerful children at work to make their lives happy. Each day they work hard, no matter what happens. I see endless potential for them all to be the very best, but they all still need guidance to break that barrier of strength that even the older ones have hit. They need someone whose potential can match theirs, something they would not find if they stayed in their original dimension. They need a way to reach their well of true strength, and that's where you come in, Naruto. Incredulously, Naruto exclaimed, "Me? How could anything be unique?" In his most recent battle, he was outclassed in addition to losing handily. Arceus went on, as though he could sense his thoughts. "Yes, you, Naruto. To have potential doesn't mean you have to win every fight you are in. Even the most powerful of Pokemon have all started small. With this loss, you will reach your potential faster than ever, and the Pokemon alongside you. Just like how all Pokemon are family, as our chosen summoner, you too are part of that family." The god Pokemon's words caused Naruto to widen his eyes. A family, a real one. Hearing that made him happier than he had ever been, even though he already considered the other Pokemon to be his family. He was confident that the Pokemon would always support him, love him without conditions, and never forget him. Naruto's eyes began to well up with tears that he was unable to control. Arceus began calmly, but as he spoke, his strength and authority increased. "So Naruto, will you stay as our summoner, as our partner, and most importantly, our family? Will you grow with us?" he asked. "Yes, Lady Arceus, I will become the best ninja and the most powerful Aura Guardian there ever was. I will surpass the likes of even Sir Orin, just watch me. I will make you all proud. I swear it on my ninja way, and I never go back on my word." As she gazed at her selected summoner, delighted by Naruto's resolve, Arceus thought, "I know you will, Naruto-kun. Well, Naruto-kun, if you want to be the best, then you will have to train really hard, especially to catch up to Sir Orin. You are on the right track though, especially with how you saved those young girls. Get yourself ready, Naruto, because for the next 2 weeks you will train with the strongest Pokemon we can offer before being taken in by the legendaries." Even though he would be subjected to torture, Naruto could feel his excitement growing at the prospect of additional training. They had to have once impressed Arceus in order to be trained by Pokemon that even the Pokemon god referred to as strong. Naruto had an idea that both infuriated and alarmed him. "What are we going to do about my parents? They are starting to notice me again, so they will no doubt notice me gone for 2 weeks. "Simple, Naruto," Arceus said, anticipating his question. "We will send a Zoroark in your place. The one I have in mind can also use telepathy to speak if need be. We just need him to last 2 weeks, which I know he can manage easily enough." Naruto asked, barely controlling his excitement, "So when do we begin?" Arceus grinned as he released a tiny bit of her power, which not only outshone Naruto's at his strongest but also made him perspire. "We start now." Naruto had one last thought before the two disappeared in a flash of light, suggesting that teleport was used. "What have I gotten into?" As his resolve faltered a little. After a full week in the reverse world, Naruto has significantly improved. During that week, the young blonde was forced to train harder than ever before, with only an hour-long break after 5 excruciating hours of perspiration. Naruto received training from many of the greatest in the reverse world, as Arceus had informed him. Since his genjutsu was very challenging because of his Uzumaki ancestry, he trained with the Zoroark clan to cast illusions through aura. He was unable to cast even the lowest level of genjutsu due to his high chakra amount from his Uzumaki genes, but he could effortlessly escape even a rank illusions. Fortunately, Zoroark was able to get around that by teaching him how to use his aura. They taught him their craft and demonstrated with ease why they were dubbed the Masters of Illusions. He was able to cast their illusions without flinching after his training was put to the test. In actuality, only those who possessed the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan could create illusions as effectively as he could. Unlike the people who trained him, Naruto was not a master. His minor deceptions, such as altering appearances or even creating fake objects, were simple and difficult to spot. Shinobi were much more able to detect larger illusions, such as altering the location. The Machamp, Hitmonlee, and Hitmonchan clans helped him develop his physical prowess. They taught him a variety of fighting techniques, including kickboxing, high-speed boxing, and pure power fighting. Ninjask, Rapidash, and even Pidgeot trained his speed. They taught him how to see and move at high speeds. He can now see without any problems at up to mid-Chunin speed. To his initial amusement, Gengar and numerous other ghost-type Pokemon, as well as Shiftry, Sceptile, Hippowdon, and Kecleon, trained him in stealth. In order to improve his control over the aura both inside and outside of his body, he trained among the Lucarios. In order to develop more focused control over his aura, he even meditated his way into his mindscape and trained there. However, because he was too weak to be in the presence of the powerful Biju, he trained as far away from the Kyuubi's cage as possible. Although it is still far better than it was previously, his aura sense can now detect objects up to 50 yards away when he is standing still and only 15 yards away when moving. Even when he is moving, his aura sight can now differentiate between humans and animals. Every time he used it, it was more than just a blob of aura. Along with his aura manipulation, he also trained his aura-based attacks. In addition to defeating low-rank jutsus, his aura sphere can now hold its own against mid-B rank jutsus, whereas previously it struggled to defeat low-C rank jutsus. Additionally, he has the ability to channel his aura into a sword, which he can sharpen to his will, or a staff, which he can harden to the consistency of steel. Additionally, he is now able to divide his aura into two distinct states, peaceful and aggressive. In addition to being his most destructive, his most aggressive state is also his darkest. In this state, he continuously releases a very unsettling feeling, similar to when a ninja uses killing intent (KI). This condition makes it easy for him to crush his opponents by instilling fear in them and leaving them paralyzed. His offensive attacks, particularly the aura-based ones, are strengthened and enhanced by this state of being. His tranquil state is the complete opposite, providing his targets with a sense of security and warmth through its calming and soothing sensation. His peaceful demeanor enabled him to soothe irate individuals and facilitate clear-headed thinking, while his aggressive demeanor was employed to instill fear. This state makes use of his need and desire to assist those around him. His ability to defend and heal others, as well as himself, is enhanced by this state of being. That's not to say he neglected his ninja training. The Zoroark posing as him would bring jutsus, taijutsu styles, and technique scrolls. The scrolls, which required him to walk across the water while balancing rocks and leaves on his body an advanced water walking exercise, increased his training in chakra control. He acquired and became proficient in numerous E rank to C rank jutsus. Additionally, he at last succeeded in learning fire style, intelligent hard work, his first A rank jutsu. However, his training in kenjutsu and fuinjutsu accounted for the majority of his advancement. There was an explosion that caused a slight tremor in the ground. Naruto coughed and blew the smoke from his face as he emerged from the rising smoke. Zoroark got him a brand new outfit, which he wore because he thought it would fit him. Naruto was now dressed in gray shinobi pants, dark blue sandals with blood-red straps, and a pure black muscle shirt that clearly displayed his developing abs. His new Aura Guardian gloves, which had smooth dark blue gems stitched into the back, were on his hands. The gloves were thin, fingerless, and dark brown in color. A short red scarf was also tied around his neck. Naruto thought to himself, "TCH, I still need to work the power overflow problem," as he washed his clothes. Eevee, Zorua, and Riolu were seated on the sidelines. Riolu said, smiling slightly, "You will get it soon, partner, just give it time," showing that he had faith in his friend. Eevee and Riolu nodded their heads in agreement. The other day, Eevee formally joined Naruto's team. When Eevee was practicing one of its attacks, it got caught in the backlash and suffered severe injuries. After caring for Eevee after he discovered her injured during one of his runs, Eevee grew to love Naruto even more and asked to be included in his main 6 summons, to which Naruto consented. Naruto grinned at his 3 Pokemon, appreciative of their support and faith in his skills. Before he could respond, a bright light with a high power output shone behind him. Naruto's smile grew as he realized who it was. Without looking back, Naruto said, "Hello Arceus, how might I help you today?" "Hello Naruto-kun," Arceus said cheerfully. The young man's will to grow stronger has inspired Arceus and the other Pokemon, who have enjoyed having him around. Arceus has also relished Naruto's company, but regrettably, all pleasant things must come to an end eventually. I have come to tell you that it is time to return back to Konoha. The joyful expression on Naruto's face completely vanished, to be replaced by a chilly, uncaring one. Even though he didn't want to deal with the Namakazes, Naruto felt prepared to dominate and grinned while nodding his head. Arceus said, "Your 3 partners will join you as I teleport all of you to Zoroark's current location, which is near the academy," as her eyes went green. "Good luck and show them all the strength that they forgot to nurture, teleport." Riolu and Zorua disappeared along with Naruto and Eevee in a burst of white light. The academy. In yet another flash of light, the group reappeared, all of them struggling to maintain their balance because they were still getting used to teleporting. They shook the cobwebs from their brains and observed their surroundings, which turned out to be a restroom. As they looked forward, they noticed another Naruto grinning at them all and staring straight at them. "It took you all long enough to finally arrive," the other Naruto remarked, grinning playfully. Naruto said, "Sorry for the delay, Zoroark," in response to the now disclosed Zoroark. The Naruto vanished in a flash of purple light, to be replaced by an entirely different creature. Similar to Zorua, Zoroark is a bipedal, gray-brown, fox-like Pokemon with black and crimson accents. Zoroark also had red on the inside ears and a pointed snout. Its mouth and eyes were also rimmed in red. It had a large, red, voluminous mane with black tips that resembled a ponytail because a teal bangle ran the length of it, separating the lower part of the mane from its mass. Its long, thin arms protruded from pointed shoulders that were covered in a black ruff. Its hands and feet have red claws, and its arms have spiky fur extensions at the elbows. Additionally, Zoroark's eyes had light blue irises. "It's okay, Naruto," Zoroark said. "We are at the academy, in case you were unaware. Also, your sisters have been trying to get closer to you, so don't be surprised if they approach you, especially with the change in wardrobe." Zoroark had dressed in a bright orange jumpsuit that he thought would be amusing. Zoroark was a sucker for attention. Naruto gave the dark type a head nod. He reasoned that his reaction to their unexpected concern for him would result in some changes, if only to hide the fact that a Hokage child had been neglected by his own family. Even though he didn't really care, the backlash would undoubtedly cause them some issues. "Thanks for covering for me, Zoroark," Naruto said, grinning at the Pokemon the illusion fox. The fully evolved Pokemon nodded his head and poofed off, returning to the distortion world. "I'll pay you back for it in due time, my friend." A smile appeared on Naruto's face as he turned to face his partners. Naruto pumped his right fist in the air and yelled, "Okay, you three, let's show these guys what an Aura Ninja and his partners can do." Zorua jumped on his right shoulder, and Eevee on his left. Riolu chose to wail with his friend while silently nodding. The four of them left the bathroom and headed to the first-year shinobi class. Ignoring the odd looks they received from onlookers, Pokemon weren't exactly a common species, so it wasn't surprising to them. Naruto felt a strong aura signature behind the door of his classroom, along with numerous smaller ones, as he stood in front of it. Naruto sighed wearily at having to see him so quickly after realizing who had signed it. Knowing what was wrong, Riolu smiled encouragingly at his partner. When Naruto saw the smile, he grinned once more at his friend's effort to cheer him up. Naruto inhaled deeply before opening his classroom door and entering. Everyone in the room took notice of him right away, especially the girls who were practically drooling. Hearts appeared in the girl's eyes as a result of his wild, spiky hair and the bang that framed his left eye. He was viewed by the boys as a danger to their masculinity or the affection of the female students. When Mito saw her brother, she gave him a radiant smile. Even though her beloved older brother thought otherwise, she loved him very much. She has been making unsuccessful attempts to get close to him. He would either ignore her or stay away from her completely. Despite the fact that she is an Uzumaki woman, who are notoriously stubborn when they have a goal in mind, she was determined to win her brother's love. Nami was more saddened than anything else as she gazed at Naruto with joy. She has been making unsuccessful attempts to get close to her brother, just like Mito. If they are even in the same room, he makes sure to leave as quickly as possible and displays little to no emotion. In order to speak with him, they typically had to find him, and even that was difficult. As Naruto glanced around the room, she gave him another loving but melancholy look. "Oni-chan." While addressing the children, Minato turned to face his estranged son in disbelief. He tried to make amends with his eldest, just like the rest of his family, but the outcome was the same. He would either ignore them entirely, disappear for a few points at a time, or do his best to avoid them. Minato made an attempt to train Naruto, but all he received in return was a glare of rage. He was taken aback by his transformation as well. Where has all the orange disappeared to? His best friends in the entire village, Hinata Hyuga, Satsuki Uchiha, and Sasuke Uchiha, were also observing Naruto. They were relieved that he arrived at class on time, albeit a little late, and they hoped he was okay because he hadn't spent much time with them or their family in the past week. Sasuke was relieved that his brother in all but blood was in the academy because he was afraid he hadn't signed up because he wasn't in class. The class instructor, Iruka Yumino, chose to speak up, saying, "You're late, young man, class has already started," with a slightly stern tone. Although he was aware that this was the Hokage's son, he refused to show preference and would treat him like any other shinobi of Konoha. He did not consider the boy to be the Kyuubi, but rather a young man who wished to learn how to defend the village. Maybe this won't be so bad after all. Sorry about that, sensei. I had to use the bathroom and collect my partners here. Ryolu waved to the class, Zorua laughed, and Evie nodded politely before she attempted to hide behind Naruto's head at all the stairs. Naruto grinned at his instructor when he felt no malice in his stern tone, just him doing his job and treating him normally. Though the girls had to suppress their squeals at how adorable the three Pokémon, particularly the bashful Eevee, looked, everyone stared at the strange creatures, wondering what they were. Iruka spoke up, saying, Naruto-san, what are they? They are unlike any animals I have ever seen. Naruto gave a half-truth response, choosing to keep his summoning contract a secret for the time being. I found them in the forest a few years ago, so I'm not sure how to answer that, he said. I chose to make them my ninja partners because they are all my closest friends and strong individuals, much like the Inuzuka clan has their dogs. Everyone's eyes widened as Ryolu released a tiny, yet dense pulse of aura to support Naruto's argument. The more seasoned ninja Iruka and Minato were able to see how powerful Ryolu was from that brief burst, as they had not anticipated such a small creature to release such a strange but powerful power. Aboard, Naruto said, "Can we start class now?" If they were taken aback by that brief outburst of power, these upcoming years will likely break their hearts. Iruka nodded his head and pointed to the rear, saying, "Yes, your seat will be in the back, next to Miss Hinata Hyuga." Naruto looked up, and a smile appeared on his face, the cheeks blushing slightly. He described Hinata Hyuga as a cute girl, with short, indigo-blue hair that was long enough to partially cover her pupilless eyes, a pale complexion that was not unhealthy, and a baiga jacket that was too loose on her. Her face flushed with shame when she saw Naruto, but she then turned back to her desk. As he walked to his seat, Naruto laughed at his friend's timidity and turned to the bashful Hyuga, smiling warmly and saying, "Hey Hinata, it's good to see again. The short stack with the mask is Ryolu, the black ball of fluff on my shoulder is Zorua, and the cute ball of sunshine is Eevee," he said, gesturing to his partners as he introduced them to his friend. "I'm happy that we could get to be seat neighbors." Eevee leapt into the young Hyuga's lap, Zorua nodded toward her with a smirk, not at all offended by his remarks, and Ryolu waved to Hinata while glaring at Naruto for how he introduced him. With a startled, "Eep," Hinata looked into the young Pokemon's large eyes and instinctively started petting it, thinking, its fur is so soft. Naruto grinned and remarked, "It would seem that she likes you, Hinata." Eevee is a very shy Pokemon who is typically not so affectionate with strangers, she only acts that way with people she perceives as good. Eevee is an excellent character judge. Iruka calmed the class by saying, okay, quiet down." The teacher started to perspire at the fact that the students were actually paying attention to him, thinking, this isn't going to happen very often, is it? After addressing the class, Minato said, "Good luck everyone and I look forward to seeing your futures," before turning to face his son. "It won't be easy, but with enough hard work and determination, you could become one of the greats." He was pleased to see so many ninja hopefuls and proud of them for taking the first steps in protecting the great tree as it grows. As he concluded his speech, he gave the class a once-over before vanishing in a yellow flash. The class was amazed by the technique, with the exception of Naruto, who didn't care, the three Pokemon who weren't impressed, and Naruto's sister who was too preoccupied staring at Naruto. The class then started, and Naruto quickly became bored because he already knew all this nonsense. A brief introduction to chakra theory, which he had begun studying at the age of 4, what it meant to be a ninja, and a lesson on how to unlock your chakra which, in his opinion, took an eternity because many of the students in the class had not yet learned how to do so. Something intriguing finally happened as the class was about to end. Another Chunin materialized in a swirl of leaves and whispered into Iruka's ear, causing said Chunin to nod his head as he spoke to the class once more. He said, "Okay everyone, we will be introducing a special addition to our curriculum. You will all spar against each other at the new training ground set up for the academy students, and everyone's relatives will attend and watch. This spar will occur every 4 months and serve as a test. This spar, in contrast to our regular spars, will have no restrictions other than not killing or maiming. It will serve as a means of assessing your progress and demonstrating your acquired knowledge. I'll lead you all to the training grounds if you follow me." It was evident that some of the students were nervous, excited, or simply indifferent as they shuffled out of their seats and followed their instructor. Upon arriving, the students were met by their eager relatives. Naruto kept a close eye on Hinata as her father, Hiashi Hyuga, the leader of the Hyuga clan, greeted her. His eyes narrowed as he noticed that Hiashi did not even smile at Hinata, and the hurt expression on her face infuriated Naruto. That is not how a father should behave with his Children clan image. As the contract holder, Naruto can actually give other people their Pokemon partners, but he has to be careful who gets one because that could cause them a lot of trouble. Riolu, Eevee, and Zorua sensed Naruto's disdain and tried to calm him down by tapping his legs or cheeks. He relaxed at his friend's touch and vowed to help his friend as best he could, saying, "Maybe I can get her a Pokemon partner." Sensing that he was being watched, Naruto turned to his left and saw his mother and his two sisters staring at him. Since he didn't want to deal with them at the moment, he went the other way and took a seat beneath a tree for shade. Kushina's heart ached as her own son disregarded her as if she didn't deserve his attention. She knew she had made a mistake and shouldn't have forgotten about her son in such a way. He was her son, and she had always looked forward to raising him alongside Minato, but because everything was happening so quickly, she simply forgot about him. She didn't have a valid excuse or reason to forget, but she did. She truly loved her son and wanted to show him how much, but Naruto wouldn't have any of that. Iruka grabbed everyone's attention by saying that everyone's names would be drawn at random, forcing them to adjust in battle since no one would know who they would be facing. "All right, when I call your names, I want you to move to the middle of the field, make the sign of peace, and wait for my signal to start." Taka Sahoshi. As Naruto crossed his legs and started to meditate, he tuned out his instructor and felt out everyone's aura, trying to determine their strengths. He found that the clan heir's aura was more dense than usual, not so dense that they could use it, but dense enough to indicate that it was abnormal, most likely because their clan's special chakra, which enables them to use their Kake Genkai, mixed in slightly with their aura. As he considered this, he noticed that the aura surrounding Hinata, Sasuke, and Nami seemed different, as if they had different auras. He also thought it was odd that the children with dojutsus Hinata, Satsuki, and Sasuke had an even denser aura than the others, though it was most noticeable around their eyes. Naruto. He looked at the offender, rubbing the sore spot on his throbbing head, and narrowed his eyes at a laughing Riolu after the sudden, unexpected shout made him flail his arms in shock, fall backwards, and slam the back of his head onto the tree. What was that for Riolu? Eevee and Zorua nodded their heads to confirm that Riolu had attempted to speak with him. "I thought you fell asleep," Riolu said between giggles. After he calmed down, he turned to face his partner. "Besides, I called you about 6 times, but you wouldn't respond." Everyone watched their argument, perplexed by how Naruto was communicating with the strange creature. The blue one kept repeating its name, Riolu. "You guys should really stop arguing now, you are attracting unneeded attention," Zorua said, slapping Naruto and the emanation Pokemon after growing tired of the arguments and observing the looks. "Additionally, you two are interfering with the young Hyuga girls' match." The two looked up to realize that they were in fact interfering with both the match and the class. Naruto said, "Sorry, don't mind us," scratching the back of his head in shame. "I swear we won't do it again, so please go on." After shaking his head at their actions, Iruka put it out of his mind for the time being. "Let's start the Hinata Hyuga vs. Kira Inuzuka match." Kira Inuzuka, the youngest of the 3 siblings, wore a dark blue shirt with an open green jacket over it, tan shorts that reached her knees, and dark green sandals on her feet. Her eyes were the same slit pupil, brown as her older brother by a year, and she had the same black spiky hair as her mother, with a long bang covering her left eye. Her Inuzuka mark was made up of 3 interlocking triangles. For a few years, Kira and Hinata were close friends and, in Kira's view, rivals. "This Hinata, let's do it." Before assuming her clan's taijutsu stance, Kira shouted, "I'll prevail this time." Despite her shyness, Hinata was a pretty good fighter when she did try, and Kira was the only opponent she could face without fear of doing too much harm to tame a problem she acquired after witnessing the devastating power of the gentle fist. Kira launched herself at low genin speed towards Hinata, who quickly narrowed her eyes on her opponent, easily being able to see her still. Hinata followed suit and entered her clan's feared gentle fist taijutsu stance. She will do her best to win this match, especially with her father and Naruto watching, 2 people she really wants to impress. As the battle went on, with the 2 fighters battling back and forth, Naruto actually whistled lowly because he was impressed thus far. Kira was a very fast fighter, too fast for the typical academy student, and although Hinata was not as fast as Kira, She was very agile and quick on her reaction time. The way she moved and bent around Kira's attack that she was unable to block was like she was dancing a very intricate dance. Her strikes were much more precise than Kira's, which is unusual for Hyuga. Kira tripped a little before she regained her balance and launched a kick that Hinata blocked, using the slight delay to push with her arms and jump away from her Hyuga opponent, gaining distance quickly. Hinata dodged another swipe from Kira, then dropped low and kicked out with her leg. After staring at each other for a few seconds, the fighters rushed at each other again. Feeling bouncing on his lap, Naruto grinned as he watched Eevee support Hinata. It would seem Eevee has taken a real shine to Hinata, he said, turning to face Zorua, who was unusually focused on the match. Returning his attention to the match, he saw that Hinata had just kicked Kira away with a mule kick after said Inuzuka had tripped her. The two fighters, both on their last legs and aware that this would be their final blow of the first to be hit as the Losera stared into each other's eyes, panting heavily as Kira regained her bearings. They let out a loud cry, charged at one another, and thrust their arms forward. Slam! The two fighters stood in front of each other, their arms extended outward, and the sound of a fist striking flesh reverberated throughout the training field. One of the two slumped forward slowly as she fell. Everyone cheered at the unexpectedly intense fight, and Hiyashi couldn't help but smile a little when he saw his supposedly weak daughter win her first academy match after Kira Inuzuka passed out and fell backwards, indicating Hinata as the winner. But after that, most of the other matches were fairly simple and one-sided until Nami and Satsuki faced off. It was the most intense fight yet, and neither girl was willing to lose in front of Naruto, who they wanted to see their skills the most. Unfortunately, after fighting for about 15 minutes and both of them sweating profusely, Satsuki passed out from exhaustion. Although Satsuki easily matched Nami in terms of pure skill and technique, she lost because Nami had much more stamina than she did. Benefits of being both a Jinchuriki and an Uzumaki, who are renowned for their endurance, among other qualities. Sakura Haruno, a girl with pink hair, was Mito's next opponent. Since Sakura had been training since she was 3 years old and came from a civilian family, it wasn't shocking that Mito dominated the match and won quickly. When Mito prevailed, she turned to her brother to see if he would approve. Her hard work was unexpectedly rewarded when Naruto acknowledged her with a small nod, which made her smile broadly. Naruto rolled his eyes at her enthusiasm and returned his focus to his partners just in time to hear Iruka yell. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Sasuke Uchiha is the next match. The three Namikaze girls, Hinata, and Satsuki Uchiha, who was sleeping next to her mother, were all interested in seeing how well Naruto would perform against Uchiha after hearing this announcement, but the Namikazes were concerned because, as far as they knew, Naruto had not received any training. The neglected Uzumaki instructed his partners to watch the match as he entered the stage. Feeling the powerful aura surrounding Sasuke, Naruto was getting excited about the match as he smirked at his friend, who gave him a challenging grin in return. Sasuke and Naruto were staring at each other as they made the sign of peace. Start. Sasuke immediately leapt back to get some distance from Naruto, who stood there and stared at him. The Uchiha removed 3 shurikens before precisely hurling them at his red and blonde opponent. Sasuke then hurried at Naruto with a kunai. The fighter concentrated on the approaching shurikens before dodging the first one that came his way. As the other two passed by, he reached out and inserted his fingers into the holes of the weapons, ensuring that they continued to spin before hurling them back at their senders so quickly that they appeared to be a blur to many. With his eyes widening at the approaching shurikens, Sasuke rolled out of the way and gave his opponent a slight glare before continuing his rush at Naruto, his kunai ready to start slashing at his flesh. Naruto waited for him, flexing his fingers in preparation for a counterattack. Sasuke hesitated, allowing Naruto to grab the kunai from the air and thrust the sharp weapon at him. Naruto reached out, ducked an upward slash, then lashed out with his knee, hitting the bottom of Sasuke's kunai and knocking it out of his grasp. He's actually really good, Naruto thought, so let's take this up a notch then. Sasuke's reflexes allowed him to pull out another kunai and block Naruto's attack, trapping the two fighters in a power struggle as they glared and grunted at one another. Naruto abruptly shifted to the side, causing Sasuke to stagger forward. Then, using his palm to channel some aura, Naruto slammed it into his chest, sending the Uchiha flying backward. Naruto hurried over to Uchiha, prepared to finish the match as quickly as possible. This will definitely tire me out since I haven't fully mastered it, but at least I will still win this. Sasuke thought to himself as he made the last hand sign and started shaping the chakra in his mouth. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. He made a powerful leap forward and unleashed a ball of fire that was roughly Naruto's size and not too large given Naruto's short stature. Knowing that her son lacked a technique to defend himself from the ball of fire, due to his lack of training, Kushina was about to jump in to stop the attack from reaching him. The Namikaze girls were the only spectators who were as stunned by the use of the fire jutsu. This jutsu is a rite of passage for the clan, so Naruto was a little taken aback by the rushing fireball, but he should have expected this from a Uchiha. Naruto stopped running and raised his aura again, placing both of his hands forward and palms up. His aura glowed slightly as it started to form water. A water gun. As the water gun gradually pushed the Uchiha's jutsu back before obliterating it and charging towards Sasuke, a tiny cloud of steam swiftly formed. The water that formed shot out like a jet and completely blocked the ball of fire. Sasuke's eyes widened at the rushing water, not expecting Naruto to know a water jutsu, especially one that beat out his fire one. He was so taken aback that he failed to react in time as the water jet pushed him into a nearby tree, slamming into it with such force that the tree shook violently. One of the most basic water attacks should not have taken that much aura from me. I still need to work on the water attacks if it does that, Naruto thought, breathing a sigh of relief as he realized how much aura the attack had taken from him. He was so focused on Sasuke that he missed the call from Iruka Yumino. The match's victor, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Eevee rushed up to Naruto and joyfully leapt into his arms as soon as he was declared the winner. Eevee purred joyfully as Naruto laughed at his youngest partner and started to pet her head. Ryolu and Zorua, who were cheering for Naruto's victory, were seated next to Naruto. "Good job, Naruto," Ryolu said to his friend. "You were brilliant and took control of that fight with ease. I'm happy at your victory." Zorua added, "That was more than winning, it was a total ass-kicking. He couldn't even touch you, never mind challenge you. He thought he had you with that fireball, but then you come around and bam. You let him have it." Despite the crudeness of Zorua's excited words, Naruto laughed. He also expressed gratitude to Ryolu for his kind remarks. "I just hope that I won't regret that attack because I kind of just did it on impulse." He had no idea that his actions would take him on a wild ride. Iruka made the decision to call it a day in class since the injured were being attended to and he had nothing more to offer them. The children went to their parents after he announced that he would return tomorrow. The heirs of the clan assembled and headed toward their parents. Naruto was the only one not with them, and he was looking at a limping Sasuke while feeling a little bad about hurting his friend. When the young Uchiha attacked, he sensed no malice on his part, just a desire to win the matcha, something he could certainly relate to. He called out, "Hey Sasuke, wait up." And the young Uchiha, the other clan kids, and their parents all turned to watch. Kushina and her daughters listened closely, curious about his intentions. "I'm sorry for the attack. I didn't mean to put so much power behind that attack. I hope you okay." Sasuke grinned a little at his friend's worry, pleased though he wouldn't admit it voluntarily. "Yeah, I'm fine," he answered. "My ego is a bit bruised, but I'll be fine otherwise. Don't think I will take this defeat lightly though, I'll be stronger next time and I will win." Naruto grinned at his friend's tenacity and nodded. When Naruto noticed that his friend was standing strangely due to the pain, he directed his aura into the palm of his hand, which caused a golden glow to appear. With his hand extended toward Sasuke, he muttered, "Recover." Sasuke felt the pain swiftly go away as any remaining bruises on his body closed up and vanished, giving his body a slight glow. He was shocked to discover that he had fully recovered and stood up straight. Everyone's eyes grew wide at what Naruto had done. He demonstrated that he knew how to use Iryo Jutsu and was proficient in Taijutsu and Ninjutsu since he used not only elemental jutsus without hand signs. How talented is this child? Was what the clan heads were thinking as a group. Naruto cancelled his technique and was panting a little before regaining his bearing, ignoring the shocked looks he was getting from everyone. The only drawback of the recover technique is that it requires a lot of stamina, which can cause him to become short of breath for a brief period of time. However, Naruto's Uzumaki ancestry ensures that issue is promptly resolved. "We will see, Sasuke. I'll be looking forward to it," Naruto said with a sly smile. As Naruto made his way back to his Poke copyright mon, Sasuke grinned. "Naruto, you never change," he thought to himself. "Even so, you're much stronger than I anticipated. Which water jutsu did you use?" Satsuki couldn't help but smile broadly when she witnessed Naruto and her brother's interaction. Naruto is still a sweetheart, despite everything that happened. Satsuki and Hinata had been concerned about Naruto's recent lack of visitation and communication. He didn't actively approach them as he once did, but it's not like he ignored them. If she claimed it didn't hurt her heart, she would be lying. As Naruto ran out of the field with those weird creatures, Kushina opened her mouth to call out to her son and speak to her infant son, but she was ignored. It broke her heart to be neglected by her own child for reasons she knew were her fault. Her daughters gave her a sorrowful smile while holding her hands. "Don't worry, Mom," Nami said, massaging Kushina's knuckle with her thumb. Mito concluded, "We will get Oni-chan back into the family," in an effort to console her beloved mother. Back in the village with Naruto. Since he hadn't been here for a week, a long time for someone who had lived here his entire life, and Naruto decided to take a leisurely stroll while strolling through the streets. He observed the various looks the villagers gave him while he was walking. A few people treated Naruto with genuine respect, while others viewed him with the customary amount of hatred or disgust. Others gave him an odd look because of his new clothes and the polka copyright mon by his side. However, Naruto chose to ignore them all and proceed to a random training area instead. Despite all the training he had received, Naruto felt that the academy was far from sufficient. Enjoying the softness of his hair, Eevee was perched atop his head. Riolu anticipated a hard, good spar. All Zorua wanted was to sleep under a shade tree once more. Naruto was taking in the sensation of nature as they arrived at the training ground. Eevee's nose wrinkled and her ears twitched as Naruto stood there. Her eyes widened after she snapped her head at a nearby tree. She shouted, "Everyone move now!" As she bolted from the tree burst into sawdust and wood chips, and the other three leapt away when they heard her scream. "Oh my God!" a girl exclaimed. "Are you okay?" A young girl with short black hair up in twin buns was the voice of the voice. Her eyes were dark brown and worried about them. She was wearing a pink Chinese blouse with yellow buttons on the front and red sleeve trimmings. She also wore dark green tights that were form-fitting and tight. On her thigh rested a pouch. Additionally, Naruto's gaze briefly lingered on her ample curves before swiftly averting it. There were two other boys behind her. The first, who was a little shorter than the other, had semi-long hair that curved upward on the front and spiked. He was dressed in dark pants, a black martial arts belt, and a white, short-sleeved kimono shirt. Additionally, he appeared to have white bandages wrapped around his hands and arms and orange leg warmers on both legs. Naruto actually recognized the other guy a little. He had on a khaki shirt and a dull blue shirt that was hardly noticeable. He wore blue shinobi sandals and dark brown shorts. He had white bandages around his right arm and right leg, just like the other child. He wore his long black hair in a loose ponytail. His forehead was also covered with a white bandage. He was clearly a member of the Hyuga clan because of his pale, pupilless eyes. Naruto scratched the back of his head and grinned at the girl. The three polka copyright mon, with the exception of Eevee, who leapt onto his left shoulder, joined him as he said, "Yeah, I'm fine, Eevee warned us just in time so we are unharmed." Tenten had to resist the impulse to squeal at the cute little brown polka copyright mon. "Kawaii." In her head, she yelled. She said, "I'm glad, I was training with my friends over here. Oh, by the way, my name is Tenten," and nodded to the two boys standing behind her. "And these two are Rock Lee and Neji Hyuga. I've met him before since I know his cousin Hinata." "It's nice to meet you and Lee, Tenten," said Naruto. "My name's Naruto and these are my partners. The one in the mask is Riolu, the chuckling one is Zorua, and the fluff ball on my shoulder is Eevee." Lee materialized in front of Naruto, shaking his hand quickly before Tenten could reply. "Yosh, it's nice to meet you, Naruto-kun. What kind of training have you done youthfully?" While Naruto laughed at the slightly older child's excitement, Neji and Tenten moaned in shame. He laughed and failed to notice the sparkle in Lee's eyes as he said, "Well, after being done with the academy a few minutes ago, I decided I needed to train since we didn't do much. Hard work at training is what I was looking forward to, you know, before almost blowing up from a stray weapon." Lee exclaimed, "Yosh, you shine brightly with the mighty flame of youth. With pride, will you do me the honor of joining me in a spar?" With a shrug, Naruto said, "Sure, why not? Sounds like it could be fun and I could use the help. Plus, it will be interesting to see where I stack against someone more experienced, but still near my level." Naruto grinned and used a little of his power. Are you ready, Lee-san? Lee's teammate sighed and nodded her head in agreement as he said, Yosh, let our flame of youth clash in a most glorious match. Tenten-chan, can you referee the match please? Neji watched Lee and shook his head. This match won't even be very close. Like Lady Hinata, Naruto is still an academy student, but Lee is a more seasoned learner who has received training from Gai-sensei. Seeing that Naruto could never match Lee, Neji sighed and thought, this is just a simple waste of time. He doesn't harbor any animosity toward Naruto, particularly in light of the fact that he unintentionally saved his father and Hinata, but he was unable to resist the truth. Tenten and Neji chose to watch the spar from beneath a tree, but they weren't particularly engaged because they knew who would prevail. Evie stood between the two genin with excitement in her eyes, Zorua chose to nap in the tree's shade, and Riolu sat on a tree branch above Tenten. Tenten lifted her arms and waved them in a slashing motion, glancing between the two fighters. Begin. Here I come Naruto-kun, Lee muttered, startling the blonde guardian as he charged at Naruto in a blur. Holy Arceus, what a speed. As he narrowly avoided a blow to his head, Naruto mentally yelled. He blurred away from Lee and whispered, quick attack, keeping his gaze fixed on the green-clad genin. When Naruto suddenly displayed speed, Lee's eyes glistened with excitement at the prospect of a high-speed battle. Woohoo, he exclaimed as he disappeared with lightning speed. Naruto chose to track Lee using his aura sense after realizing that he could hardly follow him with his eyes. Naruto moved out of Lee's punch by dodging to the left. As Naruto kept dodging and blocking Lee's punches and kicks, he was being pushed back. Lee kicked Naruto, but he was unprepared for his other foot to swing upward. Lee leapt after the blonde after the blow struck his chin and sent him flying. A glowing kick to Naruto's chest sent him flying back just as Lee was about to kick him higher into the air. Naruto watched Lee recover and follow suit, landing safely on the ground. Because Lee added a significant amount of aura to that hit, Naruto was taken aback by how durable he was. Furthermore, his attacks are powerful and vicious. Every hit, even the ones I blocked, hurts me. I need to be more serious about this battle. Lee exclaimed, Yosh Naruto-kun. With excitement, your flames of youth are very tense right now, so I will have to shine brighter. Lee quickly disappeared. Naruto's vision sharpened as he swiftly used his aura sight. Naruto was able to avoid a devastating blow to his face because of this action. Naruto grabbed Lee's wrist, dragged him forward again, and then threw the bowl-cut child over his shoulder after kneeing him in the stomach. Before he could get his bearings and stand again, Lee skidded on the ground. Although he was genuinely enjoying the brief spar, Lee was taken aback by Naruto's ability to see him. As Lee got ready to take this match more seriously, fire flared in his eyes. Riolu kept a close eye on the match, barely keeping up with Lee's pace. The young genin-to-be was incredibly fast and clearly skilled. Lee is still keeping up with Naruto's quick attack, which he used to avoid him. If Naruto wants to win this battle, he may soon need to use one of his trump cards. Meanwhile, Riolu was perplexed by something. He turned to face Tenten and asked, Hey Tenten-san, how come Lee has yet to do a single ninjutsu or even genjutsu? All he's done is taijutsu, how come? Using telepathy. That's because Lee can only use taijutsu, Tenten said, startling Riolu. His chakra coils are so damaged that even low-level jutsu is impossible for him. He can still use chakra, but that's about it. Using it for ninjutsu and genjutsu is impossible for him. With renewed respect and anticipation, Riolu turned to face Lee, who had just kicked Naruto into the ground. It's amazing that someone with this level of skill is incapable of using jutsu. It's similar to battling the Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, and Hitmontop's current heads. Those three would be thrilled to compete against him. Likewise, I would. Naruto just delivered an open palm strike to Lee's chest after deflecting a punch. The boy in green ducked beneath the blow, knocking Naruto's legs out from under him. He raised Naruto off the ground by twisting his body, then slammed him back into it. Naruto attempted to spin kick Lee's left side of his head, but Lee had to block the kick before Lee could slam his leg into Naruto's chest. The kick had enough force to cause Lee to skid away, giving Naruto time to gather his thoughts. As he examined the demolished field, he thought, Lee is way too good at taijutsu. Aside from the obvious weights beneath his leg warmers, I can also tell he's holding back. He's still difficult to keep up with, but I'm holding back too since I haven't used my attacks just elements. Naruto's eyes glowed with fire, and a broad smile spread across his face. Lee Let's take this a step further. Naruto took off as a blur to everyone but Neji, Lee, and Ryolu, allowing his aura to flow to his legs and become denser. Even though Lee could still see him because he was accustomed to moving and fighting quickly, the sudden acceleration again took him by surprise when an aura-enhanced fist struck him in the face. The blow knocked Lee back. A chilly air seemed to emanate from Naruto's aura, which he collected in his fist. Hopefully, I can do this correctly this time. He followed Lee as he got his bearings. Lee missed the smirk that appeared on Naruto's face as he effortlessly blocked the glowing fist. The team was taken aback by the punch's effect rather than its actual force. When the young fighter looked down, his eyes widened and he felt his arm become colder. They were wrapping ice around his arm. Fearing that Naruto might turn him into ice, Lee leapt away from him. Although he scowled when his light blue glow faded, Naruto grinned at his achievement. Naruto explained what had happened while glancing at Lee. You see Lee, the move I used on you was called Ice Punch. I guess you could say it's a mix between both taijutsu and ninjutsu. I encase my fist in a cooling energy that flows from outside my chakra coils. Once I make contact with my target, the energy flows into my opponent and will freeze them by affecting the energy outside the coil, similar to my own. It's a difficult technique to use. Lee was taken aback by Naruto's explanation of the attack's potency. In summary, he could simply touch his opponents with his fist to freeze them. Naruto thought, what I didn't tell him was that I haven't even nearly mastered the attack. Hell, this is only the second time that I was able to pull it off. It was pure luck that it worked so well. In a tone that was both solemn and kind, Lee remarked, Naruto-kun, you are truly a splendid fighter and your flames of youth only keep getting brighter. They are truly inspiring. Lee grinned determinedly at Naruto as he assumed another fighting stance. I will now take this fight more seriously as you have proven to be a skilled fighter. If Naruto was telling the truth, he was sweating with anxiety. If he couldn't hit his target, his impressive skill set was worthless. Right now, the only way he could speed up was by enhancing his aura, which was barely keeping up with his current speed. Additionally, he hasn't mastered his more potent attacks yet. Ice Punch alone was pushing it. Naruto thought to himself, I'll have to stack up boost attacks. I'll only use that as a last resort if absolutely necessary. Naruto focused his aura in preparation for his next move. Lee disappeared again, but this time, only Ryolu and Neji were able to find him. A crouching Lee sent Naruto hurtling backwards before he could respond. Everyone except Tenten and Neji gasped in surprise at this speed. Amazing. Ryolu was taken aback and now totally concentrated on the spar. I can still follow him, but now I have to use my aura to do so. I never thought anyone would move so quickly. Ryolu was an expert tracker, and almost nothing has escaped his senses, whether they be his aura or his instincts in general. Someone's ability is demonstrated when they encourage him to track them using his aura. Now, even Naruto's most slothful companion, Zorua, was awake and observing the conflict. That person, Rock Lee, is incredibly talented. His teammates must be talented as well. This could finally result in some exciting days. He looked at Ryolu, whose aura was a little off-kilter. As the fight goes on, I wonder how long Ryolu will be able to control himself. The ground trembling jolted him out of his reverie and he looked back at the two fighters. If Ryolu causes another repeat, I might have to make them stop soon. Naruto barely avoided one of Lee's punches, leaving him standing in a tiny dent in the ground. Naruto thought, no more playing. Naruto charged forward, gathering aura into his mouth and immediately feeling a burning heat from it. If I don't get serious I may end seriously hurt here, add to the fact I will definitely lose too. He yelled, Ember, and hurled tiny, swift balls of fire at Lee. Lee, taken aback by the assault, started to avoid the flames. Lee, an invisible blur to his opponent, ran towards Naruto as the final fireball passed him. Unwilling to take a chance, Naruto aimed it at the ground and gathered aura into his mouth again. He yelled, Smokescreen, while spewing a thick cloud of black smoke. It quickly spread out after hitting the ground, obstructing Naruto's view entirely. Lee backflipped away from the smoke after stopping short of it. He failed to notice the grass tie itself together and glow a little when he landed. A tiny crater formed as he fell backwards and slammed into the ground after his back heel struck the knot. Tenten's eyes widened, perplexed by Lee's apparent tripping and falling. Even though Lee occasionally makes dumb mistakes, he would never do that, especially during a fight. Additionally, she didn't understand how he could have caused a crater, even a tiny one, from such a straightforward fall because he wasn't heavy or anything. There's something wrong here. Neji's eyes narrowed as Lee fell. Although his father claims that Lee is an extraordinary fighter, he may occasionally view Lee as a loser, but he knew Lee well enough to know that he wouldn't make such a mistake. Not with all the training Guy has implanted in his brain. Lee was sure that something had knocked him down. There was no circumstantial evidence. Knowing what had happened to Lee, Ryolu grinned. Grass Knot is a very flexible grass-type attack that deals more damage to an opponent who is heavier. Because these particular humans have chakra in their coil system, the rules slightly alter when dealing with them. Damage increases with the target's chakra level. He also has a respectable amount of chakra based on the damage in the crater. He obviously doesn't weigh much, so the chakra caused more damage than his weight. Neji instinctively activated his Byakugan after sensing danger emanating from the smoke cloud. Neji called out to his sparring teammate after noticing a surge in energy. Lee, don't let your guard down. The same fireballs from earlier appeared and rushed at Lee as he glanced toward the smoke in alarm. Lee felt he was unable to move his legs just as he was about to jump out of the way. He noticed that another Naruto was holding his ankles tightly when he looked down. He raised his arms in an attempt to defend himself from the assault, and his eyes grew wide. When the fireballs struck Lee's arms, they exploded, destroying the ice that was left there and sending Lee sailing backwards. Lee's back slid into a nearby tree after skidding against the ground. A drop of perspiration trickled down Naruto's face as he emerged from the fading smoke. Since he has not yet mastered the transition, it can be exhausting to switch abruptly between using his aura and his chakra. He can use both of them for easy tasks without getting tired, but using them for attacks and jutsu is quite different. It was quite exhausting to use Grass Knot, which he still hasn't mastered, quickly switch to using chakra to create a shadow clone, and then switch back to his aura to launch another ember attack. He was astounded by the switches alone. At least, Naruto thought as his breathing gradually returned. Naruto turned to face his fallen opponent and said, "He isn't going to get back up," but his eyes widened in surprise. Even though he was weak-kneed, Rock Lee was back on his feet and appeared prepared to continue their fight. Lee has an amazing pain threshold. Right now, his entire body must be screaming at him. Naruto's own legs felt heavy, so he thought to himself, "I have to go and use it if I hope to win." Naruto focused and started to regain his body's energy, which led to a new sensation emerging. The red-tipped blonde's behavior startled Ryolu, Zorua, and Eevee. Given that Naruto still needs to improve his control in that state, they were not prepared for him to be compelled to use that power so quickly. Okay, that is enough sparring for the day. Naruto, like everyone else, was distracted by the loud shout and turned to face the source. To the surprise of both him and his Poca copyright mon, the yell came from a man who resembled an older, slightly different Lee. He was dressed in the same green jumpsuit and leg warmers. The only significant distinction was that Lee didn't have a bowl cut like the older Lee did. Additionally, the older Lee was identified as a Jonin by his green flak jacket. With a broad smile on his face, the Jonin leapt from the tree he was in and landed between the two combatants. "I apologize for being so unyouthful as to end this most youth-inspiring match, but we have a mission today." Tenten went to see how Lee was doing. Neji crossed his arms and nodded, and Lee let out a loud cheer. Naruto smiled wryly at the boisterous genin and then looked at the Jonin, who looked back at him. When the older man said, "I must admit, young man, you were very impressive. Your flames of youth were shining brightly. It was difficult to gaze into." "May I get your name?" "Sure thing," Naruto said with a shrug. "My name is Naruto, and who are you?" The now-named guy exclaimed, "My name is Maida Guy, the beautiful green beast of Konoha." With a big, toothy smile that gleamed in the sunlight, Naruto laughed at Guy's odd behavior, obviously finding it funny how similar he and Lee are. Not much can bother him when he's around Poca copyright mon and their peculiar antics, particularly the prank-happy ghost types. Naruto remarked, "Well, I'll let you guys get back to your mission," as his fatigue subsided. Naruto turned and grinned broadly at the three older children. Naruto was being honest when he said, "It was nice meeting you guys. Lee, I hope we meet again soon and finish our match. It was really fun." Given how much he has learned, he didn't think someone his age, if not slightly older, could give him such a fulfilling spar. Naruto would categorize himself as low chunin, or at most, mid chunin. With a broad smile that flickered in the light, Lee gave Naruto the thumbs up. Neji and Tenten perspired at Lee, while Guy smiled proudly and shed tears. "Yosh, I hope we could let our flames of youth clash in a most exciting battle once more, Naruto-kun. I will see you soon, my new youthful friend. They said. Lee, you are such an inspiration of youth. I'm so proud of you. Lee turned to face his sensei, tears streaming down his cheeks. Thank you, Guy Sensei. I will continue to make you proud, and should I fail, I shall run around Konoha 100 times using only my hands. Naruto growled. Yeah, I'm going to now, before bolting away despite his gut telling him to stay put to avoid getting hurt. Let's assume that the Poke Copyright Mon has come to trust that nagging instinct both in and out of combat. He was swiftly followed by his Poke Copyright Mon. Nobody noticed that Neji was keeping a close eye on him. What was that weird power he was utilizing? I'm positive that he wasn't using chakra the majority of the time. He only used chakra to create that clone of himself. He was then starting to use a new kind of energy that was neither like nor the same as them before Guy Sensei stopped them. Naruto, just who are you? With a contented smile on his face, Naruto hurried back into the village. That match with Lee was so fulfilling that he couldn't resist. He overheard Tenten inform Riolu that Lee was limited to using taijutsu, which typically renders a ninja career obsolete. However, that individual was the complete opposite of the norm. Without my aura, I couldn't even keep up, and even then, quick attack was necessary. Even though I didn't use my full offensive attack until the very end, he was still holding back. Despite his occasional childishness, Naruto was not a fool. He was aware that he would have lost if he had continued to fight Lee hand to hand. He didn't like to acknowledge it, but he had to accept the reality. Without a doubt, Lee was stronger and faster than he was. To address that problem, he needed to increase his taijutsu training as soon as possible. So, Zorua said as he approached Naruto with a sly smile. How does your ass feel after it got beaten so badly by Lee? The dark type asked, laughing as Naruto glared at the gray fox, utterly disregarding the glances the villagers gave them at Zorua's loud outburst of laughter. Naruto said, forgetting the walking plush toy's last comment, turning away. I honestly wasn't expecting a genin to be so skilled. I actually might have a great sparring partner. This will only serve to help make me stronger, Naruto exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Eevee rode on Naruto's head and said, how are you feeling though, Naruto? You were about to use that power, but it's a risk for you right now since you have yet to master it. The last time you tried to use it, it tore you apart on the inside. Her tone conveyed worry. Naruto calmly said, I'm fine, Eevee, while turning to face the lowering sun. He clenched his fist resolutely, saying, the energy didn't form in time for me to be affected. I will master it someday. I just need to find a way. Riolu stopped walking, looking to the left. They all stopped walking and turned to face the direction the emanation Poke Copyright Mon was staring in when they heard the words, someone is here, Naruto. Naruto shouted, you can come out now, as his voice reverberated through the silent forest. After a few moments of waiting, a figure emerged from a whirlpool of leaves and wind. The tall figure was dressed in a full-body black cloak. The white weasel mask was the only thing that was visible. This identified the man as an Anbu Black Op for Konoha. The man said, Naruto Uzumaki, but his voice was muffled because of the mask. It is Guda, he said, but Naruto, who was irritated, interrupted him. Stop right there, Naruto said, gazing into the eye holes in the figure's mask. We are friends, damn it, so stop addressing me such a way, Itachi. Naruto recognized the teen's aura signature and knew who it was. After standing for a short while, the figure gradually took off the weasel mask to reveal the attractive face of the young Uchiha heir. His eyes widened slightly, indicating his surprise that Naruto knew who he was behind his mask, but his face remained emotionless. Itachi said, I'm surprised that you knew it was me, Naruto-kun, steadily. Naruto laughed at finally defeating the Uchiha, whom he considered to be an older brother. Curious, how did you know? I never told you which Anbu I was when we spoke to each other. When he was 5 years old, he met Itachi and began practicing chakra control by doing the tree walking exercise before moving on to water walking. The idea was to go from a stable chakra flow to a surface that was always changing. He found the abrupt change extremely challenging, and he kept sinking into the water or jumping too much, completely destroying the tree. Naruto sat on the ground, feeling cold, wet, angry, and exhausted, and he wanted to cry. Fortunately, Itachi, who felt sorry for the 5-year-old, found him. He offered to help, and Naruto started to get the exercise much more quickly than before. As it happens, Naruto was the kind of student who required a brief explanation in order to follow the instructions. Instead of just doing it, he was able to learn much more quickly and achieve true success. He took longer to learn and wasn't a big fan of books. With a sigh, Naruto turned back to face the stoic Uchiha. Not that I'm not happy to see you, Itachi, but why are you here? He smiled slightly at Naruto and remarked, I felt your chakra here in the forest while heading home after my patrol shift was over. His focus shifted to his surrogate younger brother and the strange creatures. Who are they, Naruto? Naruto smiled and laughed. Itachi turned to face the three Poke copyright Mon, who gave him a strange look as he bowed slightly. These are my friends and partners, Ryolu, Zorua, and Eevee. They are all very strong and very faithful friends. He expressed gratitude, thank you all for looking after Naruto, but he wasn't sure if they would comprehend. He was shocked when they gave the bow back. Ryolu maintained his composure despite the surprise from the stoic Uchiha. It's been our pleasure, he said. Naruto has been a great partner and we are proud to be by his side. Itachi turned to Naruto in search of an explanation. So Naruto, what are they exactly? No offense to you all, but creatures with your appearance are not exactly normal. Plus with how absent you have been lately, Naruto, I can only assume it involves them in some way. Given that Itachi is always quite analytical, Naruto sighed as he assumed he would receive this from him. As a result, he was confident that Itachi would be able to detect his deceit almost immediately. Naruto said, I'm sorry Itachi, with regret. Naruto paused and turned to face Ryolu, who met his gaze and nodded slowly. I didn't want to avoid you and the others, but I felt that I really needed to be alone for a while. I needed to train so I wouldn't fall behind, and you were right about one thing, I was with these three during my training. Itachi nearly missed it as his eyes darted to the right. I wish for that to remain a secret for now, Ni-san, he concluded. Itachi nodded after a brief moment of waiting for the meaning to sink in. Itachi said, of course Naruto, with ease. He turned and started to leave, saying, I won't push the matter since I trust you. Before Naruto could reply, he departed in a shunshin, saying, also stop by the compound when you get the chance, we all miss having you over. Keeping his aura sense at full alert, the blonde turned around as he left the clearing. As he spoke to Itachi, he felt an unidentified aura signature watching them, but Ryolu was the first to notice it and alert him, which is why he chose not to respond to Itachi's inquiry. Thankfully, Itachi looked in the direction of the spy and understood Naruto's message. Naruto grinned as the aura of Itachi materialized behind the alleged spy. Nothing happened for a moment until the spy's aura gradually vanished as the earth absorbed it. Another distinction between aura and chakra is that the Shinigami takes your chakra upon your death because it is linked to your life and soul. Conversely, aura will return to your surroundings and revitalize them. You take less aura from a place that is more barren or dead. Your aura almost always returns to nature, though it may even merge with the atmosphere or the ocean. The catalyst that grounds the aura in a distinctive location or object is the only exception. Since the aura cannot be absorbed in these situations, you can use it to determine who was present. As they returned to the village, Naruto and his Poke copyright Mon kept up their pace. Some were staring at them oddly, while others were glaring at them. Naruto, Zorua, and even Eevee were the main targets. The expressions varied from amazement, fear, and curiosity, though that mostly applied to the kids. Not liking how the crowd was staring at his friends, Naruto glared back at them. The Poke copyright Mon in his care won't suffer any harm, even if they give him all the glare they want. He gave off a tiny bit of his violent aura, which made the villagers perspire in terror at Naruto's presence. It was very evident that he would not back down from them, consequences be damned. If they even took one step toward him, he was prepared to shatter every bone in their body. They quickly averted their gaze or ran away from the irate young man. As he kept walking with his Poke copyright Mon by his side, he thought angrily, jerks, better stay away from my friends. If it means the Poke copyright Mon's safety, I'll freaking kill. With his rage still building, Eevee cast a worried glance at Naruto. She made the decision to try to lift her friend's spirits because she didn't like seeing him so upset. She glanced around quickly and saw a shop with flowers growing in front of it. Before she could rush back to Naruto with the three she thought were attractive, a shadow loomed over her as she ran over to it. Two hands leapt forward and seized the evolution Poke copyright Mon before Eevee could respond. Feeling uneasy, Ryolu stopped and noticed Eevee was gone. Guys, where's Eevee? He said, a little bewildered. It would not go well to lose Eevee, a Poké copyright mon of the fox species, in a village that has a strong dislike for foxes. When Zorua and Naruto realized Eevee was gone, they instantly stopped. Naruto quickly extended his senses in an effort to find Eevee's aura. Riolu swiftly spread out his aura in response to this action. They found their friend's aura in a matter of seconds, but they also felt another aura squeeze her. Riolu and Naruto hurried to the signature in rage and mild fear, mainly Naruto's, with Zorua following closely behind. As he prepared Force Palm, an aura-based technique he had learned, Naruto started channeling aura to his hand in order to seriously injure anyone who dared to harm his friend. Naruto was about to strike the evildoer out of rage when he saw what was happening. Riolu saw what made his friend pause and froze next to Naruto. Zorua was the only one who wasn't frozen because she was too preoccupied with laughing at what she saw. The evildoer was a young girl Naruto knew, and her short blonde hair was a dead giveaway. She stood in front of the three partners. Her skin was slightly pale, and her eyes were pale blue. She had a blue ribbon around her stomach and was dressed in a light red kimono. Compared to Naruto, she was a little shorter. This girl was Ino Yamanaka, a close friend of Mito, Naruto's sister, and the heir to the Yamanaka clan. She is also deeply enamored with Sasuke, his friend. Eevee was ensnared in a tight hug as the young girl skipped around, squealing with pure delight. She continued to yell about how cute Eevee was while alternating between squeezing and nuzzling the evolution Poké copyright mon. Said Poké copyright mon was fighting to break free from Ino's loving embrace and affection because she was breathing heavily and embarrassed by her shy personality. Eevee was about to attack her in her struggle to make her release her grip, but she stopped when she heard Naruto's voice. Naruto yelled, "Excuse me, Ino," and she stopped squeezing Eevee. "I understand that my friend is cute and all, but can you let her go? She's not a fan of not being able to breathe. In fact, she loves her air very much." When Ino looked down, she saw that Eevee was frantically attempting to break free of her hold. After blushing a little, she put Eevee down on the floor. As Eevee ran to Naruto and leapt onto his left shoulder, she said, "Sorry about that, she was just so cute that I lost control of myself." Eevee leaned into Naruto's touch in serene delight as he grinned and gave the evolution Poké copyright mon a gentle head rub. As a flush came over Ino's cheeks, the two had no idea how the scene in Naruto's kind smile affected her. Ino thought, "Wow, I had no idea Naruto had such a handsome smile." Because she and Mito were close friends, she had seen the oldest Uzumaki Namikaze many times before, but she had never given him much thought. She couldn't help but notice how attractive he was now that she was staring at him. His face was perfectly framed by the dark red tips, which also enhanced the beauty and mesmerizing quality of his heterochromia eyes. He appeared to be glowing as the lowering sun's fading light struck him precisely. She nearly missed Naruto's attempt to get her attention because she was so engrossed in staring at him. I'm sorry Uzumaki-kun. What were you saying?" "First of all, Naruto will be just fine Ino," Naruto answered. "I actually hate formalities. Secondly, I was just going to say bye and that you should probably get home soon since it's getting dark." She answered, "Yeah, you're right Naruto-kun," with the stunning picture of Naruto still in her mind. In an attempt to get the thought out of her mind, she turned around and started walking home. "I enjoy Sasuke-kun," she mentally chanted. Naruto nodded, perplexed that she had added the suffix kun to his name. He turned and headed back toward his house. So that she wouldn't get lost again, Eevee sat on his shoulder. Naruto reached the front of the Namikaze residence after navigating the streets of Konoha. In order to see if anyone was home and possibly avoid dealing with them, his window started to lock, so he couldn't sneak in that way. He channeled aura to his senses. Sensing that they were all in the living room, probably unwinding or spending time with their families, he scowled. Unsure of how to describe his Poké copyright mon partners to the family inside, he sighed as he looked down at them. He was aware that Iruka was undoubtedly suspicious when he made his justification for them in class earlier. He could lie to academy students because they aren't yet trained to recognize such signs. He could even get away with lying to trained genins because of his skill. In general, lying to chunin and higher was quite different. Having been taught the art of deceit, no matter how subtle, these were trained shinobi. He might be able to fool some people, but those were the ones who either undervalued him or didn't take their training seriously, not considering him a threat at all. Others, particularly the Hokage, felt that his deception was inadequate and that they could tell right away. I could choose to ignore them, Naruto reflected. Knowing that would probably not work, he shook his head. I don't want them near my stuff, and they would just follow me all the way up to my room. Evie added, we can do this Naruto, while caressing his cheek. Naruto tried to cheer Evie up by grinning at him and saying, we will help you. He thanked her and gave her a head rub. Let's do this, guys. As he had previously stated, all 4 of the Namikaze were in the living room when Naruto opened the door and went inside. Kushina had a serious expression on her face as she perused the family photo album. Sitting opposite her, Minato was perusing documents while signing them. Nami and Mito were seated across from one another at the central table. They appeared to be engaged in a game of shogi, which Nami was clearly losing. Games requiring strategy or patience didn't appeal to her. Everyone's attention was drawn to him as soon as he walked in. Kushina's eyes were wet, Minato's were serious and calculating, and his sister's were filled with both regret and wonder. Naruto simply shut the door and walked around the room in the hopes of escaping unnoticed. The source of his growing rage was something he didn't want to be near. Sadly, Minato called out to him, but it was not meant to be. Naruto said in a courteous but monotone voice, may I help you, Hokage-sama? Because Minato doesn't deserve the title, he won't refer to him as his father. Giratina was more of a father figure to Naruto than he had ever been. Minato forced herself not to wince at Naruto's tone, as if he were a stranger he didn't want to talk to, or the fact that he addressed him by his title rather than his father. Yes, we would like to talk to you about a few things. He briefly looked at the 3 Poke copyright mon before turning back to his son's heterochromatic eyes. I figured, Naruto said, letting out a mental sigh before nodding, realizing that he had no way out of this situation. He walked over to a wall and rested his back against it. Evie tried to look serious too, but she ended up looking even cuter as she just walked her way to his head. Standing beside him, Ryolu crossed his arms and gazed icily at the family in front of him. Zorua appeared to be sleeping as he simply curled up next to Naruto. Zorua did not lower his ears, indicating that he was listening to the impending conversation, so Naruto knew that was only half correct. With sincerity, Minato started, Naruto, I wanted to first congratulate you on your fight earlier today. It would be an understatement to say that he was shocked and impressed when his wife and Iruka told him about his son's match. Not only did Naruto defeat Sasuke Uchiha, a prodigy in his own right, but he did it without taking any hits. Furthermore, he used an unidentified elemental water jutsu to win. The fact that a child who isn't even a genin yet can execute such a sophisticated jutsu form is astounding. It demonstrated his son's exceptional talent and skill, which could only be compared to prodigal levels. Sadly, it also raised a lot of questions, chief among them being, who trained his son? When would he be able to use such methods? What jutsus did he use? While he waited for the Hokage to resume his interrogation, Naruto nodded. I must also say that the jutsu you have shown were very impressive. When did you learn such techniques, Naruto? In an attempt to learn more about the estranged Uzumaki, his wife and daughter paid closer attention to this question. Naruto glanced briefly at Ryolu before returning his attention to Minato. Naruto answered in a monotone, I learned my techniques through my own hard work and studies, alongside my good friends, though you could hear the warmth in his voice. Why do you even care? Kushina blurted out, Naruto, disregarding her flinch at his dubious tone. You're our son, of course we would want to know more about you and be there. She would have gone on if Naruto hadn't snarled at her. Naruto screamed at them, and yet you two never made an effort before when I actually cared. Naruto yelled in exasperation, you were both too busy to care for your only son, so your son to break free from his hope in you and got stronger. You think I'm going to just sit there and wait while everyone else gets stronger? Hell no, that's not going to happen. His aura changed to its aggressive form, releasing its form of killing intent. The Namikaze's eyes grew wide with shock, they could almost taste Naruto's rage. Although Mito's face had a slight flush that no one could see, Nami and Mito started to tremble a little in terror at the amount of power emanating from Naruto. Minato and Kushina stared at Naruto more intently as they shook from the shock. They were able to circumvent his expert taijutsu, comprehend his healing abilities, and even justify his elemental ninjutsu skills, but it was quite another to have such a strong and distinctive killing intent at such a young age. It takes training up to Chunin, high Chunin at that, to develop the skill necessary to release even a small dose of ki. It shouldn't be easy for Naruto, who isn't even a genin, to do something like that. They were already wary of him because of his other abilities, so adding this to the list made some things jump out at them. Both of Naruto's parents were staring at him critically, and Ryolu started to get concerned. Complications are about to arise. It should come as no surprise that Naruto is displaying abilities that are beyond the capabilities of a person his age. Particularly for someone who, as far as they know, had no one to train him. There is another Naruto, Minato uttered, his expression growing more solemn than that of a parent. Despite his desire to act as a father in this situation, he was the Hokage. His son's abilities indicate that something is wrong, so he had to make sure that nobody was in danger. You are an academy student, meaning that you're still a civilian, yet the skills you have shown so far show something completely different. While it's not a bad thing that you are this strong, the techniques you have shown have no documentation within Konoha, meaning they are outside skills. As the Hokage, that's very worrying and it needs to be addressed. Naruto squinted as he noticed Minato's game. Lord Hokage, he said, disregarding his father's slight wince. As long as there is no danger to the village and the user demonstrates control of the jutsu or style, techniques that are unknown to the village are protected and cannot be forced out of use by said shinobi. I understand your concern, but you must realize that I am still protected under the laws of Konoha, where my techniques cannot be taken from me. This law was created by the first Hokage to prevent ninjas from losing their original move sets. Only the fundamentals of the technique need to be understood if all the requirements are satisfied. Naruto has studied Konoha's laws specifically for situations like this one, and because of the law's protection of his rights as a shinobi, he was unable to lose any of the skills he had learned to the village's avarice. Even though he knew he was acting carelessly by showcasing his abilities in the academy, he was still taking precautions to keep the Poca copyright mon safe. At his words, Minato's eyes widened in surprise at his son's knowledge of Konoha's laws, which only made the village leader more alarmed because his son appeared to know such a detailed law, which is not something that someone of his age should typically know or care about. Looking at the Poca copyright mon with his son, Minato thought, he seems to be protecting more than just his techniques here. It has to do with these strange creatures that are usually by his side. I know that they are not normal, the power that they seem to possess show me that much. We need to talk to Giratina to teach Naruto more intacts. He's good at fighting, but not so much at being careful in his words. His father is more suspicious than at the beginning of this talk and Naruto isn't so good at political talks, Ryolu said, looking stealthily at Minato, prepared to defend himself and his friends if necessary. Naruto has to end this conversation, now, Zorua said, sitting up straighter as all laziness left his eyes. He didn't like the look Minato gave them, like they could be a threat that needed to be watched, and he could tell that everything going on would make the Poca copyright mon suspicious, regardless of what was said. Naruto, honey, Kushina said, drawing everyone's attention. We care about you, not just your parents. She tried to say, 1 minute Yoria, but she broke down in tears because it was so obvious how angry his eyes were. It wasn't hate-filled, as she had anticipated, but it was clearly pent-up anger, and the only reason it wasn't showing was because Naruto suppressed it. Naruto said icily, not caring about his crying mother at the moment, as shinobi, while your worry is noted, it's completely unprecedented and unfounded. At this point, none of you have any right to question me as either shinobi of Konoha or as parents of Naruto, he said, refusing to be forced to listen to people who had never listened to him. I haven't done anything to put Konoha or myself in danger. Actually, I'll be assisting Konoha in becoming stronger as a result of my current strength. Itachi Uchiha is another example of a shinobi who possessed strength at a very young age. When he was my age, he was even more powerful and skilled than I was, and he primarily learned that ability on his own. I believe you were the same Hokage-sama. Long before you were taken in and trained as Jiraiya-sama's apprentice, you were more skilled than was expected of an academy student. Minato and Kushina were unable to find any flaws in Naruto's words or reasoning as he spoke. Although Itachi's father, Fugaku Uchiha, taught him moves, Itachi was the one who developed his skills on his own and graduated early, which is uncommon but not unheard of. In fact, more than half of what Itachi demonstrated can be found at the Shinobi Library, which is accessible to academy students and aspiring shinobi. As parents, you once again have no rights to question me. You had many opportunities to show me that you cared and that you loved me as much as you loved my sisters. Ultimately, you two consistently let me down. Even though you probably did it unconsciously, I appreciate that you guys fed me, but you excluded me from almost everything else. Birthdays, vacations, family get-togethers, and training. Since I was 8 years old, I have never heard the phrase, "Happy birthday, Naruto." Hell, The last gift I received from you two was some sort of hand-me-down toy that you got at some sale while my sisters each got brand new toys along with a mountain of other gifts, and that was years ago. Compared to them, I'm not worth a damn thing in your eyes. So just do us all a favor and just leave me alone. That's something that you are really good at after all. Let's go Ryolu, Zorua, and Eevee. Naruto stopped as he looked at his sisters, who were sobbing uncontrollably, as he started to pass them. He sighed and spoke to them in a much softer voice, calming his aggressive aura, which he realized was still present. Wipe your tears Mito, Nami. Crying isn't becoming of kunoichis of Konoha. Your tears should only be shed when you're either extremely happy or in serious pain. Mito started to say, but Naruto quickly wiped the tears from her cheeks. Naruto stared at her tenderly, her sob trapped in her throat. His mismatched eyes glowed a little with power and kindness. His actions caused her face to blush slightly, something she was unable to control. Naruto's tender gaze made her sister's heart beat a little faster, but she wasn't any better. No buts Mito, Nami, Naruto told his sisters. It's not because his sisters did anything wrong that Naruto feels resentment toward them. He is upset that they received the better part of life. Their parents' love, the affection of the majority of the village with only a few villagers harboring animosity toward them, constant instruction from very capable teachers, and the right to inherit the Clansa right that should have been his. However, despite his attempts to persuade himself otherwise, he has no resentment toward the two of them. The way he was treated wasn't their fault. They never chose to ignore him, they never deserted him, and they never mistreated him. He still recalls leaving their birthday parties, irritated at being overlooked, and Mito and Nami bringing him a piece of cake. Naruto went to his room without saying anything more to his family. He didn't want to be around his parents anymore, so he didn't turn around. He felt angry just thinking about how they referred to themselves as his parents. He ran for his room as soon as he turned the corner, his Poké copyright mon following closely behind. He knew Ryolu or Zorua would close the door as he walked in, so he didn't bother. Exhausted, he leapt onto his tiny bed and heard his door click shut. He stared at his ceiling, not needing to look. I really messed up today, didn't I? With the exception of a perplexed Eevee, his Poké copyright mon nodded in response to his query. Not going to lie, you kind of revealed a whole more than you should have. It's fine to show that you are skilled, but you should have kept some things hidden away, Ryolu told his spouse. He supported Naruto giving it his all, but he displayed his abilities too much. Yeah, Ryolu has a point Naruto, Zorua yawned and continued. You showed skill and that's perfectly fine, but you showed so much that now you made yourself a target for suspicion and now have too much attention on you, both positive attention and negative. Naruto let out a weary sigh, realizing they were correct. Despite being a child, he behaved like one. Even so, he had the opportunity to stop the altercation with Sasuke much sooner, but he chose to play it like a game instead. He wanted to demonstrate his newly acquired cool skills. He most likely made things much more difficult for himself by doing this. The fact that there was a man out there who knew he could use attacks of the grass type was bad enough, but now he has to deal with the village questioning his abilities. It won't be long before the council starts asking him questions that he doesn't want to answer at the moment if his father is suspicious. Naruto shivered as he thought, Giratina is going to be very upset with me when he finds out about this. Since he will have many duties as an Aura Guardian that call for a professional mindset, he is aware that Giratina expects him to act professionally. Why did I behave in this manner knowing this? Giratina's punishment when he learns is not something I am looking forward to. One crucial rule that Naruto rapidly picked up while learning with the Poké copyright mon was to never annoy Giratina. He was still experiencing phantom pains all over his body as a result of his anger and punishments. Naruto let out a frustrated sigh as he felt a gentle, loving touch on his cheek. He grinned when he opened his eyes and realized Eevee was the one responsible. He tells her he feels better while giving her a gentle head pat. Zorua lay to Naruto's left while Ryolu sat on the bed's edge. Zorua said, "So what's the plan now, Naruto?" He was already aware that he and Ryolu would need to report Giratina and spend a few days training with their teachers in the reverse world. Why am I unable to simply go to sleep instead? Is that asking for too much? Zorua gazed at Naruto and let out a mental sigh. Naruto looked at the curled-up Eevee on his lap and continued to gently stroke her head. I am not too sure honestly, he said. From now on I have to be smarter with what I do, not be such a child out there. They know I have water techniques, a form of healing abilities, skilled at hand-to-hand, and if they were watching me fight fire attacks. While it's rare for someone as me to have two elements, it's still not unheard of. I just have to be more careful not to show my other abilities, at least until I'm an official genin. That includes you guys too. Why is that Naruto? Eevee asked her best friends, perplexed. She is undoubtedly strong for her age, especially considering that she was raised by different teachers and had no parents, but she doesn't know much about the outside world. She simply needs to be prepared to kill if necessary. She hasn't studied any of the shinobi world's laws or regulations. The level of empathy that Poke Copyright Mon were primarily recognized for was unacceptable. Riolu said, "Simple Eevee," in response to the evolution Poke Copyright Mon. As an official genin, Naruto is permanently protected by the laws made for the shinobi specifically. As an academy student, Naruto falls under some civilian laws still, which can be used to exploit Naruto and force him to give up many things, one such being the summoning contract due to him being too young to understand something so complex. Now with him being an official shinobi of the village, that rule becomes null and void, the only other way around that being if he was being taught by a specific teachers. He could even go to bars and drink if he wanted to, though he will be limited to how much since he would only be a genin. Eevee gasped in concern and said, "So Naruto could actually lose us if they see Naruto as unfit to handle us." Riolu saw Naruto clenching his teeth at the idea and nodded. He's going to lose his closest friends. Before he ever permits that to occur, he will be happy to go rogue and permanently abandon Konoha. His Poke Copyright Mon are his world, but he would definitely miss all of his other friends. "We can still get around it, once Naruto becomes a genin," Zorua said in an attempt to reassure Eevee. Once a genin, officially, classes him as a shinobi, which means that Naruto no longer has to answer every single question of the village, so long as it doesn't endanger Konoha. He briefly glanced at Riolu, but no one else noticed, before turning back to Eevee. That also means that Naruto answers only to the Hokage and occasionally the Shinobi Council, the civilians no longer able to touch him. Naruto yawned and said, "Listen, we can talk about all this another time." He got up and started changing into his pajamas, deciding to take a shower in the morning, saying, "I'm exhausted from everything today, plus I still need to get up early tomorrow for the academy. Are all of you going back to Reverse World tonight?" In response to his query, Eevee shook her head, moved to sit next to Naruto's pillow, and curled into a ball. Zorua nodded, sighed, and then poofed back into the Reverse World. Riolu cast a worried glance at Naruto. "Will you be okay without us, Naruto?" he asked the blonde with red hair. "There will only be Eevee and Ash because he and Zorua will be training for the next few days." "I'll be all right, Riolu," Naruto said with a smile while nodding to his aura partner. "Going to the Reverse World is one of my many escape routes in an emergency." Riolu nodded and said, "Well, call us if you need us," before poofing off as well. Naruto grinned at Riolu's location before crawling under his covers and slowly falling asleep. To the world in reverse. Riolu appeared in a cloud of smoke and surveyed his surroundings, spotting Zorua a short distance away, sitting beside a lake that glowed slowly in the moonlight. Zorua said to Riolu, "Took you long enough, I thought you were going to leave me by myself here," and the emanation Poke Copyright Mon gave him a thumbs up after grinning at him. "There's no chance. You know, I also need to get stronger." A voice behind them said, "That's good, at least you two are ready to get started," and the two turned to see who it was. The first Poke Copyright Mon was Zoroark, the last evolution of Zorua, and they both had tall bodies and smirked with amusement. The second Poke Copyright Mon was just as tall as Zoroark, but the similarities ended there. It was a bipedal, canine-like Poke Copyright Mon with mostly blue and black fur, a long snout and ears, a fang that protruded from its upper lip, cream-colored fur on its torso, blue fur on its thighs that resembled shorts, a medium-length tail of the same blue color, and 4 small black appendages on its head that hung downward. Lucario was the Aura Poke Copyright Mon, the last stage of Riolu's evolution, and the main teacher of Naruto's Riolu. "Are you guys prepared to begin this training?" Zorua sighed in frustration before lying down, and Riolu lifted his fist to his chest and bowed slightly in respect to the 2-seasoned Poke Copyright Mon when Lucario asked. He yawned and said, "I'll just go to sleep since it seems like you are giving us a choice." "Enjoy yourself, Ugu hey." He started, but Zoroark grabbed him by the nape of his neck and lifted it up. "You lazy brat, stop talking." Zoroark laughed and said, "Get off your ass and start running those stubby ass legs of yours, brat." You and Riolu are going to be worked to the bone so that you can kick serious ass, dipshit. She threw Zorua forward, who stumbled before finally landing on his feet. Get running, brats. Right now, we want to circle this lake 10 times. Your slow asses will start over while avoiding our attacks if you are not finished in an hour, so you better thank your asses that Lucario here persuaded me to shorten the time limit. Go now. The two Poké copyright mon fled in terror to avoid upsetting the laughing Zoroark. Next to Zoroark, Lucariosa said, you didn't have to be so rough with the two, Zoroark, and the dark-type Poké copyright mon shook her head. She remarked, Lucario, you are too gentle with them. We cannot be so gentle and sensitive in the world we live in today. We must be frank and prepared to take necessary action. In addition, let's not overlook the potential outcomes for your student. While we train Zorua to stop in case of emergency, we must train Riolu to take total control. Knowing the truth behind his fellow teacher's remarks, Lucario nodded. At the very least, could you curb your profanity? Zoroark shot Lucario a fictitious angry glance. Never. Damn it, she said, it's my fucking calling card. I thought you liked it anyway. Why must everyone be a damn critic? Lucario shook his head at her actions, which were now of her crying a waterfall of tears. Why can't she be the least bit normal? To the Namikaze house. Not far from Naruto's own room. We find the parents of said young man talking. Minato was attempting to comfort his wife, who was distraught at Naruto's words. His words and complete distrust in them, his own parents, caused deep pains in both of their hearts. He even refused to refer to them as his parents, let alone his family. What are we going to do then, Minato-kun? Kushina asked her husband, her voice raspy. Our baby boy wants nothing to do with us. What if pushes us further away than he already has? What if he finds a different family? What if, when he graduates the academy, he decides to move out? We can't stop him by that point. He will be legally able to leave us. I don't want that to happen. I don't want to lose my baby boy, Minato-kun. Minato pulled his wife to his chest as he rubbed her long red hair soothingly. It worked, as he could hear Kushina's sharp cries turn to soft sobs. He had to figure out how to get his son back with his family, not just for him but his usually strong-willed wife. He couldn't stand to see his love in tears. Don't worry, Kushi-chan, he whispered in her ear. We will get our son back into our arms, we will show him how much we love him and how sorry we are for all these years. We will get our little maelstrom back, honey. Each word Minato whispered caused Kushina to relax. She agreed with her husband. They will bring her beloved Sochi back with his family. She will smother him with the love that she should have showed him to begin with. She will help him grow up into a strong and feared shinobi. The only question that remained in the minds of both S-rank parents that brought back their depression. How are they going to do it? To Mito's and Nami's room. We find the sisters of Naruto lying in their room that they willingly share with one another. They could have their own room, but they were so used to sharing things that it just felt weird if they didn't. Currently we see Mito brushing her long hair in the mirror. On the bed behind her was Nami, who was reading a book that she got from the family library. Neither sister was really focused on their individual tasks, as the incident that they bared witness to earlier was still fresh in their minds. They were very caring of Naruto, never once forgetting about him, contrary to how it may seem. They were always busy training or being made to go to other clan compounds to help make closer relations with them, though they didn't mind since they have friends in them, though the Hyuga and Uchiha were distant with them. Mito couldn't forget the warm feeling Naruto gave off when he addressed him before leaving. He seemed so mature in that one moment, as his eyes were so caring. A blush formed on her face as she thought about his heterochromia eyes, that she had to admit made him very cute. Mito shook her thoughts from her head as she realized what her thoughts were going. She wasn't embarrassed to think of Naruto in such a way, having known of many clans that have practiced such things like incest. At least that's what the old man Jiraiya has taught her. In fact, thanks to their dense chakra, the problems that come from such a union would mean absolutely nothing. Long story short, incest is not frowned upon as long as the right situations are met. While Mito sorted through her thoughts, Nami was thinking of Naruto as well, but in a different way. Unlike Mito, who was thinking of the comfort he gave, she was thinking of the power and fear. When she felt Naruto's power, she was terrified by the sheer force of the feeling. She could practically feel his anger emanating from him. To her, a girl who has rarely felt such rage before, she never expected for Naruto to possess such anger. Nami loved her brother, just as much as Mito does. Sadly, she never got to spend time with him to truly show him how much. She had at least been able to get him gifts on his birthday, due to knowing he didn't get much if anything. Mostly clothes that she got him when she goes shopping with her friends or their moms. She loved the tingling feeling she gets when she sees him happy, but this time, it was completely different. She didn't feel his joy, just his anger, and that scared her. What if her dear brother began to hate her? What if he was angry at her for not always being there for him? What if she was a horrible sister in his eyes? These thoughts terrified her. She didn't want Naruto to hate her. She wants to be in his life, she wants to stand by his side, and she wants to make him happy. She will make him happy. No matter what, she will show Naruto that she loves him. No matter what it takes. The sleeping forms of Naruto and Eevee were illuminated by the bright light streaming through the window of Naruto's room. The Pokemon of the normal type was curled up next to her partner, her eyes fluttering open. She stood up, stretched, and yawned as she noticed her friend was still sound asleep. When Eevee tries to wake Naruto by pressing her head against his, he complains, waving her away and turning his back on her. Eevee sulks behind Naruto, dismissing her as though she were a bother. She opens her mouth, mixes the dark attribute of aura with it, and narrows her eyes while channeling aura to her teeth. Before chomping on Naruto's arm, Eevee screamed, "Bite!" Naruto jumped out of bed and screamed in agony. Eevee tried not to laugh as she gave Naruto a playful glance. That will train him to disregard me and push me away as if I were a bother. As his wound started to heal as if it had never happened, Naruto narrows his eyes at Eevee, unhappy that he had been awakened so violently. "Eevee, did you really have to wake me up in such a damn way? That hurt." Playfully, "You wouldn't wake up Naruto," Eevee replied. "I tried the nice way, but you just shooed me away." After scratching the back of his head, Naruto turned to face the clock next to his bed. Classes wouldn't begin for another 3 hours, so it's still early. Naruto arched an irritated brow at the Pokemon of the normal type. "Any reason you woke me up this early?" "Giratina-sama told me and the others to make sure you don't slack off on your training," replied Eevee. "Since Riolu and Zorua are going to be gone for a while, that job falls to me." Knowing that he would quickly lose the argument, especially if it was on Giratina's orders, Naruto sighed at her remarks. Naruto got out of bed and started getting ready for his 2-hour training session. He put on his training uniform after slipping out of his nightwear. He was now dressed in a tight long-sleeved shirt in orange and black. He had on somewhat baggy, string-tied pants that hung loosely around his ankles. He was wearing hardened, slightly soiled, dark red shinobi sandals. Since he didn't know which clothing had the Flying Thunder God seals, the numerous motherly Pokemon in the reverse world made these clothes for him. He examined himself, grinned, and then turned to face the young evolution Pokemon. "Let's get going, Eevee. We will start with a nice jog so I can at least wake up before perfecting our attacks." As Naruto exited the room, Eevee leapt onto his left shoulder and nodded her head. Naruto sent some aura to his senses and saw that his mother, who was still in her bedroom, was the only one awake. Naruto hurried downstairs, pausing only to get some water and an apple before heading out. Eevee leapt off her trainer's shoulder and stretched outside. Naruto stooped to a running position and smirked at the little Pokemon. Whispering, "Get ready," Naruto put his hands on the ground. Eevee responded, "Get set," with focus and resolve in her voice. Her body was on the ground, poised for flight. They shouted, "Go, go," and dashed off at full speed, barely perceptible to the untrained eye. Naruto turned to his left and noticed Eevee grinning as she accelerated. He grinned and thought, I forgot how fast Eevee really was. In actuality, Eevee was the fastest of the four, followed by Zorua, Naruto, and Riolu, though not by much. He was aware that Eevee was only running at a casual pace and that he still had a long way to go before he could catch up to her. Naruto and Eevee arrived at an abandoned training ground after running for roughly 5 more minutes, and they were pleased to find it to be quite serene. He turned to face the young Pokemon, who had not even been affected by the run. Naruto said, "Are you ready to get started, Eevee?" Eevee gave an enthusiastic nod. "All right then, let's get started with our control." The home of Namikaze, Kushina was drinking coffee in the kitchen as she started preparing breakfast for herself and her family. As she transferred the contents into a bowl, she cracked some eggs. A shadow clone stood beside her, preparing the table for her. The young mother was preoccupied with making sure this breakfast was delicious. As a first step toward reintegrating her estranged son into the family, she wanted to make sure he had the ideal taste. Having foolishly neglected her son for so long, Kushina had no idea how to begin to connect with him. She couldn't hold it against her baby boy for wanting nothing more to do with them. Even if she didn't intend for it to appear that way, she would also be furious if her own family ignored her in favor of her other siblings. Her thoughts turned to the abilities he had demonstrated as she continued to consider Naruto and how to make him happy. Where did he acquire the fighting skills he displayed at the academy? From where did he acquire those peculiar jutsu techniques? What are those strange creatures that accompany him? She was worried about her son and had a lot of questions. He unlocked his chakra when. Chakra unlocking was a very risky procedure if done incorrectly. She could imagine how she would feel in his shoes as he searched for his chakra while she and her husband assisted his sisters, and she was afraid that he might have done it on his own. All because she and his family had forgotten about him. Before she could continue to think, she heard footsteps behind her and turned to see her two daughters coming into the kitchen. They were wearing civilian shirts and shorts, as they usually do. Kushina called out to her daughters, "Good morning, girls," and they grinned back. Good morning," was returned, and the older redhead searched for her missing child. "Is Naruto-kun not awake yet?" "No, Ka-san," said Mito. She searched for her older brother but couldn't find him. "He's awake because he wasn't in his room. We thought he was down here already." Juice made it easier for Nami to wake up, so she poured herself some. "Yeah, we wanted to see if he wanted to walk to the academy together. Maybe he's out on a walk or something since the academy isn't for another 45 minutes. When her daughter tried to approach their brother, Kushina grinned. It demonstrated their genuine Uzumaki characteristics, such as a desire to be near family. She actually stopped to consider why she had ignored Naruto at the time. She should never have forgotten her son, who was both a mother and an Uzumaki. "Why, then?" Concerned for her mother, Mito said, "Ka-san, are you okay?" Kushina was so engrossed in her racing thoughts that she was unaware that a tear had fallen from her eyes. The oldest redhead gave her daughter's concern a gentle smile. "I'm okay, Mito dear," Kushina said, wiping away her tears before returning to her cooking. "Just had a lot on my mind this morning, sweetie. Is your father awake yet?" Minato, dressed as the Hokage, said, "Yeah, I'm up, Kushi-kan," as he entered the kitchen. He gave each of his daughters a head kiss before giving Kushina a gentle peck on the lips. "Though I can't stay long, unfortunately, I have to get to the office early today. Where's Naruto, by the way? I wanted to wish him a good day at school." They heard the front door suddenly open as he was saying that, and then they heard footsteps that were too soft to be those of a regular person. Minato drew a tri-pronged kunai from his left pouch in response to the sudden noise, and Kushina stood with the kitchen knife. In case it was necessary, her shadow clone even assumed a taijutsu stance. In the event that the source of the footsteps proved to be hostile in any way, both parents and the clone were prepared. Because they were exhausted and had not mastered their mother's stance, Nami and Mito both adopted a sloppier version of it. If necessary, they were still prepared to defend themselves. Everyone seemed to calm down when the footsteps came from the strange fox that Naruto frequently hung out with, Evie, who entered the kitchen. Evie looked up at her partner's family, perplexed by their fighting stance. Evie, she asked, her head tilted to the side as she expressed her bewilderment. The family found the look too cute to bear, and their hearts melted at the innocent gaze. Another set of footsteps caught Mito and Nami's attention before they could squeal and grab the gullible evolution Pokemon into a bone-crushing hug. The missing family member came to a slow stop in the kitchen, indicating that he had just been running, as the family turned to face the kitchen entrance. The amount of sweat, dirt, and grime that covered him made him appear as though he had been through a small cyclone. He had a few burn marks here and there, but they appeared to be healing already, so there was nothing to be concerned about. Because of all the perspiration, his normally spiky hair appeared to be slightly patted down. Ignoring his family members in the kitchen, he narrowed his eyes at the normal-type Pokemon with a pout on his face. "No fair, Evie," complained Naruto. As he tried to wipe the sand from his eyes, he remarked, "You increased your speed with quick attack and even used your sand attack to slow me down. That was a really dirty play." Let it be known that Naruto detested losing at almost everything. He simply detested losing, regardless of whether it was a spar or a game of tag. The mere prospect of losing seems to erase all the maturity he has accrued. In an attempt to understand what his only son was saying, Minato cast a questioning glance at him. Sand attack, quick attack. Are they using low-rank ninjutsu techniques or something else? If this is the case, then Eevee, the odd fox, if I understand correctly, is capable of using the odd jutsu that Naruto previously displayed. According to his wording, quick attack appears to increase a user's speed by an unspecified amount, whereas sand attack, I believe, is meant to slow down an opponent. Naruto, what else aren't you telling us? Eevee shot back at her red-tipped partner, saying, think of it as payback from the time you and Zorua pushed me into the lake back in the reverse world 3 days ago. She had only spoken to Riolu for 2 days, ignoring her other 2 friends, and she was still upset about that incident, so she meant it. Yeah, he said, wiping the last of the sand from his face. When Naruto finally paid attention, he noticed that the other people in the kitchen were staring at him with concern, which made him freeze, something he didn't register. How much did they hear? In a panic, he thought. Naruto-kun, are you alright, Sochi? Kushina asked, approaching Naruto with a worried tone. After hearing his words, she made a mental note to search the Konoha archives for any techniques bearing those names. Perhaps she can find out what or from whom he has been learning them. As he moved away from Kushina's approach, Naruto replied, I'm fine, which made her look at him with mild discomfort because he was avoiding her close. Naruto turned his attention to the evolution Pokemon. As she ran up the stairs with Naruto right behind her, Eevee yelled, let's go get cleaned up so we are not late for the academy. Her husband's hand on her shoulder stopped Kushina from calling out to Naruto in an attempt to stop him and get him to speak. His words, not now Kushi-chan, if you ask him now, it won't yield any results except a repeat of last night and is pushing him away further. We have to be patient and show him that we love him. Kushina looked to where her son had disappeared and nodded in response to her husband's remarks. Sochi-kun, I'll take you back into my arms. I swear, she said. After a short while, Naruto enters his room from the restroom. He is wearing his Aura Guardian clothes and has a face mask around his neck that is ready to be used. He looked at Eevee, who was sitting on his bed now that he was dry. How do I look, Eevee? Eevee cheerfully said, you look good, Naruto, and she leapt from the bed into Naruto's waiting embrace. Can we go eat now? I am starving. With a laugh, Naruto picked up a brown bag from beside his bed and headed downstairs. He went into the kitchen and saw that everyone was setting the table, with the exception of his father. After giving him a smile, his sister returned to their work. After preparing the food, Kushina turned around and noticed her son and that odd fox. She tried to hurry her son, but it was really hard for her, and gave him a little smile. Sochi-kun, breakfast is ready. She glanced at the fox before her eyes grew anxious. I think we have enough milk, so I can go to the Inuzukas for some food or something. Oh no, I forgot to get food for your fox. Naruto stopped her by raising his hand. It's okay, said Naruto coolly. Eevee was grateful for her concern for him. Now that it's for his Poke copyright mon, he's okay with a little civility. He emptied the contents of the bag on the counter after saying, I have food for her, especially since she follows a particular diet. A few odd pellets emerged, which he placed in a bowl. He cut a few odd-looking berries into squares and added them to the bowl. He took a tiny vial containing a red powder out of the bag. There you go, Eevee, Naruto said, setting the bowl down on the ground next to him. Your usual, topped with Tamoto berry powder for that spicy kick that you love so much. As she ran to the bowl and started to eat, Eevee's eyes appeared to sparkle with delight. Eevee inherited her love of spicy food from her mother. Naruto grinned amusedly as he observed her enjoying her breakfast. He set down another bowl, milk filled with doubt, and moved to a seat at the table. When he looked down, he saw that the bacon was extremely crispy, the eggs were fluffy, and the juice was orange. How in the world did his mother know his favorite breakfast food? Did they have more information about him than he realized? Kushina was concerned that her son might not enjoy it as she saw his eyes widen in shock. She took a chance and made Minato's favorite dish, substituting orange juice for the coffee he usually drank, since she had no idea what he usually liked to eat. After sitting at the table, Naruto uttered another disgusting statement, but this one contained blue powder. He dusted his pancakes with a small amount of the powder. As he started to drizzle syrup over his food, Naruto thought warmly, crushed Oran berries. It can enhance the flavor of anything, including sushi. Although he doesn't particularly enjoy sushi, he will be a sucker for it if you add some Oran berries. One side of the family was too happy to care, and the other was unsure of what to say, so they ate in relative silence. Before long, the silence became unbearable, so Mito tried to strike up a conversation. "So Naruto-ni," she said, raising her gaze. "I was wondering if you could help me after the academy today. I need help with my taijutsu and you seem to be really good at it after what we saw yesterday." Naruto said in a slightly confused tone, "Yeah sure, no problem," not sure what he had agreed to. He didn't even hear the question because he was too preoccupied with his own thoughts. When Naruto agreed, Mito burst into elation and suppressed the squeal that threatened to burst from her mouth. She will not only become stronger, but she will do so with her brother. When her twin sister was able to spend time with Naruto, Nami pouted in jealousy. Her eyes were almost beseeching as she turned to face her brother. "Ni-san, can I join you guys, please?" As he drank his orange juice and finished the last of his breakfast, Naruto just nodded. He put the glass back on the table and sighed with satisfaction. In a state of bliss, he declared, "Maybe Ichiraku ramen is the only thing that can match the sweet taste of oran berries." Like the rest of his family, Naruto loves ramen, it's just difficult to match the cuisine prepared for the gods themselves. Naruto got up from his chair, picked up his dishes, and went to the sink to clean them. Evie got up too, setting her bowl at Naruto's feet so he could clean it as well. Kushina considered calling out to him to stop him and let her do it for him, but she changed her mind. She realized that Naruto appeared to be a very self-sufficient individual and most likely has been all along without her ever realizing it. For such a trivial task, why would he need her? He probably would have ignored her if she had asked. His independence made her feel both proud and ashamed. When he was done, he started to leave with Evie following him, but he stopped by the door and said, "You two might want to hurry up and finish before you're late to school." Evie sat on his left shoulder as he left. After a brief period of bewilderment, the twins' eyes widened as they realized the time and started eating breakfast much more quickly. Standing outside his house and shielding his eyes from the sun's rays, Naruto inhaled deeply. He pats the normal Pokemon on the head to get her attention after his eyes have adapted to the light. "I want to get there early, bud, so I want you to hold on to me tight since I don't want us to get separated." "Right," exclaimed Evie. With a smile on his face, Naruto bent down and started to attract aura to his feet and legs. He checked to make sure no one, especially his family, was looking. He muttered in a low voice, sensing no one around. "Quick attack," Naruto said as he shot off in a white light and at a blurred speed. A broad smile spanned his face as he ran. All that was visible of Naruto was a hazy figure attempting to observe. They arrived at the front door of the academy in about 5 minutes. He came to a halt in front of the doors, unable to open if he was running with quick attack. One of the drawbacks of such moves is that they only speed up your running, not your actions. His hands would therefore not move quickly enough to perform basic tasks like opening doors, even though running would be accelerated. When Naruto and Evie arrived at the classroom, they discovered that students had already assembled. The majority of them were likely civilian children that he didn't recognize. Only one of them is someone he knows personally, but he also noticed 3 of them. In reality, he knew a girl named Hinata Hyuga, who appeared to light up when she saw him. The next person he saw was a fat kid who was eating a bunch of muffins in a frenzied manner without dropping a crumb. He was dressed in a large jacket with a light green top and a dark bottom. In addition, he wore blue shinobi sandals and loose-fitting dark green pants. Looking at the sleeping child beside the Akamichi, Naruto thought, most likely an Akamichi, especially with the way he's packing away those muffins. Thus, if his easygoing demeanor is any indication, he is probably a Nara. A shirt with an odd symbol on the front was worn by the alleged Nara. His hairstyle, with its spiky back, made Naruto think of a pineapple. He was sound asleep, his head lowered. He had on green shinobi sandals and loose brown pants. He detected their aura and discovered what he had anticipated. Hinata's aura was concentrated around her eyes, the Akamichi's was strongest around his muscles and nerves, and the Nara's flowed straight to his shadow. Naruto moved toward Hinata with Evie in tow because he wanted to speak with his friend. Naruto sat down next to his bashful friend and said, "Good morning Hinata-chan," with a kind smile on his face. "Good morning, Naruto-kun," Hinata stammered shyly. Evie yipped at Hinata as he leapt into her lap. The evolution Pokemon received a smile from the young Hyuga heir, who then started to pet her. "Good morning to you too, Evie-san." Evie looked happily at Naruto while Hinata caressed her. Telling Naruto, "I like her a lot, her hands are heavenly," she purred with joy. Naruto laughed, pleased that despite Hinata and Eevee's extreme shyness, the two seemed to get along so well. Wondering why Naruto was laughing so lightly, Hinata turned to face him. Do I have to tell her? After giving it some thought, Naruto decided to keep it to himself for the time being. It's nothing, I'm just happy that you and little Eevee are getting along. You both look absolutely adorable right now. His words caused Hinata to blush with embarrassment. Naruto pulled out a pen and booklet without noticing her blush. This was his Fuinjutsu notebook, where he practiced calligraphy because seals require a high level of skill. He uses a pen because it is permanent, so he must write carefully. He addressed Hinata as he started writing. How are you today, Hinata-chan? The young heir responded, I am doing all right, Naruto-kun, while still petting Eevee. She said absently, just had a rough start, but I'll be all right. Hinata didn't realize she wasn't stuttering. Naruto looked at his friend more closely after hearing her remarks. He noticed that her clothing was slightly ruffled and that her hands appeared rough. What happened, Hinata-chan? She looked up to see his heterochrome eyes staring into her pale eyes, his entire focus on her, his heart aflutter with worry for her health. Hinata blushed as she tried to dismiss his concern, realizing why. She waved her arms wildly, it's nothing like why. You're thinking Naruto-kun. Which made Eevee complain that she was losing her touch. I was just training with Hanabi-chan. We were practicing our gentle fist techniques. I didn't have time to change, so I rushed to the academy since I wanted to be early. She casually remarked, so I could hopefully run into you. Naruto thought, Hanabi, that's Hinata's younger sister, and then he nodded. He swiftly took his friend's hands and covered them, saying, okay Hinata, but you are going to have a rough day if you're not fresh for the day. As the attack engulfed Hinata, Naruto whispered, recover, curing her of any injuries she may have sustained. The warm sensation that shot through Hinata's body startled her. She experienced a sensation of warm power that enveloped her entire being, much like when she first unlocked her chakra. Is this what Naruto did to Sasuke yesterday? She thought as her hands lost their rough texture and her bruises disappeared. She exhaled and turned to face her crush. What was that, Naruto-kun? It's a healing technique I learned called recover, he replied. Since they had witnessed Recover use the move on Sasuke yesterday, he wasn't concerned about Recover getting noticed. It's an attack that heals the body, though I can only heal minor wounds with it. Any major damages won't be healed so easily. But that's still amazing, Naruto-kun. Hinata exclaimed, feeling oddly energized. She didn't flinch as Naruto laughed at her, saying, to use a healing jutsu at your age is incredible. Mother always told me that it takes a skilled hand to use healing jutsu. His laugh jolted Hinata out of her trance, and she gave a loud eep before flushing and attempting to cover her face from him. Neither of the two friends saw the classroom start to fill with students while they were having their moment. Among them were the Uchiha twins, Sasuke and Satsuki, who witnessed their friend chatting and giggling with the timid Hyuga heir. Even though he didn't know the Hyuga heir well, Sasuke smirked because he could tell the girl had feelings for his friend. Sasuke felt his danger senses go off, telling him to flee and hide behind his mother, and his smirk disappeared. He turned to see his sister watching Naruto and Hinata with her fists clenched tightly. In order to avoid being close to his sister in case she became enraged, the male Uchiha twin moved to the left. Satsuki Uchiha was trying her hardest not to cry when she saw how close Naruto and Hinata were to one another. Since they first met, Satsuki had been aware of her own feelings for the boy. He was simply too charming to resist. Additionally, discussing her feelings with her mother had greatly aided in her self-discovery. She was also aware that Hinata had a crush on Naruto, as evidenced by the fact that she displayed many of the same symptoms. She had met Hinata through Naruto, and although they didn't despise one another as most Uchiha and Hyuga did, they weren't particularly close. When she noticed Hinata laughing at something her blonde crush had told her, her eyes narrowed. Sasuke became even more concerned when he noticed a sinister aura surrounding his sister. Naruto. Dobi. Sasuke's mind raced. Take action. Satsuki is going to blow up. I don't want to pass away so soon. Cuddled in Hinata's lap, Eevee sensed the impending danger and started searching for the source. Her eyes lingered on Satsuki, who was staring at them with growing irritation. The young normal Pokemon tilted her head, perplexed as to why she was so furious. Eevee decided to warn Naruto, so she turned to face him and spoke through their linked auras. As he gave Eevee half of his attention so as not to wake Hinata, she called out, "Hey Naruto," grabbing his attention. Your friend Satsuki appears to be quite upset about something, and she's here. When Naruto turned to face the front of the classroom, he saw Satsuki clenching her fists and Sasuke attempting to move away from his sister in order to avoid becoming enraged. Naruto got up from his seat, worried about what might be bothering his friend, and Hinata gave him a perplexed look. He called out to the Uchiha, "Satsuki-chan, hey there," and calmed her down. "Come over here, there's some seats over here for you and Sasuke." When Naruto invited her to sit next to him, Satsuki blushed a little and smiled a little. With her previous anger temporarily forgotten, she hurried to her crush. Right now, all she wanted was to be close to him. "Hinata, I won't hand him over to you so easily," she shouted in her head. Thankful that his sister had calmed down, Sasuke silently followed her. We are grateful to the Almighty for Naruto's ability to soothe her. An irate and envious Satsuki is not what I want to deal with. Since his mother was a very frightening person when she got angry and his sister probably inherited it from her, he shuddered a little at the thought. Unaware that his actions had caused Satsuki to flush brightly, Naruto approached her and embraced her warmly. Missing Satsuki's sigh of disappointment, Naruto broke off their embrace and grinned. Naruto asked, "Are you okay, Satsuki-chan?" Naruto was not pleased to see that she was upset about something. He wanted to see his friend smile again, so he was going to help her with whatever was bothering her. "I'm fine, Naruto-kun," Satsuki said, grinning nervously. She felt that it was too early for him to know that she was in love with him. Although they have been friends for some time, they still needed to mature before considering anything of the sort. She needed to think of an excuse quickly. "I was just annoyed at the fact I'm having trouble figuring out what jutsu I should add to my repertoire since I only know the fireball jutsu at the moment." Naruto nodded, understanding her desire to pick up a new skill. He smiled broadly at his friend as a thought occurred to him. "How about I help you then? I know a fire jutsu that I taught myself a while back that goes together very well with taijutsu." Satsuki grinned joyfully at Naruto's willingness to assist her as well as his acceptance of her deception. He was very kind. For the record though, it's an advanced fire technique that will require a high amount of chakra control to pull off and is not an easy technique to learn. "Think you will be able to keep up?" he joked. Excited to hear something new from her friend, Satsuki nodded her head. She was so thrilled about the possibility that she overlooked the information he shared with them. Her brother, who raised his eyebrow curiously at his best friend, did not miss this information. "So you have a fire element along with a water element affinity and even have jutsus for both?" he asked, unable to contain his amazement, and nobody could hold it against him. Even before their match yesterday, he was aware of his friend's skill, but he was unaware that Naruto not only possessed two elements at such a young age, but also learned jutsus for both on his own because he knew Naruto's parents had not taught him. At their age, his brother Itachi was familiar with a number of jutsus, the majority of which were fire jutsus and the fundamental academy techniques. He became interested in the amount of training Naruto had undergone to master his whole repertoire of moves. In response to his friend's inquiry, the red-tipped blonde grinned and nodded. "Yeah, I learned that I have both strong affinities for water and fire a long time ago. I might also have a weaker affinity to wind due to Hokage-sama having that element, but I'm not too sure since not all elements are passed down." That was a half-lie on Naruto's part because he was certain that wind and water, not fire and water, were his two greatest affinities. Hinata exclaimed, "Wow, that's amazing Naruto-kun," her eyes wide. She was unaware of her friend Crush's strength. Because their lifestyles were so similar, she and Naruto always clicked. Both of them had high expectations because of their strong families. As far as she was aware, they were disregarded and thought of as nothing to think about when they failed to live up to those expectations. Her father used to love her without conditions, but after losing to Hanabi so badly, he stopped loving her. She was motivated to put in more effort and train harder by Naruto's tenacity. She is gradually starting to push her back, but she still lost to Hanabi. She lost badly to Hanabi the other day after Naruto ignored them for a week, which made her so depressed that Hiashi gave her a tongue lash. Her uncle Hizashi, who treated her like a father figure and did not despise her, consoled her. She lasted a little longer than usual during her training session yesterday and this morning. However, Hanabi prevailed and defeated, as usual. She simply couldn't understand why. This is the reason she admired Naruto so much. Despite going through a lot in their own unique ways due to their families, Naruto grew stronger as a result of the experience. Even without his parents' assistance, she could see that Naruto would become a formidable shinobi without the aid of her Byakugan. Naruto grinned and said, "Thank you Hinata-chan," to the young Hyuga heir, who flushed and started twitching her thumbs. "Isn't she nice, Eevee?" The normal Pokemon, who thought the young Hyuga was a lot of fun to be around, grinned and nodded her head in agreement with her summoner. She was also practically as skilled at petting her head as Naruto. Hinata eeped loudly in response to the young male Uzumaki Namikaze and Small Fox's praise. It should come as no surprise that she rarely receives praise, so when she does, it greatly boosts her self-esteem, particularly when it originates from the boy she has long admired. Before more could be said, the door flew open and two individuals of the Konoha princesses entered the room. The two girls noticed their brother sitting with his friends and turned to look around. Mito put a hand on Naruko's arm to stop her before she could get close to him. Perplexed as to why she was stopped, Naruko turned to face her sister. "Let's not push him too much," Mito said in response to her unposed query. "He still isn't too comfortable with us, besides we will be with him later due to training." Naruko appeared unconvinced. "But what if Tu-san and Ka-san to get us so we can train with them? It wouldn't be the first time they picked us up to take us to some other training ground for some other form of training." Mito stated, "Then we will make sure he trains with us," with the unwavering resolve that the Uzumaki family was renowned for. Today, she will spend time with her brother, he will not be disregarded once more. They heard the distinctive sound of small feet hitting the ground just as Naruko was about to reply. Since they were aware of who had made the noises, they both nodded. They barely avoided the two young, yelling girls who burst into the room by moving to the sides and out of the way of the door's entrance. The girl who stood out the most was of average height and had pressed down bright pink hair. Her light green eyes glowed with rage at her rival friend. She was wearing a green long V-neck shirt with white sakura petals in the lower left corner. She had a red ribbon around her head, blue shinobi sandals, and red spats. This was Sakura Haruno, Mito and Naruko's best friend and a civilian girl. Sakura was accompanied by Ino Yamanaka, the same girl Naruto had met. She had on a baggy pink shirt with a blood-red collar and a purple ribbon around her waist and belly. Her eyes were teal gray and pupilless, unlike Sakura's. She was the Namikaze sister's other best friend. Not wanting to be squeezed to death again, Eevee flinched away from the blonde at the sight of Ino, trying to hide from her. Ino shouted, "I made it first," to the pinkette, who merely gave her friend a glare in return. "Not a chance, Ino," Sakura angrily retorted. "I made it before you did. You have a lot to do before you could be able to beat me, Yamanaka." Sakura's suggestion of her training infuriated the blonde heiress, who clenched her fists at her. As an heiress of Konoha, Ino has been working hard to stay up with Mito and Naruko because they are close friends. She is still superior to Sakura in terms of actual combat skill, but she isn't even close to their level because she is still developing better chakra control. Sakura has been working out more since meeting Mito and Naruko. However, Sakura trains harder than her friend or rival in order to keep up with Ino. She detests losing to Ino in any way, be it appearance or ability. The Namikaze sisters, who are typically the rivals' mediators, intervened before the argument could get out of hand. "You guys should calm down," Mito said composedly. "Today is a big day for all of us and this fight will only lead to a headache. Just settle this dispute in a sparring match or something." After giving each other a long look, the two girls nodded in agreement. Naruko approached a vacant seat by a window with a radiant smile. "We'll just need to speak with Naruto ni later, perhaps over lunch. Let's get ourselves ready and catch up since we are early." The other three girls concurred as they sat down close to the giddy redhead and started discussing every rumor they could come up with. Naruto raised his voice in a frustrated tone before his group could resume their discussion. "Get ready for one of the biggest headaches in my existence. Kami, help my patience." The door flew open again as soon as he was done, and his friends immediately sympathized with his frustration. A young man named Kiba Inuzuka, the heir to the Inuzuka clan, was the one who suddenly entered. He was an outspoken and noisy youngster with a sense of pride that he had no justification for given that his academic performance was merely mediocre. Kiba simply irritated Naruto to no end. It's not that he was a bad person. Zoroark replaced him in the village, but Kiba kept challenging him to fights. The dark type became so irritated by his demeanor that he chose to demonstrate to the young heir his proper place in a spar. As a result, Kiba suffered a severe defeat without even making contact with the disguised Pokémon. As a result, Kiba made every effort to outdo Naruto, even though he never engaged in combat with the young guardian. After Zoroark described the encounter, Naruto realized Kiba would be a pain in the neck. Even as a young boy, Kiba was a bit of a horn dog. He didn't harass girls, but he felt that he should have several girls, including Satsuki, Hinata, Mito, and Naruto. Kiba yelled, "Yahoo! Day 2 of my climb to Alpha, right Kira?" to his twin sister, who sighed at his actions. To get Kiba to stop obstructing the entrance, she shoved him forward. Kira grinned at Kiba's pout and said, "Whatever Kiba, you have a long way to go before you become an alpha. The only reason her brother is the heir is because he was 2 minutes older than her." Instead of accepting the heir title, their older sister decided to become a veterinarian. Despite the fact that she was the more capable of the two, Kiba became the heir because he was born first. He was simply too quick to jump the gun in most situations, which was one of the main reasons he lost the majority of their spars. This is not to say that he was incapable at all. Perhaps their skill levels would be comparable if he used his head more frequently. Glancing around, Kira saw Hinata, her closest friend, and grinned, pleased to see the Hyuga. When they were younger, they met in the forest, and since then, they have helped each other grow stronger. Glancing over her shoulder, Kira saw that the lone male Namikaze sibling was with her. His attractive appearance and stunning mismatched eyes captivated her. She was aware of his strength, which extended beyond their spar with Sasuke yesterday. Her instincts, given to her by her ancestry, told her to be wary of him and that he was far more dangerous than he appeared to be. There was more to him than he has demonstrated, as evidenced by the fact that he defeated both the Uchiha and her brother. She was also curious about her rival's personality because it was clear to her that he had a serious crush on Naruto. Because there were no open seats next to Hinata and her group, she decided to talk to them during lunch. She grabbed her brother by the shirt and dragged him to an open seat, which resulted in an angry, "Hey," from the male twin. Naruto couldn't help but snort as he saw his sister abuse his so-called rival, while he watched his frustration grow. Observe how easily his sister can control Dog Boy. Perplexed by her friend's distaste for the Inuzuka boy, Hinata turned to face him. Through her friendship with his sister, she has had a few encounters with him, and although she may not feel at ease in his presence, she did not perceive him as a negative individual. She was completely unaware that they interacted in any way. As the door opened for 2 more students to enter, her curiosity had to wait. The first had spiky, light brown hair and was a large child in terms of weight. His jacket was light green on the right half and dark green on the left. He was dressed in blue shinobi sandals and gray shorts. The distinctive orange swirls of the Akamichi clan were on his cheeks. He was consuming a bag of chips quickly. He was followed by another boy who entered with a slack and uninterested demeanor. His black hair looked like a pineapple because it was tied and spiked. He was dressed in a gray shirt with the Nara clan's emblem on the front. He had on green shinobi sandals and dark blue shorts. The boy with the pineapple hair walked to some vacant seats in the center of the room and yawned boredly. He quickly placed his head on the table and said, "This is so troublesome. I just want to go back to sleep." Sitting next to him, the big-boned child laughed at his friend's attitude. He remarked, "It's not that bad, Shikamaru," in between chips. "We will be able to get stronger this way, buddy." "Easy for you to say, Choji," Shikamaru answered. "It was said that you weren't forced into this by a troublesome mother like I was." Shikamaru was the epitome of laziness, preferring to spend his days napping and gazing at the clouds rather than working in any capacity. This was a trait that most Nara men shared. Instead of answering his best friend, Choji decided to keep eating his morning snack. Everyone in the classroom went back to their desperate chats, showing no interest in the newcomers. Everyone was so preoccupied with their own conversations that nobody noticed that Iruka and another Chunin with silver hair had entered the classroom, save for Evie, whose ears perked up. Evie squinted at the new Chunin, not liking him at all, and the instant she saw him, her fur stood on end and every muscle in her body tensed. Being the normal type, Hinata was the first to notice Evie tense up defensively. Hinata looked at the normal Pokemon with concern and tried to calm her by gently petting her head. The young Hyuga reasoned that perhaps she was tense because so many people were gathered in a place she wasn't accustomed to. Anyone would be uncomfortable in that situation. Evie was clearly at ease in Hinata's company, purring a little in response to the love but never averting her gaze from the new Chunin. With his patience at its end, Iruka channeled chakra to his throat as he took a deep breath and yelled at the top of his lungs. "All right everyone, settle down. he said, trying to get his class attention but failing as they continued their conversations. He tried twice more but got the same results. Everyone in the classroom fell silent as a result of the loud shouting, and Naruto covered his ears with his hands in an effort to regain his hearing. Seeing Eevee in such pain, Naruto glared at Iruka and sent a small but deadly dose of killing intent to an unwary Iruka, who started to sweat from his nerves kicking up and even started to pull out a kunai due to his reflex. Eevee not only had her paws over her ears because they were ringing painfully, but she also let out a pained whimper from the pain her sensitive ears were experiencing. Everyone in the classroom froze in terror, believing that if they even twitched, they would all perish. Even Mizuki was trembling with anxiety, unsure of what to do as he searched for the danger. When Iruka saw that Naruto was the source of the killing intent, he stared in terror and shock. He's barely an academy student, where did he learn to wield such potent ki? What did I do to make him direct such anger at me anyway? He exclaimed. Iruka-sensei. Naruto growled at the Chunin teacher, his eyes barely glowing. Eevee's ears are sensitive, so turn down the volume. Iruka felt a little bad about it as he stared at the young fox shaking its head. Although he didn't like foxes because of the Kyuubi attack, he never wanted to hurt any foxes like some of the villagers had. He said, "I'm sorry, Naruto, Eevee," with a slight glare at his class after he had regained his composure. "I didn't mean to cause harm, but as an instructor I have to make sure you all pay attention." After accepting the apology, Naruto nodded his head, drew back his ki, and then surveyed the students, noting their terrified expressions. "Are they not trained to handle killing intent? I barely used any," he said, tilting his head in perplexity. He simply grew accustomed to it over time because Giratina has so much of it that it occasionally seeps out when he is just mildly irritated. "Will we not start class?" Naruto said. "I really need to be more careful when it comes to these things. Maybe training with Meditite and Medicham can help me," in an attempt to deflect attention from his recent mistake of overestimating the training the class would have received prior to the academy. "Putting everything aside, we have much to discuss," Iruka said, nodding and clapping his hands to get the class's attention. "Let's start roll call with Amy first. This is going to be a long day. I can just tell. I wonder how Riolu and Zorua are doing." Naruto sighed boredly as Iruka called out names. World in reverse. The ground it had been standing on exploded into dust and debris, and a blue blur leapt back in a hurry. When Riolu ducked back to avoid a black and purple ball that flew into the clouds above, the blue blur became visible as he swiftly raised his brightly glowing paws. Metal Claw. Riolu swung his right claws forward just in time to catch a red and black blur, which he pushed back with a powerful yell and sent sailing as the bright light condensed and formed 3 sharp claws on each paw. The bluer Zorua, it turned out, regained his balance and halted his motion, leaping sharply to the left as a blue sphere sailed by. When the blue orb struck a tree, it exploded, totally destroying it. Sensing his instincts, Zorua leapt to his feet in time to avoid Riolu's metal claws slash, directing power toward his own paws as a dark purple aura enveloped them. Night Slash. Riolu's metal claws prevented him from swinging his paw down. Sparks flew as the two summons grunted and shoved, each unwilling to yield to the other's assault in their struggle for supremacy. Riolu's eyes glowed a light blue as he mimicked his opponent's action, opening his mouth and creating a shadow ball, while Zorua opened his mouth as a shadow ball swiftly formed from his maw. With their paws lowered, the two faced each other. They shouted, "Shadow Ball," as they unleashed their close-range attacks, creating an explosion that shook the neighborhood and engulfed the two fighters in smoke and debris. Lucario and Zoroark were perched atop a nearby tree, watching the smoke clear. Zoroark was sitting cross-legged on the branch, bored, while Lucario was closely monitoring the entire match. As Riolu and Zorua leapt out of the smoke and rushed each other once more, the dark type remarked, "It would seem Riolu has better handle on his copycat attack," adding, "It's far from mastered, but it's only been a day and he made this much progress. It never ceases to astound me." "Yes," Lucario said, keeping his eyes fixed on the battle as Riolu swiftly gained the upper hand and slammed Zorua into the ground by his tail. "It's amazing how fast he picks up new skills and adjusts to them. In such a short period of time, he has even mastered the use and harnessing of Aura Sphere. In addition, he has an incredible amount of aura on his own." As she watched Riolu slam a force palm into Zorua and send him through a tree, Zoroark thought, "Yeah, but it's also dangerous for him and us too." Her eyes narrowed as she saw Riolu charge at the still recovering Zorua, letting out an almost primitive growl as he charged. "Extreme speed," Lucario whispered as he kicked off, nearly vanishing like a ghost, and then he reappeared in front of the charging Riolu, closing the distance in a matter of seconds, and slammed his fist into Riolu's gut, causing the emanation Pokemon to dry heave in pain. Lucario sighed at this after charging aura into his legs as he bent forward. Zoroark materialized beside Lucario, who grinned while staring at the barely conscious Riolu. "That was a close one," Zoroark said. "Your young proto-copyright got copyright nearly lost it." With no way to refute his friend's assertion, Lucario nodded and sighed, saying, "Yes, it would seem we still have a lot of work to do with this one." Zoroark gives Lucario a pat on the back and says, "Don't worry, big guy. You're not the only one who needs to start over. If my worthless student could withstand those blows, he wouldn't be doing his job properly. Fuck, this is annoying." As Zoroark moved to assist her pupil, Lucario turned to face his own, feeling Riolu's enormous aura pool change from being calm and powerful to chaotic and destructive. He shook his head, watching his unconscious pupil wriggle a little in agony. Nothing in life is ever easy or simple, he thought as he picked up his student, Zoroark approaching from behind with Zorua. But when these two reach beyond their unrealized potential, they will become terrifyingly powerful, and it only gets greater with someone like Naruto as their partner. Since it was lunchtime, Naruto sat under a shaded tree and used a kunai to peel an Oran berry. Naruto laughed as Eevee sat on his shoulder and watched him work with glee, drooling a little. As he peeled the last of the berry, Naruto thought, "So, after lunch we have spar practices. I'm curious about who my opponent will be. In any case, I have to keep what I can do to myself. To be safe, I should probably stick to strict taijutsu and the Academy 3 jutsu. I can't take the chance of getting hotter than I already am." 3 more shadows appeared over him as he turned to give his partner the peeled berry. Naruto sighed in frustration as he considered the reasons behind the blocking of the warm sun. Kiba Inuzuka was the primary offender, followed by a few other pupils that Naruto was unaware of or didn't care to know. The smug grin on their faces caused his eyes to narrow. Kiba mocked, "Hey there loser," in a haughty manner that only served to aggravate Naruto further. "All alone, good, that's the way it should be. A loser like you has no place. Is there going anywhere Inuzuka, or are you just going to keep blabbering on, because it's annoying me instead of intimidating me," said Naruto. With the help of his clan training, Kiba was able to yank Naruto off his feet while growling at him and grabbing his collar. "What did you just say to me, dead last?" "Wow," Naruto said in a mocking tone. As Kiba's grip tightened, he became even more irate. "An Inuzuka that's hard at hearing, that's a new one for the books. What I said was that you can't intimidate me, so stop trying and go away." This child had the audacity to believe that his feeble gaze would somehow make him feel uneasy. He faces creatures like Giratina, who is naturally prone to murderous intent and is nearly always furious, even when he is joyful. In contrast, Kiba's glare is more like that of a wet kitten. A rock struck the back of Kiba's head before he could lash out in rage, causing him to release Naruto and scream in agony. His sister Kira was staring at him when he yelled in agony and glared at the offender due to the sharp pain. Hinata Hyuga, his crush, and her friend, whom she knew as Satsuki Uchiha, were standing next to her. Kiba rubbed the back of his head and exclaimed, "What the hell was that for sis?" With frustration, even Hinata and Satsuki appeared irate, which only made his twin more irate. "Don't you dare try to act like you and your cronies here are innocent, Kiba." Kira screamed, "Only your second day at the academy and you're picking a fight with your classmate already. Mom and big sis Hannah said to make friends while you're here, not enemies." Kiba started to explain, "But Kira, you don't understand," but she flinched at her hardened glare and the other two girls' irate looks. "No Kiba," his twin cut him off. "I know you're angry at Naruto for beating you a while back, but that gives you no right to try and bully him. What would sis or worse, Mom, do if they found out about your actions?" Kiba's eyes grew wide because his mother was the person he feared most, followed closely by his oldest sister. Kira complained, "Fine whatever," and then released Naruto, who merely rolled his eyes at Kiba. He turned to go, his entourage following, saying, "Let's go guys, let's go eat before the break is over. This loser isn't worth an empty stomach." Considering whether or not to attack the departing group for threatening her friend, Eevee glared at them. She calmed down, though, when she felt a hand that she knew right away was Naruto's caress her head, making her purr happily. Naruto felt his friend relax at his touch and gave her a gentle smile. As the normal type rubbed her head against his palm, he thought, Thanks for being so protective of me, Evie. He smiled appreciatively at the girls as he looked up at them. Thanks for the help, girls. Kira looked into Naruto's heterochrome eyes and shook her head. No need to thank me, I know you could take my brother down on your own. Kiba was just disgracing our clan with his actions, and as a clan heir, he represents all of our image. The red blonde was bowing slightly. I'm sorry. It's fine, Naruto answered. It's Kiba's fault for being such a sore loser, not yours. But, if you really have to apologize, then I could think of an easy way for you to do so. Curious about the boy's thoughts, the female Inuzuka arched a tiny eyebrow. Naruto's broad smile at her words took her by surprise. Nothing too difficult, he remarked in a happy tone. All you have to do is be my friend. Though she shouldn't have been, Kira was taken aback by his response and gave him a toothy smile in return while firmly grasping his outstretched hand. When she saw Hinata blush, her smile turned slightly teasing. I see no reason to do so. Hinata seems close to you, so you must be a good guy at least. Naruto scratched the back of his head in shame at her response. He smiled silly at Kira. Evie happily sat back on his lap as he said, Thank you, Kira-chan. Do you all want to join me for lunch? We have 10 minutes left. As they joined their crushed new friend beneath the tree, the girls nodded joyfully. While eating, they discussed a variety of topics, including their dreams, hobbies, and favorite foods. Too soon the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch, and the four friends and one Poca copyright mon whimpered before rising. Naruto sensed a fierce glare directed at the back of his head as everyone took their designated seats. He had an idea, but before he could use aura to identify the person, he heard Evie growl. Her statement, that stupid dog boy better turn away before I make him, only served to affirm Kiba's desire to show him his place. Naruto just started scratching Iruka behind her ears as he started his dull lecture. Naruto and Evie were both excited by a sound that he heard as he started to fall asleep. Iruka exclaimed, Okay everyone, it's time to move outside for hand-to-hand combat practice. To enthusiastic applause from the students. When he noticed that they were more eager to fight than to heed his chakra theory, the young Chunin began to perspire. Everyone headed to the training field, some eager to show off, others eager to kick some butt. When Iruka declared, Now before we do any sparring, we are going to be learning the Academy Taijutsu, the clan heirs moaned and the civilian children cheered, with the exception of Hinata, who was too shy, and Shino, who was sympathetic. He can't be serious about this at all. Naruto screamed in frustration in his head. They could have made learning this optional for clan students, even though I know the civilian kids don't have a set skill. This is nonsense. Since Evie could simply take a nap if she became bored, Naruto could hear her laughing at his misfortune. Evie, that's not funny. This is going to be terrible. The fox laughed more loudly when Naruto yelled through his aura. Most of the children sighed with relief when it was finally time to spar an hour later, but some appeared anxious. The spars happened one by one. Just like yesterday, there weren't many fights worth seeing. Hell, Mito and Nami sparred, and although it was a close fight, Mito prevailed. The battle between Sasuke and his sister and civilians was short-lived. Naruto was either impressed by Sakura or sad for Ino because they were tied to a civilian girl named Sakura. Because the Nara forfeited, Kiba defeated Shikamaru in their battle. Shikamaru merely referred to the spar as too bothersome to expend his energy on when asked why. Shino defeated a civilian girl in combat. With a few quick and straightforward jabs, Hinata defeated a civilian girl as well, despite the bashful Hyuga's constant apologies throughout the match. Naruto was intrigued when he and Choji Akamichi were called up shortly after. As he advanced, Naruto used the Lucario clan's lessons to analyze his opponent. I don't need to worry about his clan's expansion jutsu because this is pure taijutsu. I will treat him seriously because I have no idea what he could do. Conversely, Choji appeared uneasy. He had heard that Sasuke Uchiha was a talented child for his age, which makes sense given his family. Then Naruto, who he had heard was weak, appeared and defeated him. Yes, it would be an understatement to say that he was anxious. Iruka shouted, "Make the seal of confrontation." As the two boys joined their fingers, Iruka held up his hand as the boys separated from one another. Begin. With the intention of taking this battle to his own pace, Naruto charged forward. Startled by Naruto's speed, Choji attempted to swing at him, but Naruto easily sidestepped it. Naruto took advantage of that by kicking the fat boy's feet out from under him. Naruto backflipped away and adopted a defensive stance, not wanting to take a chance that Choji could easily recover. The fact that Choji appeared to be having difficulty getting up from that shocked him. They would have been up and prepared to fight back if it had been a Munchlax or a Snorlax, two Poké copyright Mon that were heavier set than his opponent. Am I overestimating the skill level of these guys? Curious, Naruto thought. Choji got up and clenched his fists, but they were loose and trembling a little, indicating how uneasy he was and that he didn't want to go on. Naruto sighed as he saw the sight in his eyes. Choji had no idea who he was. He was so lacking in confidence that he felt fortunate to be in the academy at all. He recognized the look because Hinata and another friend of his from the reverse world shared a similar appearance. As Naruto prepared himself, he thought, perhaps he will be a really strong opponent in the future. He won't be able to beat me right now, let alone touch me, he said, sprinting ahead too quickly for Choji, who blinked before being knocked back onto his butt and getting Naruto's fist in his face. Iruka declared, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze as the winner of the spar. While most of the civilian children were still in disbelief that someone their age could move so well, some of the children applauded. Choji grasped Naruto's extended hand and was effortlessly raised to his feet. As he extended his two fingers to form the seal of reconciliation, Naruto grinned at his opponent. Choji smiled slightly, but Naruto could see that he was saddened by his quick loss. Naruto said, "You know Choji," drawing the attention of the overweight boy. The young Akamichi shook his head and said, "You have the potential to be a very strong opponent in the future. Do you know the one thing that holds you back? It's your own lack of self-confidence that will make it difficult to reach your full potential. Without confidence, your determination will waver. You will hesitate and overthink things at the most crucial moment. You will only get part of the training you work hard on instead of all of it. You have a strong family and strong blood flows through your veins. Just allow yourself to grow because I can't wait to have a true match with you." Choji's eyes grew wide with shock, anticipating that Naruto would denigrate him and call him weak for losing the match so quickly. Rather, Naruto was attempting to support and strengthen him. He even referred to him and his family as strong, a term he is unfamiliar with outside of Shikamaru. He wished for him to perform better. As Naruto nodded, Choji shed a few tears. With more resolve in his eyes, Choji exclaimed, "Yeah, I swear to get stronger and be a better challenge for you next time." Knowing that Choji will be a more formidable fighter in the future if he maintains that resolve, Naruto nodded and grinned as he walked to Eevee, who leapt into his arms. She applauded him, saying, "You did great, Naruto." She was certain that Naruto would prevail because even she could see that Choji lacked the self-assurance and talent to compete with him in any way. Perhaps in the future, but not right now. He will be interesting to fight in the future. "My thoughts exactly, Eevee," Naruto said, nodding in agreement as he turned back to face Choji, who was speaking to Shikamaru. Iruka started to say, "Now we will do R," but a loud hey cut him off, and everyone turned to see it was Kiba. "What is it, Kiba?" "Nara's resignation prevented me from getting into a fight. I really want to actually have a match," Kiba grinned after growling in frustration. "I thus issue a sparring challenge to Naruto." Naruto let out a sigh because he thought Kiba was going to say that. Iruka clarified, "Listen Kiba, you won your match even if it was by forfeit. You should learn to not discredit things like a break. As a shinobi, I don't give a damn." With his arms crossed, Kiba broke in once more, saying, "I want to fight, show off my strength, and finally make amends with Naruto." As he was about to chastise Kiba, Iruka sighed and noticed Naruto moving out of the corner of his eye. As he moved forward, he said, "I'll go again sensei, if it helps us move on. I'm ready to keep going, but Kiba will probably just keep arguing and I'd rather not hear it." "Of course, if that's okay with you, sensei." Eevee leapt from the perch that was Naruto's arms and sat on the sidelines, while Iruka took a moment to consider it before nodding in agreement. "Fine, if you're both alright with it then I will allow it." Naruto nodded as he moved across from Kiba. Following the seal of confrontation and gaining distance from one another, Kiba and Naruto assumed their respective fighting stances, and Naruto looked over Kiba's stance with a mixture of annoyance and admiration. There are still many of Kiba's weaknesses, but at least he tightened up a little. It's not enough for him to be as conceited as he is, though, as it appears that he has trained a lot since his last battle with Zoroark. "Here we go." With his claws flexed, Kiba charged at Naruto while yelling, and Naruto stood there unconcerned as Kiba closed in. Only the male Inuzuka was able to roll away safely as Naruto sidestepped the wild swing with ease, swatting his hand away. Kiba flipped onto his feet as he swung his right leg, allowing Naruto to kick him. Naruto leapt over it and aimed an axe kick at his head. Kiba charged at Naruto, who deflected the fist towards his head, dragged him to him, and then kneed him in the chin, dragged him forward, and kicked him in the chest, sending Kiba reeling back, clutching his chest in agony. Not bad speed, Kiba, but still not nearly as fast as what I have had to deal with, Naruto thought as he leapt over Kiba, grabbed the back collar of his shirt, and threw him back. Kiba growled at Naruto before getting up and running at full speed. Running forward, Naruto began a one-sided beating of Kiba, stepping into his space to prevent him from fleeing, punching him in the chest until he lost consciousness, then turning and elbowing him in the side of the head before spinning around and striking Kiba with the back of his right fist. Kiba screamed in agony as his bullying target threw him around, yanking and twisting his arm before Naruto flipped him over and slammed him onto his back. He released his grip, but Kiba's arm was kicked hard before it could fall. Grasping his arm tightly, Kiba let out another cry of pain, but this time he could swear he could see a layer of blue around his pupils, and when he looked up, he saw Naruto's fist in his face and a chilly expression in his different colored eyes, his right being a darkened violet and his left a cold blue. "You cannot beat me. This match was over the moment you called me out to fight," Naruto said icily, giving the match's spectators a few chills. "You challenged me out of pride and resentment rather than because you wanted a fight or spar. You have a risky combination just by virtue of being the head of your clan and receiving special treatment. If you're not careful, you'll soon learn that it can and will cause you harm, Inuzuka." Seeing no way out of this, Kiba gritted his teeth and nodded his head. "I yield," he grounded out as Naruto released him and let him stand. Following the announcement of the victor and the seal of reconciliation, the two combatants parted ways. They all followed their teacher, with the majority of them chatting about the matches as they went. "All right everyone," Iruka called out. "Follow me to the target fields so that we can go through kunai and shuriken practice." Naruto was walking with Evie on his shoulder and was unaware of the numerous eyes staring at him. The fact that her crush was so talented at such a young age made Hinata smile shyly, but she already knew that he was smart for his age. Naruto simply seemed smarter than he had been before, and the air seemed stronger, so she was curious to see what else he could do. Like Hinata, Satsuki was intrigued by the mystery that was her crush. Prior to the academy, Sasuke and Naruto were about equal in skill, with Naruto lagging behind Sasuke. They had both been studious, but Sasuke was better at using them, while Naruto was hot-headed and kept up thanks to his willpower and genius for coming up with useful uses. Now, he seemed to have blown past him and was even able to beat him without his typical bruises. Every time she saw him, he seemed to just keep getting stronger with all his new tricks and abilities, and she was eager to find out more about him. "What else do you know, brother?" Mito thought to herself as she examined her brother, trying to understand him as best she could. His skill was beyond what she saw him have, and Kiba was no slouch when it came to taijutsu. She had witnessed the Inuzuka clan's talent at close fighting, and Kiba was not bad at it either. The fact that her brother took him out with relative ease showed that he was holding back. The match with Sasuke told her that the match with Kiba could have ended much more quickly. "Now I can't wait until our training sessions after school." Nami had to bite back a squeal of excitement after witnessing her beloved brother fight. He was so cool. He was able to go through 2 fights, if you could call them that, with little to no difficulty. He was also a sweetheart, trying to help Kiba and encourage Choji to get better. She had seen Kiba picking on Naruto and had honestly hoped that her match was with the Inuzuka to teach him a lesson. They entered the target field, where training dummies were positioned in various locations, some crouching on tree branches, others lying on the ground, and still others better concealed by bushes and trees. As he surveyed the field and mentally noted the targets, locations, Naruto thought, looks like they changed things up a bit. Naruto became disinterested as Iruka started his lecture and gave him instructions on how to throw kunai and shuriken, respectively, since he already knew how to do it and only needed to work on his throws. "So, who wants to try it out first?" "Okay, Mito, please come up to the line," Iruka asked, and both Mito and Nami immediately raised their hands. You are given 2 different scores now and they each count for 10, so the max points you can get on both is 20 points, making a grand total of 40 points. Mito followed instructions and took her place after receiving 5 kunai and 5 shuriken. "I wish you luck. Keep your eyes on me, Oni-san." Mito inhaled deeply and then let out a sigh as she gripped the kunai tightly. She threw the kunai quickly, each one hitting the dummies with a loud thud. She then quickly switched to the shuriken, though it nearly fell out of her hands, and threw them as best she could, each one striking a dummy, and she took a breath. The civilian children and some of the heirs were amazed by Mito's abilities, and while Nami gave a small applause and applauded her achievements, Naruto acknowledged her skill but wasn't particularly impressed. As he scribbled on a clipboard, Iruka declared, "Okay Mito, that was very impressive. You have quite the talent, but not too surprising due to your training. You received a 15/20ths for kunai and a 10/20ths for shuriken. Your kunai throwing flowed well, you just need to be more accurate. Your shurikens require improvement because you were fast but inaccurate. That was a great first attempt all around." "How's that, Naruto ni?" Mito asked, grinning proudly at her achievement. "I know I have to work, but in time, it will be perfect," she said, looking back to see Naruto staring at the brown fox on his lap rather than her. She was both sad and angry, but she kept it to herself as she stood by her sister and patted her shoulder. After hearing her name called, Nami moved to the starting line, clearing her head as she inhaled deeply while keeping her gaze fixed on the dummies. As soon as the kunai entered her hands, they were launched across the field, each hitting a dummy in the bullseye. This process was easily repeated with the shuriken, with only 3 missing the center. Mito stood there unfazed, having witnessed her perform this many times before, while the rest of the crowd, including Naruto, were stunned by her abilities. "I usually have her beat when it comes to taijutsu and ninjutsu, but she beats me with kenjutsu and shurikenjutsu," Mito thought amusedly. "We may be twins, but our skill sets differ so much." Naruto thought, that was shockingly impressive. Her shurikenjutsu skills seem way above my own. I can tell that her skills will probably rival Itachi-ni's given enough time. Although Naruto wasn't a big fan of his family, he did respect their abilities, which seemed to have been passed down to his younger sister Nami in terms of weapon throwing. Nami's final score of 36 out of 40 points was amazing for an academy student, and she looked at Naruto, beaming with happiness at his nod, which acknowledged her abilities, no matter how minor. The others soon followed, with the clan heirs scoring higher than the civilian kids for obvious reasons. Hinata received a score of 22/40ths, finding it difficult to toss the kunai because of its weight. Satsuki received a score of 37/40ths, shocking everyone once again. Sasuke received a score of 37/40ths, which caused him to playfully smirk at his sister, who responded by sticking her tongue at him, and Choji received a score of 15/40ths, which saddened him to improve. Shikamaru, his best friend, went up next while complaining about how annoying this was. He received a 9/40ths and simply shrugged, making everyone perspire at his lack of concern. Ino and Sakura tied with only 11/40ths. Kira went up next and received a 28/40ths, making her cheer loudly as she grinned at her opponent. Kiba, who was optimistic about the outcome, was the next to go up. He threw the kunai with his right arm, making a popping sound that made him grit his teeth in slight pain. Only 3 of the kunai hit their target, while the others hit the ground. Kiba growled as he roughly grabbed the shuriken and tossed them, but pain shot up his arm again, causing him to miss again. Only 5 seemed to hit the targets this time. "Yeah, I'm not perfect at throwing, but I should be much better than this. What is wrong and why does my shoulder hurt so much?" Kiba mentally screamed in fury. "It's nothing special, Kiba. I hit you on your shoulder point, tensing them up with my aura. By throwing the weapons, you just made that pain shoot and intensify. The pain you caused you to miss along with the fact that you close your eyes before throwing because of the pain. I know doing that was petty of me, but no one can really complain if they don't know," Naruto said, laughing in his head as Iruka gave him his score. After Kiba was instructed to stop whining and take a seat, it was soon Naruto's turn. The oldest Uzumaki Namikaze sibling stood at the line, with Eevee standing next to his left leg, and took a stance. Taking a deep breath, Naruto made his move in a fluid motion, grabbing the kunai and giving them a strong toss, then, without waiting for the thud sound, grabbing the shuriken and repeating the process. Naruto grinned, pleased with his score, which was what he had anticipated. Although he still needed to improve his weapon-throwing skills, Naruto achieved a personal best with a total score of 35/40ths, which was caused by a few kunai misses on the center targets. He has demonstrated to have taken his ninja career seriously before the academy. He will have a bright future if he continues this path, Iruka said, noting Naruto's score. My form and accuracy still needs work, it was still off, Naruto said as he petted Eevee again with a contemplative expression. Eevee advised Naruto, call on the Greninja family for training with them then. They work on things like shurikens, so they would probably be the best teachers in that field. Naruto nodded in agreement with his partner. Now remember, kids, Iruka said, we will be doing this frequently because these were tests that will be crucial to your shinobi career. Work on it if you didn't perform well today. Put a lot of effort into it, even outside of class. The majority of you have just unlocked your chakra, so normally we would move on to the ninjutsu section. Instead, we will go inside and teach you about chakra control, ninjutsu, and its many uses. So let's head out. And faking I don't have a good one would make no sense since they seen me use my techniques already. I should have hidden a bit more instead of showing off so much, dang it, Naruto said, suppressing a groan because he had already learned all of this a long time ago and, although not perfect, his chakra control was still fairly good due to his reasonably large chakra reserves. Everyone in the class followed Iruka to the classroom, but nobody saw a shadow move away from them. It moved quickly, stayed in the shadow of the buildings, and eventually found itself in a deserted part of the village. In order to make sure it wasn't being followed, the figure paused and looked around. It was a male with short purple hair, wearing the typical Anbu clothes and a bear mask. The only thing that set this Anbu apart from others was the letters Ne on his forehead. When he felt that no one was around, he put a paper tag on the ground, and it glowed before the ground in front of him rose up, revealing a staircase with several other Anbu at the bottom. The Anbu wearing a bird mask ordered the bear-masked Anbu to reveal your face and tongue. The bear-masked Anbu obeyed, revealing his average-looking face with green eyes and a scar on his left cheek. After examining the seal array on his tongue, the bird Anbu member nodded and said, "You may enter, bear." Once everyone was inside, the staircase closed and the tag that had opened it burned away to ashes. The bear-masked Anbu nodded and went inside. After navigating a lengthy tunnel, the young man arrived at a large space with pipes and a bridge that led to the main exit. Dimmed light from the barricaded exterior poured in above them, and he saw an elderly man with a cane in his right hand, a black and white robe, and white bandages covering the right side of his face, including a X scar on his chin. As the thud reverberated throughout the building, the young man bowed to the older man and knelt down. "I have come with the report, Lord Danzo," the young man said, and Danzo nodded his head while tapping his cane on the floor. "Speak, bear," Danzo said. "What have you learned about Academy student, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto?" World in reverse. Sitting beneath a waterfall, Ryolu was meditating while trying to ignore the crushing weight of the rushing water, which was different for him because he had to keep himself from being carried away by the water. His master Lucario was standing there, observing him with a calculating gaze. "It is particularly difficult for someone like you, Ryolu, a being with so much inner aura that it is hard for you to control. You were born with so much power, that it has become your burden instead of your gift. To project your aura around as a powerful layer of protection, even through pain and chaos, is a very difficult and tedious process," Lucario thought, crossing his arms. "You much gain a much higher level of control if you with to move forward as your roadblock is yourself." Ryolu's aura moved viciously around his body, enveloping him in a small glow that lasted only a moment before abruptly disappearing. Ryolu's face twisted in exasperation before returning to its normal calm. Lucario noted, "It won't be that easy, my student. The more frustrated you get, the harder it will be to control. That waterfall is unforgiving and chaotic, so you must be able to clear your mind from that to gain the control you so desperately seek." He closed his eyes and grinned before an aura instantaneously encircled his body. "Looks like their training is going as well as you could expect," he said, chuckling as a rock flew out of some nearby bushes and broke as soon as it hit his aura coating. Zoroark was standing across from Lucario, grinning viciously and holding a pile of rocks, while Zorua was standing a few feet away on a log that hung over a roaring stream, his fur soaked from the water and panting heavily as he struggled to control his breathing. "Zorua, hurry up, if you don't, this will all be in vain." As her smile faded and a frustrated expression appeared on her face, she screamed, "Damn it, how many times will I have to fucking repeat myself? I'm trying my hardest. Just give me a break already, you damn old hag." Zorua yelled back, panting more from exhaustion and squandering any fresh breath. Zoroark paused and closed his eyes as he heard his words, and Lucario shook his head pityingly. Zoroark calmly responded, "I'm an old hag now, ya damned brat," letting out a sarcastic laugh. "So, You seem to have enough energy to think of insults and complain, but also enough to yell at me, she said. You fucking brat, I suppose we can choose the speed and level. She started throwing the rocks in short bursts, leaving them all in a blur. Zorua yelled as he started to dodge the thrown rocks as best he could, and each one flew past him, barely missing him. Zorua detested this training exercise because he was only allowed to use his body and was not allowed to use attacks. He moved left to dodge another rock, but failed to see another that nailed his forehead hard. He had to regain his bearings before falling off the log, so he jumped and flipped to land back on the log and avoid another approaching rock before he could register the pain, no matter how severe and bruising it was. Brat, you nearly fell again. As she hit another rock, Zoroark screamed, look up and pay attention. As he leapt over another rock, Zorua thought, she's almost out of rocks. I just have to last. Shadow Ball. The dark ball of energy charged at Zorua, and his eyes grew wide. Unprepared for the unexpected assault, which was larger than the rocks and more difficult to avoid, Zorua was struck and flung from the log. Before crashing into a tree on the riverbank, his body skimmed across the water like a stone. Zoroark approached Zorua, who moaned in agony. Zoroark grabbed his tail roughly and yanked the tricky fox Poké Copyright Mon up to eye level while leaking Ki and narrowing her eyes dangerously, causing her student to shiver in fear and pain. Understand this well, brat, she said in a perilous whisper. Don't you ever, and I mean ever, call me an old hag again. Next time, I'll hit you so hard that I will squash your innards into mush and watch as your carcass erodes away into fertile for the fucking grass. Am I understood? With a quick nod, Zorua's fear overcame his discomfort at the abrupt action. Zoroark grinned as the Ki saw what he was doing. She dropped Zorua roughly, and her rage disappeared with it. Walking back to the river, she turned around. By the way, never expect your opponent to play by the rules. Always expect the unexpected. While I collect more rocks, you may use this to rest and regain your energy. You're going to need it, she said while diving into the water. Zorua's eyes started to close and he fell from pain and exhaustion. Mean, sadistic, insane old hag, were his final thoughts as he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Academy Ninja. Everyone cheered and hurried out of the classroom when the class bell rang. Naruto was no different, as he essentially bolted from the torture room that is, the classroom. That was the most boring thing I've ever had to go through. Even though I have to remain motionless, meditation is more enjoyable. Naruto stopped as he got closer to the school gates and his freedom because he felt a sharp pain as tiny teeth dug into his shoulder. Ouch, what the hell was that for Eevee? He exclaimed, narrowing his eyes as the normal type landed in front of him. She chastised him, I was calling out to you, but you were not responding, and then a smirk appeared on her face. That seemed to be the only way that I could gain your attention, Naruto. As he massaged the painful area, Naruto questioned, so, what was so important that you decided to bite me in the shoulder? She said, I was wondering why you were trying to leave the school, and her partner gave her a perplexed look. Remember, you were supposed to train with your sisters and Satsuki after class. You promised. According to Naruto, what? I remember asking Satsuki, but he honestly couldn't recall anything about training with his sisters, so he asked, but when and why would I agree to train with Nami and Mito? Early this morning, Naruto, Eevee said, perspiring. You were eating pancakes with oran berries and you agreed while in your usual days. Naruto moaned, realizing that she was probably correct because eating oran berries can make him lose consciousness. Naruto inhaled deeply to ease his irritation before using his aura to locate his sisters. It took him a moment to locate them and Satsuki in the courtyard. They could begin training since they are probably searching for him. Naruto exclaimed, let's go Eevee, as he dashed in the direction of the girls' aura signatures. The girls turned to look at Naruto, who arrived with Eevee in just 1 minute. Naruto said, so, this is where you girls were, as if he had accidentally discovered them. I was looking for you three. I was beginning to think that you all forgot about our training session. Satsuki in particular doesn't need to know that I was the one who forgot. Yes, that makes me feel much safer. To avoid getting into trouble with Naruto's friends and sisters, Eevee had to control her laughter at his obvious lies. Hey Naruto, Satsuki said, grinning slightly. So how are we going to do this? What are you going to teach me? Naruto nodded and gave one of his closest friends a warm smile that made his sisters a little envious. Well Satsuki, what I'm going to show you is a technique that I know you will do well with. It focuses on intense control of your fire nature along with being able to manipulate it. You have a high affinity for fire, correct? She gave a nod. She declared with pride, yes, I am higher than most Uchihas with Sasuke ahead of me. Even Sasuke was barely above her, demonstrating how intense her affinity for fire was, shocking everyone. Right now, she had more control over her fire affinity than Sasuke. Naruto nodded and remarked, that's great, meaning learning this will be slightly easier for you than others. Alright, watch closely as I also have yet to master this. I can form it, but not utilize it completely yet. His words were met with nods from Satsuki and his sisters, who were observing intently. He lifted his hand, clenched it, and inhaled deeply. As he directed his aura toward his fist, it started to smoke and then caught fire. As the three girls watched the embers dance and flicker around their brother's or crush's fist, they were taken aback by the fire. Naruto let out a sigh, and the fire went out. Maintaining it is still a priority. Why is it so difficult for me to use the elemental punches? He turned to face his friend, who had a charming twinkle in her eyes as she gazed at him. The move is called the Fire Fist, Naruto clarified. The formation is the easy art because it's mostly flow and control. The hard part is maintaining its form, and it gets harder when applied to fighting. It involves heating up the energy that was gathered in your fist. With a sigh, Naruto turned to his fist and lit it again. He was demonstrating to her a Poke copyright mon move called Fire Punch, and he fed the move with his aura rather than chakra. However, after some testing and discussion, he discovered that the attack, as well as the other elemental punches, could be replicated to use chakra, albeit it was challenging. As she watched the flames move around her crush's fist, Satsuki nodded and considered all the implications of his instructions and information. She already loved taijutsu, and this style would go well with it. It will give me an edge for the future, she thought excitedly, especially with someone like Hinata as her rival for Naruto, who was currently even with her in taijutsu if she really tried. No one was surprised because they all knew Naruto would have enormous reserves just because he was from the Uzumaki clan, and the shadow clone jutsu was practically made for their family. He made a cross sign, and a puff of smoke appeared next to him as a clone revealed itself. Everyone was certain that no one they knew had taught him how to do it, and since it's an advanced jutsu that is prohibited because it drains chakra, the only question they had was how and where he learned to do it. My clone will accompany you, Satsuki, and assist you in your Fire Fist training. Even though I would prefer not, a promise is a promise. Damn Oran berries, why must you be so good? He said, giving her a look that suggested he would prefer not to assist Nami and Mito with their taijutsu training. Naruto took another sigh and his expression became more neutral as he looked at his sisters. Alright, he said in a tone that was colder, making them wince. He said, let's get this over with, as he assumed a stance he had learned from the Hitmonlee, which is mainly used for powerful kicks, fast movements, and powerful grapples. He reasoned that he should start small and work his way up to see where his sister's skills lay. He gets to see how he stacks against his sisters right now, even if it's only in taijutsu, and he gets to see for himself whether he was stronger or not. Which one of you is going to go first? He would be lying if he said he wasn't looking forward to this spar somewhat. Nami approached first, anxious about her match and determined to use it as an opportunity to show off to her beloved brother and impress him with her skills. Like her mother, she glanced over his stance and saw something odd. I wonder what that stance is based on because I have never seen it before, not even in his fights with Kiba or Sasuke. Evie was beside her, eager to see how Naruto would perform in the fight but hoping that he would be cautious this time, not wanting him to do something that would cause him too many problems later. Mito walked to the side to referee the match and watch it as well. Naruto leaned forward a little and narrowed his eyes. Begin, he said in a low whisper that seemed to travel through the wind. With the intention of landing the first blow of the spar, Nami launched herself into a sudden burst of speed. When she was close enough, she swung her right fist in his face, but Naruto swung aside, deflecting the blow away from him before kicking out with his other foot. Naruto used his left foot to push himself to the right, avoiding the blow, and then swiftly stretched his right leg and kicked off as soon as it touched the ground. Nami leapt over the kick and performed a front flip with her leg out, aiming for an axe kick to his head. He materialized next to Nami, who had not yet touched the ground, and struck her right in the stomach, causing her to lose consciousness. He then twisted his arm and pointed his elbow at the side of her face. Nami swiftly gained her bearing and blocked the blow with both hands. Then, using the elbow as leverage, She struck Naruto's chin with her knee before kicking her brother in the back with her extended leg. With a tiny smile on his whiskered face, Naruto regained his balance and returned to his fighting stance. As he watched Nami return to the Uzumaki Taijutsu stance, Naruto thought, okay, Nami seems to be taking this seriously right from the start. She seems to be fighting better than the spars at the academy recently. There are less holes than before. Has she been holding back as well? Naruto thought. Naruto stepped over the kick and kicked upwards, easily avoiding it, but when Nami jumped back to dodge, Naruto wrapped his left hand on her leg before slamming her into the ground, forcing him to stop thinking as she rushed at him, aiming for his legs to lay him out. Even when I am trying, Naruto can keep up with relative ease, Nami thought as she kicked at Naruto's feet, causing him to step back and let her go. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she used her hands to backflip back to her feet, returning to her stance as Naruto stared her down. Nami let out a painful cry, surprised by Naruto's quick thinking. His thoughts were, she is much better than I gave her credit for, hate to admit it, but I really underestimated her, and, her movements, though skilled, are still wild. The main issue at the moment is that, although I can get past her defenses, the next strike always keeps me at arm's length, so I want to avoid using any Poke copyright Mon moves if I can, even if it would be easy to explain them. Also, now that I think about it, this is a good test for my aura manipulation. He was a little difficult for Nami to keep track of, but it wasn't impossible, and he was able to land a punch on her left cheek. Nami quickly recovered and started deflecting her brother's punches and kicks as best she could. He charged towards Nami, aura pumping in his legs at a rapid pace that allowed him to move at a faster pace. Nami was skilled, but her wild movements to replace what she couldn't do wasted more energy and chakra than was necessary, so even though she was able to block some of the strikes, the hits that did get through were starting to have an impact as her movements slowed down more and more. He smirked and feinted a kick to her ribs, but Nami chose to block rather than try to dodge. Then, with a swift spin and snap, he connected a spin kick to her head, sending the Uzumaki air hurtling into a tree. Before Nami could get back up, Naruto was in front of her, his fist pointed at her face. The youngest sibling let out a disappointed sigh, realizing what his silent gaze was essentially asking her to do. I yield, Nami said sorrowfully. I was already behind Mito at hand-to-hand, Nami thought to herself. Now it seems Naruto is better than me too, without any formal training too. Maybe I can use this to get an excuse to spend more time with Naruto. She thought enthusiastically. Mito was already in contemplation as Naruto made his way back to the middle of the field. He definitely knows how to use his abilities to the best that he could. His movements are fast and agile, and it seems mostly focused on his leg strengths. He moves like that Jonin with the bushy eyebrows that I have seen Dad spar against before, made a guy, I believe his name was. Could that be his teacher? She said, shaking her head as she assumed a completely different stance from her sisters. This alone demonstrated to Naruto that she had a better command of her taijutsu style than her younger twin, though he also knew that it wasn't mastered. Her stance was stronger, with hardly any holes visible in comparison, and her body was loose and flexible despite being tense. As he assumed the same stance as before, Naruto thought, let's see how I stack against the more taijutsu-skilled twin. Begin. He leapt back in time to avoid a punch from Mito, who appeared next to him, surprising him because it caught him off guard. When did she get so fast? He only had time to consider this as he blocked a kick intended for his head. My body feels so light and free with the gravity seals I asked Pervy Sage and Dad to put on me. It's amazing, and it's only on an x2 multiplier, which is nothing like theirs. I might be able to beat Naruto with speed like this. She dropped and knocked Naruto's feet out from under him, causing him to land on his hands and backflip away. As soon as he was upright, he kicked Mito in the back and knocked her strike aside. She really caught me off guard with that sudden burst of speed, but where did it come from? Has she always been this fast and I just never noticed? He thought as he repositioned himself. I'm getting used to her speed. Mito was already in her defensive stance when Naruto charged at her, sending some aura through his body. They continued their taijutsu match, but this time neither of them was able to land a blow. Mito blocked every kick, high or low, and Naruto countered or blocked every punch and kick. Mito had knocked Naruto off balance, so he quickly changed his stance and spun with his fist outstretched. His sister was unprepared for the fist that slugged her in the cheek, so Naruto decided she was in trouble and rolled back to get more distance. Mito stood back to her stance, and her eyes narrowed because her brother was in a different stance now, with his hands slightly more open and his feet farther apart, emphasizing grappling and leg techniques. His hands were now clenched tightly shut, indicating that he was going for fierce swings, and his legs were now closer together, indicating that it would be more difficult to get him to move. Her cheeks were hurting from an incomplete, careless swing, and she did not want to be struck by a full-powered swing. Let's see how she handles my boxing style, Naruto thought as he gathered aura for his arms, legs, and fists. She made me move and change from my Hitmonlee stance to the Hitmonchan boxing stance. Less leg power, but it's firmer and my power has moved to my upper body. Less agility, but better defense. The cooling winds blew gently as their hair rustled with the tree leaves, and the spectators watched the tense taijutsu fight with bated breaths as the two siblings stood there, staring at each other, both tense as they waited for the other to strike. As she charged chakra to her fists, Mito, frustrated by the delay, rushed at Naruto, who bowed his legs slightly in preparation for the blow. He didn't have to wait long because Mito swung her fist, threatening to knock her brother down, but Naruto quickly pushed the swing away from him and punched Mito in the abdomen. Because she had become accustomed to his slower swings and quick kicks, the red-haired girl was caught off guard by the speed of the punch and was unable to counter the elbow that struck the back of her head and sent her flying forward, causing her to lose her breath. Dizzy, Mito lost some balance, then loosened her body up and took soothing breaths, trying to ignore the throbbing pain as she tucked and rolled as she regained her posture and turned back to her brother, who was back in his boxing stance, ready for more. Well, I didn't anticipate that at all, she thought, wincing from the pain. I thought he would hit harder, but not like this. It feels like I ran straight into a boulder or let a steel pipe ram into my stomach. I must be careful like Ka-san is when she spars with pervy grandpa. I'm still not good at this yet, but I will have to give it a try. As she prepared to try a fighting technique exclusive to the Uzumaki clan, Chakra hurried to her feet and arms, bent her legs, and applied pressure to the front of her feet, clearing her mind until it seemed as though the world slowed and echoed. Here I go, she exclaimed, pushing forward and disappearing in a tiny burst of speed. Naruto's eyes widened at his sister's unexpected sudden burst of speed, which exceeded any speed she had ever displayed. It was nearly identical to using quick attack, but it was very different. Naruto turned to see his sister's body slamming straight into a tree after hearing a loud bang sound from behind him that sounded like something fleshy slammed into wood. Mito exclaimed, "Ouchie," as she pulled herself away, her nose broken, her eyes watering, the front of her body throbbing, and she was covered in bruises and scuffs. I can't help but be reminded of the time I tried to learn how to use quick attack for the first time. It really looked like it hurt too, Naruto said as he approached his two sisters while Nami attempted to apply ointment to the bruises. Are you okay, Mito? With her head lowered, she appeared depressed about her inability to execute the style. Yeah, I am, she said, winced from the cooling pain. Seems that I am still not ready for Ka-san's whirlpool combo taijutsu attack. Naruto let out a sigh as his desire to console his younger sister overcame any resentment or jealousy she might have had for her. Placing a hand on his sister's head, he thought, it's already common knowledge that I can do this, so it shouldn't be an issue. Attracting their attention, he gathered aura to his palm and whispered, "Recover," as his hand and Mito glowed. All of the bruises and aches started to gradually disappear as the light shone, and in a matter of seconds, an astonished Mito could no longer feel any of the wounds or pain. Healing techniques are one of the hardest things to do on Uzumaki, second only to Genjutsu. For her brother to perform a healing jutsu at such a young age was, to put it mildly, astounding. When the light faded, Mito looked over herself and was shocked to find herself back to normal. Yes, she had witnessed him do this to Sasuke as well, but it still amazes her that he could do this. Nami's body glowed brightly too before she could speak, and when she looked up, she saw that her brother's glowing hand was now on her head, and her bruises and pains had disappeared, just like her sister's. Naruto examined Nami to make sure he had healed all of her wounds and said, "There's no point in leaving her in pain if I am already healing Mito as well." Ignoring Nami's pout, he took his hands off of them once he was certain they were both okay. What was that? Naruto questioned, perplexed by Mito's actions prior to her collision with the tree. In shame, Mito flushed and turned to face the floor. She nervously scratched the back of her head and said, "I kind of learned from Ka-san a taijutsu technique called the whirlpool combo." Curious, Naruto raised an eyebrow. Kind of, he inquired. How can you, kind of, learn it? You learn it, or you don't. Mito laughed nervously and said, to be honest, looking away from her brother. Mom never actually taught it to me. I asked her what the Uzumaki taijutsu could do, so she gave me a demonstration of it. I was kind of trying to copy it from memory. The impact of Mito's words caused Naruto's eyes to widen in surprise. She learned all the fundamentals of a complex taijutsu style by herself. She was learning the style through pure imitation. She wasn't even taught its steps. He was aware that Mito was skilled in taijutsu, but this was a completely different level than he had anticipated. What if she had learned it and was already capable of performing at that level? Nami was a master of shuriken jutsu, but his sister was equally skilled in taijutsu. After that, where was he? In retrospect, his sparring victory over his sisters wasn't all that impressive. Nami was never very good at taijutsu, to start. From what he remembered of observing her training sessions, she was talented for her age group even by academy standards, but she never took to taijutsu. In terms of taijutsu, Mito was superior to academy standards. He thought it was amazing that she was better than most genin in taijutsu. He was mistaken to think that either of them would be on par with him in a hand-to-hand match. Yes, he was holding back, but even when he was playing around, academy students couldn't handle that style. Curious, he thought, I wonder how this battle would go if I used any of my moves. He said, next time, be careful when doing something like that, Mito. If you are not careful, then you may seriously hurt yourself in the end, and Mito nodded. Other than that, you were really strong. I honestly wasn't ready for this spar to be so thrilling. Naruto's voice was filled with excitement, and his heart was racing with adrenaline. What could he say? He loved fighting fiercely because he had spent so much time training with Poca Copyright Mon. It was against Rock Lee that he had his most thrilling battle to date. You are definitely stronger than I thought you were, he said, turning to face Nami and offering advice. Although it is surprising, your speed and ability to maintain focus on your target are related to your throwing abilities. The problem with your style is that it's clear you haven't perfected it yet. At times, your movements become extremely erratic, causing you to expend more energy than usual. Someone with more experience will never fall for such a trick, but you can fool someone like me with it. If you don't master the style, it will be extremely difficult for you when the fight gets close. Additionally, you must have a quicker recovery period. After she nodded, he turned to Mito to share his thoughts with her. You have amazing fighting skills, Mito. Although it doesn't say much, to be fair, your speed is superior to most people our age that I have seen. You have excellent, even amazing, reaction and recovery times. The problem with you is that you fight carelessly. I'm not talking about your defenses, rather, I'm referring to your lack of patience. You were the first to charge in and the first to deliver a blow the entire time. I have nothing more to say than that you're good. Mito nodded and grinned broadly, pleased that her older brother was praising her so much. He was even grinning at her, his warm smile making her cheeks flush from how adorable he was, and she had to resist the impulse to grab him and give him a firm embrace. Nami, however, had no such qualms and jumped onto her brother, giving him the tightest hug she could manage, sobbing as she soaked Naruto's shirt and repeatedly thanking him and apologizing. Standing there while Nami held him and Mito appeared to want to do the same, Naruto noticed Eevee staring at them from the side. Sensing that their aura paths were connecting, he waited to hear Eevee's thoughts. Naruto, why are you just standing there? Hug her back, Eevee screamed at him. But, Eevee, he began to clarify, but a now irate normal-type Poca Copyright Mon cut him off. Don't. But, this one, Naruto, she said, adding that based on what you told me, your sisters truly made an effort to pay attention to you during the entire ordeal. Furthermore, you are aware of your concern for Mito and Nami. Consider this. How much do you know about your sisters, Naruto? What colors do they prefer, dislike, and like? Apart from training, which you still don't fully understand, and 3 of their close friends, what can you honestly tell me about them? After giving it some thought, Naruto came to the conclusion that Eevee was correct. He didn't know much about his 2 younger sisters because he was always trying to get his parents' attention. After obtaining the Poca Copyright Mon contract, he devoted most of his time to training in order to be the best partner for them, not only because he didn't want to be left behind by them but also because he didn't want to make time for them. When it came to Mito and Nami, he was just as bad as his parents. The mere idea made him sick and furious. All they wanted was some attention from him, and he consistently turned them down out of jealousy. Nami chose not to push her luck with her brother by unwrapping her arms because she didn't feel him react, but as she was about to do so, Naruto pleasantly surprised her by putting his arms around her in a reassuring embrace. "I am so sorry, Nami," he said softly, stroking the back of her hair while whispering into her ear, "I am so sorry for treating you guys so badly. I sincerely apologize for being such a terrible older brother." "No." With freshly shed tears, Mito and Nami screamed at him, "Naruto ni, it's not your fault. It's not you who's at fault, but us. We gave you the impression that you were unimportant. You were disregarded because of us." Nami shouted, "We," before her eyes widened in shock. Nami sniffled and Mito looked at her intently as she struggled to contain her tears after Naruto kissed her on the head, something he couldn't recall doing for his younger siblings the last time. "You two are not at fault here," he reassured her. "I am. I totally ignored you two, the two people who hadn't forgotten me, because I was so overcome by rage and jealousy. I was foolish enough to blind myself to your love for no apparent reason. Yes, you two did occasionally leave me out, but it wasn't because you wanted to. So, if it's okay with you two, may I ask for your forgiveness and the opportunity to become friends?" Nami had gone back to hold him as tightly as she could, and Mito and Nami, who didn't want to risk their brother changing his mind about being close to them, were perplexed as to why he had used the word friends rather than family. With a slight smile, Naruto turned to face Mito and opened his other arm. "I have enough room for another body if you want," he started to say, but Mito joined him in an embrace that resembled the tackle her sister had given him earlier. "I'll do my best to do better for them, I will make them happy to the best of my ability," Naruto thought determinedly, laughing as he held both of his sisters with warmth and care. He was unaware that his sisters were thinking the same thing to make him happy and give him the attention he was denied because of them. As she watched the scene from the sidelines, Evie smiled warmly at Naruto's reconciliation with his sisters. She heard him avoid the word family, which made sense because he had distanced himself from the Uzumaki Namikaze family, so it was nearly impossible to see Mito and Nami as family, much less sisters. This was not because he was old, as he was still young, but rather because he broke off his family ties with them when he formed a Pokemon family. He has already taken making him a bit older mentally, though still childish at times, and he used that to distance himself from thinking of them as family. Naruto told his sisters, "Let's take a break for now. I know, I have some extra berries in my bag for us to eat. They are all incredibly tasty and healthful." Even Nami, who wasn't particularly fond of most fruits, nodded their heads, willing to give it a try after witnessing him enjoy them earlier that morning and during lunch. If her brother said they were good, she was all for trying them. In order to get to know one another better, the four of them decided to use their mealtime to catch up. Clone and Sakari, the Uchiha heiress, threw her arms in the air and yelled, "Arg! Why is this so hard?" With rage. Given how difficult it was to form the fire chakra alone, Naruto merely laughed at his friend's frustration. Fortunately, she had no trouble forming the fire chakra because she was a proficient prodigy and belonged to a clan that was well known for its strong fire jutsu. The accumulation and stabilization of the fire chakra in her fist was what was killing her. Fire is typically released after being formed for a fireball jutsu, eliminating the need to hold it in place. However, the fire fist will differ greatly in this regard. After gathering the fire chakra, she must maintain the shape of her fist while stabilizing it to prevent the fire chakra from dispersing. This is far more difficult than it seems, particularly when trying to maintain concentration. The intensity of the flames increases as more chakra is used. The more intense the flames, the more difficult it is to keep them going. To see how much fire she was using, Naruto used his aura sight as covertly as possible. He would be surprised if it even produced a line of smoke at the speed she is going. She possesses a higher proportion of chakra than nature. That works well for creating chakra, but it can't be used to ignite the fire. Satsuki shouted, "Come on already." Since she was unable to feel the heat emanating from her fist, she could feel the fire chakra she had created in her fist. How come her fist doesn't light up like Naruto's? She could form fire chakra with ease. At this point, it was as natural to her as breathing. She struggled to make the fire chakra gather at her fist rather than disperse, which was the problem. She attempted to treat like the fireball jutsu of the Uchiha clan, but it was unsuccessful. Before altering its nature, she attempted to form the chakra in her fist, but that also failed. It was really annoying. She screamed in rage after another failed attempt and then punched the nearby wooden post. In her anger, she kept punching the post repeatedly. The angry Uchiha girl abused the post, making it tremble with each blow. Not at all shocked by his friend's current outburst, Naruto laughed uneasily. He was only relieved that it was the post and not him, because she was always the kind to get angry easily. With each blow, he saw her chakra move quickly, causing her normally silky black hair to unravel and split apart. Yeah, Naruto thought tensely. This reminds me a lot of my time trying to learn how to use Fire Punch. The only difference between us is that I damaged the tree a little more and used aura in my rage. Yes, I did not make the Tricos happy that day. The memory made him shiver, but he had to suppress it. When his rage subsided, Giratina and the Septile leader chastised him severely for his immature outburst and the tree's destruction, respectively. The K.I. He had fainted after being freed by the dragon ghost. When he woke up, the punishment that followed was not enjoyable. Naruto yelled, "Satsuki-chan, calm down," as he approached the irate heiress. "I understand you're angry, but hurting yourself like this will solve nothing. You got so angry that you didn't coat your fist in any chakra and as a result, busted your knuckle open." Satsuki, gasping for air, glanced at the backs of her hands and realized he was right. Her fists were a little bloody and bruised. She hadn't even realized how hard she was hitting the post because she was so furious. Naruto looked at the wound while gently holding his friend's hand, totally ignoring the pink on her cheeks. He gently cupped her injured hand before uttering the word, "recover," to initiate his healing method. When the young heiress realized he was healing her in the same way that he had healed her brother after they had spared, she was astounded. She closed her eyes and immersed herself in the sensation, surprised at how warm she felt. She pouted in disappointment when the feeling faded before she could lose herself in it. She was furious because she couldn't execute the fire fist in any way. All she wanted now was that sensation to return. The red blonde said, "Now Satsuki-chan," as he turned her hand over, palm up. "You can't force the fire fist to take form like that. Even if you had got it to form, your entire fist would have been burned since it had no control. It may be your fire chakra, it's still a flame nonetheless." Satsuki narrowed her eyes and asked, "Then how do I get it to form correctly?" "Start with learning how to gather your chakra in a smaller area before working up," he said, gesturing to the middle of her palm. "Learn to be able to keep your gathered fire chakra in this single point. Once you're able to keep that focal point, then work your way further out. It's how I learned it, even if I have yet to master it." Before Naruto closed her hand and confused her, Satsuki nodded and inhaled deeply to try again. "What are you doing, Naruto?" As he dabbed at her perspiration, Naruto clarified, "You're pretty much out of chakra at this point. Your anger made your chakra shoot out, making you tired. From what I know, you will pass out if you keep wasting more of it. So why don't we call it for today and meet up with boss and the others?" Satsuki really couldn't argue, even though she wanted to. Her family made sure she was aware of the dangers and symptoms of chakra fatigue. She was clearly exhausted based on her panting and heavy sweating, her chakra coils, tightness and pain, and the fact that she was barely able to stand. She nodded as she started to move, but when the Naruto clone picked her up in a bridal manner, she yelled. "You can barely stand," he said, embracing her. The Uchiha heiress's face would have perfectly resembled a ripe tomato if he had looked down. "Let alone walk, so I am going to carry you instead." Unaware that the brunette in his arms had smuggled into him, he sprinted ahead. She smiled as she thought, "This is not so bad." The heiress and clone were oblivious to the two eyes that were observing them from the roof, one of them grinning while the other male next to him laughed. This is Itachi Uchiha, with Shisui Uchiha, his rival and best friend, standing next to him. Since his sister hadn't returned home and was scheduled to train in her fire element today, Itachi had to go get her. Their father has wanted it refined ever since the family discovered her strong alignment with the fire chakra. Her tardiness in returning home from school irritated their mother, who was waiting for her in their backyard. Their mother sent him to grab Shisui, interrupting their spar. "She seems to be really comfortable, Itachi," Shisui remarked after he had stopped laughing. Uchiha's eldest heir gave a nod. "So are we going to do this professionally or the fun way?" Itachi disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves without even replying. With a small laugh, Shisui disappeared in a whirl of leaves, following his best friend. Naruto and his sisters. While his sisters told him about their favorite foods, Naruto lay against a tree and gently stroked Eevee's fur. He laughed because, although he knew very little about them, he knew that they would both mention ramen as their favorite food. Additionally, he made sure to mentally record that Mito preferred beef and Nami preferred miso when it came to ramen. Additionally, he discovered that Nami and he both enjoyed eating sweet dango. Although Mito enjoyed sweets, she wasn't particularly fond of them. She shared Satsuki's preference for spicy foods. In relation to that, he looked up and saw his clone approach holding one of his closest friends. Using his aura sense, he became concerned and was relieved to learn that she was okay. His sisters narrowed their eyes as they turned to face their now distracted father. They simply didn't want their time with their brother to be disrupted, especially after finally being able to talk to him. It wasn't that they didn't like Satsuki or anything. When he placed the Uchiha on the ground, the clone nodded and he asked, "She overdid the training, didn't she?" He learned about the clone's memory from the scrolls he had read about it some time ago, and when it popped, he acquired it. Satsuki turned away, embarrassed by her behavior, as Naruto grinned at her. "Please don't tell anyone about what happened, Naruto-kun," Satsuki pleaded, her cheeks flushed. "I'll die if my family finds out about what happened." She was aware that Itachi had used his clone for training several times, which is how Naruto acquired the memories of his clone when they popped. She was aware that Naruto was now aware of her outburst. "Don't worry, Satsuki-chan," Naruto grinned in response. "I promise not to say anything about it, but I can't promise anything about Itachi-ni." Before she heard laughter coming from behind her, Satsuki appeared perplexed. She spun around in time to see her cousin laughing and her oldest brother grinning. Her blush of embarrassment came back full force, and her eyes grew wide. She almost squeaked, "What are you guys doing here?" and was glad she was able to stop it before it happened. There's no need to exacerbate her humiliation. Itachi said, "Well, we came here to pick you up," grinning slightly. "You were supposed to meet up with Mother today for training utilizing your fire chakra. Father has already grabbed Sasuke for his taijutsu practice." When Satsuki realized what her brother had said, her eyes grew wide. "Oh no, I completely forgot about that. Mom is going to kill me." "Well, let's get going now so Mother will not be as angry," Itachi said, taking her hand. "I should have a few soldier pills somewhere to help with your low chakra." Satsuki took her brother's hand and nodded. "See you later, Naruto-kun. Thanks for helping me out today and I promise to get that move down," she said, turning to wave at Naruto. Her friend simply nodded and smiled in return. Shisui laughed and said, "If Satsuki is done talking to her boyfriend, let's get going." The two young friends blushed. The Uchiha trio disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves before Satsuki could respond. Naruto walked back to his sisters, lightly slapping his cheeks to get rid of his blush. Eevee leapt into his arms and headed for his left shoulder as he opened them. Naruto said, "I told you two what you needed to work on from my point of view," as he passed them. "You should probably head back soon." Nami asked her brother, "But what about you, Naruto-ni?" and he shook his head. Naruto responded, "I got some things that I need to take care of before I head back there," recalling the two elemental punches he was familiar with but had struggled with. The words, "Maybe we could help you," came from Mito. She wished she could spend more time with her misbehaving brother. He shook his head to the side once more, which saddened her. To which Naruto replied, "It would be best for me to do it myself." He looked sorrowfully, not wanting to offend his sisters with his words. "Understand that even though we may begin as friends, it will still take some time for me to feel comfortable with my training around you guys. I can't just throw my pain away like it never happened. I'm sorry, you too." Despite Nami's apparent desire to argue, both she and Mito appeared depressed. At the same time, they said, "We understand, Ni-san." When they felt their older brother gently stroke their heads, they were taken aback. Both girls blushed when they looked up and saw him grinning at them. After saying his last words, he hurried off, leaving his two ashamed siblings behind. "Maybe some other time you can join me, I just need to do this on my own. I'll see you two back the compound." Ground 32 of training. When Naruto stepped into the former training area, he saw that it had not been used much since his last visit. A few burnt training posts, kunai and shuriken made indentations in the trees. As he got closer to the glittering lake, Naruto thought, "That's strange, this training field is usually forgotten because it's so far out." He looked around and saw that nobody was there. She shook her head, signaling to Eevee that there was nobody in the area. Naruto exclaimed, "Okay, let's get started, Eevee," as the creature leapt off and landed in front of him. "From what I know, you can evolve into several Poke Copyright Mon with each being a different type. Have you decided on which one that you wanted?" The normal type shook her head no. I love the sleek look of all of them, and each one is so cool in their own ways, and it makes it harder to choose one over the other. I'm sorry that it's taking so long. She lowered her head and tail, placing her ears on the side of her head. After shaking his head, Naruto started to pet the little fox. No, it's fine, Evie, he said, grinning encouragingly. Since it's a significant choice, it's best to take your time. No matter what you do, even if you choose not to evolve at all, I will still love you. So let's work out hard so that your body will be prepared to withstand the stress of the change when you make the decision. Evie joyfully nodded while jumping up and down, her joy and excitement giving her energy. Naruto said, give me 30 laps around the area in total. Use an attack move at full power, starting with bite, and rotate after every 5. I'm going to try to make at least one of the elemental punches function at last. Naruto stood by the lake, concentrating power on his hand, while Evie nodded and silently started running around the clearing, knowing that it would be best to finish the run now. As smoke started to surround his hand, Naruto thought, feel for the spark. Increase the heat until the warmth grows into fire. His fist ignited, and the typical fire surrounded it. Naruto grinned as he prepared to punch, but the fire disappeared. I can do this, one step at a time, Naruto said, taking a deep breath to calm himself after letting out a frustrated sigh and glaring at his fist. Neither Naruto nor Evie realized that 2 sets of eyes were observing them from a ripple in the lake as they continued their training. The eyes belonged to Arceus and Giratina, respectively. Naruto continued trying to use Fire Punch while the 2 strong siblings looked on. Arceus remarked, such a dedicated young man, while she looked on with affection. So much untapped potential just waiting to be unleashed in the small human body. Giratina said, yes, he is quite impressive for someone so young, with a tone that was more objective. His attitude needs to be curbed though, as he keeps making mistakes that reveal him more and more. It's unbecoming of an Aura Guardian. Come now, brother, answered Arceus. Naruto is just being a child. He will be crushed once he ventures further into the real world. While he is still able, let him enjoy his childhood. But sister, he's supposed to be an Aura Guardian. As Arceus's eyes glowed with his strength, Giratina turned to face him and said, his actions reflect on us, but most importantly, you. Furthermore, since he is also responsible for the welfare of the Poké Copyright Mon under his command, he doesn't have much space to act immature. As she turned to face her brother, Arceus laughed and said, he is also young and still getting used to his surroundings. We can't expect him to be ready at the drop of a hat, but we will all work with him to prepare him for the world. Recall that growing a diamond takes time. He will be prepared when the time comes, but we must not hurry his development lest we shape him improperly. Giratina sighed and turned to face the side. Dialga and Palkia, what do you two think? Dialga, also known as the Temporal Poké Copyright Mon, one of the head Poké Copyright Mon of the Poké Copyright Mon contract, and the Master of Time, is a dark blue, sauropod-like Poké Copyright Mon with some gray metallic parts, such as the chestplate, which also had a diamond in the center. Its massive body is striped in various shades of blue, and it resembles a dinosaur with a fin-like structure on its back, a crest on its head, 2 horns on its head, 2 fang-like horns around its mouth, and 3 spines on the back of its neck, 3 claws on each foot made of the same metallic material as its chestplate, and faint cracks visible on its enormous body. Like Giratina and Arceus, Dialga is a steel, dragon-type Poké Copyright Mon. Next to Dialga was Palkia, another Poké Copyright Mon deity of space and size, a light purple theropod with darker shaded stripes, gray underarms, and a waist. Round purple striped plates on its shoulder area, where 2 pink pearls lie encrusted with a gray rim encircling them and fins in their back. Arms with extended formations resembling gauntlets and a purple band around each wrist. A long neck. 2 powerful horn-like tusks on the sides of its jaws. A powerful tail, and, like Dialga, faint cracks along its legs and tail. As he watched Naruto train, Palkia remarked, to be honest, he seems to be doing fine to me. He is still a youngling, so he is putting in a lot of effort to help himself. I don't mind if he moves at his own speed. But he needs to learn to exercise caution just a bit more in my opinion, Dialga remarked. I don't mind that he is confident in his abilities, but he still needs to be careful. In the past, Aura Guardians have failed because they were overconfident in their abilities. Additionally, people today understand the importance of information as power. I guess you are right, Arceus thought to himself. You are right about the people in this world, even though I would prefer that he enjoy his life. I'll discuss Naruto's actions with him. Giratina attracted the attention of his fellow gods by saying, "Actually sister," adding, "I will speak with Naruto because he needs to fully comprehend the consequences of his actions. Don't get me wrong, sister, you do a great job, but you are often too forgiving. A firm hand would be preferable and more efficient at this moment than a gentle one." Knowing that her brother was not totally incorrect, Arceus considered what he had said. Although she, like everyone else, occasionally had violent outbursts, she usually tried to control them because of her power. "Not to mention that the unknowns have been acting quite strangely," Giratina said. "It would be best that you go see what they saw in their future, since they only respond to you anyway." The unknown were Poké Copyright Mon with special and terrifying abilities. When a large number of people congregate in one place, they can bend and change reality. They can even create other Poké Copyright Mon, including any of the other 3 deities, as a backup plan in case any of the other 3 were killed in any way. They are also used to record information and/or prophecies that they predict. The unknown only pay attention to their creator, Arceus, as Giratina said. "Yeah, I have been meaning to go see why they were so hyper," Arceus said. "I will leave Naruto and his team to you then, brother." Giratina nodded, looking back at the portal where Naruto was still trying to use his fire punch. It seems making use of the elemental punches is still out of his current reach. Giratina answered, "Yes, fire punch is his best elemental punch right now. It's just barely superior to his ice punch attack. Since that is the case, his next priority should be elemental training." In an attempt to get Giratina's attention, Dialga said, "If I may, why not surround him with fire so that, like most Poké Copyright Mon who train in the style, he may understand the true power of fire? He appears to be struggling with it." Palkia retorted, "The problem is actually much simpler than that, Dialga. The 2 energies can mix, but if it's done wrong, they cancel each other out. In this case, Naruto is unconsciously combining fire chakra with his aura, which makes the issue of his accumulated aura more unstable. The second issue is that he unconsciously divides his focus between sustaining the attack and stabilizing it. Increasing his mental fortitude would be the primary means of fixing this. So, training with the psychic-type Poké Copyright Mon might be the best course of action for him." Palkia nodded in agreement as Dialga made the suggestion. Arceus nodded and said, "Yes, that would make sense as they would be the best group to help him learn better mental prowess. I will leave everything to you 3 then while I go meet with my little Forestiers. And don't be too harsh on Naruto, Giratina. He is still a child, whether or not he is an Aura Guardian. Go and notify the Psychic-type clan heads about Naruto's next training step so they can create a training plan for Naruto," Giratina said, turning to Palkia as the portal closed. "Go get the head of the Infernape clan, Dialga. The fire-fighting-type Poké Copyright Mon is the one who can assist him in obtaining Fire Punch. Should I also seize the heads of the Embor and Blaziken clans? After all, they are the same type as Infernape," Dialga inquired. "No, neither of them know how to use Fire Punch," the renegade Poké Copyright Mon retorted. "See if they can spare a member of their clan that can perform the move, but I do need Infernape." The 2 gods nodded and took off quickly to complete their tasks. "You can come out, little one, we already know that you have been watching." After a minute, small footsteps sounded in the clearing, slowly making their way toward the dragon, ghost-type Poké Copyright Mon. Giratina nodded at the creature as it kept staring at Naruto, who had been training hard. "It would seem you gained a fan and ally, young Naruto. A very powerful ally at that, even among the Poké Copyright Mon of the reverse world." Giratina chuckled slightly as he saw the sparkle in the young creature's mind. "You are a special one, Uzumaki," he said, turning his eyes to the left just in time to see a glimpse of a long, thin purple tail before it disappeared. Alongside Naruto, panting heavily, looked at his burning hand and tried to keep the fire burning in his fist. He swung his fist with a powerful yell, but when he saw that the fire had gone, he sighed at his outstretched arm. He rubbed his temples and sighed, "I still can't seem to keep the fire in place. And if the elemental punches are giving me this much trouble, I'm worried what the higher level attacks are going to do." Naruto was startled out of his reverie when his danger sense activated and he managed to dodge a powerful bite attack that was headed straight for his head. Naruto yelled, "Whoa Eevee," as he kept dodging the diminutive Poké Copyright Mon of the normal type. "No fair, attacking this way. At the very least, you should alert me." He jumped over Eevee before inhaling Ember. After using quick attack to increase her speed, Eevee crouched and began zigzagging in an attempt to confuse her partner. In order to make it easier to follow her, Naruto immediately activated his aura sight. He took another breath and released a thick smokescreen, which enveloped him and Eevee in a dense, black cloud. Quickly acting, Naruto used his own quick attack as he collided with Eevee. When they collided, Naruto won the fight because he was bigger and stronger than Eevee, and the smoke confused her. He then hurled another round of ember at Eevee, who screamed in agony as the tiny fireballs struck her. Eevee flipped as she landed on her feet, feeling a little lightheaded from the movement before shaking it off. Her eyes grew wide as she swiftly backpedaled while dodging multiple vines that were aimed at her. Naruto said, "Oh no you don't," as he attempted to reroute the vine whip to her, but she was able to avoid the blows by using quick attack. Naruto threw his head forward and launched an ember attack at Eevee as she approached. Naruto was taken aback when the normal type started to dodge the fireballs, gracefully navigating through the onslaught. Unable to stop her, Eevee crashed into Naruto, causing him to grunt in agony before launching another bite attack on his neck. The blonde with red tips, Uzumaki, rocked his fist upward, glowing from the use of Rock Smash, and Naruto let out a cry of pain as her glowing fangs clenched tightly into his neck. Sensing danger, Eevee kicked Naruto off the shoulder with a quick motion, barely avoiding the fist, which is fortunate because her type is weak against fighting-type moves like Rock Smash. Naruto turned to face Eevee and fired a water gun at him. The young Eevee was slammed into the tree by the water jet, and the normal type was hit by the water type attack before it could react. Eevee stood up on wobbly legs and exclaimed, "Okay, I am good, I yield, Naruto-kun." As he approached the young fox, who was shaking her wet to dry it, Naruto chuckled softly, "I am barely able to stand up right now." Naruto shook his head and picked up the exhausted Poke copyright Mon, saying, "Hey, you are the one that attempted a sneak attack on me." His hands glowed slightly as he activated Recover and started to heal her wounds. Naruto instantly recognized the signs, and as Eevee relaxed in his arms from the warmth, he was taken aback when her head jerked upward and her ears and tail twitched. There was someone close by. After turning on his aura sight and aura sense, Naruto started to scan his surroundings. Shortly after, he discovered that he was being followed by 3 aura signatures. As he watched covertly, he saw that each signature was an adult, and based on the intensity of their aura, he could tell that they were very powerful. "Can you identify the person?" Her partner shook his head when Eevee asked. Naruto whispered to her, "Hold on tight," and she nodded. Naruto then started to walk in the other direction, sensing that the signatures were moving with him. "We are being followed by them. Did Minato send to spy on me or something?" he asked. As a flurry of shuriken landed where he had been standing, Naruto instinctively ducked to the left, turning around and observing the 3 individuals, who were in fact Anbu Black Ops members. "You are to come with us, my lord would like to have a word with you," said the Anbu wearing the tan hoodie as he introduced himself. As his muscles tensed, Naruto thought, "Okay, they aren't here because of Minato or they would have said Hokage-sama. And if I say no?" When they each drew their weapons and assumed their stance, he received his response. "Of course," Naruto muttered to himself as his body began to tire from the day's activities. He looked at the 3 Anbu in an attempt to find a weakness that he could take advantage of, but something on their masks caught his attention. "Nay, what is that all about? I know for a fact that Anbu don't have that on their masks. I have to get away first and worry about this later," he said, gathering aura as he prepared to attack. "Sorry boys, but I am afraid I have things to do." Water gun. He used more aura than usual and unleashed a massive water jet, which they both avoided, giving Naruto enough time to sprint forward and through the gap he now had. The Anbu were right on Naruto's tail, catching up quickly as he ran at high speed. "They are definitely persistent," he thought as he turned, punching his left arm forward while his right held Eevee tightly and shouting, "Whirlwind." He felt the Anbu easily sidestep the strong gust of wind, which sent leaves and other debris flying through the air, without slowing down their pursuit in the slightest. "I can't use any grass-type attacks in a place like Konoha. The only one I can use and get away with would be Grass Knot, and that's useless when they are off the ground like that. And using its other variant would be pointless since it would alert them. Besides, it's getting extremely difficult to draw in aura for my attacks. Using those water gun drained me of more than they should since I haven't fully mastered the attack without draining me and I am getting more tired." "Ember," he exclaimed as he turned around and fired the numerous fireballs. One of them leapt onto another branch, while the other 2 simply ducked through any openings. The falcon-masked Anbu completed another series of hand signals before launching a burst of flame at Naruto and Eevee. As he sent more aura through his body, Naruto's eyes widened at the speeding fire. Double team. After a brief moment of blurring, 8 copies of Naruto's body emerged and ran beside him. He darted to the left and leapt just in time to dodge the shurikens that were hurled at him. Shadow clones would have been better since they are real, unlike when I use double team, which work exactly like the clone jutsu, but I have no time to switch to using my chakra safely. Additionally, it's difficult to hold Eevee and perform hand seals. I am unable to use any ninjutsu while fleeing in this manner. Even if I did, the switch would probably make me more exhausted, and I am already on my last legs here, he said, quickly observing the Anbu destroying his clones and accelerating. Naruto turned abruptly to the left when the turtle-masked Anbu materialized in front of him. Naruto kept following his gut and ducked just in time to avoid being knocked down by a ninjutsu that was aiming for his hip. He struggled to maintain a standoff while drawing a kunai from his left pouch and deflecting a blow from the Anbu wearing a falcon mask. Just as the Tiger One attempted to elbow his spine, Naruto straightened his body and kicked off the falcon-masked Anbu's chest. When Anbu, the turtle, tried to seize Naruto, he rolled and jumped away with a handstand. Naruto. Using their aura link, Eevee let out a cry. Go left. That's how the lake is. I can still smell the water. To avoid these guys, you can flee to the reverse world. Following the young Eevee's instructions, Naruto increased his speed and gained some distance by using quick attack. Eevee, while you have the chance, Naruto said to her via the link, I need you to poof yourself back to the reverse world. Warn Giratina and tell him to be ready to open the portal. These Anbu are determined to capture me for someone, and I know for a fact that it's not Minato. The red-tipped blonde used the speed he had gained from quick attack to jump back as lightning struck the tree in front of him. Without wasting any time, Naruto dodged a kick and blocked a punch from his side, but the punch was too strong and pushed him back as he slammed his back into a tree. He recovered quickly enough to roll off the tree as Tiger slammed his fist into the area where his gut would have been. He then dodged another set of shurikens before using the normal move cut, slashed to his left, and cut a kunai that was aimed at his shoulder. Inhaling water aura, he used water gun to push Turtle and Tiger, the 2 closest Anbu who attacked him, into trees as well. He fled swiftly as Falcon pursued him, not caring if his teammates were okay. The evolution Poka copyright Mon nodded and vanished in a cloud of smoke when Naruto yelled, Go now, Eevee. His hands were now free, and he clenched them as he ran aura through them. He started to run and, sensing another Anbu of the Tiger Oniya go for a punch next to him, Naruto returned the blow with his own. Rock smash. Tiger's fist crumpled and you could hear his bones breaking as he grasped it, and he immediately regretted not using his chakra to intensify his punch. Naruto continued the attack, punching Tiger in the chest and feeling his ribs give in as well when they all made a loud crunch. Tiger screamed in agony as he was sent flying across the ground. The scent of the lake filled Naruto's sense of smell, so he knew he was getting close. His legs started to feel heavier, his lungs burned with every breath, and even his vision started to blur before clearing again. He gathered more aura into his lungs, felt the burning sensation intensify, and turned around as the other 2 Anbu approached. I need just a few moments, so I need to hold them back a little longer, Naruto thought, hoping that this ember would buy him some time. Ember. The pursuing Anbu were caught off guard, expecting the balls of fire from earlier, and had to leap back just to avoid the red-hot flames that set the nearby foliage on fire. Naruto was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a powerful jet of flames instead of the usual balls of fire. That was definitely not ember. By the feel and looks of it, that was most likely flamethrower. A fire version of water gun pretty much. Naruto was startled out of his reverie when he finally came upon the lake. I am almost there, he exclaimed, feeling his instincts yell at him. He rolled to the left in time to avoid a bolt of lightning, and when he looked up, he saw Turtle and the injured Tiger in front of him while Falcon appeared behind him. Falcon demanded, Surrender now, Uzumaki Namikaze. You've wasted enough of our time and have nowhere to run. Our boss dislikes having his time wasted. Your master wasted his time the moment he sent you, Naruto said, checking his inner aura. I'm surprised I can do any moves at all, let alone actually move my body. I don't have much left within me right now, and drawing in too much with my current reserves will put some strain on my body and chakra coils. The 3 Anbu just stepped forward to try to catch him again, and Naruto barely escaped Falcon's clutches before Turtle kneed him in the stomach. Naruto rolled off and shoved past Tiger, who then grabbed for his collar again. Team double. Naruto instantly replicated into only 6 copies this time. Each one was by the lake's shore and took a deep breath and breathed out as he tried to gather more aura. Smokescreen. He and the charging Anbu trio were completely engulfed by the dense cloud of smoke, which made the Anbu pause and feel a little queasy. Naruto's clones disappeared in hazes of light, while the real one sent his aura into the lake's surface. Naruto jumped into the water as soon as the ripples appeared, just like before, and the portal swiftly closed behind him. Inverse world. After sliding out of an iceberg and twisting his feet to stop the movement, Naruto took a deep breath of cold air and realized he had been transported to the reverse world's ice section. His legs started to shake again as they finally gave way, causing him to fall to his hands and knees in exhaustion. At last, he was safe and out of danger. His arms were painfully held behind his back in a tight vice grip, and Naruto was so overcome with his victory that he did not anticipate being abruptly slammed into the snowy ground. With almost no energy left in him, Naruto was unable to repel the physically stronger apparition. The voice said in a monotone, "It's time for us to go to my master," and Naruto froze in fear as he turned to face a nearby wall of ice that reflected well. What he saw made him shudder. He was followed into the reverse world by the Tiger Anbu agent. The young Uzumaki attempted to resist and escape the capture, but he was unable to muster the strength to do anything against him because he could hardly move his own body, so Tiger swiftly unwrapped a set of rope from a seal on his left arm and used it to tie Naruto up. But before Naruto could panic, a tremendous pressure hit him and Tiger, taking them both by surprise and making them tremble a little. The Anbu fell to his knees, struggling to ignore the excruciating pain the pressure was causing because of his injuries, and he smiled after calming down and realizing whose power was causing the pressure. Giratina appeared above the 2 humans out of nowhere, and he was not pleased. His eyes glowed red with rage at seeing his summoner in such a position. Giratina growled, "How dare you," but only Naruto could understand him. "Not only do you enter my domain without my consent, but you also have the audacity to endanger young Eevee's life. You dare to lay hands on my friend and summons her now." The slightly misty area cleared up as soon as he roared this, revealing a variety of ice-type Poké Copyright Mon. Before Tiger could try a move, all of the nearby Poké Copyright Mon fired blue beams, and the Anbu had no chance because he was hit and frozen in a block of ice in a matter of seconds. As he lay there, still immobile, Naruto thought, "Thank you, everyone." He glanced to the side just in time to see Giratina use his enormous tail to smash the frozen Tiger Anbu into pieces, and when he felt warmth to his left, he turned to see Eevee rubbing up against him. "Naruto, are you okay? I was concerned about you," she inquired. "Are you able to get up? Is there anything I can do to assist you?" Touched by her worry, Naruto laughed. Naruto replied, "I'm fine, Eevee. I'm just so exhausted that I can hardly move. Please, could one of you assist me?" A clawed hand gently grasped his right arm and slowly raised him off the ground, and Naruto turned to face the offender, grinning brightly and saying, "Hey Sneasel. How are you?" "I'm doing better than you seem to be," she said, shaking her head as the Sneasel laid his arms across her shoulders and giggled softly. Sneasel is a bipedal cross between a cat and a weasel. Its body is primarily bluish-black, with 3 bright red feathers for a tail and 1 on its left ear, which was rather short, indicating that it was a female of its species. The other ear is short and pointed, and it has narrow red eyes, yellow, oval markings on its forehead and chest, long, eyelash-like markings on the edges of its red eyes, and 2 long limbs with 2 large, retractable claws on its hands and feet. You understand that we won't go very far, don't you? The reason Naruto teased weakly was because Sneasel was actually smaller than Naruto and not as large as Naruto. Sneasel gave a playful growl and said, "Of course, I know that y'all little jerk," adding, "I'm just getting you onto Mamoswine's back so you can stay warm. Unless you wish to remain here and perish from freezing." They both stopped when Giratina floated in front of them, his eyes fixed on Naruto, and Naruto shot Sneasel a beseeching glance that only made the little Poké Copyright Mon laugh. He was not at all pleased. Giratina remarked angrily, "You were careless, Naruto. You gave away more than you ought to have, and it seems that this has made you a target for someone. You now have a target on your back because you handled everything like a game." Naruto glanced down, aware that Giratina was right. He ought to have concealed himself better and been more discreet with what he knew. He is getting better at it, but he had already caused enough harm that someone was now attempting to apprehend him. What should he do now, then? Those strange Anbu will definitely try again, so Sneasel asked the renegade Poke Copyright Mon if there was anything she could do to ensure Naruto's safety. Giratina looked at their summoner and said, after a day of rest, Naruto is going to undergo another mass session of intense training. Raise your head, Naruto, you are supposed to be strong. Make the most of this opportunity to grow as a warrior and gain knowledge. Even though he wanted to argue against the decision, Naruto knew it was final and gave a feeble nod. Is Zoroark going to replace me at school again? What about my training as a ninja? No, you will continue your ninja training while at the academy, the renegade Poke Copyright Mon interrupted, shaking his head at Naruto, confusing the young guardian. At night, around 10 p.m., you will replace yourself with a clone and make your way here to train in your aura abilities and fix up your aura control so you may finally be able to perform your elemental punches without fail, the renegade Poke Copyright Mon said. You can relax here for the time being while we send Zoroark to stay with you for the night. After hearing nothing more, Naruto finally passed out from exhaustion and slept soundly as the other Poke Copyright Mon laughed at their summoner. Time skip. 2 years have passed since the Anbu incident, and Naruto has undoubtedly become much stronger or at least more skilled than he was before. His use of aura abilities has taken a significant turn, even though he hasn't mastered them all yet. He has a firm grasp on the moves Fire Punch and Ice Punch, and he is still working on Thunder Punch, which was extremely challenging because he only slept for 5 hours every night. During the day, he kept his promise to be there for his friends and sisters as much as possible, and he has loved every minute of it, even though his sisters have been a little needy since a year ago. By day, he was either at the academy, bored to death, or hanging out with his friends and sisters. That was a tale for another day. His academy skills haven't diminished much, but he did suffer for about 3 months because he neglected to train in his chakra earlier. Training in one energy will cause the other to become stronger by a small margin. For instance, because he trained in his aura a lot, his chakra became stronger and his reserves slightly larger with each training session. The problem with this process is that if he's not careful, it affects his control of his chakra due to its sudden change, which meant he had to retrain his control back to what it was. He wasn't complaining, though, because it relieved some of the pressure. Nevertheless, Naruto demonstrated that he was a skilled fighter among the academy, and his taijutsu has improved over the last 2 years. He currently outlasts Iruka in spars, but he hasn't defeated him yet, in contrast to his sister Mito, who has defeated Iruka twice as of last year, albeit by ring out. The Wind Style, Great Breakthrough, AC Ranked Wind Jutsu, and Water Style, Water Chain Technique, another C-Ranked Jutsu, were 2 new Wind and Water Jutsus that he discovered at the library. He was thrilled to find them because D-Rank and E-Rank Jutsus were beyond his chakra control range, and both could undoubtedly be useful in the future. As a result, his ninjutsu skills have steadily improved. The biggest offender of this is Makoto Uchiha, the mother of Satsuki, Sasuke, and Itachi. He has even trained with the father of the 3 siblings, Fugaku Uchiha. Naruto has also become closer with Hinata and Satsuki, and is frequently spotted at the park with them when they are not training. Many people squealed at them, finding it adorable when they spent time together. He has trained and essentially mastered the technique, which is essentially a rite of passage for the Uchiha clan, the Fireball Jutsu, and he learned a few more Fire Jutsu as a result of this training session. He had more aura-based attacks than chakra-based ones, which Naruto quickly identified as a problem with his chakra training. Naruto was sent out to address this issue after discussing it with Giratina. Itachi has been working on shuriken techniques with Naruto, Sasuke, and Satsuki. They haven't quite reached Nami's level, which has been the highest of all the students in the class with a consistent perfect score, but they have made steady progress. Although his academy scores have decreased, he has remained in the upper levels, and he only displays his Poke Copyright Mon to be more cautious. In addition, Naruto has become closer to Hinata and her family because he has sparred with Hiyashi Hyuga, Hinata's father and the leader of the Hyuga clan, on several occasions. Although Naruto has the element of surprise, he has only hit Hiyashi once in the 2 years that he has been with them, and that was only by chance when a failed fire punch evolved into a new attack known as Mach Punch. Since then, Naruto has not been able to strike Hiyashi once. Hinata and he have trained together numerous times, and he has done his best to help her become more confident. As a result, she has become less shy, which has allowed her taijutsu skills to leap to a new level. More precisely, she has held back less in her spars, which has allowed her skills to shine more easily. When they weren't sparring, Hinata would prepare a lovely picnic where they would simply eat and spend time together. Over the past 2 years, Naruto's relationship with his parents hasn't changed in any way. He hasn't spoken to Minato once since the last incident. To be fair, he seems to have been preoccupied with his training and Hokage responsibilities so he doesn't get soft. Kushina, on the other hand, has been a different story. She tries to talk to him whenever he returns home, even asking if he wants anything to eat specifically, which never really happened between Tama basically, anything to get him to spend time with her. He had looked forward to being a strong clan head for his family, to lead either Uzumaki or Namikaze family to greatness as best he could, and they took it away from him without a second thought. They didn't try to talk to him or explain it. For heaven's sake, it was obvious he had seen the paper, the documents were on the floor, and he was the only one home at the time. To be honest, the fact that they didn't try to be there for him after taking away his position hurt more than the actual action. If the other Poca copyright mon hadn't been there to support him, who knows what he would have done. In fact, the Uchiha and Hyuga family were the only ones who truly consoled him and helped him get through it when they found out. They disregarded him when he needed them, so he is merely repaying the favor. The Poca copyright mon summoner swung his fist forward, but Riolu rolled away in time. Naruto was currently sparring with Riolu in the reverse world, both of them prohibited from using their aura or chakra. Naruto blocked a punch from the small blue and black Poca copyright mon with his leg, then leaned back to avoid a flying kick for his chin. After landing on his feet, Riolu punched Naruto in the stomach, briefly knocking him out of breath. The young summoner quickly recovered, grabbed Riolu, and slammed him into the ground, causing Riolu to cry out as he was thrown away and spun around. Riolu landed on the side of the tree and spun around before kicking off of it at Naruto. Because he arrived too quickly, Naruto only had time to block with his arms before Riolu's fist struck the tree, spinning around Naruto's arms and kicking him in the face before swiftly kicking Naruto into the ground with his axe. After recovering, Naruto smirked and assumed a Hitmonlee fighting stance, elbowing Riolu in the face and sending the small Poca copyright mon flying back, causing the pre-evolved Poca copyright mon to roll on the ground, push off, and land on his feet. As he started to block Riolu's strikes with ease, Naruto thought, thank goodness aura is being prohibited in this spar. Without the use of his aura, Riolu is easier to push back, which makes him less of a headache. He can't augment his strikes so he doesn't move nearly as fast or hit as hard. Naruto ducked another strike before sending an uppercut that Riolu was able to block, and had to block another strike from Riolu as soon as his aura partner landed. As he advanced, the spar's referee, Lucario, yelled, "Enough, this spar ends with Naruto's victory." This further demonstrates that in order to compensate for the disparity in height and strength, we will need to further body condition the younger ones. When Zoroark yelled, "It's not that Lucario," from a tree branch, everyone looked up to see the illusion Poca copyright mon crouching in the trees, her fluffy tail of Zorua in her left claw as she struggled to break free. Zorua mentally screamed in rage, "Why must I get the psycho as my teacher?" As the blood started to rush to his head, making him feel lightheaded. On a basic level, Poca copyright mon like Riolu can only do so much damage because of the human's durability, Zoroark clarified. The young ones are more vulnerable when their abilities are restricted. We might have to consider arming them in the near future. After giving it some thought, Lucario put his hand to his chin and nodded, saying, "I'll discuss it with Lady Arceus and see what she has to say. However, you and Riolu should go wash up first, Naruto. You go back to the village today because you have class tomorrow. Don't slack off. You're almost done with the academy." After giving each other a nod, Naruto and Riolu both departed, completely ignoring Zorua's yell for them to save him from his torment. Zorua moaned under his breath as he watched his friends disappear, glaring in their direction. Traitors, both of them. The young fox was so frustrated that he overlooked a crucial detail. How could they leave me here to suffer with this hag? Oh, someone hasn't learned their lesson about calling me a damn hag. That every word he said was heard by his teacher, who has excellent hearing. He turned to look at his teacher, against his better judgment, and felt complete terror as his teacher gave him a very sweet smile. The young black and red fox's body went rigid in fear, his blood appearing to run cold. He wouldn't normally be so terrified by a smile, but the enormous amounts of ki she was releasing and the glint in her eyes that promised excruciating pain made it even more terrifying for him. "Be gentle with me please," Zorua whimpered, trying to appear as small as he could. "No," Zoroark cheerfully replied as she leapt away with Zorua, who was now yelling. Feeling a great deal of sympathy for the lazy kid, Lucario shook his head at his partner and best friend's antics. He's really got to learn to keep thoughts like that to himself, he said to himself as he sat and started to meditate. He would have gotten himself healed before leaving, but Zoroark forbade him from doing so until tomorrow, claiming that doing so would help his natural healing ability and his pain tolerance. An hour later, Naruto and Riolu were standing next to each other, smiling at a battered Zorua who was glaring heatedly at his friends. His fur was both singed and ruffled, and he was leaning more to his right side. Zorua complained to himself, "Yeah, help intolerance my ass," but when his friends laughed, he glared at them, saying, "I hate you both so much." Naruto continued to laugh, saying, "We know you do," adding, "That only serves to make the situation funnier." "You know," a young woman's voice said from behind them, "you really should be nicer to your partner." When the three friends turned to face the voice, they discovered that it belonged to Glaceon, a Poké copyright mon. As the fresh snow Poké copyright mon, Glaceon was a quadruped, fox-like Poké copyright mon with light blue fur on its body, a small nose, dark eyes, and a long, pointed ear. It had two dark blue, rhombus-shaped markings on its back, and the tips of its tail and feet are the same shade of blue. The blue crest hanging on its forehead and the two teal dangles hanging from its ears gave the impression that she was wearing a trapper's hat. Eevee, who had been training under the Glaceon sub-faction for 2 weeks to determine whether or not she would like to evolve into a Glaceon in the future, was grinning broadly at the sight of her friends next to the ice type. In addition, he caused these injuries himself. "Zorua knows that we are just teasing him," Naruto said with a light-hearted smile. "I am unable to assist him." Glaceon said, "I see what you mean," since he was aware of the teacher of the young dark type. On another topic, Riolu remarked, turning to face an enthusiastic Eevee. "How was your time with Glaceon? Was the training successful?" "Yes, the training went really well," Eevee grinned broadly and said, "and they were about to try teaching me how to use Ice Beam. However, I still haven't mastered it, and they were very pleasant. The Glaceon family tree is really awesome. For example, they can freeze their own fur into sharp quills or reduce their body temperature to -75 degrees. The enthusiastic normal type seemed to bounce with every new fact, and Naruto and Riolu laughed at her hyperactivity. Zorua even let go of his glare and laughed. "So, does this mean you chose to become a member of the Glaceon line?" The tricky fox Poké copyright mon answered. With a tiny smile, Eevee stopped bouncing and shook her head, saying, "No, I'm still not sure yet." She felt Naruto gently stroke her head, making her purr happily. "That's fine, Eevee," Naruto smiled and said, "if you even choose to evolve at all, you have plenty of time to choose what you want to be. In any case, you are and always will be a powerful Poké copyright mon." "Thank you, Naruto," Eevee said, grinning broadly as she rubbed her head into Naruto's hand. A big Poké copyright mon flew over their heads, attracting the attention of one trainer and 5 Poké copyright mon. Naruto remarked, "Looks like our ride is here," as they saw Giratina hover over them. "Young Guardian, are you prepared to leave?" "Good day to you, Lady Glaceon, leader of the Glaceon family," Giratina said, looking at the group before turning to face Glaceon and giving her a respectful little bow of the head after noticing the band on her tail. But Glaceon bowed profusely to the renegade Poké copyright mon, saying, "It's a pleasure to see you too, Lord Giratina. I just came to bid little Eevee farewell before heading back to my clan." Giratina said, "Yes," and then he looked at a nearby ice wall, his eyes glowing before he opened his mouth and let out a tiny explosion that created a portal on its surface. "Naruto, you can go with your team," Giratina said. "As always, be vigilant and cautious. You already know that those phony mortal Anbu units haven't given up on you." Naruto has been worried about that for the past 2 years. The fake Anbu attacked him again, and he only managed to escape the last time by a narrow margin of victory and luck, which he was certain would not work again. Naruto was certain that they were watching him, but he was unsure if they were real or fake, which is why he has been a little twitchy around aura signatures that he did not recognize, and he is particularly cautious around anyone wearing a mask, not knowing if they can be trusted. In essence, you were viewed with suspicion and anxiety if Naruto did not know you. Naruto's family and some of his friends have noticed his uneasiness, but he has reassured them that he is okay. Naruto turned to his friends and grinned at them, saying, "I understand Lord Giratina," before bowing to the Lord of the Reverse World. "Let's go, guys. I haven't had any of Hinata-chan's delectable cooking in a long time." He cheered with joy and waved his arms as he ran through the portal. Giratina shook his head at his summoner, the two girls laughed at his antics, Zorua rolled on his back and laughed, and Riolu shook his head as he laughed. The more things change, the more they stay the same, he thought as he watched a laughing Eevee enter through the portal and noticed how confidently she walked. The tricky fox Poke Copyright Mon simply curled into a ball and closed his eyes as Riolu said to his friend, "See you on the other side, Zorua," as he disappeared through the portal. "Yeah, how about no to that?" Zorua said, starting to calm down. "They'll be fine without me. I could make up lost nap time during this period." Giratina was about to respond when he heard a ferocious yell that sent Zorua flying up in terror, and they both turned to watch Zoroark rush toward them in fury, glaring at the young fox pup. "Oh no," Zorua yelled as he hurried quickly through the portal. "Damn lazy brat, trying to avoid doing something," Zoroark said, stopping her run and grinning at the portal before turning to leave. "Sorry to interrupt Lord Giratina," she said, glancing over her shoulder at Giratina. "My lord, have a good day." Zoroark turned and fled. Giratina shut his portal and took off. Konoha. As the portal closed, Naruto and Eevee stared at a tangled Riolu and Zorua. Prior to the portal closing, the tricky fox exploded out of it and slammed into Riolu, putting them in their current position and making Naruto try not to laugh. "How are you two doing?" Eevee ran up to her fellow Pokemon, Riolu, and Zorua, who stood up and shook their heads without answering. Zorua looked around quickly in fear and asked, "Is that damn hag still down there?" Naruto smirked at his friend and stopped laughing. Zorua scoffed and turned his head away from Riolu, who said, "I'm going to guess that you were running away from your teacher," as he gathered himself. The tricky fox Poke Copyright Mon muttered, "You mean my torturer," and pouted when his three friends simply laughed at him. "Yeah, laugh it up, you jerks," he said. "Come on, let's go." He started to leave, and the others trailed behind. As they started to leave the forest, Naruto said, "Let's go visit Satsuki-chan and Sasuke. I kind of want to see how she's doing with Fire Punch or Fire Fist in this case. Is it possible for us to see Lady Hinata later?" Eevee, who has grown close to Hinata over the past 2 years and is frequently spotted cuddling with the Hyuga heiress, asked hopefully. The young normal type cheered enthusiastically when Naruto said, "Of course, you can Eevee." As the four of them moved through the town, Naruto continued to watch the local villagers, who, despite their increased accustomability to the Poke Copyright Mon, still objected to seeing Eevee or Zorua because of their fox statue. Once, a villager attempted to harm her by pursuing her with a steel pipe and hurling inebriated insults at her. Naruto intervened and quickly made the villager regret his actions. Review. Late at night, with his aura sense fully charged, Naruto ran through the streets of Konoha in search of Eevee, who had left his through the attic window to enjoy the nightlife, something she was coming to value after spending time with the Umbreon clan. After taking a shower, he went inside and noticed that his friend had completely disappeared. He activated his sight and was startled to see Eevee running while being pursued by multiple signatures. Eventually, most of the signatures appeared to have given up, with the exception of this last one that had Eevee cornered. After learning an attack that would temporarily increase his speed, Naruto whispered, "Agility," turning into a literal blur to anyone on the almost deserted street. When the stranger and Eevee appeared, the stronger Oniya, a man in his late 20s, saw the man swing something downward at the terrified Eevee, forcing him to move between them and snap his arm forward to deflect the blow. A chain wrapped around Naruto's arm, causing him to wince in agony. This startled both the man and the terrified Eevee, causing the young Poke Copyright Mon to start crying. "Eevee, are you alright?" Without saying anything, Naruto looked at the man who had noticed that he was intoxicated. When Eevee said, "Yes, I am Naruto," Naruto nodded, and the young summoner took the chain in his other hand, holding it firmly before yanking it out of the grown drunk's hands. The older man stumbled and almost fell due to the sudden pull and his inebriation. "Hey, why the hell are you getting in my way, you damn brat?" he screamed at Naruto, his breath smelling of the alcohol he had consumed. "An agent of that damned monster who attempted to murder us all is under your protection." The man was so inebriated that he stumbled while shouting at Naruto and angrily pointing to the red blonde-haired child, clearly unable to identify Naruto. As his aura started to move quickly through his body, Naruto snarled, "The creature you're threatening is my friend. I'll crush you for attempting to hurt her. However, I'll be understanding and give you an opportunity to say sorry and go." The man simply swung his fist at Naruto and growled, saying, "You damn monster lover, I'll just beat the hell out of you and go after the fox next. You should have just said sorry, Naruto remarked as he effortlessly sidestepped the man's wild fist and grabbed his wrist. A small amount of his aura gave Naruto a satisfying snap, indicating that the wrist was either broken or dislocated, and he slid underneath the man's arm, dragging him along as he twisted it. The inebriated peasant was flung from his feet and whirled around, landing hard on the ground and nearly losing consciousness as his head struck the hard ground. Naruto grabbed the man's shirt roughly and pulled him up to eye level. If you ever try to hurt them again, I swear that I won't be so nice next time, Naruto growled at the man, and the inebriated villager was about to respond when he looked into the young Uzumaki's eyes and froze in terror. His eyes glowed fiercely as Naruto unleashed his ki, and his once round pupil was now slit like a fox's, giving off a more golden color instead of black. His eyes were blood red. The terrified villager shook in terror and nodded angrily before losing consciousness due to the pain, alcohol, and fear. End flashback. Naruto has been much more protective of Eevee whenever they are in the village since that day, and he would prefer that there never be another incident like that. Additionally, he did not want to be taken Anbu because of the incident, which nearly resulted in another altercation because of his mistrust. Eevee exclaimed, "Look, it's the Uchiha compound." As they spotted the Uchiha clan's home, Naruto grinned broadly and petted the normal type's head, eliciting a joyful sigh from her. Naruto. As Naruto turned to see Hinata with Tenten and Hinata's bodyguard, a young girl's voice called out, drawing his attention. The Hyuga heiress giggled as Eevee joyfully ran off and jumped into Hinata's arms before Naruto could greet them. Hinata held Eevee in her arms and said, "Good day to you too, Eevee." When Tenten scratched Eevee behind her ears, Eevee appeared to be about to melt in bliss. Riolu asked them through his aura, "How are you today, Lady Hinata, Ms. Tenten?" As he made a small bow, which Tenten waved and Hinata returned. "We are well today, Riolu," Hinata said, stuttering a little as she continued to process what had happened. Naruto translated for the two girls. "So, what are the two of you doing?" As Hinata's face flushed bright red and she concealed her face bag from his, Naruto asked the two. Before she started to feel lightheaded, she stammered, I mean Maya, I had to shoppa, it was too small. Not to Sayo." The Hyuga heiress swayed, starting to lose her ability to speak. "Breath girl, Hinata." Tenten put a hand on her younger friend's shoulder and encouraged her, but she couldn't really blame the bashful girl because it couldn't be easy to tell a boy you've liked for almost 2 years that you had to go shopping for bras and underwear because your old ones were too small for you. She was genuinely envious of Hinata because of how much more mature the young heiress was than she was. Why in the world were Hinata's sizes so much better and larger than her own when she was younger? Life was just so unfair. Tenten said, "What Hinata is trying to say is that we just went shopping," and the girl gave him a thank you look. "We were just heading to the weapons store to pick up some scrolls and kunais before returning to the Hyuga compound." "What are you doing?" Naruto grinned and ignored Hinata's slight frown. "Oh, we were going to visit Satsuki-chan at the Uchiha compound and say hi to everyone," he said. "Plus, I need to check up on something with Satsuki. Actually, we were going to come see you as soon as we were finished." Hinata blushed and smiled at the last line. "Lady Hinata," the Hyuga bodyguard said, drawing the attention of the kids and Poca copyright Mon, "so that we can start training you. Lord Hiyashi dislikes being kept waiting, as you are aware." Disappointed, Hinata nodded to her bodyguard and said, "Thank you, Toru-san," receiving a small nod in return. Then, turning back to Naruto, she blushed and grinned, saying, I have to leave now. I'll see you later, Naruto-kun." Naruto smiled at his friend and nodded joyfully, saying, "Hinata, of course. When I get a chance, I'll drop by. After I finish up at the Uchiha compound, I should be able to." As Naruto gave her a brief embrace and turned to go, Hinata nodded and then squeaked a little. "Let's go, guys," Naruto said to his Poca copyright Mon as he ran off, the Poca copyright Mon now following their friend. Naruto waved over his shoulder to the girls as he continued on. "See you later, Tenten, Hinata-chan." Tenten laughed at his excessive activity as he started to move away from them, while Hinata's body started to heat up and her eyes rolled to the back of her head as she lost consciousness and fell backwards, only to be caught by a laughing Tenten. Tenten placed Hinata on her back and said, "Seriously Hinata, you're going to have to break this fainting habit of yours." Since outsiders were typically not welcomed or closely watched in the Uchiha district, Naruto was a little tense upon arriving at the Uchiha compound, where he made sure to be able to react at any moment. Even though they were accustomed to seeing Naruto because of his relationship to the clan head's family, this does not imply that they all like him. The Hokage's child or not, the Uchiha elders don't want Naruto there at all. Ironically, some of the children who attempted to tease him were Uchiha and Hyuga children because they believed he was beneath them. Naruto could feel the Uchiha's eyes on him as he and his Poke copyright mon strolled through the streets, and he even heard a few whispers about him, but he didn't care. Naruto. Naruto turned to face Fugaku Uchiha, the head of the Uchiha clan, when a male voice called out to him. Not that I am complaining or anything, but what are you doing here? Well, I came to visit and say hi to Satsuki-chan and Itachi-ni, Naruto smiled in response. What are you up to, Fugaku-san? As he passed Naruto, the clan head said, I just got done with a clan meeting myself, before turning to face Naruto's Poke copyright mon and asking, are you and your friends coming? The stoic Uchiha smiled slightly, which made Naruto smile broadly and follow him. I was on my way home anyway, and some company would be nice. After a couple of hours, after spending all of his time with the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, Naruto decided to head home to rest for the day. He entered the house as quietly as he could before noticing that his mother was sleeping on the couch from the living room lamp, which was the only source of light. The Poke copyright mon stared at their trainer and friend in confusion as Naruto ignored her and walked to the stairs, pausing as he closed his eyes. With an irritating sigh, Naruto turned and headed back downstairs to a nearby closet, where he took out a thick blanket and covered the sleeping Kushina, who curled up contentedly at the unexpected and welcome feeling of warmth. He turned off the lamp because the only light remaining came from the full moon through the window. As Naruto headed for the stairs, he noticed that his three Poke copyright mon were grinning broadly at him. What? Naruto muttered. As Eevee would say to her trainer, that was really sweet of you to do for her Naruto. She was always pleased to see Naruto's sweet side, which only appeared for specific individuals or the Poke copyright mon. Zorua nodded, having spent the most time with Naruto and witnessed his behavior when his parents are around. Yes, it is nice to see that you have not closed off your heart completely to your parents, Riolu said. As he ascended the stairs again, Naruto said, look, it's not a big deal. I just decided to be nice because it's cold in here, but it doesn't change my mind or how I feel about them. Why don't you three go to the attic and get settled while I take a shower? As they silently ascended to their room, the three Poke copyright mon nodded and obeyed orders. Naruto went to his room to get his clothes while his thoughts considered his feelings. Clenching his fists, Naruto thought to himself, I will not open my heart to those two again. I'm too afraid that they will hurt me again. He paused as he entered his empty room and stared into it. His parents had been trying to win him over with gifts for the past 2 birthdays. His mother wanted him to be cautious when out there, so she gave him a set of mesh armor that he could wear under his clothes for an additional layer of protection. His mother bought him clothes that were too small, demonstrating to him how little she knew about him, and he never wore them because he thought it was too late for him to care about them before and he was too big for them anyhow. However, it gave him the idea to have his Poke copyright mon friends make him mesh armor using the materials he found and their own clothing making skills. Leavanny was just waiting for the results, but he was more than willing to work with the Eren clans to make his sum. Unfortunately, it only goes up to a low level of 5, so he doesn't overexert himself. His father bought him a set of low-level gravity seals, which he started using for a while when he went training with the Hitmonchan clansmen in order to make it tougher for him. In any case, Naruto picked up his clothes and headed to the bathroom so he could take a shower. After a few hours, awaken, Naruto, Eevee and Riolu were both wide awake and had serious expressions on their faces as the young Aura Guardian woke up in shock after falling out of his bed and looking around frantically to find the person claiming to be Zorua. As soon as he leapt from the bed, Naruto became vigilant and asked his 3 partners, "What's wrong, you guys?" He inquired. Naruto recognized another Poke copyright mon summons when Riolu gestured to a corner. The Poke copyright mon was a dark gray, old doll-shaped creature with 3 short spikes on its head, a long zigzagging ribbon trailing off the back of its head, purplish-pink eyes with slit pupils, long, flat arms with only 3 fingers on each, short, stubby legs, and a yellow, brush-like tail waving behind it. Lady Bayonet. When Naruto discovered a Poke copyright mon in his room that he had not summoned, he cried out in shock, "What are you doing?" "Lord Giratina sent me to fetch you since I can go 100% undetected through the village," Bayonet said gravely. "We need your immediate assistance, Naruto-kun. When we get back to the reverse world, you'll understand everything. Hearing Bayonette's tone, Naruto nodded his head and, sensing that he needed them, hurriedly started to gather his weapons by his bed and his clothes off his stand. Bayonette sank into the floor and said, "Don't take too long, I'll meet you all by the lake." Riolu declared that, "We will head out first," and the other Pokemon started to leave through the window. "We will see you in a few minutes, Naruto." As he started putting on his Combat Guardian attire and making sure everything was ready before leaving, Naruto nodded. Naruto muttered, "Anbu would still be out and about, even if it's this late at night," as he started to run while remaining close to the shadow of buildings. He hurried into allies and pathways, saying, "If I can avoid it, I'd rather not have to try and deal with them." Naruto sensed a patrol of aura signatures leaping through the trees as he arrived at the woods. In order to escape them, Naruto had to use quick attack to increase his speed and activate his aura. Before he slid beneath a tree and covered himself with the brown cloak that matched the trees, the young Uzumaki's eyes widened. An Anbu landed on the ground, looked around, and then leapt away, but he was able to hide in time. Naruto put the cloth in his seal and ran away as soon as the Anbu member was sufficiently distant. As Naruto arrived at his training ground, he thought, "Sure are a lot of Anbu out tonight." Bayonette's voice echoed, "Good, you have arrived in good time," and then she rose from the ground beside the lake. As Naruto has done numerous times before, she flew over the lake before letting her energy spill into it. "Your three partners are already in the reverse world waiting." As it sucked everything in, the typical vortex quickly formed. Naruto nodded and leapt into the portal, followed swiftly by Bayonette. "Let's get moving, young guardian, I doubt the others would like to be kept waiting for much longer." Forest. Reverse world. As he leapt up and landed on the soft grass, Naruto emerged and surveyed his surroundings. Riolu, Eevee, and Zorua were standing on the grass, their faces solemn. Bayonette was floating behind him, her arms folded. Giratina and, somewhat surprisingly, Arceus herself were visible in the somewhat darker sky. There was a Pokemon beneath them that Naruto had not yet interacted with. The Pokemon was a humanoid, bipedal creature with a body that resembled a flowing white gown. Its arms, hair, and the underside of the gown were green, but the majority of its body was white. It has short spikes that resemble a masquerade mask behind its red eyes. It has thin white legs and long arms with 3 fingers on each hand. Its chest has a red, fin-like horn, and its back has a shorter, rounder horn. Its sleeve-like arms are connected to a green band on its chest that stretches to the middle of the front. This was the psychic, fairy-type Pokemon Gardevoir, also known as the Embrace Pokemon. She appeared to have been crying and had a very upset expression. Naruto waved and grinned at Arceus and Giratina, then bowed slightly. Naruto turned to the Pokemon and asked, "How may I be of help to you guys this night? Is everything alright?" Naruto snapped to attention when Arceus said, "No, young guardian," in a serious tone. "This here is Gardevoir, the leader of the Gardevoir clan line. During a training regimen and collection raid, her daughter went through unnoticed. She has been last seen early afternoon and Gardevoir was finally able to establish a link with her child. This has caused quite a stir as she has been found and locked away due to her uniqueness." Naruto was both enraged and concerned to learn that a Pokemon had been captured and imprisoned. "Where is she?" "She is currently in Kurama, the village hidden in the mist," said Giratina. "We would send one of the other Pokemon to collect her, but it would be better to avoid another incident. With you being human, it would be better and easier for you to move around. Your mission is to infiltrate Kiri, get Ralts, and get out." Naruto turned to face Arceus, who shot him a worried glance, and nodded. "Naruto, I need you to understand something," she replied. "While we could easily get Ralts back on our own, it would reveal our more powerful Pokemon before it's safe. This mission would be exceedingly dangerous, so we need you to not hold back, but also be extremely careful. Kurama is under a very bloody civil war right now between its citizens and Cage versus the Bloodline users, and your skills may get mistaken for one. This is not a test, nor is it a time to try to prove yourself. If you are in danger, don't be afraid to retreat or call for backup. Return to the reverse world if you must do so. Please, just be ready for everything and anything." Naruto nodded and smiled gently. "I understand, Lady Arceus," he said. He turned to face the distressed Gardevoir and said, "I will be extra careful, you can count on me." He then approached her and embraced her. "Don't worry, Lady Gardevoir, I will do everything that I can to help return your daughter to you. I promise." Gardevoir returned the hug with a joyful smile. "Thank you, Naruto-san," she said with delight. Naruto nodded, and then pictures flashed through his head. "Please bring my baby girl back to me safely. She's so scared." The picture showed a poorly lit jail cell that appeared to have not been cleaned in a while. There was kanji writing on the walls and floor surrounding the cell, and the bars were filthy. A figure curled into a ball in the corner was the focal point of the image. The figure had a small white body and was a humanoid. Its legs widened close to the feet, and its arms were slender. It appears to be wearing an oversized dress or nightgown because of the wispy extension that hangs off the back of its feet. Its bowl-cut blue hair covered most of its face, but its pinkish-red eyes were hardly noticeable. It had two red, flat horns on top of its head, a big one in front and a smaller one behind. As he tried to commit every detail of the room to memory, Naruto thought, "So that's Ralts." He turned to face Giratina and said, "I'm all ready to go guys, send me when you are ready." After taking a deep breath, the Reverse World's Lord blasted open another vortex portal. "We will be on standby here Naruto," Riolu said as he approached. "You can call us whenever you need us. Do not hesitate because we might be hurt." The next thing Zorua said was, "Yeah Naruto," grinning. "We can kick just as much butt as you can, so we will be here ready to back you up." Eevee leapt into Naruto's arms and licked his left cheek after he nodded. She said, "Please be safe, Naruto," with concern in her voice. "I want you to return to us." Declaring, "I will Eevee," Naruto put the normal type down and petted her head. The red-tipped blonde turned to the portal and jumped in, saying, "You just be ready for pickup should I call for you partner." Nations of Elements. Naruto emerged from and landed beside a small pond where a portal had opened. Without a trace, the portal closed. Naruto then turned to face his surroundings and shook his head at what he could see or rather, what he could, barely, see. The surrounding area was obscured by a dense mist, as the village's name implied. It was bad enough that he couldn't see far ahead with his normal vision, but not so bad that he couldn't see at all. All he could see were tall trees, hidden greenery, and a few curious-looking animals. Not far from him was a river that continued until it disappeared into the mist. Naruto started to walk, making a faint, slosh, sound as he did so, thinking, "It would seem that I am in some kind of forest. Given that this place is known as the Hidden Mist Village, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by how damp everything is. In addition, the air is significantly colder than in Konoha. Well, I have to locate the village before I can begin the mission." He turned on his aura sight and focused his aura. He was taken aback by how much easier it was for him to see now that he had only concentrated on the aura surrounding him. He noticed a lot of aura signatures when he looked to his right. Some are traveling quickly, while others are moving more slowly. Whoa, what a powerful aura. Naruto saw one aura sense in particular and mentally cried out in shock. It was brighter than the others and centered in the middle of them all. So that must be the village. The Uzumaki Namikaze focused his aura on his legs and ran as quickly as he could, appearing to others to be a blur. In a matter of seconds, Naruto was in close proximity to the mist village. Naruto felt the weariness of the day starting to wear him down as he arrived at the village because he had not gotten enough sleep. His aura sight was on full blast as he peered out into the village streets. Why am I unable to find Ralts' signature? As he attempted to concentrate more, Naruto thought to himself, I should be able to locate her more easily because of her Pokemon aura signature, but I can't. What's happening? To his far left, Naruto noticed 3 signatures pointing in a direction away from the village. He glanced over another body of water and noticed another mass of signatures far from the village. As he saw the signatures going toward the village, he thought, perhaps those are the ones who are fighting it. I wonder why the village is attempting to murder the bloodline users in the first place, now that I think about it. What started the altercation? He was struck by how potent the aura signatures were as he examined them. He would definitely lose if he confronted them right now. He looked around and saw a tree with a lot of foliage. He jumped onto its thick branches and hid among the leaves, saying, I'm going to have to find somewhere to get some rest right now. The young Uzumaki Namikaze quickly allowed his fatigue to overcome him, closing his eyes. I hope that in the morning, things will improve for me. The following day, Naruto was startled out of his sleep by an explosion that shook the tree and surrounding area. Naruto almost fell off the tree branch as a result, but he managed to catch it and swing upward until he was hidden among the leaves. Glancing around, he saw that he was looking down at 2 shinobi engaged in combat. Every shinobi carried one type of blade and another type of blade. A woman with comparatively long red hair, the first shinobi was considerably shorter than the other swordsman. There was a mischievous flint in her black eyes. She wore a brown cloth with sections of her hair tied to the sides of her head, both upward and downward, in addition to the kiri forehead protector. She wore black pants that grew looser toward the ends and a loose, pinstriped long-sleeved shirt with a dark obi around the waist. Reminiscent of a shark, she wore a smirk that displayed her sharp teeth and had bandages tied loosely around her neck. She carried 2 swords, each of which had 2 straight edges. A curved upward bladed prong was located near the tip of one side of both blades, and another was located near the base of the other side. In reality, the second individual was a fairly tall man with a very thin frame that made Naruto think he was sick. He was a straw-colored blonde with long, shaggy hair. The man's face was hidden from Naruto by a white porcelain Anbu mask with RyugaXD symbol etched on the top half, a green triangle on the bottom half, and eye-hole slits. He was dressed in RyugaXD's striped wrist and leg guards, a damp black shirt without sleeves, and matching pants with a waist guard. He had slightly moistened bandages around his neck. The display of swordplay between the two as they attempted to outshine one another captivated Naruto. The woman with the 2 blades made every effort to breach the blonde man's defenses, but the slender man demonstrated his skill by deflecting and blocking the blows. The red-haired girl dodged the shaggy-haired man's next blow, but her arm caught in time to deflect a kick that would have sent her crashing into the tree beside Naruto's. Those slender legs have such strength. Mentally, Naruto yelled, "If I can avoid it, I would really prefer not to get kicked by him." "It would seem that you may be getting soft, Amayuri," the man in the mask caustically remarked. "Or could it be that you are getting old? If you're not careful, you may just die by my blade before an enemy shinobi does it." The redhead, who was now called Amayuri, just grinned. She said, "Hey, don't think you have the advantage here, Kushimaru," and she positioned herself with both of her blades ready. "You're just lucky I'm still getting over that damn disease." Kushimaru nodded and assumed a different stance, pointing his blade downward. "Yes, you should have died years ago, but it would seem you cheated death like the stubborn brat that you were in a lot of pure luck." Amayuri grinned, flashing her shark-like teeth, and her blades roared to life as lightning encircled them. "I have more than enough life in my body to enjoy this snack between us." Lightning blade jutsu, thunderbolt. Only a few of the masked swordsman's hairs were singed by the powerful electrical bolt that rushed at him from her blades as he leaned his body sideways. Kushimaru teased, "Looks like your aim is off," as he tightened his hold and started extracting ninja wire. "Maybe it's time you retired and turned in your blade. After all, wouldn't want to risk the Kiba blades getting out of Kiri or enemy hands in general." Amayuri ducked, leapt back, and then leapt away as Kushimaru threw his blade at her. The thin wire attached to the thrown blade just missed her. Then she charged forward, and Kushimaru followed suit. Amayuri and Kushimaru, Naruto thought as he repeatedly observed the 2 swordsmen engaged in combat. He was astounded by the 2's level of skill while maintaining their composure. His gaze was fixed on the 2, and he was struggling to suppress the worry that was beginning to creep into his thoughts. "I can't recall where I read about either of those names, but I know I did. In any case, I have to get moving. I don't have time for those 2 to catch me." Naruto noticed a bright light and recognized that it was coming from Amayuri, who was using a lot of electricity to charge. Sensing that the attack would be fairly large, Naruto instinctively tensed his muscles. She exclaimed, "Lightning style, depth charge," as a strong electrical bolt descended, destroying the area with a tiny explosion. In order to get out of the area as quickly as possible, Naruto used the smoke and explosion as cover. He then jumped away and ran off, using the aura in his legs as a boost. He could have used quick attack to get out faster, but he didn't know how good of a sensor those 2 were, so he didn't want to take the chance. The red-tipped blonde glanced at the village entrance as Naruto touched down close to the village's edge. In contrast to his hometown, he thought the village was unquestionably charming and had a distinct character. Naruto noticed some people strolling around and noted what they were wearing. He decided to keep his black undershirt and chainmail underneath his jacket since the majority of them wore darker attire than he did. Naruto moved swiftly into the village while wearing a tiny aura-induced illusion, quickly blending in as best he could with the building shadows. When Naruto compared it to Konoha, he couldn't help but notice that there weren't many civilians out and about. He noticed that a lot of the people he saw appeared to be shinobi. They were searching the areas and patrolling the streets. The few civilians who were outside tended to keep their heads down and move aside. They were making every effort to avoid drawing attention to themselves. As he observed some people recoil when Akiri Jonin glanced in their direction, Naruto thought to himself, it's like even the civilians are afraid of their own protectors. I didn't know things would be this bad, even though Lady Arceus said they were in a civil war. By keeping his head down and remaining close to the shadows of the buildings, Naruto tried his best to imitate the terrified bystanders. In the meantime, Naruto continued to use his aura sense in an attempt to find Ralt's special signature. It was concerning that Naruto was still unable to find the distinctive signature anywhere in the village. He continued to move and discovered that the buildings were either tall or in need of repair. He swiftly turned and hid in one of the more damaged structures so he could think clearly. As Naruto leaned against the wet marble walls, he thought, I'm in a foreign country that I don't know much about. Additionally, I can't do too much or attract unwelcome attention, which could have negative consequences. Dude, this is terrible. He inhaled deeply before deciding to investigate the building while considering his next course of action. Because of the various cabinets and desks scattered throughout, he concluded that this building must have been an old office building. Wet papers and equipment were lying around, and the area was covered in dust and debris. Sadly, he glanced around and noticed some dried blood mixed in with the wet floors and walls. Not much, but enough to demonstrate that a battle had been fought here. Naruto stopped moving as he heard an odd echo sound coming from the floorboards. When he looked down and gave it a few more light taps, he heard that it sounded hollow, which prompted him to give it a closer look. He saw that the floorboard had a slightly different appearance than the rest of the space. Naruto focused his aura on the area, but he was unable to see much, which confused him. Naruto leaned over and grabbed the floorboards, making a wild guess. He was startled to see the floorboard rise as he pushed up. There was only the sound of a staircase as a chilly mist slowly poured out. He headed down the stairs, focusing again. He entered a tall but narrow hallway and thought to himself, I hope you are down here, Ralts, as he prepared himself just in case. Although he didn't like it, it gave him enough mobility to move around. Naruto started to feel increasingly anxious as he moved because the mist was gradually making it harder for him to see. As a drop of sweat trickled down his face, he asked himself, is it me or is the mist getting thicker here? Maybe it wasn't the best idea for me to come down here. Naruto cancelled his aura sight and channeled chakra to his ears in order to improve his hearing after hearing an odd, albeit very faint, noise. His eyes widened when he noticed a massive blade spinning directly toward him, only a foot away. Naruto demonstrated remarkable flexibility by bending backwards and letting the blade pass over him without causing any harm. Naruto snapped back into position and drew two kunai as he prepared to attack. A deep voice said, seems to me that have some skill on you, through the mist. It's too bad that you found this hatch because you will have to die. Naruto ducked just in time to avoid a punch meant for his face as his danger sense screamed for him to move. He twisted his body to jump back in time to avoid an elbow to his head and leaned to the side to avoid a kick that would have struck his chin. To avoid another powerful blow, he flipped away with his hands. He deflected two kunai that were thrown at him with his kunai after landing. They almost knocked Naruto's arm away, shocking him with their strength. The assailant became visible as the mist cleared slightly more. The assailant was a tall man with distinct muscles and grayish skin. He had tiny eyebrows and short, spiky black hair. The lower half of his face was covered with white bandages. On his head, he wore the Kurama headband sideways. He had the flak jacket on and was dressed in what looked to be the Kurama Anbu uniform. The handle of the enormous blade that had attempted to cut him in two earlier was in his right hand. The insane man said, "You got some impressive moves, I'll give you that," as he grasped the handle and pulled the blade ineffectively from the wall. He threw two kunai at Naruto, who was prepared, saying, "Too bad you will have to die here, I would have liked to see the skill you would have had in the future." The two kunai were easily avoided by Naruto, but he was startled to see the man in front of him with his blade already aimed at cutting him in half from the waistline. The blade sliced the tip of Naruto's spiked hair, but he was able to duck in time. He coated his arm in chakra and brought them up in a X formation just in time, but he was unprepared for the kick that was intended for his face. In addition to sending Naruto sailing back, the kick's force caused him to drop his kunai. Naruto winced from the throbbing in his arms and flipped in the air, landing on his feet. His aura flowed to his arms as he realized he couldn't contain it. He whispered, "Recover," as he felt the throbbing stop and his wounds heal. He pulled out his kunai and tossed it, but the man just caught it and tossed it back, grunting in boredom before freezing to see Naruto was gone. He started to say, "Where did that brat?" but stopped when he felt his instincts kick in and he placed the flat of his blade on his back just in time to deflect Naruto's stab. Not bad kid, but not good enough. Naruto gathered his aura again, grinning. Naruto exclaimed his next move while inhaling. Whirlwind. He exhaled a powerful gust of wind that nearly blew away the mist and pushed the man back as he crashed into the wall. The man grunted in mild pain as Naruto threw out shuriken without missing a beat, pinning him to the wall. Naruto pulled out another kunai and thought, I can't have any witnesses to me being here, only to be startled by some people laughing. When he turned around, he saw that the man had removed the kunai and that, contrary to what Naruto had initially believed, he was not even pinned. The man said, "You are not bad at all kid," and got up while brandishing his enormous blade. To push me, a member of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, like this takes some considerable skill. What's you name kid, so I know who it is I am adding to my kill count. You first, Naruto said, attempting to conceal his anxiety. This man simply got to his feet as if his body's blades had never been there. Like that Daisuke guy, what sort of creatures are roaming this planet? With a deep laugh at Naruto, the large man laid the blade on his shoulder. He responded, "Shows that you are either not from here or grossly ill-informed to not know who I am," while breaking his neck. "My name is Zabuza Momochi, demon of the hidden mist. And who is the boy that I'll be sending to hell today?" Naruto clasped them together and then pulled them apart, gathering aura into his hands. Naruto grasped the blue staff that had formed between his hands and assumed the staff fighting stance that a Lucario had taught him. Zabuza had never seen a jutsu like that before, so he was taken aback. Zabuza tensed his body, ready to strike at any moment, thinking, this brat is full of surprises. I suppose I should quit merely playing with the brat, particularly if he is employed by the enemy. You know the great thing about being in the village itself, brat. No one is allowed past this point, child or not. As Naruto readied himself, the question baffled him. Zabuza said, the abundance of water no matter where you are. While performing one-handed seals. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. Water erupted from the cracks in the floor, forming a water dragon that charged Naruto. Naruto extended his hand, creating an aura dome around himself since he could not see enough room to dodge completely. The normal type move only gained a few cracks into the dome as the dragon crashed into it, but it held firm. Protect. Zabuza materialized above Naruto and swung his blade into the barrier before he could lower it. As Naruto did his best to keep his barrier intact, the cracks grew worse and his perspiration increased. In order to simultaneously cleave Naruto in two and break the protect, Zabuza twisted his body around and swung his blade sideways. Knowing that he wouldn't survive if he remained in his current position, Naruto cancelled the protect and leapt over the blade to avoid it. Zabuza was taken aback by this, which allowed Naruto to kick the swordsman in the face and twist his body to be behind him before kicking off while gathering more fire aura. Flamethrower! Exclaimed Naruto as he unleashed a stream of fiery red flames that covered Zabuza's body. To save more of his energy, Naruto cancelled it after holding it for a few more seconds. Naruto was surprised to see the man gone when the fire went out. Other than his aura staff in the ground and a pool of water, nothing remained. Naruto swiftly leaned to the side as a blade went by, feeling his aura sense go off. With a kick that missed his legs, he leapt backward and performed a handstand. An unharmed Zabuza grabbed his leg as he pushed off in time to avoid another body-shattering blow. When he slammed Naruto into the ground, he asked, "Where do you think you're going, brat?" A few bones as well as the ground were cracked by the force. For Naruto, at least, it seemed that way. Zabuza raised his victim to eye level and got ready to slit Naruto in two. You didn't do too bad, kid, but this game ends here. Zabuza was taken aback when Naruto swung his body upward and screamed, "Rock smash," while slamming a glowing fist into his shoulder. Zabuza let out a painful cry and dropped Naruto due to the shock of pain. Naruto spun and landed on his feet, ignoring the pain and fatigue he was experiencing, and then he turned around. Leaf blade, he exclaimed, slitting the startled Zabuza's throat with his green blow right arm. When the liquid touched his face and the body fell, Naruto believed it was over. Changing into a water puddle. When Naruto realized what had happened, his eyes widened. A water clone, he exclaimed in disbelief. He glanced at his opponent down the foggy hallways and leaned back just in time to avoid another blade, but he had to roll sideways to avoid another that came from behind him. His back struck the wall and he jumped back, filling his aura sense and sight with more aura. As they advanced on him, he noticed that there were 3 more Zabuzas. In order to strengthen his leaf blade, Naruto started collecting his aura and feeding it into his lungs. "Smokescreen," he said, blowing out a dense cloud of black smoke that enveloped both him and the clones, causing the 3 water clones to cough once more. Thanks to the aura in his legs, Naruto accelerated quickly and used his green arm to kill one of the clones. He had to dodge a swing from the clone's enormous blade and then duck away when another clone attempted to kick him, so this was not going to happen. Then he was cut in 2 by another clone, and he flipped back. Another water dragon rushed toward him as he landed, and his eyes widened. Naruto used his agility to quickly dodge the blow and keep running. A clone guarded his aura staff, so he glared as he ran towards it. Naruto grabbed his staff and slid under the clone's blade swipe, sending more aura to his legs. Sensing danger, Naruto spun around and spread out his aura staff in time to deflect Zabuza's blade, which was hurled at the sound of the flying revolving sword, causing the staff to crack and push him away. Naruto twisted his body, allowing the blade to pass harmlessly by. He turned and threw his cracked staff, causing the charging Zabuza to halt and easily deflect it after sensing his aura alerting him to further danger. Before he could calm down, Naruto acted on his intuition and ducked just in time to avoid a blade that was swinging in his direction. After landing on the hallway's roof, Naruto remained there with his chakra. A clone swung again and hit the wall, and he leapt off using his new position. In order to give himself time to try to increase his speed, he kept jumping from wall to wall while using his agility. Naruto cut a clone with his leaf blade once more, causing it to grunt in agony. Unfortunately, it was insufficient to drive out the clone. Naruto yelled, "Will you just vanish already?" as he attempted another swipe but had to turn around to avoid Zabuza's blade. Zabuza was about to kick Naruto when he rolled on the ground and leapt forward. One of the clones exclaimed, "It's over now," as more clones materialized on either side of him. Both swung their enormous blades in Naruto's direction, and he soon saw that their blades prevented him from fleeing. "I'll have to give this a try since Protect won't help me here," he shouted in his head before summoning aura to envelop him. He said, "Double team," as Naruto disappeared, shocking Zabuza, who believed he had a decent understanding of Naruto's skill set. The appearance of additional Narutos throughout the hallway only served to heighten this shock. The Zabuzas felt insulted, and this shock turned to annoyance. One of the clones raised his blade horizontally with one arm and asked, "Do you really think these clones will help you against me?" The other clone concluded, "This childish move will do nothing for you besides annoy me." While the third clone worked on hand signals. As they each activated cut and leaf blade on their left and right arms, respectively, each double team copy raised their arms. Naruto responded, "Try this on for size then," and they all hurried down the hall, bouncing from wall to wall once more. Naruto and his copies continued to disappear with every jump, taking advantage of their smaller size, which caused some problems for the water clone. Despite their best efforts to keep an eye on the copies, the Zabuzas remained defensive. Zabuza grunted as another slash appeared on his side, and the other nearly stumbled after being struck in the back. The third Zabuza leapt back and made more hand signals, barely avoiding in time. He conjured up another water dragon, which raced in Naruto's direction. He turned on the ground and used his agility, knowing that if he did nothing, he would be struck. In order to escape the dragon that was pursuing him and destroying his clones, he hurried down the hall. The clone laughed darkly and said, "No matter how much you run, it will chase you down and crush you," but he stopped when he heard hissing. As they looked around, they saw that there were explosive notes all around them, ready to detonate. That clever brat. The bombs detonated before he could finish, causing the section of the hull to collapse and destroying the water clones in the explosion and debris. Naruto kept running as the water dragon got closer, then he accelerated until he vanished entirely and found himself in a clearing with various water puddles. Naruto saw the dragon disappearing a few seconds after it emerged from the tunnel. The lack of chakra feeding the jutsu caused it to lurch upward and completely dissipate. For a brief moment, Naruto observed as the aura coursing through his body started to calm down. He started out laughing lightly, then it grew louder, and finally he let out a happy, tired laugh. Despite getting on his knees, he kept laughing joyfully at his triumph. His words, that worked so well, were interspersed with deep breathing. The only issue is that I don't know where I am right now and I used a lot of my aura in that fight. I need to decrease the amount of time it takes to use my aura and chakra. For now, I need a quick rest, but why was I attacked like that? I found the area by accident, so I will need to be careful from here on. Naruto started to drink the water and splash his face with the cool liquid as he made his way to one of the water pools. He was wiping the water from his eyes when he failed to notice that the surrounding mist was gradually getting thicker. His body stiffened as he stood up with the water dripping off him. His aura alerted him to danger, and given its history, Naruto instinctively triggered his protect as the dome materialized in time to block a now familiar blade. Naruto was taken aback when the blade broke his protect this time, even though it did deflect it in a different direction. In addition to pushing Naruto into the water, the outcome significantly reduced his stamina. When a move like protect, which depends on a steady flow of aura, is destroyed, a significant portion of his aura is lost because it no longer has a source. This results in a brief loss of control. Naruto took a deep breath and raised his body, coughing water out of his small lungs. Naruto looked at the water, which felt like weights to him because it was difficult for him to move, and realized how heavy he felt. Why is this water so heavy? Naruto pondered in his mind. He felt a presence suddenly materialize behind him before he could take any further action. As he completed a series of hand signals, the presence who turned out to be Zabuza said, "It's over for you." Water style. Water prison jutsu. Before Naruto could react, water swirled around him, trapping him in a massive sphere. "What is this?" exclaimed Naruto. He was unable to move his body in any significant way because it was so heavy. "Why can't barely lift my arms?" he asked himself. Zabuza said, "There is no escaping this prison unless I let you, brat," while keeping his hand steady in the water. The prison isn't just water, but water manipulated by pure chakra which these pools of water were saturated in. After being startled, Naruto made several more attempts to move but soon realized it was pointless. Zabuza said, "And before you try that seal-less clone jutsu of yours," as several more of his water clones emerged from the pool they were in. "There are 4 Zabuzas ready, each with their trademark blade." Naruto became anxious due to the staring shinobi and thought, "I need to get free and summon the others. The challenge is finding a chance to do it. On day 2, the enemy captures me. Naruto, what a fantastic ninja you have become." Zabuza pretended to be concerned and said, "Don't worry so much," as more shinobis started to show up. "As long as you cooperate nicely then you won't be hurt too badly. Try any funny business, then I can't promise you anything but death. Either way work for me to be honest as I haven't killed in a few days and I have been itching for blood." Naruto remained silent since he was aware of his current predicament. A number of shinobi with varying degrees of strength would be waiting to kill him if he managed to get away. In addition to the original, who was on a whole different level, there were additional water clones that he was already struggling to defeat. Ultimately, Naruto realized he would have to give up and wait for a chance to leave and carry out his mission. "We are going to have to move Zabuza," said a man with an odd hairstyle and an eye patch. "That explosion most definitely got everyone's attention and it's only a matter of time before they head over here. Our men are creating a diversion so we have time to escape." "Well then kid, looks like you are coming with us as I can't have you walking around," Zabuza replied. "Aoi, slap a suppression seal on the brat so we don't have to worry about any fancy tricks." Zabuza glared at Naruto as the now named Aoi produced a tag bearing the kanji for suppression. "If you try anything, I promise it will be the last thing that you ever do." Naruto felt the water quickly return to the pool beneath him. He felt Zabuza's arm encircle his neck and hold him in place with the other before he could reach the water either. The suppression seal, which Aoi had applied to Naruto, glowed as the writing extended to his face, arms, and legs. Naruto's chakra flow almost stopped, causing his body to instantly become slack. Even his aura, which was better off than his chakra, seemed to virtually cease to flow. He passed out from this sudden exhaustion. Holding his prisoner tightly, Zabuza nodded and turned to face Aoi. He received a nod from the man and said, "Good, let's go to Mei before other shinobi appear and give us trouble." Zabuza disappeared in a shunsen with his prisoner. As he awoke, Naruto moaned, his body aching and rigid at the first movement. Naruto stretched his body and craned his neck to crack it, ignoring the stiff pain. He opened his eyes in disbelief, recalling what had happened prior to his abrupt sleep, shattering this moment of calm. Naruto leapt to his feet and surveyed his surroundings, which included a moist jail cell with metal clamps on the walls. There was not much light in the cell, and the draft from the small window made him shiver. He only had his pants on and his weapons were gone when he looked down. The same black markings from the suppression seal that had been applied to him when he was captured were visible all over his body. From the door next to it, a man's voice said, "So it seems that you have woken up," drawing the young boy's attention. Naruto turned to see that Aoi, the man who had applied the seals to him, was there. His arms were folded across his chest, and he looked at Naruto gravely. "As usual protocol, we couldn't have you know of one of our hidden bases, so we had to be sure you were unconscious." The red blonde remained silent as he surveyed the area, attempting to devise a means of escape. Any opportunity he could seize to gain his freedom. "Now here's what's going to happen," Aoi said, squinting at him with his bare eye. "I'm going to ask you questions and you will answer them." Staring with this one, "What is your name and rank?" In an attempt to ascertain the precise reason for his interrogation, Naruto remained silent. After some time, Naruto made the decision to respond to his captor in order to avoid making matters worse for himself. "My name is Naruto and I am an academy student." Aoi yelled angrily, "Don't play with me, child," as he let loose some of his killing intent, which only helped to bore Naruto. "The abilities that you have apparently shown are too much for a simple academy-level student. If you wish to lie to me, then we have other, more extreme methods to get an answer out of you. Seriously, all this trouble over some brat. Back in my day, kids trained and stayed out of the way until they were ready." "Shut up, One Eye," Naruto yelled, offended. He used his genuine annoyance and anger at the circumstances to support his small lie, saying, "I do train and I train very hard. You guys are the ones that attacked me first while I simply was exploring since I'm rarely on this side of town. I train really hard so I can protect myself, no more or less. While exploring, that Zabuza guy attacked me out of nowhere, so excuse me for defending myself because I didn't want to die." A woman's voice said, "And with your training, you were able to do justice with no hand signs," drawing the attention of both men. The beauty of the woman who entered the room made Naruto blush, and he had to fight it off as best he could. She was a tall, thin woman with ankle-length auburn hair and stunning green eyes. The hair was styled with 4 bangs up front, a top knot with a dark blue band, and a herringbone pattern at the back. 2 were long and crossed over her impressive bust, while the other 2 were short and covered her right eye. She was dressed in a dark blue dress that hung just below her knees and had long sleeves. On her left side, the dress had an unzipped opening that exposed her legs. Only the upper portion of her arms and the underside of her breast were covered by the dress. She was wearing a dark blue skirt that matched her dress, revealing mesh leggings that hung over her bare knees. There was a wager on her waist, which Naruto believed contained her ninja weapons. She was wearing shin guards that reached up over her knees and high-heeled sandals. She was both beautiful and dangerous to Naruto. Naruto sensed that she was far more powerful than he was, and he surmised that this was due to her aura leaking. "Lady May, you don't have to waste your times on these types," Ao urgently but respectfully stated. "Let me deal with these purging scum. I will get the information we need about Yagura's inner sanctum, even if I have to do it." As she placed a hand on her left hip, May responded, "The thing is, Ao, I don't think you will get anything out of this young man." She looked their young prisoner in the eyes and grinned, saying, "From what I can tell, this boy has absolutely no information on Yagura's military because he's not from the Hidden Mist. Isn't that right, Naruto?" Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment at how quickly the women figured it out. This only required a single second, but the women needed that to validate her claim. Ao couldn't conceal his annoyance at the information as her smirk widened at their prisoner. Ao grabbed a kunai and glared at Naruto, asking, "Lady May, are you saying that he is a spy?" May glanced at Ao only briefly before turning back to Naruto. She surprised Naruto again by saying, "If he was, then he is a bad one due to not only gaining our suspicion but that of the Mist Anbu as well. You didn't really think that you got away from shinobi that were trained in stealth and infiltration. You were lucky that your young age made them not consider you a threat. Unlucky for you, you were found by my ninja and they don't forget a face." "Well, since you know that I am not working for this Yagura guy," Naruto remarked, gazing into her green eyes with his heterochromic eyes. "Just let me go and I'll be on my way." May said, "You see, that is where we have an issue," which perplexed the young guardian. May clarified after noticing his perplexity. "Whether you meant it or not, your fight with Zabuza alerted Yagura's shinobi about one of our secret camp spots. That not only made us lose a strategic position in this civil war, but I lost quite a bit of shinobi who held back Yagura's forces who charged the area. I can't simply let you go after losing so much because of you. Not only that, but I initially had no luck using aura sense to locate them at all. That was not my guilt. How was I supposed to know that you guys were hiding in that area along with the fact that I was attacked first? While that is true and unfortunate, you will learn that life isn't exactly fair either. Due to the current actions taken, many lives were lost and work had been compromised. Due to your actions, we will be watched more thoroughly by the Mist Anbu and it will make things harder for us. This of course will lead to more lives being lost. In the end, we are more at a loss than you are. Naruto worriedly asked, then what do you want from me? Because he did not like the direction this was taking. What exactly are you trying to tell me here? Mei said, you are quite a smart boy for your age, and she giggled a little because she found it funny. From what I was told by Zabuza, after I tore into him for the incident of attacking you instead of observing if you were even a threat, you have quite the impressive set of abilities. If what he said is to be believed, you were able to do all sets of jutsus without the use of hand signs. This just goes to show how skilled you were in the different techniques provided to you. Plus, I was told some interesting information that left me with quite the interest in you. As he considered anything important that might enable him to escape this entire situation alive, Naruto questioned, what was that? Then I guess I'll be frank with my question, Mei remarked, meeting Naruto's gaze. Do you possess a bloodline limit? That was the last conclusion he expected her to draw. Why do you think something like that? As you are aware by now, we are in a civil war against our Mizukage, Yagura, who started a complete massacre of anyone possessing a bloodline. This massacre led to a lot of different clans being wiped out for no reason at all. Those loyal to the third Mizukage lead these unwarranted killings with pure joy or loyalty. I lead a resistance to stop this senseless slaughter after my parents were killed by Kiri Anbu in a public execution. I barely escaped with my life during this incident. If you are in possession of a bloodline, then Yagura's men will be all over you in moments. While it won't make as much of a difference over the lost lives, we could use all the help we could get and you were shown to be skilled if what Zabuza said is true. So to help make up for the problems you helped cause, you will join the resistance. Lady Mei, are you sure that is a wise decision? Ao exclaimed in disbelief that he was losing his cool. Sure he was skilled and all, but he could still be a threat to us, child or not. And if that isn't enough, his age could be a hindrance to us. He may not be old enough to be a use to us and may cause us to waste resources and lives being lost. Ow! This boy was able to take on the likes of Zabuza with simple-looking techniques, Mei said emphatically. Not only that, but our sensors are telling us that he barely used any chakra for any of those jutsu techniques that was explained to us. Trust me, he could be useful to us. Who said that I was joining you? Naruto angrily exclaimed. Naruto started to say, I had no plan to join some war that I am not a part of. I have things that I need to do no matter what. But stopped when he sensed the area becoming denser. Mei demonstrated her seriousness by raising not only her intent to kill but also her strong and dense chakra. Naruto could sense the cage level of chakra evaporating through the air, and even though he didn't care about the killing intent, the strong chakra was sufficient to silence him. In that case, Mei said, her eyes dripping with seriousness. We will just take your life to make up for the ones lost during the escape. It isn't completely ideal, but we will make do. Knowing that his mission would be a total failure if he died here, Naruto started to perspire. Ralts will be lost, killed, or worse. Naruto sighed as the chakra subsided. You're right, he said. Or at least until I get Ralts. I'm sorry and I'll help you guys as best as I can. Mei's eyes softened considerably, and her smile expanded. I am glad that we have an understanding, Naruto. Ow! Let him out but keep the seals on until we are sure he is not going to try and run off. As he unlocked and opened Naruto's jail cell and released the red-tipped blonde, Aoi nodded his head, even though he didn't entirely agree with his leader's directive. Naruto continued to stare at his two captors as he left. Since they were pressuring him to join their resistance, he didn't trust them. Naruto peered down the corridors and into the various cells that lined the exit as they left. They were unconscious, but only two had other inmates. Naruto had to cover his eyes for a moment as they were leaving because the sudden flash of light blinded him. Naruto quickly noticed that there weren't many shinobis in the area because he had assumed that a prison would be guarded by a large number of shinobis. Then he recalled that despite the small number of inmates, he was the only one to wake up. He wondered, what's the point of wasting a huge defensive force to guard against 2 shinobi and a child? Well, first we are going to get you integrated in one of our bases, Mei said, briefly displaying her chakra. Naruto was about to inquire about her plans when he noticed a swirl of water. Zabuza Momochi and another young man with white hair, sharp teeth, and a tiny Tonto on his left hip emerged from the water's swirl. He was about a head taller than Naruto, but they were about the same relative age. He had small, slender muscles and was thin but lean. He completed the ensemble with brown jeans, a tan sleeveless shirt, and blue shinobi sandals. To his surprise, he was also not carrying a shinobi pouch. Zabuza asked with his arms, "What is it you need, Mei?" And then he grinned when he saw Naruto. "Are we going to kill the brat? Because I wouldn't mind a fight to the death with him before we do. His fight made me curious about what he can really do." Ignoring the young boy staring at him inquisitively, Naruto glared at the swordsman. So this is the boy that Zabuza mentioned. As he examined the Uzumaki, he thought to himself, "I don't think he's that tough. I'm sure I can defeat him without any trouble. He is going to help us in our fight against Yagura to make up for the whole incident," the stunning woman said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "I actually wanted Naruto here to face you in a sparring match so I may gauge his skill level with my own 2 eyes." Zabuza said, "I'll be more than happy to crush the brat a second time," with a murderous expression and what Naruto took to be a smirk. "Actually, sensei, I would like to be the one to face him," the boy said, grinning cockily as he approached. At the conclusion, he laughed and said, "He might be weaker than me, but it would be nice to have a little one to watch over." Naruto was only irritated by this, but Mei's laughter interrupted him before he could say anything. "That's fine by me, plus it will allow me to see your growth under Zabuza, Suigetsu. Well then, let's get going. Aoi, I'll leave the clean up here to you and Makoto and Setsi." He responded, "It will be done, Lady Mei," as 2 more Mist Shinobi materialized behind him. "I encourage you all to be careful around that boy." Mei grinned warmly to demonstrate that she had it under control while giggling and tightening her hold on Naruto. The 3 Mist Shinobi and Naruto all disappeared in a body flicker. "You all stay safe and return to us alive. Let's go, Zabuza, Suigetsu." Secret camp. They all materialized in a whirlwind of water and were soon encircled by armed shinobi. Naruto stiffened, prepared to fight if necessary, forgetting that he was currently unable to use his chakra or aura, but it was unnecessary when Mei took care of things. Mei said, "Even the silent waters can hold a deadly story by those with special blood," causing them to pause as a young man approached wearing white bandages and carrying an oddly shaped sword. "What tales do they convey?" he asked with a stiffened body and a tense, shy tone. "Stories of the tainted versus the pure," is Zabuza's callous response. Without meeting her eyes, the young boy bowed slightly to the taller woman, saying, "Lady Mei, it's wonderful to see you back safely. I hope the inmates at Hollow Prisons had a positive experience." The young man blushed in shame when Mei said, "Yes it did, Chojuro," with a kind smile. "It went so well in fact, that we may have a very skilled ally join our ranks." The now named Chojuro asked curiously, "Am I correct to assume that is the boy?" The lovely woman nodded, and he turned to look at Naruto, searching for any clue as to why a boy so young and originally one of them would join them. It goes without saying that he saw nothing. Zabuza caught the young swordman's attention by saying, "I know what you're thinking, Chojuro. The brat here doesn't seem like much at first glance, but he definitely has some interesting skills to him. You will be able to determine whether he is useful by watching him spar against the water brat over here." "That is fine, but may I please bring along my student, as this spar will be between people of around the same ages, so this may be of some use to her to see fighters going at it." Chojuro turned to face Mei, who nodded in agreement with the idea. "Show her what not to do in a fight, if nothing else. Meet us by Lake Mare in a few minutes so the evaluation can begin," Mei said, while Zabuza merely shrugged casually. "We'll start without you if you're late," Mei warned. In an attempt to locate his young pupil as soon as possible, Chojuro yelled and disappeared in a whirlpool of water. Mei laughed at her meek shinobi when she saw the other shinobi chuckle lightly, and then she told the others to leave. "Why didn't we head directly to the battlefield?" At last, Naruto inquired. "That could have avoided all of this." "Well, against our policy to appear anywhere except designated areas," she said gravely. "You should keep in mind that we will kill first before wasting time, as we do have to worry about spies." Naruto nodded, aware that he couldn't argue. "Good, now let's go." They all leapt around the various buildings after that, but Zabuza was carrying Naruto by the collar of his shirt. The group arrived at a large lake with several spike pillars protruding from it in about 2 minutes, and Naruto wondered how many ships were beneath the lake itself because some of them had been destroyed in its waters. Chojuro and a girl Naruto has not yet met were standing by the lake. She was dressed in a short-sleeved black shirt with purple stripes and long black pants that ended just above her ankles. She had fishnet armor on her arms and legs, which is traditional ninja gear, similar to her light purple shinobi sandals. Her purple hair was tied up in a spiky ponytail that made her look like Shikamaru, and she had a long pink scarf around her neck. She was ambidextrous, with 2 kunai pouches on either side of her waist. With sincere surprise, Mei remarked, "It's good to see you found young Janine so quickly." "It's great to see you too, Lady Mei," Janine said, beaming broadly at Mei with her purple eyes sparkling with delight. When she saw Naruto there, she looked perplexed before turning back to Mei. "And her Suigetsu, good to that you didn't get yourself killed while you were out. This, cute boy, is the one that is going to spar against Suigetsu," Mei smirked in response, always appreciating Janine's candor about her hobbies. "He faced several of Zabuza's water clones and won. I wanted to find out if it was skill or just bad luck. He might be helpful to us in either case." "Cute and strong," Janine said without any hint of surprise, before turning to face Naruto with interest. "You're hitting all the right buttons so far, cutie. Don't let me down right now." Naruto blushed because she was the most direct girl he had ever met, and the fact that he found her attractive only made his blush more intense. Suigetsu cut everyone off, saying, "Okay, enough of all that. Can we get this spar started so I can rid myself of this 3-day boredom of no action?" In agreement, Mei performed a quick ram seal and exclaimed, "Release." Naruto felt his aura regain its full power as well as his chakra flow return to its rapid pace. "This feels so much better," Naruto sighed with relief as he twisted his hips back and forth. "Remind me to never have one of those annoying seals on me ever again." Naruto started stretching his legs and back, letting go of the stiff feeling that came with being so constrained. You could actually hear some of his bones crack. Suigetsu merely gave him a confident smirk as Naruto stood across from him, and he found it somewhat annoying that he was perceived as not being a threat. Mei turned to face the 2 fighters and said, "Okay, you two, I want you guys to fight like you are trying to survive. If necessary, Zabuza and I will break up the fight. Overall, guys, give it your all. Now get started." With the exception of Suigetsu and Naruto, everyone moved aside. "Atonto, but looks standard on his left hip, making him possibly left-handed," Naruto said, tensing his body as he examined Suigetsu, trying to study his opponent as best he could. "He has pretty strong muscles, so a heavy hitter, but they are lean like a Hitmonlee's, so definitely speedy. He's taller than me, so that gives him an edge in reach." Suigetsu's call broke his train of thought. Suigetsu teased, "So, are you going to just stand there and stare at me? I know I'm good looking and all, but I don't swing that way at all." This caused tick marks to appear on Naruto's head prior to his initial choice of fighting style. With his fists clenched, Naruto charged forward in the speed boxing stance that the Hitmonahan clan had taught him. He only used a small amount of his aura to increase his speed, which allowed him to quickly cover the distance. Naruto was able to easily dodge with a spin, but he stuck out his fist, hoping to connect with his face. Suigetsu was impressed by the speed, but it wasn't new to him, so he was able to block the punches thrown at him before striking with one of his own. Suigetsu ducked beneath the fist, grabbed Naruto's arm, and pulled the blonde forward before kicking him in the side with such force that Naruto fell to the ground, but he missed because Naruto moved out of the way with his hand. He spun on his hands and slammed his kick into him, using the technique he had learned from the Hitmontopes. Naruto was surprised that his foot went straight through Suigetsu, and for a split second, he believed it to be a water clone, but this was quickly dispelled when the water reformed back towards Suigetsu and hardened back into his opponent. Due to his lack of focus, Suigetsu was able to knock the air out of Naruto by slamming his elbow into his chest, sending the red blonde boy flying backwards and causing some spit to escape his lips. Naruto gritted his teeth in agony, leaned back, and flipped until he was standing, skidding on the wet ground and regaining his balance with ease. "What was that? I know for a fact that I hit you with my attack, so how was it that I just went through you like that?" exclaimed Naruto, glaring at Suigetsu, who continued to grin at him. Suigetsu grinned and explained, "It's my clan's bloodline that allows us to turn our body into water itself, meaning that your standard attack methods would be ineffective against me. Then, enjoying toying with Naruto, he charged at him. Everyone watching could see that Naruto was far more skilled at taijutsu than Suigetsu because he concentrated on him and effortlessly avoided his blows, dodging and weaving strike after strike. As he gained some distance, the red blonde kicked off the startled boy's chest and used aura to give the kick more strength, sending Suigetsu flying back. So his ability isn't automatic, it has to be activated, Naruto thought as he collected aura in his hands after landing. That makes this a bit simpler for me to gain an upper hand, he thought. Using his aura, Naruto created a second aura staff and assumed a fighting stance, which was similar to the third Hokage's with minor adjustments. His legs were spread wide, nearly forming a split, and his right hand held the staff while his left lay forward, differing from the one he used against Zabuza. With a toothy smile, Suigetsu drew his standard blade and said, "Let's go, kid." Eager to sever Naruto's body, he charged at him. Seeing an opening, Naruto struck the staff into Suigetsu's side, causing him to cry in agony. With a spin, Naruto sent the boy away with a swing to his stomach. Naruto easily avoided the blade strikes, not caring how close the blade was to him. Naruto laughed and thought, so he has no skill in keeping up with his water body skill, his blade strikes, and my staff. The lake bubbled, then shot up and rushed towards Naruto using a hand sign. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. Suigetsu glared at Naruto, clearly unhappy with the way he was being handled. Don't get all cocky just because you got a lucky hit in. He was taken aback that his opponent did not use any hand signs, but he recovered fast after realizing that there was not nearly enough power to match Zabuza's previous one, indicating that he could manage it. He breathed out his attack, gathering air and aura in his lungs once more. Whirlwind, he exclaimed as the strong wind blast struck the dragon, pushing the water jutsu in an entirely different direction without canceling it. Suigetsu boastfully remarked, "So, you can use techniques without handling," as he lunged at Naruto, who dodged his blows. The white-haired boy started to swing his blade, but stopped when Naruto stabbed the staff into the ground between them. Naruto then spun and kicked Suigetsu in the jaw with an aura-infused kick. He swung at Naruto's neck, but only succeeded because of the water body. This was fixed when they reconnected almost immediately. Naruto decided to take advantage of the situation and fired, holding himself upside down on the staff. Flamethrower. The stream of flames charged at Suigetsu, who was recuperating. Suigetsu used his water style. Water bullet, a massive version of the original jutsu that allowed for a more destructive outcome, using the chakra he had collected in his mouth. The jutsu became more explosive than its original purpose, which was to pierce its target. Suigetsu swiftly raised his blade, unable to see through the steam as easily as his teacher, as the two opposing elements collided in an explosive steam that covered more ground. He was unprepared for a blonde blur to slam directly into his stomach, causing him to spit in agony. The pain was so severe that he was unable to concentrate long enough to apply his water body technique. Rock Smash and Quick Attack had worked well together, and now that he had him close, Naruto grinned and tried out the move he had learned from the Poke copyright mon of the electric type. Using his body's aura, he seized Suigetsu's face and exclaimed, "Spark!" Suigetsu was startled by a small amount of yellow electricity that flowed through Naruto's body, causing the boy to scream in agony. Spark was the weakest damaging of Naruto's 3 electric moves, and he could have used it in his battle with Zabuza while he was in prison, but the backlash of getting wet would have hurt him too, and he was already in a bad spot due to being surrounded by enemies, injured, and having wasted so much aura. When Naruto heard the cries stop, he stopped and released Suigetsu, who just fell to the ground, unconscious. The drawback of possessing the water body technique was that it made his family incredibly vulnerable to all lightning-based attacks, which allowed them to deal slightly more damage than a typical shinobi. Mei grinned at Naruto and remarked, "Yes, very impressive Naruto. Given his skill set, it's amazing that he was able to defeat Suigetsu so easily." Zabuza said, "Yeah, but he's more of a rush-in fighter than a tactical one," as he kicked the unconscious Suigetsu lightly. That whole fight was easy for the blonde brat to take control because he isn't as foolish and rash as he was. He still has a long way to go before he can match his brother Mugetsu's level of expertise. "Yes, but Naruto here did splendidly," Mei said, blushing as she grinned broadly at Naruto. "You have demonstrated skill and cunning throughout your fight, which made you quite impressive out there. Although I had hoped you would be pushed more, your ability to quickly defeat Suigetsu there demonstrates your strength. He is, after all, one of our finest young fighters, standing next to Janine. You were amazing out there for taking out Wet Head down here so easily, the girl said, rubbing the back of her head in embarrassment before turning to face Naruto. Darling, you and I will get along just fine. Just what is happening with my life? Naruto asked, blushing as he gazed at the smirking girl. Konoha. The twin sisters of Naruto were training hard at the Namikaze home by sparring with their godfather, Jiraiya. Jiraiya was a comparatively tall man with two shoulder-length bangs framing his face and long, white, spiky hair tied in a ponytail. In relation to that, he had two red lines that extended down to his chin beneath his eyes. He had a wart on the left side of his nose and wrinkles on the sides of his mouth. He was dressed in a green short shirt, kimono and pants, with mesh armor showing around his ankles and wrists. In addition, he wore a red hari with two yellow circles on either side, wooden sandals, a black belt, and hand guards. He wore a forehead shield with the kanji for oil horned on it. Mito leapt and attempted an axe kick, which the older man simply grabbed after dodging it. But before he could do anything, a number of shurikens were hurled at his hand and arm, causing him to release his grip and leap back. Nami threw a punch at him from above, but he deflected it. A spin became a spin kick that was directed towards his head. Jiraiya swiftly used his knees to block a Mito kick after ducking beneath it. The Toad Sannin laughed as he pushed Mito away and pulled a startled Nami to the ground. You two are going to have to do much better than this if you're going to win our bet, he said. After that, he kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying into her sister. After that, he kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying into her sister. Come on girls, you have to try harder to beat the great Toad Sage, Jiraiya. Nami muttered, annoying, curvy old man, as she stood up and took out her kunais. I'm going to enjoy wiping that down smirk off your face. As she assumed her position, Mito remarked, plus watching you squirm from not being able to work on your pervy books for a week is going to be oh so satisfying. Jiraiya complained, you two are so mean to your godfather, as he started dodging Mito's punches and kicks. Although Mito was skilled, he was still far below his skill level. Two kunai were thrown at him, but he easily blocked them, sending them flying. He smirked, ready to leap back, and caught a very thin glint. When two windmill shurikens started to surround him, this was halted. Mito began attacking him before he could do so once more. Before Mito used his arms to leap away, he deflected her punches and kicks. With a sly smile, the red-haired Nami withdrew her arms. Jiraiya was trapped in place as thin strands started to wrap and tighten around him. Trap success, get him Mito, exclaimed Nami, holding her godfather firmly with the wire. Mito charged at Jiraiya, and as he approached, she threw back her fist. The girl with the ponytail swung her fist and exclaimed, I got you now pervy old man. After dodging the blow, Jiraiya delivered a spin kick to Mito's right rib, sending her flying. Then he leapt backward, dragging Nami along. When she approached, he halted his motion and kicked the young girl in the stomach, causing her to fall to the ground. Jiraiya started, as fun as this taijutsu spar has been, after removing a kunai and slicing through the wires with it. But it would be best if you take 5 so we could get to training and learning some new techniques. Angry that their godfather had beaten them with little effort, the two downed girls nodded and moaned. But since he was a Sannin, it wasn't all that shocking. As this was happening, Nima, a Zoroark who was posing as Naruto, was perched on the tree branch. Additionally, he concealed his body with his illusions, giving the impression that he was completely absent. To be honest, he said, looking at them as they stood up. I can tell they will be something when they grow up because they are strong for their age. But in the end, their strength is far inferior to Naruto's. Naruto's self-confidence is the only thing holding him in place. Due to his own mental limitations, he constantly sets boundaries for himself. Despite his serious demeanor, his hidden fears keep his true power hidden. When the little kid eventually gets past it, I wonder what he will let loose. From the tree he was in, Zoroark leapt to the roof and entered Naruto's room through the window. By using his sense of smell, Zoroark discovered that only Minato and Kushina were inside the house. Keeping this in mind, he moved swiftly and stealthily through the house with the intention of obtaining some food because he was becoming increasingly hungry. He wanted to remain anonymous because he didn't want to deal with the parents. He stopped when he heard Kushina's sobbing voice as he passed the parent room. Curious, he slipped inside and sat there, watching Minato comfort his wife. Although he could make a fairly accurate guess, He was genuinely curious about what was happening. Kushina cried, "What are we going to do, Minato? You keep telling me things will be alright, but how can you honestly believe or say that? Naruto won't even give us the time of day, nor does he stay around us long enough for us to talk with him." "He is young, Kushina," Minato said, clutching his spouse. "He's angry now, but if we continue to do our best to show we care, then we should be alright." "Minato, how can we do that when he won't let us near him?" Kushina shot back, her eyes watering as she gazed at her husband. "We should have just trained him for Anbu or something. Instead we chose our daughters because of some stupid chances and potential. It wasn't like it was supposed to be that way, Kushina. We had to help them shape the leaps and bounds that Nami and Mito were making in their training, and we also had to make sure that they didn't use the power of the Nine Tails, a being that, with just half of its power, could destroy the world without any supervision. However, Minato, we must have Naruto rejoin the family. I must embrace my son once more. You know what we were getting them ready for, Kushina. I'm not defending ignoring Naruto, but you are aware that he is still out there, and we are acting in order to be prepared for him." When Minato said that, Zoroarm's interest was piqued, and he saw that the fourth Hokage of Konoha in fact appeared to be concerned about someone attacking Tama. Who was it that the yellow flash and the person who defeated the Nine Tails were so terrified of? This fear also appears to be a major factor in the explanation for why they pay so much attention to the girls and so little to Naruto. That masked man is still out there, waiting to wreak even more havoc than he did that day. To get the Nine Tails away from the girls, he will stop at nothing. In the event that he attacks with greater force than he did initially, we will need them to be prepared to confront him. Additionally, things have only gotten worse since Jiraiya-sensei learned about the Akatsuki. The Hokage's offspring and the village Jinchuriki will have full village protection and serve as a potent deterrent to other villages due to their shared clan heir status. To be prepared for the upheaval they would face in the future and to be strong enough to stand tall, they required the additional training. But Minato, at what price? We practically lost our son who won't even look our direction, and if he does it's with apathy at best, disdain at worst. You know as well as I do that Naruto saw the papers naming Mito and Nami as clan heirs to our respective families, and we just let him be so that way he could calm down instead of going straight to him. Instead of being there to comfort him and explain, we let him try to figure it out and stew in his pain. Another check to our neglect of Naruto. Kushina started crying again, this time over the ongoing suffering they were causing their child. Holding his dejected wife as close to him as he could, Minato was at a loss for words. Both of them were aware that they needed to make amends for the numerous mistakes they made in dealing with Naruto. If Naruto will allow them at all. The plan that the two humans in front of him appeared to have devised caused Nima to shake his head. Even though he could see they meant well, their concerns overcame them and affected their judgment. Naruto was harmed for the greater good, as a result, his personal development is now constrained. Although he could see their point, he ultimately felt that it wasn't worth it. They basically destroyed the self-esteem and confidence of a young child whose potential was all but snuffed out by his loved ones, no less. As he observed the parents consoling one another, he thought, to make it worse, they abandoned Naruto to be offered as a sacrifice to the world without even realizing it. He will remain a target because he is still a child of the fourth Hokage and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails' own body. I think there's more to it, but it looks like they're too busy holding each other to tell me the rest of it today. In any case, I understand why they made the decisions even though I don't entirely agree with them. I wonder how Naruto, or even worse, Lady Arceus, will react. Nima got up and walked out of the room without anyone noticing, realizing that he had received everything he could right now. We were confident that the upset parents wouldn't be able to locate him as long as he didn't do anything too crazy. Nima went to the bathroom and locked the door, putting aside his hunger and his search for food. He sent his aura into the mirror, waited for the portal to open, and hurried through. Inverse world, he looked up to see his masters floating there, staring down at him, and Nima appeared by a glacier of ice. Before a light enveloped the Naruto in front of them and the bipedal fox replaced it, Giratina asked, "Why have you returned already, Nima?" Arceus stood beside the Lord of the Distortion World and gave the Zoroark a kind but inquisitive look. Compared to Giratina, Nima felt more at ease in Arceus's presence. Additionally, he observed Zorua, Eevee, and Riolu, Naruto's three allies, standing beneath the two formidable deities. Nima bowed as he addressed them, capturing their undivided attention. I have learned some fascinating facts about the night that Naruto visited us and about his life in general, he said. Nima went on to discuss everything he had discovered while spying on Minato and Kushina. Anything he remembered from them was mentioned, including their fear of this masked man, their attempts to keep their daughters and the Nine Tails safe, and the reason they forgot Naruto while they were getting ready to create the Nine Tails power bearers. Ryolu and Zora appeared dejected and disillusioned by Naruto's parents' justification. Evie appeared genuinely distressed and disapproved of the reasons behind their harm to her friend and partner. Giratina appeared furious at the explanations, as one might anticipate, as his desire to kill increased. His strong aura started to rise and become apparent around his body, causing the area to tremble. With the exception of Arceus herself, every Poké copyright mon in the immediate vicinity and even those miles away fell to their knees, perspiring and struggling to breathe. In response, Arceus unleashed her own power, which swiftly enveloped the whole region and easily subdued Giratina's own power. Giratina had to back down and calm himself in submission because of the energy. In addition to being strong, Arceus's was soothing, enough that it helped Giratina distress and soothe the Poké copyright mon around him. Arceus lowered her power back down as the other Poké copyright mon were able to stand up again. While what happened is unfortunate, the past has its stories to tell, she said. It also lets us look into the mindset of our chosen's parents. To know that there is a mortal out there that makes the fourth Hokage and the Red Reaper of Konoha fearful is quite worrisome. Not to mention that the unknowns have shown me a prophecy after they connecting with the dimension's core energy and seen its futures and past. A prophecy? Inquired Giratina. You didn't tell me that the unknowns have discovered anything. What did they speak of? The prophecy was given to me this morning actually, so no time to hold a meeting to alert you all. According to the prophecy, it speaks of a child that either bring peace or destruction to the world. It would seem someone will bring peace with extraordinary power within them, which could honestly mean a lot of things. Nima questioned, do you think it could be Naruto then? He fits the bill pretty well, especially the power within thing. It could be his aura or even just his immense potential. Let's not forget that he technically still does have the Nine Tails sealed inside himself. We also can't forget that Naruto's sisters also fit the bill as well, Arceus responded. They have a high amount of untapped potential, born of two powerful forces, and also contain the yin and yang chakra of the Kyuubi. Honestly, the prophecy could go to any one of the three children. It's best to be prepared and have Naruto ready in case it speaks of him. Since they would stop at nothing to support their friend Naruto, everyone nodded and agreed with her. They wanted to be certain that they would always be prepared to fight with him. Nima, would you do me a favor and return back to Naruto's realm and keep things in check? Also keep your ears open, as I have a feeling that his so-called godfather might know a bit more as well. Giratina, can you gather the others and have them meet at the Hall of Origins for a meeting? I need to have a quick chat with the unknown again to gain more information. You three will await Naruto's call should he still need you assistance on his mission. Every Poké copyright mon that was addressed bowed to their individual commands. With Giratina constructing a portal for the Zoroark, they all departed to follow instructions. At once, Lady Arceus, Ryolu, Evie, and Zorua went off to find any supplies in case they were needed. As she made her own portal, Arceus stood erect. What is on the way that is so dangerous if a prophecy was made that included the balance of this world? I hope the unknown can pick it up a little more. Then Arceus disappeared in a stream of light, intending to see if her faithful catalogers and messenger had found any more information. Arceus will ensure that everyone is prepared for whatever is coming, similar to their initial dimension. Kurigakure 2 weeks later, with all the buildings in ruins, Naruto was concealed in the shadows of a dilapidated area of Akiri Ghetto. He had a dark blue hoodie on over his head and was lying on the ground. He observed a group of Kiri shinobi leading a caravan. Naruto used his aura sight to notice the various aura signatures in the large caravan. He noticed a number of above-average auras observing the caravan when he looked up. He placed a finger to a tiny radio receiver in his ear and spoke softly into it. This is N, reporting in. We have a confirmed 12 prisoners with 26 shinobi, including 5 confirmed hidden Anbu on the rooftops. Only one of them is hiding in a nearby building 2 clicks to the left from your location J. S is reporting within the lake, ready to strike when given the order. Can't wait to sink my fangs into them. This is J, moving in to take out the hidden target and release my toxins on him. Just give the order and the Anbu is going down. Good you three, just stay steady as we will make our move on my signal. The mist soon started to get a little thicker as Zabuza emerged from behind a building carrying his Kubirikocha cubed on his back. He was dressed in Kiri Anbu. The member of the 7 swordsmen approached the Jonin who was leading the caravan. "Lord Zabuza, what are you doing all the way on this side of the village?" "I was doing a patrol out of boredom," the masked swordsman said. "Got tired of hearing Ringo complain, so I decided to come here. Didn't know we were doing a transport." Yes, it was becoming harder to keep up the defense of Prison 3 as it was gradually being reduced due to the various raids by the rebel group. Lord Yagura has been considering assigning a member of the 7 Swords to keep watch over the area, and Lord Kismet has been on his mind. Interesting, I should really start listening to these village meetings more. What is the number of bloodliners being transferred? There are only 12 people in this caravan, but 2 more are being picked up right now. In this manner, we can defeat these incredibly obnoxious rebels. While listening in on the conversation, Naruto glanced back up with his aura sight and saw that the Anbu auras on the rooftops had abruptly vanished, leaving Zabuzas in their place. He then looked down and saw that the Anbu in the alleyway had also vanished. As his hand gathered aura, Naruto thought, Zabuza's clones have successfully taken out the Anbu. They are in position. Targets are in position, get ready to strike. Naruto heard a hum in response. Now Suigetsu appeared with his blade ready and a sly smile on his face, taking them all by surprise as the water near the group bubbled before it burst forward, slitting the throats of 2 of the closest guards with the Tonto blade. It's an ambush by rebels. Get the scum from the bloodline. As they all recovered from their shock, one of the shinobi let out a cry. A barrage of Senbon needles rushed out and struck several of the guards in the necks before any of the other guards could react. Those struck stopped moving, convulsed, and fell to the ground. There is another one, stay sharp, the obvious ruler instructed. Lord Zabuza, we need your assistance to kill these rebel fools and transport these prisoners. Sure thing, could use some early morning exercise, Zabuza said, looking at Suigetsu while lifting Kubirikocho. Are you ready? When Zabuza struck outward and beheaded the closest shinobi, Suigetsu appeared uneasy before grinning. In Zabuza's case, it was 3 shinobi before he turned and beheaded the horse that was pulling the caravan. Sadly, the Jonin commander managed to escape unharmed. Lord Zabuza, what do you think you are doing? The mist swordsman looked at the remaining foes and said, just doing a bit of cleanup at Sui, you handle the last 4 Suigetsu while Janine handles the ones nearest the carriage. Since Atsui is a mist Anbu guard, I'll end him. As the 7 surviving Jonins closed in on Suigetsu, Janine launched an attack from below, causing one of them to grab his leg in agony as a Senbon needle protruded. Sure thing, can't wait to have a little fun, Suigetsu said, smirking as he prepared his blade. As she completed a series of hand signs, she smirked confidently and said, don't you dare think about leaving me hanging, because he's not alone. Ninja art. Poison gas. The Jonins covered their mouths and split apart, 2 by the cart and 3 by the side as she let out a cloud of purple gas. Suigetsu teased, looks like I'll be having more fun this time Janine, while pursuing the 4 Jonins. She responded, meh, quality over quantity water boy, and then she snatched up her kunai and pursued the other 2. Naruto could see the numerous seals throughout the caravan, likely to keep the prisoners submissive, and he used quick attack to run to the other side of the caravan, facing the lock and door. Naruto was momentarily enthralled with Janine's fighting skills as he watched her battle the Jonins. She used a sickle and chain, as well as pinpoint accurate Senbons, to keep them on the defensive. If one chose to attempt a hand sign, they usually found a Senbon aiming between their fingers to thwart the attempt. Her poisons and close range were a deadly combination. She was physically weak, but made up for it with skill, agility, and tremendous speed. She brought to Naruto's mind the tales he had read as a child about Hano the salamander. Naruto put a hand on his earpiece and snapped out of his reverie, saying, Janine, do it now. I'm in my place. After using Senbons to divert the Jonin, Janine nodded and threw out 3 kunai with explosive tags before creating additional hand seals. Ninja art. Poisonous sealing. The shinobi crowded together as soon as the seals touched the ground because the tags exploded. Before it could swallow them, one of the Jonin let out a cry of their own jutsu. A purple seal quickly materialized, releasing a purple cloud around them. Water style. Water shockwave. As the other Jonin wrapped Janine in a water whip, a wave of water erupted from the center of the space, pushing the gas cloud away. As he pulled on the whip, he said, hey got you now you brat, adding, You filthy blood sympathizer, you're going to regret your choice. Put a seal on the bitch, Saji. He became perplexed when his partner remained motionless and unresponsive, saying, "Did you hear me, Saji? I'm sure she would love to join these idiots at the camps." "Tag her," I said. Daniel, the man, soon lay on his back in the water-soaked streets, foam and blood streaming from his mouth. "What the devil happened, Saji?" "Naturally, my poison attaches itself to your chakra coils. When he uses a jutsu with his chakra, it spreads and attacks his system, similar to poison entering the bloodstream. By the way, you both have it." The water whip fell to the ground, turning into a puddle, and the Jonin's body began to tremble as his vision became blurry. Janine approached the Jonin and used her sickle to cut off both of the unconscious shinobi's heads, mixing blood with the water before turning to face her teammates. She turned to Suigetsu, who was doing fairly well fending off the three Jonins with his water body technique coming in handy to avoid any major damage while doing his best to keep them from using any jutsus, while Zabuza continued to fight the Anbu, preventing the commander from weaving any hand signs. Zabuza could have killed the man many times over by now, but he was having fun. One of them got a kick in, which gave him time to make hand signs, but the game was still 3-on-1. Suigetsu was able to increase his arm and fist to a bulky mass and punch the man in the face, but this was cut short by two Senbon needles that dug into his neck and elbows, causing the Jonin to grunt in pain as he felt his entire body lock up. Janine joined Suigetsu, who grinned as his arm returned to normal and turned to face the other three Jonin after the Jonin was hurled into a building so forcefully that it left a crater in the wall. He said, "You know I was doing fine on my own, Janine," without glancing at her. "I really didn't need your help." Yeah, and letting that bastard use a jutsu that could possibly alert Yagura and his lapdogs to our assault must have been part of the plan as well." "Shut up, besides we need to keep one at a decent health to know how many are left at their little prison." They all turned to see Naruto with his right arm glowing green and the cart door sliced open when they heard a loud cutting noise just as they were about to fight. "All of you are at liberty. The rebels want to free you all." With shock and happiness on their faces at being released, the imprisoned shinobi left. The inmates are free, sir." "Dude," the commander answered before narrowly avoiding a kick from the man and avoiding an overhead swing from Zabuza's blade. His cheeks swelled as he jumped away, clutching his hands together. Water style. Liquid bullet. Zabuza took a few steps back from the force as a ball of compressed water crashed into him. He swiftly performed another set of hand signs while aiming his head upward. Water style. Fantastic cannonball. "This will alert the others, and with so many nearby, even Zabuza will get overwhelmed," he said, shooting the technique skyward this time. Water rained across the field as Naruto fired his aura sphere, which collided and destroyed the water technique before the enormous ball of water could reach the top. When Zabuza cleaved the man in two, the Anbu commander could only watch in shock before his world went dark. The swordsman glanced down at the dead shinobi before focusing on the final two missed ninja. Surrounded by Janine and Suigetsu, both prepared to strike, the liberated shinobi glared at their former captors, desiring nothing more than retribution for the fates that had befallen them and their loved ones since their capture. As she observed both men perspiring, Suigetsu teased, "You two might as well just give up. Hey, you never know, you two might live to see another sunrise." Janine pulled out her Senbon and said, "So, what's it going to be, gentlemen? Fight and die, or surrender and live?" Naruto felt his aura move in a warning manner, so he activated his aura sight. Both Jonin glanced at each other, nodding subtly and slightly. Everyone felt uneasy and ready to attack if necessary. When he saw that the aura surrounding the coils started to change and direct toward particular areas of their bodies, his eyes grew wide. "They're activating seals all over their bodies, guys. Return." The two Jonin laughed hysterically as their bodies glowed, and Janine and Suigetsu's eyes widened as they leapt away with Zabuza. 3 seconds later, both shinobi exploded and the area shook violently. After the smoke cleared, Naruto stood with his protect barrier encircling the bloodline users, who would have been unable to escape the explosion, and the bloodliners stared at the young red blonde in disbelief at the barrier of light. Zabuza smirked as he appeared beside Naruto, saying, "Well done, brat, for spotting the exploding tags. However, other mist shinobi have undoubtedly noticed those explosions, so we must move quickly. Most of us won't be much help, Lord Zabuza," said a malnourished, filthy-looking man with brown hair. "Most of our chakra has been sealed off for so long, our control was shot, and not to mention our bodies are not in a prime condition. So, In order to get rid of that rust, it's best to start moving right away. The brats and I will cover you, so stay in the middle. Because of your eye ability, Naruto, you're up front. Suigetsu will flank right, and Janine will flank left. I'll use the hidden mist jutsu to protect from behind. Go now. With Naruto's aura sight in full force, they all did as Zabuza said, moving and remaining as silent as they could. Amayuri Ringo, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist like Zabuza, was among the group, but that wasn't what worried Naruto and made him perspire with anxiety. The team ran for a few minutes, getting closer to the city's docks in the hopes of reaching one of the abandoned islands, before Naruto stopped and ordered everyone to immediately flee into the shadows of the many abandoned buildings as more shinobi ran into the city. Based on the vests, the majority of them were chunin in rank, with an additional 5 different jonin. As he readied his aura for battle, Naruto thought, this is bad. From what Lady May has told me, Ringo hunts down her prey relentlessly. She is far more dangerous than others because she employs her lightning style ninjutsu with the fabled swords known as the Kiba blades. Suigetsu whispered, anyone got any bright ideas, over the earpiece? If we try to take them on, we are in for one hell of a fight. If that's the case, I call dibs on the Kiba blades. When Amayuri and 2 of the jonin landed close to the front of the building, everyone became anxious. Along with the inmates, Amayuri became anxious as she approached the window where Naruto was observing. Just in case she needed them, Janine took out some poison-tipped Senbon. Zabuza prepared by snatching the tip of his blade. Naruto's eyes grew wide as Amayuri gazed into the Kiba blade wielder's vicious smirk. Amayuri turned to face the next shinobi. Finish checking the area you are looking and move on. The prey is most likely not here and have already left. So hurry your asses up. With a loud, yes Lady Amarui, the other shinobi halted their activities and all departed the village. Naruto used his aura sight to keep a close eye on them all, and when they were all gone, he released a long, suppressed breath. He used his aura sense to reach as far as his abilities would allow, wanting to be absolutely certain that they were gone. He let out a sigh of relief, not feeling any threat from anyone or anything. They are gone, so now would be a good time to move everyone. They all moved as quickly and effectively as they could, not wanting to miss the chance. Zabuza put his hand on the side bank and escorted them all to a traveling lodge. When chakra was sent through a concealed seal, a couple of boats emerged in a cloud of smoke. We had an inclination that you guys were going to have trouble with your chakra, so these boats were set up here just in case. Naruto was lost in thought as everyone started boarding the boat, his aura sense still operating at full capacity. I have no doubt, Naruto told himself. I have no doubt that Amayuri saw us in that building. She also gave us a sly smile. Why did she let us go in that manner when she clearly saw us? Janine snapped Naruto out of it by grabbing his hand and asking, what's on your mind, Naruto? She gave Naruto a cute head tilt that caused him to blush, but he ignored it. You seem to be really lost in thought. Is everything alright? Are the enemies on their way back or something? She asked. No, nothing like that, Naruto said, surveying his surroundings. It's just, happened back there was so strange. I have no doubt that Amayuri saw me and just ignored me. She practically lives and breathes her hunting ability and yet she couldn't find us. I practically locked eyes with her and yet she couldn't see me. I'm worried. As they boarded the boat together, Janine responded, well, remember that she is not nearly as dangerous as she used to be. Ever since her sickness, her entire skill set has died down. So most likely her eyesight has diminished as well. Sugestu added from the water, yeah, but she is still superior to a good 90% of the Anbu in this village. Instead of using the boat, he had decided to swim alongside it using his water body outline technique. She would normally have no trouble tracking down her prey, whether she had a disease or not. Knowing how she works, she could just want to make her hunts more interesting by letting us go. No sense in worrying about it now. Naruto looked at the inmates and sighed, nodding in agreement with Suigetsu. Hey, mind if I ask you all a question? All of the released inmates focused entirely on Naruto. I am looking for a friend of mine that I know has been captured by Kiri Shinobi. She's small, about under your knees. She has a white dress that also covers her feet. Blue hair with this strange red band coming from the top of her head. The blue hair covers eyes completely and she is very shy. Note also that she is not exactly human looking either. Know anyone or anything with that description? They considered his query, attempting to come up with a prisoner who fit that description. Naruto's head snapped toward the young woman so quickly that everyone thought he would get whiplash. Wait, I remember seeing a creature with that description at my original prison. Though I never saw it for very long, only short bursts at a time. Where did you see her? Which prison? Please tell me. The female prisoner, startled by the desperate expression in the child's eyes, stepped back as Naruto was practically in her personal space. I saw her in one of the deeper parts of a prison that I was being transferred from for my unruly behavior. Back on Scourge Island between the water canal channels. In the lower levels of the containment prison. It doubles as a small research facility focused around replication. They have taken the little one down there multiple times, I'm assuming to find out what she was. After one of its many escape attempts, they keep her locked up tight with seals. When Naruto heard this, he was overcome with worry and anger that he was unable to control. During his search, he learned what Ralt had probably gone through since her capture. His red bangs spiked forward like horns, and his hair started to spike upward, causing his blood to boil. His fangs became much sharper, and his whisker marks darkened. His slit pupils in his heterochromic eyes turned blood red. Now with long, sharpened nails, Naruto clenched his fists until the skin began to bleed. The only son of the fourth Hokage growled, his voice growing harsher, "Where is this prison located?" "It's to the northwest of here when transversing the water, you can't miss it at all honestly. It's a pretty big building." The girl who had been released stuttered out. It had never occurred to her that she would be so afraid of a strong child, no less. Naruto growled as he turned to face the direction she indicated. His aura sight went far beyond anything he had ever experienced as he expanded his senses. With his keen vision, he could see every aura of the various life energies. Birds, fish, all of them. He concentrated on a sizable structure with several distinct signatures and one hazy one. Similar to when he first discovered his aura sight, he could clearly see this one. As he tried to focus on the signature, he thought, "That's my best bet. Ralts must be situated there." Naruto questioned the prisoner, "How tight is the security there? I saw a really strong signature over there. Who was it? Any weak point? Who was in control of that prison?" That was most likely Kushimaru, as he was given control to watch over the prison transfers. First day there and a good portion of the prisoners were killed for getting a bit out of line. I don't even want to think of what it's like to be down there with someone like him in charge. With another snarl, Naruto started to head for the prison, but Zabuza stopped him by clamping his hand down on his shoulder. "Where do you think you're going, you stupid brat?" Naruto snarled, "Where the hell do you think? I'm going to that prison and get Ralts out of there. Without a connection, I can't just reverse summon her to safety. So I have to go there." "Oh yeah, sure, go ahead. Go storm a max security prison, surrounded by water and guards that are unknown strength and skills, along with a member of the Seven Swordsmen too. One of the more bloodthirsty ones as well. Not to mention the unknown security of the island. By all means, go get yourself and your little friend killed." With his thoughts and aura raging like a storm, Naruto clenched his fists and glared down at his feet. The mere thought of it all caused Naruto's eyes to well up with tears. He had to determine how he could contribute to Ralts' protection. He must rescue her, and he will not be stopped by anything. Naruto scowled at the water below as the boat shook in the waves, recalling the fight he had just had with Zabuza. Rewind. "So you're essentially telling me to just stand here and let Ralts suffer longer? I will not allow that to happen," Naruto said, growing more irate as his body turned crimson and he started to release more power. The ship creaked under the strain as the waters grew rougher, and the passengers had to cling tightly to avoid being carried away. "No, what I'm telling you is to wait until we can figure out what exactly we are dealing with here. Let's say you succeed in getting to your friend, you both will still need to find a way off that prison island, all while not getting killed by Kushimaru, who will not allow you guys to get very far. Out of all the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, Kushimaru is easily one of the bloodthirstiest of us all. He won't let you get away from him so easily." Naruto desperately wanted to tell him that he was mistaken and to refute that. The problem with that was that Naruto knew he was correct in reality. According to all accounts, Zabuza was right, and he might even kill the person he was attempting to save. He would never again be able to look any Poca copyright mon in the face. Even if he had to go it alone, he was still going to take action because, in one way or another, he was going to save Ralts. Naruto made a few quick hand signals while biting his thumb and drawing blood before slamming it against the boat's front. Apart from his team members who had heard from him, Everyone who recognized the hand signs was surprised and intrigued that Naruto was proficient in this jutsu. Summoning jutsu. A puff of smoke appeared, then vanished, revealing the creature it had called forth. It was a little plump bird that was called forth. It was mostly brown with a cream-colored face, stomach, and wing feather edges. It had a short crest of 3 tufts on top of its head. The other markings ran from its eyes to its cheeks, and the center crest feathers were primarily brown. Its feet had 2 toes up front and 1 at the back, and it had a short stubby break. It had grayish-pink feet and a beak. It had 3 extra feathers on its short, brown tail. This Poke copyright mon was of the normal, flying type and was called Pidgey the bird. Aside from certain water types, it was also one of the least noticeable Poke copyright mon that Naruto could call forth. Speaking of which, before striking the water's surface, Naruto ran to it and completed another round of the same hand signs. Over the water, another puff of smoke appeared and then disappeared. The most bizarre-looking fish any of them had ever seen leapt out of the water. The fish had an ellipsoid body and was small, the lower portion of its body. Its upper half was black, and its lower half was light blue. The little creature's horizontal length was striped in purple. It featured adorable pupil eyes, 2 oval-shaped dorsal fins, and a tiny blue pectoral fin. It had a pair of blue fins that looked like the wings of a butterfly. This Poke copyright mon was Finneon, a wingfish Poke copyright mon. Water is a basic evolution type. Pidgey exclaimed, "Naruto, it's good to see you." As Finneon swam in circles upon being called. "Many of us were beginning to worry since you haven't summoned us in a week." Finneon went on, "Yes, Eevee was getting antsy. She will be thrilled to know you are alright." Naruto couldn't resist grinning at the Poke copyright mon as they significantly calmed him down. He reverted to his original appearance, and his modifications disappeared. "Let's say things have been hectic, but I will be summoning my team when I get to shore. I finally have a location of where Ralts is located and we will be getting her out of there soon." "That's great, Naruto. How can we help then? I'm assuming you need us for something since you summoned us and not the others instead." Pidgey tilted his head. "Yes, in that direction I will need you two to spy on the prison island as best as you can. Spy and map put the area as best as you can. To the north is where I will be located hidden with the abandoned buildings and camps. If things get bad, get out of there immediately." Janine yelled, "Wait!" To get everyone's attention, she approached, grabbed her earcom, and gave it to Naruto. "Give this to your bird summon. That way you can communicate with it should you need to." Janine blushed slightly as Naruto nodded and grinned appreciatively at her. "Here you go, Pidgey, just keep this in your ear and active. If it begins to disconnect, as I am not sure the maximum range, just head on back to me along with Finneon. Flare your energy 3 times if you're heading back. Keep it on if you're in trouble." It flapped his wings and took off, and Pidgey nodded. Finneon gave Naruto a joyful wave before swimming after the normal, flying type. Naruto said to the others, "Let's get going," as the boat began to move once more. "I want to get back on land as soon as possible." The girl who directed them to the prison caught his attention and said, "Excuse me, Naruto. If you don't mind me asking, just what are you? You used jutsu with no hand signs, your stealth was impressive, and you have a summoning contract while being able to summon multiple times. Not to mention the oppressive force of power you released earlier. And you don't look no older than 14. Naruto looked down sorrowfully, recalling how much his parents had neglected him in favor of his sister. "To be honest, I am just a boy who worked hard. I am nothing special at all. How only a few civilians and other jonin could give a damn about him. Back then, all he wanted was to feel important and to have his parents be proud of him. But it's not as if I matter. The only reason they are seeing me now is out of guilt and sympathy. To them, I am nothing. They don't want me to be a clan head because of this. I am nothing." A worried Janine shook Naruto's shoulders, startling him out of his melancholy reverie, but he waved her away. Once on land, they proceeded to the secret campsites. Aoi, Chojuro, and another individual in an Anbu mask stopped them. Before Aoi grinned at the group, they all gave each other intense looks. "Glad to see you made it back safely and more so, that your mission was a success." Zabuza barely acknowledged Aoi's greeting, grunting in boredom. "It wasn't that much of an issue to be honest. I could have done that entire things on my own, but of course I had to babysit." Janine joked, "Oh, you love us Lord Zabuza and you know it," but the tall man shook his head. "Yeah, like I love dealing with chakra exhaustion. Why don't you and the other brats go do something useful now, like training or something? I'll take the bloodlines here to May. Whatever you day, Lord Zabuza, Suigetsu said, putting his hands behind his head. He turned to Janine and Naruto, who nodded at him. I'm going to get something to eat. You two want to join me? He asked. Naruto answered, actually I have to call my team, so I can't. They are going to be very mad that I haven't summoned them in so long. They are probably worried sick. Janine said to her friend, if you don't mind, I'll join you, Naruto. I have heard so much about your 3 Poké Copyright Mon team and I would love to meet them upon their arrival. Better yet, do you have room for 2 as I would like to join too, Suigetsu replied. It will be fun to see this triple triad of yours. Especially after seeing that strange bird and fish you summoned earlier. With no real reason to refuse, Naruto nodded in response to their request. They all headed to one of the island's outskirts, which was close to the town. He bit his thumb hard enough to draw blood, channeled his chakra, made a few quick hand signs, and slammed his right palm down. Summoning Jutsu. Before Eevee, Riolu, and Zorua were exposed as the smoke dissipated, a puff of smoke engulfed the area. Before they saw Naruto, the 3 scanned their surroundings and grinned. Eevee screamed, Naruto, and leapt into Naruto's chest, nuzzling him. Naruto petted Eevee's soft fur and laughed warmly, saying, I'm so glad that you are all right. I was so worried about you, Naruto. It's good to see you too, Eevee. As you can see, I am doing just fine. Ralts said, Yo Naruto, raising a paw in greeting. What took you so long to call upon us? Also, who are these people? He asked, adding aura to his palms covertly in case a brawl started. Even though Zorua's eyes were drowsy, he could tell that he was prepared to attack by the faint aura that had gathered in his mouth. Riolu, Zorua, Eevee, these are my current teammates, Suigetsu, Hazuka and Janine Anzu. Guys, these are my personal summon partners I told you all about. Riolu bowed slightly, Zorua lifted his right paw and then dropped it heavily, and the normal type greeted Naruto's friends with joy. It's so nice to meet you 3, Janine said, grinning broadly at the Poké Copyright Mon. I have heard so much about you 3 from our resident whiskers over here. After glancing at Naruto, Riolu nodded and assured the pre-evolved Poké Copyright Mon that everything was alright. Riolu spoke to the 2 young Kiri rebels using his telepathy. It's nice to meet you both and we thank you for looking after Naruto. We were beginning to worry when we had not heard from him throughout the week. Zorua smirked at Naruto, using his own telepathy, which he had learned from Zoroark, who had imposed it on him. That or he got lost without us there to hold his hand. But it looks like our summoner's amazing luck has shown through as he found someone else to do it. Naruto protruded his tongue at the Poké Copyright Mon of the dark type. You said that without falling asleep. What's the occasion? I'm pretty sure Slakoths have more motivation than you. Zorua grinned at Naruto and laughed, unconcerned by the analogy. So, getting back on track. What's the plan on getting to Ralts? Where is she located? Soon after, Naruto started to describe how he learned that Ralts was being detained by a prison several miles away from where they are now. The Poké Copyright Mon were genuinely concerned because the person they wished to rescue was under the protection of a ruthless shinobi. Naruto stated, that's why I'm here instead of at the prison, hopefully May will help me, if so then we have a better chance of saving not only Ralts, but the other prisoners as well. Everyone understood his logic and decision and nodded in agreement. So I figured while we wait, let's all get to know each other better. We may have to work together on this rescue mission. Eevee refused to leave her friend's consoling embrace as everyone nodded once more and started chatting among themselves. After what seemed like hours of conversation, Zabuza and May finally showed up. May smiled softly and said, there you are, before noticing the 3 Poké Copyright Mon. So these are the Poké Copyright Mon summons I heard so much about from you. As the Poké Copyright Mon greeted the attractive woman, Naruto smiled. I heard you found the Poké Copyright Mon you have been looking for and want to mount a rescue mission. Naruto answered, yes, I do. The whole purpose that I have even come to the Hidden Mist village in the first place was to find Ralts and return her to her family. Her mother is worried sick about her daughter. She crossed her arms beneath her large chest, making Naruto blush as he looked down. The risk for an operation like this is huge, Naruto. The operation could lead to a lot of deaths on our side. So you better make sure that you're able to convince me that this assault would be worth it. I'm waiting. Several hours later, at the lake's edge, Naruto is packing his belongings into a boat with the assistance of his Poké Copyright Mon companions. The conversation didn't go well because Mei didn't appear to be persuaded and even went so far as to say that she couldn't risk her men on such a prison raid. Particularly one that 7 swordsmen is watching over. When Naruto brought up Zabuza, she responded that Kushimaru was just as skilled as Zabuza and that the other guards wouldn't just stand by and let Zabuza attack. In addition, they would all have an advantage over them in terms of area. Mei won't stop Naruto, but she also won't assist him, so in the end, he was on his own. He had called forth a Spiro to go out and notify Pidgey and Finneon that they were approaching and would soon be within communication range. Naruto said, "Okay, everything is set," as he examined his weapons and himself. Naruto pushed the boat into the water and boarded it after witnessing his team board. "Let's go save our friend." Naruto grabbed the oar and started to row. Eevee was gazing at the water below, Riolu was meditating, and Zorua had fallen asleep. However, a loud shout caused them to turn back toward the shore before they could travel very far. "Whiskers, wait," said Janine, who was sprinting to meet him. Suigetsu, who had jumped into the water, was beside her. Using her chakra to adhere to the water's surface, Janine leapt from the shoreline and landed beside the boat. Beside her, Suigetsu's liquefied face appeared. He asked, "You weren't planning on leaving without us, were you?" Naruto looked at them bewilderedly. When he asked, "We talked with Lady Mei," Janine replied. "We convinced her to at least give you some type of support for your rescue, hence why we are here. She said she will give a different type of help for what you have done, but she still refuses to risk anything major." Naruto grinned, glad that Janine and Suigetsu were there to assist them. "Thank you, you too. Thank you so much for here for me." Happy to assist their friend and partner, the 2 rebels grinned at Naruto. They exclaimed, "Let's get going then," as the boat started to move again. As the sun started to set, Naruto looked up and stared out to the horizon. They will either benefit from or be hampered by the night's cover. In the dead of night, any shinobi worth their own weight can use and engage in combat. Riolu continued for another half hour before getting to his feet. "I see the island along with a lot of powerful signatures. Also Pidgey and Finneon are on their way to us." At that moment, Finneon literally swam through Suigetsu's developing head, causing him to say, "Hey," while Pidgey circled over the boat and softly landed on Naruto's small shoulder. "So Pidgey, did you find anything out while scouting?" Pidgey nodded while wearing a dejected expression. Naruto was alarmed by Finneon's dejected expression. They walked out with Ralts in chains, well, dragging her would be a more accurate description. She was littered in cuts and bruises while looking really sad, almost broken. Finneon noticed what appears to be seal on both her and the collar she had on. "We just don't know what they do." Naruto and his Poke copyright mon became extremely enraged upon learning of the young psychic fairy type's condition, causing them to release a small amount of their aura. The young Eevee was snarling with rage, too. "You two did great," Naruto remarked to the fish and bird. "Go back and anticipate Ralts. Return by the end of the evening." Both Pidgey and Finneon nodded as their mission was completed and they vanished in a tiny puff of smoke. "Hey Naruto, I have a question," Janine said, trying to get his attention. "Why not just reverse summon this Ralts since it's a summon of yours? You could have avoided a great deal of trouble by doing that." "I've actually tried that several times already. Despite my best efforts, I was unable to create a connection or link to do so. Whoa, even with my senses, I was unable to find her. She was probably wearing the seals that Pidgey and Finneon mentioned. In relation to that, do you know of a location where we can safely poet Riolu? Somewhere nobody would notice us." Riolu glanced around and found an area that appeared to be devoid of both living chakra signatures and people. Over to the left, Riolu said, "Even though it is far from the prison entrance, we could at least be prepared and concealed there. There are no signatures there, especially considering how dark it is becoming." Since almost all of his teachers had instilled in him the belief that everything has a weakness, Naruto took advantage of the time as they approached to examine the prison itself and tried to identify any weaknesses as best he could. His aura sight helped him locate the many different signatures throughout the prison, finding more people inside. The prison was a massive structure that was mostly white, taking up a good portion of the island. It had 4 corbels, much like a castle, with tall spire structures on each with a guard on top. A massive wall connected the spires, which appeared to be fairly thick. In the center of the prison stood a powerful aura signature, much stronger than the others, which he had recognized when he first arrived in Kiri. As the boat pulled up to the island's shore, Naruto thought, no doubt about it. Kushimaru will definitely cause us problems. They all disembarked from the boat and hid in some surrounding trees. As Naruto surveyed the prison and considered his options, Suigetsu said, "So, we are here now, but does anyone have any plans on how to actually get inside without being noticed? There is no way to reach the wall without being attacked because those sentries can see the entire area." All eyes turned to Evie as she said, "I may have a way to help," adding, "I know the move dig, so could carve us a path underground." "How will that benefit us? It would take us far too long to dig a tunnel that is both deep enough and long enough for us to get in," inquired Janine curiously. "Furthermore, a hole large enough to accommodate all of us would be quickly discovered." "Actually dig for Poca copyright mon is just a bit different from normal," Naruto responded. "The only issue is that the hole will be much too small for all of us to go through like you said." Ryolu said, "We have a solution to that issue, Naruto. You could always feed her your aura to increase the power of her dig. Her digging speed should increase as a result, and the extra power will help make it larger for travel." Naruto looked at Evie with a worried expression on his face and said, "I'm not too sure. The last time that we tried doing that, you guys got seriously hurt from the overload of aura coursing through you. Naruto, that was more than a month ago, and like you, we underwent rigorous training to eliminate that problem. Several members of her other evolutionary line have trained alongside Evie. To manage the Sura enhancements, we all received training from a member of the Lucario family line," Ryolu stated firmly. "Honestly, Naruto, you are going to have to drop that fear and hesitation of yours at some point," Zorua said before Naruto could respond. "If you won't make the most of our skill sets, what good is it to even call us?" Knowing that Zorua was correct, Naruto looked down with trepidation. Despite his Poca copyright mon's tireless efforts to develop and prove their partnership, his own fear held him back. Zorua went on, "We appreciate that you care so much about us and worry about us. However, don't treat us like weak creatures if you genuinely care. As Poca copyright mon and summoned, we work together. We're all one." "He is right. All I am doing is holding them back," Naruto said with a determined nod. "You are correct, Zorua. In the brief time I have been watching this civil war, the things I have witnessed have only made me more concerned for your safety. I don't want anyone to be gravely harmed, even though I know I shouldn't think that way. And we appreciate that, Naruto," Ryolu said, grinning warmly at his partner. "But even though this is Zorua's dream come true, we won't reach our full potential by just sitting back and doing nothing. We could have refused to join you in this battle. But even though we were aware of the dangers, we didn't. We run the risk of being tortured and or killed, not just knocked out. Even if it goes against your will, we will fight with you despite those risks." Naruto couldn't find the right words to say, so he just nodded with teary eyes as he looked between his three partners, all of whom were staring at him with unwavering resolve to fight by his side. Suigetsu and Janine simply smiled as they observed the moment of strong bonding, glad that Naruto had such a supportive group to support him, just as they would. Naruto wiped away his tears and turned to face Evie. "Are you prepared to give this, Evie, a try?" The normal type took a deep breath, held it for a moment, and then exhaled. "Aura bond. Synchronization," she said, nodding determinedly. "All right then, here we go." Naruto's eyes glowed blue as a blue aura shroud of energy encircled his body, and Evie's eyes glowed blue as well as she gained a blue aura shroud around her body. Evie felt the tremendous power surge to her reserves, like filling a half-full water tank, but her body trembled at the sudden surge of energy, and her body was straining to combine two distinct auras at once as she pulled it into her core. When Naruto sensed that Evie was struggling to synchronize their auras, he was about to cancel the technique out of concern for Evie's health because it felt like the last time they tried this. However, he was persuaded to change his mind after sensing the brown fox's strong emotions in the world from Ryolu and Zorua shortly before, which filled the Guardian's mind and gave him hope that Evie could do this. Janine and Suigetsu were intrigued by the whole situation, but they weren't quite sure what was happening. All they could really tell was that Evie was struggling to use their plan and was trembling a lot, but she was focused on getting it. What surprised them, though, was the intermittent glow in her eyes as her fur stood up straight, much like a cat's fur would. Evie's legs wobbled as the winds of force encircled and pushed outward from her, and she felt the intense power in her body being too much for her to handle. She gritted her teeth as the pain tried to distract her and felt the excess aura try to burst out of her body. She was on the verge of giving in to her exhaustion and pain when she felt Naruto's presence behind the intense pain through pure force. She sensed his reluctance and concern for her, but his faith and resolve for her were stronger. She sensed that he had complete faith in her ability to succeed, and she will respond to that faith with her accomplishments. She will genuinely connect with her partner and assist in saving Ralts. Evie yelled through her gritted teeth, drawing all the extra aura into herself and forcing it to blend as she felt the power finally start to move and mix into her pathways. The young brown fox made one last push to take total control, releasing a powerful pulse of force that forced everyone except Naruto to back away and cover their faces from the force winds. When they looked, they saw Evie approach Naruto and stand by his side, both of them with their eyes closed as Naruto placed a gentle hand on top of the small fox. The Guardian and Poca Copyright Mon appeared at ease and satisfied by one another, while Riolu and Zorua grinned proudly at the two, especially the young Evie. So, was it successful? Suigetsu was irritated by the tension and couldn't resist asking. The Uzumaki and Poca Copyright Mon grinned, childishly enjoying the aura of the two, while Evie and Naruto both opened their eyes, glowing a pale blue that took both Kiri rebel nins by surprise. This power boost is insane. I feel this overwhelming connection with Evie, Naruto said, turning to face his teammates with glowing eyes. Upon closer inspection, the others noticed that a single white ring surrounded his pupils. Nothing seems to be concealed between us. It seems so unreal. Evie nodded in agreement with Naruto, feeling that this connection and power was truly amazing. She could feel everything from Naruto's determination to his anxieties, and she felt her own aura reserves increase by so much that they seemed to double her own. It was as if aura had filled her entire being rather than just the area around her coils. It's dark enough to have better cover now, Zorua said, drawing everyone's attention. We should probably get started then. Evie nodded as she collected her strength and typed it correctly, dig. With a frantic smile, she jumped into the air and then slammed into the ground. Immediately upon contact, a small, adult-sized hole that was twice as wide was formed. Suigetsu and Janine's eyes widened in surprise at what had happened. They had not anticipated that a small creature like Evie would dig a hole that large so quickly, and it had been dug so abruptly and swiftly that neither of them even felt the ground tremble for more than a second when Evie started. Well, will you guys be attending? As he dove into the hole, followed by his other two Poca Copyright Mon, Naruto asked them a question that startled both ninja out of their reverie. It would take several diggers or a proficient Earth-style user to dig a tunnel this deep and wide in this amount of time, so when they landed, they were once again astounded by how well dug the small tunnel Evie had made was. As they descended the tunnel, Naruto thought, Evie is making great use of her aura boost from our bond. Stretching his aura sense, he discovered that he and Evie were beneath the prison. We are here. Evie mentally responded, yeah, I see that, via their link. It also appears to be another set of signatures that are even lower than us. Ralts is probably being held down there. Naruto said, that foes seem to be the most likely case, from what that prisoner said, before pausing. Evie stopped digging and remained motionless, and the others stopped and stared at them in confusion and concern. Naruto told the others, we have a minor issue. It appears that the strong aura signature and a few weaker ones are keeping watch down below. We will need some information to avoid a full-scale conflict because I am still unable to detect Ralt's signature. Janine glanced at Evie and then at Suigetsu, saying, I might have an idea. Can you get us to a more private area? The little Poca Copyright Mon turned right and started digging while nodding. After just 1 minute of digging, she halted and started to sense the area with Riolu and Naruto. This is ideal, she said. It appears to be a storage space. What is the plan, then? Janine said, this is where Suigetsu makes himself useful, as everyone turned to stare at her. Evie creates a tiny hole in the wall, and Suigetsu uses his water body technique to search the area, which is easier for him to do in Kiri because water is present everywhere. The young Hazuka moved down the hall, staying close to the wall and pausing as a puddle to avoid attracting too much attention from the scientists and guards. Now, where would they store Naruto's summons? As some men in lab coats emerged from a nearby corridor, Suigetsu thought, reformed into his solid form, and leapt to a nearby corner. Over there, that seems promising. He transformed into a puddle of water once more using his water body technique, then carefully slid beneath the door while remaining as close to the wall as possible. The mist that was gently flowing throughout the room caught the Kiri rebels' attention right away. Suigetsu reassembled by a nearby table and surveyed his surroundings. Files and bikes of what he thought was blood were neatly scattered throughout the room, and many Kiri scientists were moving about. He drew a quick breath as he saw a small, odd-looking creature chained to the wall, recalling Naruto's description of the person he was searching for. Ralts was the one. Tightened chains were wrapped around the small creature's arms, legs, and torso, and it was strung up on the wall. Its head hung low in fear and defeat, and its body was covered in cuts and bruises. It was surrounded by various seals that occasionally glowed. The same type of seals were present on its body, but he was unable to identify the others. The sight of Kushimaru and his fabled blade, Nuibari, the sewing needle, was what unnerved Suigetsu. He hoped Kushimaru wouldn't be down here or anywhere close to their rescue target, even though he knew he was at this prison. Apparently, there is no such luck there. Suigetsu thought to himself, it appears that they are testing the little guy. However, I wonder what they are attempting to achieve. Kushimaru approached one of the files on the table, examined it, and then slammed it down. The other scientists and shinobi watched in horror at this insignificant action. Nobody wanted to be the target of his wrath, particularly if it was brought on by his boredom. He glanced at the shrinking scientists and said angrily, "Have you guys found anything on this strange creature's abilities yet? You have been at this for over a month now. You need to have found something out by now." Lord Yagura is beginning to get impatient. One of the scientists stammered, "We are sorry, Lord Kushimaru. This strange power has a strange and unique energy source that seems to activate it, but we can't seem to pinpoint the source of it. We have no way to copy or contain this power correctly." There was silence as the scientists gazed at the masked swordsman, each one experiencing a rise in anxiety as they gazed at the frightened man. After a few moments of staring, Kushimaru just turned around and started to leave. The scientist coughed up a glob of blood and felt a huge, sharp pain in his chest before he could breathe a sigh of relief. He turned to see Kushimaru behind him, his chest pierced by the Nuibari. When Kushimaru appeared from behind and killed the scientist, Suigetsu was startled because he could hardly keep up with him. When Kushimaru swung the flames and sliced open his chest, he was even more shocked. Kushimaru wiped the blood off the blade and gazed at the other scientists as the dead scientist's body fell to the ground. Let his corpse be motivation for all of you to speed things along. Lord Yagura will not tolerate failure. Is that understood? The only way the frightened scientists could respond was to nod their heads. Satisfied with the outcome, Kushimaru walked away toward the corner and met the chained Ralts's eyes, but the latter turned away in terror. Behind his mask, Kushimaru smirked, taking pleasure in Ralt's fear of him. The hidden Suigetsu thought to himself, "Sick bastard over there is relishing in the defenseless little guy's fear the most." However, why single him out? Particularly considering how many bloodline users there are in this prison. In any case, I have to go inform the others. Man, this is not going to make Naruto happy at all. Suigetsu used his bloodline once more and hurried through the door. Now that he knew where to go, it only took a few minutes. Suigetsu saw the storage area and went into the hole that had been made. When he reformed, he discovered Janine and Evie sitting to the side, waiting for him, and Naruto and Ryolu meditating. Zorua, who was sleeping soundly, was the thing that almost made him face plant. How, considering our current circumstances, could he sleep so soundly? He turned back to Naruto, who was looking at him with a strong sense of urgency. He said, "I found your summons, Naruto," which captured everyone's full attention, including Zorua, who was now fully awake. It's being held in a lab not far, 2 minutes at best. The issue is that it is being watched over by a few scientists and Kushimaru himself. When he brought up the swordsman, the response was exactly what he had anticipated. Both humans watched in fear and anxiety, hoping to have as little interaction as possible. The three Poca copyright Mon, however, watched in disbelief since they had never faced a legendary swordsman before and had no idea what to anticipate. Janine questioned, "What's going to be the plan then? It's not like we have Zabuza Sense with us, who would be the only one able to take on Kushimaru. We would need a way to get him out of the room," Naruto said after giving it some thought. Taking care of the scientists would be a breeze if they could get him out of there. How to create a significant enough disruption for him to act as the problem? Suigetsu answered, "That will be hard considering there are also Jonin throughout this place. It will have to be big enough that they can't handle it." Naruto considered it and became irritated. Ralts was in close grasping distance, demonstrating how close they are all. And now the danger prevented him from getting her. Surely there must be a way to reach Ralts. Knowing that Naruto was under a lot of pressure, Evie and Zorua cast a worried glance at him. Naruto's panic was obvious to anyone. Through his aura, Ryolu could sense his growing anxiety. "Ralt's life is in my hands, Naruto cried in a panic, finding it difficult to think of anything because his mind was racing with feelings. Can I even do this, though? I mean, I can't even use more advanced attacks for very long before I get tired. Do I really have what it takes to be successful here? He glanced at his trembling hands as he fought to maintain his composure. He didn't maintain his position as heir for either of his clans, didn't receive any sympathy or guilt from Tongan's parents, didn't win his siblings' respect for the majority of their childhood, didn't prove himself to his godparents, failed the stealth mission in Kiri, and is currently employed by Mei. His name is associated with nothing but failures, and his inability to save Ralts was about to add another setback to that list. He simply couldn't comprehend why, out of all the ninjas in the world, Arceus and Giratina had selected him. They chose him even though they had a lot of better options. Why? In his self-loathing and uncertainty, he initially failed to see that Eevee was supporting and comforting him by jumping on his left shoulder and pressing her cheek against his. Zorua used his right side in the same manner. Riolu did the same, holding both hands in his paws. To let Naruto know he wasn't alone, all three Poké Copyright Mon linked their auras to his. When Naruto sensed his friend's warmth and support, he couldn't help but relax. His self-doubt started to fade but did not completely go away as he felt his eyes start to well up with warm tears. Like a fire that would not go out until it destroyed his self-confidence. That quickly changed, though, when he noticed that Suigetsu and Janine's hands were touching both of his shoulder blades. "Hey Naruto," Janine said, concern and warmth shining in her eyes. "I have a feeling that this doubt you're drowning it stems more than just fear from having to face Kushimaru, but I want to tell you that you are not alone. We are here to help you and be by your side. I know you were essentially forced to help us in the rebellion, but in the time frame you have been here with us you have been an amazing friend and partner. You have had all our backs and now we are here to have yours." "She's right man," Suigetsu grinned. "We got your back on whatever plan you got cooked in that head of yours. We had plenty of close calls that your devilish mind pulled us out of. Just put it into overdrive and let us support you, Red." Naruto was unable to control the tears that streamed from his eyes this time. B was very moved to hear that from them, even though he knew them well and could clearly call them friends. In fact, he started to feel better because he knew that Poké Copyright Mon and these people would not abandon him. They were going to support him until the very end. Now that he was more at ease and confident, Naruto started making plans one after the other. One thing emerged from all of his plans after going over all of his thoughts. He will ultimately have to contend with Kushimaru, the Nuibari's legendary swordsman. "You guys trust me, right?" Naruto asked, surveying his surroundings before revealing his final plan to them. When they all gave firm nods, he felt more at ease. "Then I have a plan, but it's going to be a risky one. Either this will work or it won't end well for any of us. Will you still have my back knowing that?" Without hesitation, his Poké Copyright Mon team nodded, and the Kiri rebels grinned back. "We came here knowing of the high chance of death. Not like we are the type to go down so easily anyway. So what have you got planned, Whiskers?" Janine smiled. As he started to explain his plan to them, Naruto grinned, and as he had anticipated, they all gave him a worried look. Riolu inquired worriedly, "Are you sure about this, Naruto? That plan will leave you pretty open and I am not sure how long you will be able to keep that up." Naruto smirked teasingly and asked, "What happened to believing in me? Look, I know it's a huge risk, but everything else leaves a bigger problem. This will keep the focus on me and give you guys the chance to escape and protect Ralts. Her life is our main priority and my own life is not a factor to me in comparison." As he started to blend his aura with Naruto's, Zorua moved beside him, his legs trembling slightly like Eevee had done before. Naruto nodded as he opened his aura around his chakra coils and combined it with Zorua. "Riolu, Naruto is sure of this plan and will do what needs to be done. We can get this done. Now let's do this, Naruto," he said. Aura bond. Synchronization. Similar to their previous experience with Eevee, the two felt a deep connection that left nothing standing between them. Within themselves, they experienced a rush of power that was notably stronger than Eevee's. Aura rushed out of the dark type, then gritted his teeth and pulled it back in. Even Naruto started to feel this strain more intensely than before, but as they learned to control their growing power, they chose to ignore it. They used their willpower and gained the necessary foothold because they knew they had a goal in mind. The others skidded back as a strong aura pull was released, just like before. The impoverishment that concealed them took off and landed on the other side of the closet. After everyone had calmed down, Zorua and Naruto grinned at the stunned group. Everyone noticed that Zorua's and Naruto's eyes glowed a light blue, just like Eevee's. As they inhaled deeply and gathered aura around each other, Naruto and the dark type glanced back and forth between each other and the group. Whispering, "Time to get to work," Naruto pulled a kunai from his weapon pouch. Naruto used it to create an illusion around himself by concentrating the mixed auras of Zorua and himself. The former heir's attire evolved into a lab and a white button-up shirt, indicating that he had grown into an adult. Additionally, his kunai changed shape, becoming a clipboard. The red-tipped blonde hair that Naruto had grown to his shoulder blades turned a basic shade of brown. His tan complexion lightened until it resembled that of the majority of other Kiri people. His eyes turned a shade of mocha. Even an official-looking fake name tag appeared on his left chest. With a serious expression, Naruto looked at Zorua, who nodded. "This plan will only give us one shot to actually work," he stated. "What I plan to do will definitely piss them off, as you all know, and that is when things will get really ugly. We have got to make sure that Ralts gets back to the boat. Or at the very least a large body of water away from prying enemy eyes, which will become the extraction point." Given the gravity of the situation at hand, the Poca Copyright Mon all nodded in comprehension. Naruto took a deep breath and started to head for the door, but Janine stopped him. She gave Naruto a slight glare and said, "Naruto, you better come back safe and alive," but Naruto could see the concern in her eyes. Naruto nodded and smiled at her, but to be honest, he wasn't feeling very confident about that part. He will be confronted by an extremely lethal adversary. The brunette approached him and gave him a quick peck on the cheek after being pleased by the nod. "For good luck. Now go save your friend." With a red face from embarrassment, Naruto left the room too stunned to speak. He was so stunned that he didn't hear his group laugh or giggle. Naruto shook off his daze and proceeded down the corridor to the lab's entrance. Holding his fictitious clipboard to his chest, the disguised Konoha citizen walked in, pushing open the doors. He noted carefully that no one looked at him. Naruto approached the equipment table, uneasy about the bloody scalpels, bandages, blood vials, and other items. Although Naruto could feel his anger building, he managed to control it. He went to the Ralts who were chained up after grabbing an empty glass vial and an unused syringe. When the feeling Poca Copyright Mon gave Naruto a terrified look, his heart broke. He could see that the young pre-evolution wanted to blast him or flee using her psychic abilities, but she was unable to do so. Naruto started to gather his aura covertly while feigning to prepare the syringe. Before his danger sense alerted him that he was in imminent danger, he approached Ralts. The disguised Naruto rolled forward and ducked, not wanting to see what would happen if he ignored it. He retreated in time to see Kushimaru swing his blade from behind him. "Lord Kushimaru!" The bedraggled Naruto cried in terror, his voice sounding like an older one. "What is the meaning of this?" Standing with his blade aimed at Naruto, the tall masked Kiri-nin glared at him through the mask's eye holes. "I don't remember seeing your face around here at all," he uttered in a quiet but ominous voice. "I make it a point to know each of the faces here should you have to hunt anyone down. Plus your chakra is another giveaway despite you trying to hide it. It is way too powerful to be one of these weaklings here, and I definitely would have recognized it if that were the case. Next time, try to match your signature with those around you so you don't stick out so bad. That is, if you even survive after today." Kushimaru yelled loudly and lunged toward Naruto, prepared to pierce the imposter scientist with his blade. Naruto braced himself for what might have happened as Kushimaru charged at him with a bloodlust. As holographic versions of himself materialized everywhere, Naruto rapidly gathered his aura and activated his double team. Given that cloning was nothing special, Kushimaru hesitated for a brief moment but not more than a second. He positioned himself so that he could start his stitching technique to sew his target up, ready to hurl his blade at the Naruto and his copies. Then, he was taken aback when Naruto and his copies spit out a dense cloud of black smoke that obscured them from view entirely. All he needed to do was gather aura to his legs and use his aura rush, which Naruto had purchased with his smokescreen. This is a straightforward move that gives Naruto a quick boost of speed and replaces him with an afterimage of himself. Naruto showed up beside the terrified Ralts and severed her chains with his chakra-charged kunai. "Ralts, listen," he said to the psychic, fairy type, who continued to stare fearfully at Naruto. Feeling more danger coming his way, Naruto ducked and leapt to his feet before being violently kicked in the gut and sent through a nearby table. I need you to lower your energy to be as low as possible and do not move for your own safety. The young guardian needed the extra energy to carry out the plan, but he recovered quickly after his disguise was dropped. Observing that the other scientists had either already been killed by Kushinaru's own sword or had left the area, he drew out a second kunai and dual-wielded the two-bladed weapons. He deliberately scanned the room with his eyes, making it clear where Ralts had been chained up. Kushimaru noticed his inquisitive eyes and glanced around as well, briefly ignoring the intruder because he was only a child and not a danger to himself. When he saw that someone was missing, his eyes grew wide. Despite using all of his senses, he was unable to locate his target. By the second, Kushimaru was getting more and more enraged and was glaring at Naruto. He released more of his killing intent, which Naruto was unconcerned about as usual. I don't care about who you are, brat, as it is no consequence for me not to know, he said. Now tell me, where did my prisoner get to? The killer's question perplexed Ralts, who had been standing right behind Kushimaru the entire time. Since she hasn't left her spot and is too tired to do anything, she was right in his line of sight. He had even given her a direct look. How could he have missed her? Naruto smirked and teased the man, wouldn't you like to know, which infuriated Kushimaru even more. All you need to know is that she is long gone from here by now. Kushimaru gazed eerily into the red-tipped boy's eyes while using his left hand to extract some Senbon needles. He said, I'm going to enjoy tormenting my answers from you, brat, and threw the thin needles at Naruto, who managed to avoid them with ease. Before using his aura rush to get past Kushimaru, who attempted to slash at him once more but was struck by Naruto's afterimage, he weaved out of the way and avoided more thrown Senbon. But unlike before, the swordsman charged at him once more without giving him a chance. Blades clashed as Naruto dodged Kushinaru's Nuibari's blows, aware that he would lose if he were forced into a power battle with him. Naruto is incredibly appreciative of the boost he received from the synchronization. Naruto gathered more aura in his mouth and fired a water gun at Kushinaru's masked face, deflecting another blow that was aimed at him. However, Kushinaru dodged and threw his blade at Naruto, piercing his left leg. Behind his mask, Kushinaru smiled, only to be perplexed by the absence of a blood spray or a cry of pain. This was revealed to be an afterimage when the Naruto he had attacked phased out of existence. As Kushimaru swung his kunai at his head, the real Naruto materialized above him and charged at him using Aura Rush. This didn't work out because Kushimaru used a devastating spin kick without looking back to catch Naruto by the side. After spinning through the air and landing on his feet, Naruto let out a painful cry. The Nuibari blade appeared to magically change direction and rushed at Naruto, forcing him to dodge to the left. The blade narrowly missed, nicking Naruto's cheek as the Nuibari changed course again and spun at him. Naruto shied away from the blade. Naruto leapt back to get some distance before showing signs of pain as his arm suddenly developed a cut mark, his sleeve was neatly split open, and blood seeped from the wound. The Namikaze boy was perplexed as he examined the source of the pain, but he had to quickly move because the Nuibari was approaching him once more. Naruto paused again, sensing danger, and felt a slight pain, this time on his back, where a thin cut had appeared along with his left leg. What's happening? Naruto asked, glancing momentarily at the wound on his leg before scuttling forward to avoid the Nuibari once more. Ralts was worried about Naruto's welfare after learning who he was through his use of aura. Despite avoiding the blade, he continued to sustain injuries. Additionally, she was unable to comprehend how the Nuibari moved without being under Kushinaru's control. As far as she could tell, he was not psychic. While avoiding being skewered by the fabled Kiri blade, Naruto was getting more and more irritated as he was being cut up by an unidentified sharp object. Naruto held his ground and launched another water gun attack in an attempt to reroute the blade's path as it rushed at him once more. Unfortunately, this plan didn't work out because the Nuibari was suddenly covered in chakra, which made it sharper and stronger. Because of this, it had more than enough strength and defense to completely penetrate the water-type attack. The red blonde sensed danger as he was about to land after Naruto flipped over the blade, causing him to spin to the side and land in an unexpected location. Naruto was unable to comprehend why he sensed danger everywhere. The youthful former heir turned on his aura sight. He locked on each person's aura signature in addition to sharpening his vision. Not only did Naruto notice that the Nuibari was entirely covered in Kushinaru's chakra, but he also noticed that something was affixed to the blade. It was incredibly thin, sharp ninja wire. The fact that there was more ninja wire affixed to the room's walls made him extremely anxious. He swiftly avoided another Nuibari attack, which he discovered was simpler to avoid now that his aura sight was operational. Additionally, he decided it was time to solve the issue after noticing the Nya wire circling the room. His aura gathered to his hand, elongating as a white light enveloped it. Naruto yelled, "Cut!" as the white light solidified. The red blonde was able to avoid being stabbed by the Nuibari, but he sustained a cut on his shoulder as a result of the blade's light catching and the ninja wire that Kushimaru was using to control it from a distance. He swung his hand to cut the ninja wire scattered throughout the room, which Naruto assumed was connected to the Senbon needles that had been thrown earlier, as he leapt around to avoid the blade once more. As he gathered more aura upon seeing the Nuibari and a few more Senbon needles approaching him, Naruto landed beside Ralts and silently instructed her to seize his waist and hold on tight. Ralts used double team as soon as he firmly grasped Naruto, but he created more copies than he had before. Naruto and the clones all headed straight for the door, but he had to leap aside because a water ball narrowly avoided hitting his back. The hallway wall was cracked and the door was completely destroyed. Additionally, the explosion was strong enough to destroy all of Naruto's clones and force him back. As he released more killing intent much thicker than before, Kushimaru asked, "Where do you think you're running to?" With his Nuibari stabbed into the ground next to him, he extracted more Senbon needles. "You will be broken and tortured here today, so stand your ground, boy." The Senbons were tossed, sailing in the direction of Naruto, who summoned Cut once more. He tried to avoid the needles he couldn't knock away, but he deflected a good number with a swing of his arm. Before taking a breath, Naruto glanced back at Kushimaru as he completed a series of hand signals. Water style. Raging waves. The swordsman spit out a stream of water that was both more potent and comparable to Naruto's own water gun attack. Naruto leapt up and stood upside down from the ceiling, his chakra locking onto his legs as he gathered his aura. He then leapt from wall to wall until he was above Kushimaru, who charged with his blade pointing upward. Naruto barely avoided the sword slash as he leapt away and spun. Naruto yelled, "Vine whip now," as green vines emerged from the glow in his hands. The red-tipped blonde pulled in the hopes of lifting Kushimaru and slamming him into the ground, but the vines wrapped around his throat. However, Kushimaru cut straight through the vines without hesitation, so this didn't go as planned. Naruto was taken aback by the abrupt weight loss and was propelled through the air. He pulled him and Ralts away from another attempt to cut him down, releasing another set of vines that coiled around one of the wall's chains. Naruto thought angrily, "Damn it. Even with my synchronization-induced power boost, I am still struggling to keep up, and he isn't taking me seriously. Furthermore, the bastard is preventing me from installing Ralts." Naruto had to carry out the plan, so he started jumping around Kushimaru's fabled blade. He sensed that the others were nearly finished with their portion of the mission. He leapt back into a handstand to avoid a knee to his back and leaned back to avoid the next blow. Before that same leg could kick him in the stomach, he pushed upward. Naruto used smokescreen once more, blowing the cloud of smoke straight into Kushimaru's face before he could strike. As a result, Kushimaru started coughing as the attack spread throughout his body. Still blowing smoke, Naruto positioned his body by his exit after turning to face it. Naruto swiftly triggered his aura rush, turned off the smokescreen, and dashed blindingly fast toward the door. However, Kushimaru arrived by the exit just in time to slam his foot into Naruto's face, so Naruto did not make it. Because of the high-speed impact, Naruto knocked out 2 of his teeth in addition to screaming in pain as blood spurted from his nose. But it didn't stop there. The ninja grabbed Naruto's leg, thankfully not the one Ralts was holding onto, and slammed the boy into the ground with enough force to cause cracks. He then pulled Naruto across the floor and slammed him against the wall. Then, after leaping and spinning Naruto around, he landed on the ceiling and slammed the boy against it. With a vicious smirk that was hidden by his mask, he swung his opponent beneath him again and threw him to the ground. After that, he used his Nuibari to pierce Naruto's stomach, causing him excruciating pain. The thin blade made the same hole in Naruto's body and passed through it again when he landed. Grabbing the Nuibari in an attempt to remove the blade from his body, the red-tipped blonde boy was in excruciating pain. With the intention of slicing Naruto through the shoulder, Kushimaru landed beside him and seized the hilt of his blade. "No, please no," Ralts muttered, fighting back tears. She had sensed the plans of the Kiri swordsman. The final cry, "Please my savior, please. Wake up, please. Wake up and win," roused Naruto from his agony. With a piercing gaze, he exhaled deeply. Whirlwind. Shocked, Kushimaru released his blade in surprise and was blown through the air by a strong gust of wind. Naruto seized the Nuibari, tore it out, and gripped it firmly. Angrily, Kushimaru stood up, furious at this intruder with his Nuibari. Before concluding with the tiger sign, he started a series of hand signs that were so quick that Naruto couldn't keep up with them. Water Clone Jutsu. Water erupted from the pod and vials nearby, then swirled beside Kushimaru as it transformed into another Kushimaru. Subsequently, both Kushimaru held Senbons in their hands. With perspiration streaming down his face from the fear he was experiencing, Naruto stepped back. It was not good for him to stare down two different murderous killers, even though it was difficult to stop just one of them. The situation was made much worse by the fact that he had a bleeding hole in his stomach. The only silver lining was that he would have to jump that since his Uzumaki bloodline started trying to repair the damage. Naruto was taken aback by the abrupt acceleration as both Kushimaru disappeared from view. One of them kicked him, and he ducked as it flew over his head. He was completely overpowered when he used his arm to deflect an axe kick that was headed for his head and added aura to it. A Senbon needle was pointed at him, and he had to lean back a little to avoid it. When the other Kushimaru emerged from behind and slammed his foot into it, he felt a surge of pain. Naruto was propelled away by this, but before he could go very far, his foot was grabbed once more. Naruto gathered his aura because he did not want the previous events to happen again. Double team. The Naruto that Kushimaru was holding disappeared, and several duplicates showed up all over the room. They threw their needles, making each one disappear into thin air, but Kushimaru was unfazed this time. The Nuibari was used by the real Naruto to block the Senbon that was thrown at him. Then he let go of the aura that had grown around him and changed into leaves. Take this. Razor leaf. The razor-sharp leaves whirled and flew in the direction of the two Kushimaru. With their lips puckered, both assassins had completed another round of hand signals. Water style. Wild water wave. They let out a strong stream of water that briefly battled the leaves before shoving them aside. Naruto used Vine Whip again to pull himself away from the blows. Several thrown Senbon cut the vines, but Naruto was ready for that. He pulled himself to the opposite side of the room and adhered to the wall using another Vine Whip. On either side of him, two Kushimaru materialized and started attacking him. It would be too dangerous to stay between them, so he fled using Aura Rush. He was stopped before he could use a flamethrower to blast them. In addition to stealing the Nuibari from his grasp, one of the Kushimaru also used a kunai to slash him across the chest while four Senbonsa to Inicha impaled themselves in his legs. Gazing into Kushimaru's ruthless eyes, Naruto let out a deep, agonized grunt. "I got ya," was mouthed by Naruto. When it was discovered that he was merely a shadow clone, the red-tipped blonde then exploded in a cloud of smoke. Kushimaru and his water clone were taken aback by this action and were utterly perplexed that Naruto had the time to make a clone, much less a shadow clone. The sword he took also disappeared, so it was a fake. Infuriated, Kushimaru snarled, "That slippery little a shit," as more killing intent escaped him. "That's it. No more playing around and no more of these ridiculous games. I will hunt him down and make sure that he pays." With the authentic Naruto, Ralts was in Naruto's arms as he ran down the hallway. As he used Recover to try to heal all of his wounds, his aura was pulsing through his legs. The hole in his stomach was still healing, but most of his cuts and bruises had healed. Fortunately, the bleeding had stopped, and the exit was blocked for his back. The psychic fairy type that Naruto asked, "Ralts, are you alright?" gave Naruto a kind grin and an expression of wonder. To Naruto, Ralts exclaimed, "You were absolutely amazing, Mr. Hero. You did an awesome job to keep up with that monster Kushimaru. But how come he couldn't see me at all? He has looked directly at me multiple times, but has continuously questioned about where I was. I used the aura bond. Synchronization and bonded with one of my aura partners named Zorua," Naruto said, slowing down and donning his green eyes and blue spiked hair disguise. "Using the illusion ability that also gained a big boost from the bond, I was able to keep you hidden. I had to keep focusing the illusion on both you and any energy you may have leaked. As far as he was concerned, you had been missing throughout that entire fight." Naruto entered the closet area and moved the poster as soon as he had passed the entire hallway. Naruto replaced the poster and entered the area through the tunnel that had been dug up. After concentrating his aura and creating a mental aura link with Zorua, Naruto sat down again. "Aura bond. Shared sight," Naruto muttered. He felt the aura surge through him and connect with Zorua, who accepted the connection as his eyes glowed a brilliant blue. The aura user was able to link their sights with the responding aura partner thanks to this unique ability. As though they were both present, everything they see is connected to the other. Additionally, telepathic communication is possible between the two synchronized partners. The more aura needed to establish and sustain the connection, the farther apart the two partners were. "Took you long enough to connect with us, Naruto," Zorua replied. Naruto will never comprehend how the dark-type fox could sound so serious and vigilant while simultaneously being bored and exhausted. "I see that you succeeded on your part of the plan and got Ralts. Good work." As he peered through the Poke Copyright Mon's vision, Naruto grinned and felt a surge of pride in his chest at Zorua's remarks. There was a row of keys in front of them, some of which were clearly significant. There were switches and a group of computers close by. Zorua looked around to let Naruto know that everyone was prepared to start the next part of the plan. "On your signal and we can get this little surprise party underway," he said. Naruto nodded, sensing that Kushimaru was approaching his territory. "Do it and we will link our powers perfectly. Time to give these people their fighting spirit back." After giving a nod, Zorua turned to face Suigetsu. "Hey, Big Bad Boss says it's show time," Zorua said to the Hazuka. "Release the prisoners. Me and Naruto will begin the next phase of the operation." Suigetsu grinned and pushed a couple of the computer's buttons before snatching up the lever beside it. "It's party time," he exclaimed with a laugh as he decreased the lever. The shinobi guardian was confused by the lights that rang throughout the prison. Before long, every prison door unlocked and exploded. The guards were shocked because they had not been informed that the enemy had been freed. Naruto said to the dark type through their bond, "Let's do it now, Zorua." Once more, along with his eyes, which took on a strong hue, his body was enveloped in a blue, fiery aura. Zorua shared this, doing the exact same thing. Their strong, doubled aura covered the part of the island that was hidden from everyone but Riolu. A number of water dragons shot through the air in a matter of seconds before crashing into the guard pillars. The watchtower guards rolled away from the falling debris and jumped off in time to avoid the attacks. Suddenly, hundreds of shinobi rushed into the courtyard and attacked the guards. To warn of the enemy, one of the prison guards shouted. "It's the resistance," he exclaimed. "Get to the courtyard, everyone. The tainted blood has arrived." The broken-down inmates only needed one shout or yell to get fire in their eyes once more. Soon after, they started attacking the guards as well, capturing many of them while they were still stunned and stealing their weapons. At this point, not only were the guards at the top occupied with the expanding invasion forces, but their once trapped enemies as well. The only benefit was that the inmates were unable to use their jutsus because their seals prevented them from using their chakra. More members of the resistance soon infiltrated and started attacking the guards, causing those same floors to explode with smoke. When a guard attempted to use a jutsu, one of the members attacked him. The guard blocked the blade strike, but the female prisoner stabbed him in the neck, killing him. She said to the masked resistance members, "Thank you, friend. My name is Yum, and I'm happy to be free." "Look, you are free thanks to a couple of young warriors," he said, pulling out some shuriken and throwing them to stop a guard. "We are not free just yet," I said. "They needed to set their friend free. As quickly as possible, we must get them out of here and into the waters." "Thank you, but what makes this friend of theirs so significant?" As he deflected multiple kunai, Yumi inquired. "Just spread the word and get it done," he said as he and she went back to back and started attacking the guards, stealing more equipment from the corpses of the fallen guards. They are accompanied by strange creatures. One has white hair, the other has blonde hair with red tips, and the final person has brunette hair. Yumi nodded and began to spread the word after realizing how important this was. "We need to be careful now, Ralts," Naruto told the terrified Poke Copyright Mon. "I can no longer cloak you with me and Zorua coating this island with illusion." He then picked up Ralts and ran down the tunnel. "Wait, so you deceived everyone by using your bond with Zorua?" she questioned in utter awe. As he sprinted down the tunnel, he responded, "It won't work for too long, because everyone, including the now liberated inmates, knows that the resistance is attacking the prison. However, since they are also seasoned shinobis, they will quickly become aware of it. We must wager that you will leave the island and return to your mother as soon as possible because of this." Naruto uses Aura Rush to push his body and aura further, becoming the epitome of a blur. Word quickly spread among the guards about Zorua and his group, who were being closely watched as they ran down the passageways, not having to fight too hard because of what was happening. They've had a few near misses, such as when one of the guards' swords split Suigetsu in two, but Suigetsu's water body bloodline prevented it from harming him. Suigetsu's water gun, Double Blast, blasted the guard, rendering him inoperable. Another close call occurred when a water dragon charged down the hall toward them, but Zorua was able to stop the attack with his boosted Protect in time, and the guard who used the technique was killed by a combination of Janine, Riolu, and Eevee. Eevee was stabbed in the side, but otherwise unharmed. Zorua leapt over the group as it charged up another boosted attack, and Janine recognized the liquid bullet that rushed at the group of runners. Shadow Ball. The water jutsu and the orb of ghost-type energy clashed violently, canceling each other out with an explosion. A group of guards, all armed with kunai, surrounded the team. Suigetsu and Janine both pulled out their Tonto blades, and Janine and Suigetsu used a series of hand signs in secret. A moment later, more inmates attacked the other guards, and Janine smirked as she slammed her fingers into the ground. Lightning Style. Electric Snake Jutsu. This momentary hesitation was all it took for the prisoners to overwhelm and kill their guard, as several sparks of electricity danced through the ground and rushed to defend themselves, while chains exploded from the ground and wrapped around their ankles, leaving them immobile and feeling electric shocks rush through their bodies. As he searched the now-dead bodies' clothing for weapons, a muscular prisoner remarked, "You guys keep on going," adding, "We will do our best on this front. You children must leave this place." The young group nodded and headed for their destination. Janine and Suigetsu were genuinely amazed at how well they were doing despite their inability to use ninjutsu and extreme exhaustion. They surmised that this was made possible by the constant press while preventing the guards from using many of their own. "Look, the stairwell is there." As they kept running under the protection of the numerous former inmates, Janine noted that although they were winning, they were also suffering a significant number of defeats. Eevee decided to assist after noticing that one guard had a man pinned to the wall while defending himself against enforcers. Her body was covered in white, and she summoned her aura. "Quick attack," she called out as she took in high speeds. The guard, who was on high alert, felt the danger and swung a kunai in an attempt to cut her down. Due to being so small though, Eevee laid on her side and completely avoided the deadly weapon. Quickly turning around, she slammed her paws onto the ground which gathered the dust and nearby debris before shooting it into the guard's face. Sand attack. The man cried out in agony as the dirt and debris struck his face, blinding him. Eevee took advantage of the situation by biting down on the kunai that was lodged in the prisoner's shoulder and tearing it out. The young Poke Copyright Mon then fell and slashed the back of the guard's ankles. The moment their eyes met, the normal type hesitated to take advantage of the chance to deliver the fatal blow, which cost her because the now enraged shinobi grabbed her by the neck and started choking her. This caused him to fall to the ground and cry out in agony, dropping low enough to only be slightly taller than Eevee, who had the kunai ready to pierce the guard's head. He growled at the struggling Poke Copyright Mon, "You little shit," saying, "I don't know what the fuck you are, but I'll like seeing the life drain out of your eyes. I have to decide to take a life because I have to, unlike you." The previously pinned prisoner, who was wrestling for the kunai before the guard lost the struggle and was killed, stopped the man from stabbing Eevee, who was frozen in terror. The prisoner said, "Thanks for the save, little one," and thanked the frightened normal type. "You must go now, it's going to get nasty." She nodded and started for the stairs, still terrified that she had nearly died a moment before, but was stopped when two more guards appeared in front of and beside a now anxious Eevee, still in disbelief over what had just transpired. One of the guards drew a sword, which she could identify as a wakizashi, while the other two drew two kunai and gave her a fierce look. In an attempt to flee, Eevee used her quick attack, but she struggled to gather her aura and even shaped it correctly, causing her to tremble in terror as the weapons surrounded her. It seemed to her that everything happened in slow motion as their weapons defended her. Riolu saved her before she was cut, and Suigetsu arrived just in time to halt the attacks. Suigetsu used his Tonto to stop the wakizashi, while Riolu used his aura-covered palms to stop the kunai. How dare this man try to cut up his friend? They had already dared to hurt Ralts as badly as they did, and now they were going to really hurt Eevee. How dare they? Riolu glared angrily at the guard he was blocking, his aura pulsing more powerfully as his anger drove his actions. In addition to stopping the guard's kick, Riolu's aura, which was slightly darker than before, enveloped his palm as he grinned menacingly. Riolu's aura pulsed more brightly and powerfully, string enough to knock the guard's kunais away from them. The two blades flew away, and the guard was momentarily stunned before launching a kick at him. Force palm, he muttered as a strong aura burst forth, engulfing the guard, and he let out a cry of agony as the heated aura charred his flesh. Metal claw, his palms were coated in steel energy, and he swung at the guard's throat, slicing it open, as silver energy claws emerged from the back of his hands and knuckles. Pushing aside any shock, Ryolu used his own aura sense and leapt to the left as a kunai attempted to cut him in half. The problem was that water sprayed out of the wound instead of blood, and then the body melted into a watery puddle, indicating that it was a water clone. Ryolu used his metal claws to block and parry the real guard's kunai, and when Evie saw her friend being pushed back, she ran to assist. She attempted to use bite, but was shocked once more when her teeth did not glow, and her aura hardly paid attention to her, as if it was rejecting her use of it. When the guard saw the terrified fox poke a copyright mon, he shoved Ryolu away and then kicked Evie in the face and into the wall. After making a series of hand signs, a water clone appeared and charred at the downed Evie, who grimaced in agony. The clone then completed another series of hand signs before thrusting its hand at Evie. Water style. Water prison jutsu. The evolution Poka copyright mon was rooted in place as water swirled around her, trapping her in an orb of water. She realized that the water was so heavy and thick that she was unable to move at all, not even twitching. After dodging another blow from the guard who attempted to attack from behind, Ryolu flipped back and fired an aura sphere at the guard, who ducked under it before hurling multiple kunai at Ryolu. The kunai had explosive seal tags attached to them that were ignited, and the young jackal easily avoided them, a fiery spark catching his attention. As soon as he finished thinking about it, the weapons exploded, causing such a huge boom that it drowned out the worried cries of the trapped and weeping Evie. A light caught the guard's attention as he turned to deal with Suigetsu, who was surprisingly holding his own against the other guard, and grinned sadistically at having eliminated the strange creature. Unlike the surrounding area, Ryolu, the emanation Poka copyright mon, was completely unaffected by the attack, and he was encased in an orb of light within the blazing flames produced by the paper bomb. As he cancelled the orb, Ryolu thought, "It's a good thing I had the foresight to copy Zorua's Protect with Mimic earlier in case I needed it." If Ryolu had synchronized with Naruto instead of Zorua, he would have been able to copy chakra techniques as well because the chakra would have flowed through the link. However, at the moment, he is only able to copy aura-based moves. Mimic was a special Poka copyright mon attack that allowed its users to copy and use the last move that was used against them or just that its user had seen. Sensing that a second round of fighting was about to begin between them, the Poka copyright mon made a staff out of dense aura and prepared himself, while the guard glared angrily at Ryolu's survival as he grasped two new kunais, ready to charge at the strange creature once more. This was shown to be unnecessary because just as the guard was ready to charge, Chusenbon needles pierced the back of both of his knees, causing him to lose sensation in his legs and fall in agony. Ryolu did not want to miss this chance, so he transformed his aura into a more deadly state, sharpening the staff and making it even more lethal. Ryolu rushed forward at blurring speeds, swung the staff, and sliced the guard's head off his body, this time causing blood to spurt from the wound rather than water. Another special feature of aura is that it can be used in either a lethal or docile state, depending on the user's preferences. For example, Flamethrower has the same power output but a different lethality. It can burn you until all that's left of you is ash, or it can burn you lightly until you're covered in soot. Ryolu's mind was trying to process what he had just done as he watched the now headless body fall to the ground. His teachers had explained to him that killing a human would be expected in this new world, and their words reverberated in his head, overwhelming his thoughts on his first actual kill or be killed. He felt some bile rising from his stomach, but he forced it down because he had a mission to complete. If you want to survive, understand that you must do what you must to survive. As he stepped on top of the rubble, blood soaking his body as he tossed a corpse he was holding to the side, he was accompanied by a wakizahi that dripped with blood that he must have taken from the corpse at some point. The explosion and the wall's collapse caught the attention of not only him but also the majority of the other forces in the area, who all turned their attention to the source. As his chakra erupted from him, Kushimaru let out a low, eerie laugh that sent shivers down the spines of both allies and adversaries. "How rude of you ingrates to have thrown this party without my presence. I was getting so bored guarding this damn prison with no action as you fools did nothing to gain my ire," he screamed, raising his hands. "But I can now finally enjoy myself thanks to this little riot. And I'm going to love every second of it." Secret Mist Jutsu. As Kushimaru appeared to disappear into the mist, It grew thicker by the moment, and in less than a minute, it was so dense that nobody could see far ahead of them. Everyone's attention was drawn to a cry of pain, which was soon followed by two more. Ryolu used his aura sight to see that the psycho had killed two more people. The fact that Suigetsu was the brother of the strongest 7 swordsmen of the mist and had trained with Zabuza for so long had fortunately helped prepare him for this situation. He was not a master of the style like the others, but he could manage it fairly well. He took the head of a dead enemy and threw it towards a recovering guard, who caught it on reflex and was frozen in shock. As he held the head of his deceased comrade, the guard paused in sheer shock, allowing Suigetsu to stab his blade through the bodiless skull and into the guard's head. The problem was that the guard knew the blade was no longer a viable option because it was now lodged in his body. Grab Eevee, Ryolu, and let's go. As Janine materialized beside him, Suigetsu uttered, "We must leave this place before Kushimaru reaches us." As she felt Kushimaru kill another group of 5 people in one quick motion, she said, "Suigetsu, let's leave some clones to help hold him off. If this continues, the entire area will be dead before the hour was out." Ryolu nodded and grabbed his Poké Copyright Mon comrade, running to the stairway where Zorua was leading prisoners, noticing that the dark type was starting to look exhausted, breathing heavily and drenched in sweat, which made the fighting type realize that he wouldn't be able to sustain the plan for long. In essence, the invading resistance members were all fake. They were all part of a strong illusion that Zorua and Naruto maintained and bolstered by their bond, and while the illusion kept the enemy at bay, the prisoners killed the guards. As amazing as it was very taxing on them, especially if the caster is engaged in constant combat, which is why Zorua only used it when it was absolutely necessary. It's a good thing Zorua maintains most of the illusion, allowing Naruto to be able to fight more freely, Ryolu thought as he arrived at Zorua, ignoring the sounds of death and destruction behind him. Poor Naruto must be hitting the point of absolute exhaustion as well. Zorua smirked at his allies, disregarding the tiny trickle of perspiration trickling from his fur, and said, "Took long enough. Naruto has already reached the surface with Ralts and is creating some serious chaos with some of the other prisoners. He is setting up the next part of the escape plan as we speak." Eevee gave Zorua a worried look, and Ryolu nodded. She also observed the dark-type fox's growing fatigue. He won't be able to defend himself if things get out of control anytime soon. Her mind flickered to a picture of a weary creature surrounded by the armed, bloodthirsty prison guards. She was completely powerless to save her friend. Because of her weakness, she nearly witnessed Ryolu's death, and now there's a good chance Zorua won't be able to defend herself against another attack. Naruto, what, or Ralts, even Suigetsu and Janine, she must take charge of her life and stop being a burden. Unexpectedly, Eevee leapt from Ryolu's embrace and scowled behind her. She felt her aura heat up inside her body, flowing more quickly and powerfully, but she was unable to explain it. Indeed, it intensified to the extent that her eyes briefly glowed before returning to their usual state. The brown fox exclaimed, "Let's get going." As Suigetsu and Janine arrived, they all nodded and fled, not wanting to waste time or have an excuse to quarrel. Naruto is waiting and that monster won't be kept forever. Prior to guiding more of their fellow inmates out of danger, Janine had 2 of the inmates guard the stairwell. Naruto had to dodge a blow from one of the guards, who he discovered was named Hackett, so he leapt back. As he passed chakra through the blade and slashed at the guard, the red-tipped blonde tightly gripped the Nuibari, slicing through both the guard and his kunai, killing him. Sensing danger, he used Protect just in time to avoid being ensnared by multiple water whips. 2 more guards emerged, both brandishing Jien swords and giving the boy vicious glares. Naruto took a stance to get ready for their attacks while holding the Nuibari in a reverse grip. Naruto was breathing heavily, but he made an effort to hide it. Not wanting to waste time during this small attack on the prison, the 2 guards silently charged at Naruto. However, they were stopped when 2 of the invaders leapt forward and used gauntlets with blades to block their blows. Now that the enemy was distracted, Naruto fled quickly using quick attack. He felt more of his aura evaporating, nearly causing him to falter, and his breathing became labored. "No," he told himself, "I can't faint here," as he leapt onto the back of one of the distracted guards and avoided multiple water dragons, none of which were specifically targeted at him. Spark. Electricity suddenly erupted around Naruto, electrocuting the unanticipated guard. The 4th Hokage's eldest then managed to stab the Nuibari into the guard's heart with a swift spin. Naruto pushed past the lifeless guard while holding onto the sword and sprinted in the direction of another section of the prison walls. He put another seal tag on it as soon as he got there. But as soon as he did, he felt more of his aura evaporating and collapsed to one knee in exhaustion. Ralts exclaimed in alarm, "Naruto," as she got off his back and examined him. "Are you all right?" Naruto sensed that he and Zorua were struggling to keep up the technique, and he felt some of his illusion revels start to fade. In order to maintain the illusions, Naruto touched the ground and started to absorb the aura from the surroundings. This helped him restore some of his reserves and aura back into Zorua. However, this left him vulnerable when someone else charged at him with a water bullet. Because Bullet was charging with so much chakra, Naruto knew that if it hit him, it would do a lot of damage. However, he would lose control of the illusions if he attempted to evade the attack. He was stranded. As Naruto tried to think of a way to evade the attack, the water bullet quickly closed in. Right now, he was unable to even call out his protect because doing so would deplete his remaining aura. Ralts attempted to use her psychic abilities out of fear for her savior, but the seal on her back glowed and shocked her. A second water bullet sped past them as they were both preparing to strike, colliding with the first to shock Naruto by splattering water in the air. The ground the charging guard was on was destroyed by an aura sphere, forcing him to leap back. Then a blur of brown and white rushed at him, and he kicked it away after spinning around. He whirled around in a flash and stopped Janin's kunai strike. Riolu leapt down from above, but the guard blocked a staff of aura with another kunai. Both Riolu and Janin grinned as Eevee and Zorua leapt from the ground beneath the guard and struck upwards, causing it to split apart and give way. Zorua used an infused scratch to cut open the guard's throat while Eevee slammed hard into the guard's stomach. Riolu and Janin effectively killed him by stabbing him in the chest with their respective weapons, causing blood to spray out. Suigetsu approached Naruto and gave him a smile. "Happy to see that you stuck it out," the boy with white hair remarked. "But seriously, why do this in the open? You would have gotten you and your friend killed, you know." Naruto sighed and got to his feet, having ample reserves. "I had no choice," Naruto answered. "If I waited any longer then the plan would have been ruined." Now that the red-tipped blonde had been able to replenish his aura tank, Zorua approached Naruto and Suigetsu with much less strain on his face. Zorua, Riolu, and Eevee appeared on Janin's shoulders. Zorua looked about, pleased that the illusion was still intact. "It's honestly a good thing he did that," he said. "I was honestly spent and Naruto gathering aura gave us just enough to finish the mission." They all nodded, and Naruto said, "You guys all done on your end too?" He made a serious gesture with his hand, followed by Janin. "Time to create some chaos. Release." Strong explosions ensued. The ground now had large holes all over it, and the walls on all sides started to collapse as the watchtowers were destroyed. The explosions trapped enemies and, regrettably, some allies. He made one of his illusions a tall, strong man with long hair pulled back in a ponytail jump up onto a barely perceptible pillar. "Everyone," he exclaimed, drawing some attention. "Our escape is here. The foundations have crumbled away. Let's get moving." Many of the inmates made their way to one of the numerous exits as they roared out. Watching the escape plan actually work so well made Naruto smile. Because the guards were so preoccupied with the fugitive inmates and rebels, Naruto and his group were able to approach an empty wall. He focused his aura on his fist, which glowed as he swung it as hard as he could against the wall. Rock smash! He punched a hole through the wall, and it gave way with ease. Naruto fell to his knees again, gasping for air. Running up to him, Janin gave the red-tipped blonde a worried glance. She took hold of his arm and helped him up gently, asking, "Are you all right, Naruto?" The young man from Konoha nodded while struggling to stay upright with his legs. As they passed through the opening, a huge water dragon destroyed the ground in front of them, causing them to leap back. As they turned to face the angry Kushimaru, who was holding 2 Gien in each hand, they started to perspire. He leaked a powerful pulse of murderous intent as he glared at them. As he released chakra, he taunted, "You're not planning on leaving so soon, are you, boy? The party is just beginning." He appeared 1 second and then disappeared in a flash. Suddenly sensing danger, Naruto shoved Janin aside and made an aura staff. He held it above his head, blocking the blade of the Kushimaru, who appeared out of nowhere. He was prepared for Kushimaru to kick him in the left side and twist his body, launching the young aura user skyward. Naruto managed to deflect the Kiri swordsman's grasp by spinning his blade in a reverse grip. As Kushimaru completed a hand sign, water whirled around his left hand. Water style. Water whip. He wrapped Naruto's neck with a water-based whip, suffocating him in the process. Naruto! Exclaimed Suigetsu and Janine, who both charged at Kushimaru with a savage joy. Naruto was torn from his feet as Kushimaru pulled the whip back. Before throwing Naruto to his friends, he swung him around, literally passing through Suigetsu, who changed into water, and into Janine, which made the two of them stumble. Suigetsu kept up his charge at Kushimaru, who merely grinned. Suigetsu swung his Jien, but Kushimaru easily avoided it. Kushimaru grinned as Suigetsu gestured with his finger. Water style. Water gun. Kushimaru was hit by a tiny, pressurized water bullet, but he was able to dodge it by leaning back. I got him now. Suigetsu considered cutting the pale blonde killer with his blade at an angle, but Kushimaru stopped the blade's momentum by lifting his foot and stepping on his knuckle. Then he took hold of the white-haired boy's wrist and gave him a judo flip. As Ryolu attempted to strike him with his metal claw, Kushimaru leapt to his feet, and the emanation Poka copyright Mon, like Suigetsu, attempted to strike him by thrusting and aiming upward. Kushimaru simply leaned back in time and gave Ryolu a forceful kick. He reached out, stopped Zorua's scratch, and gave her a crazy tight squeeze, making the dark type scream in agony. Then he kicked him away after slamming him so hard into the ground that he bounced. Then, as Eevee passed him, he leapt away. He grabbed the fox's tail, whirled her around, and flung her into a heap of rubble that fell on top of her. He turned to see Janine and Naruto charging at him while wearing serious expressions. As he approached, Naruto's body glowed. He yelled, "Double team," as 10 different versions of himself materialized all around them. Janine tried to blend in by bending low. Kushimaru withdrew his kunai and threw them in the direction of the adversary. The real Naruto deflected the sharp weapons with his aura staff, and Janine and the copies leapt away. He was able to see the glint of ninja wire surrounding him because of the aura in his eyes. He quickly changed the staff into something more like a blade, spun it around himself, and sliced through the closing in wire. As he completed a series of hand signs, Kushimaru slammed his hands into the ground while Naruto worried about that. Water style. Water wall. Water poured out of the ground in torrents, forming a wall around the masked nin. Before the water wall started to bubble, this stopped all other attacks. Water style. Water needles. Tons of thin needles were fired across the field as the water exploded. Janine tried her best to dodge and block as many copies as she could, destroying them all in a matter of seconds. Together with Zorua and Naruto, Ryolu used his mimic to use Protect to halt the attack. Suigetsu turned into a puddle and didn't mind the move at all. With a tanto in his right hand, Kushimaru smirked at them as the attack came to an end. Naruto fell to his knees, his legs trembling as exhaustion finally caught up with him. With every move and attack, his aura was drastically diminishing because he had not had enough time to recuperate. Not being able to stand any longer, Zorua did the same. With multiple senbons in each hand, Janine immediately took a position in front of Naruto. When Suigetsu and Ryolu realized that Naruto and Zorua could no longer maintain their connection, they did the same for Zorua. This was problematic because all of the rebels, who weren't actually inmates at first, started to disappear, shocking both the guards and the inmates. Astonished by the potent illusion that seemed to captivate them all, even Kushimaru froze in disbelief. The swordsman looked at the worn-out Naruto and Zorua and said, "So they were fake all along," before he started laughing uncontrollably. "I can't believe we all fell for such an illusion. Ha ha. Gotta hand it to you, kid, I was not expecting that. Ha ha ha." Everyone tensed in fear as his murderous intent erupted from his body as he laughed. Ralts hid behind Naruto, and now that no aura was being fed into it, the illusion on her was also fading. Kushimaru gave each person a menacing glint as the dark laugh subsided, and then he made a hand sign. Water style. Water clone jutsu. 5 water blobs emerged from the earth and transformed into 5 Kushimaru replicas. As the masked man and his clones all produced wakizashis, everyone watched in alarm. When one of the clones moved forward, the ground gave way beneath him, causing him to fall in. The clone was destroyed when medium-sized rocks fell on top of him from the hole, which was at least 7 feet deep. Everyone was shocked because they didn't know what was causing the ground to collapse. When Ryolu used his aura sight, he discovered that Eevee was the one responsible. She had been using her dig all over the battlefield, even going so far as to use her own aura to the fullest extent possible in order to hollow out the area Kushimaru was taunting. Ryolu was taken aback by this since he could see that Eevee had been digging furiously to accomplish what she did. Ryolu made an aura sphere between his paws and fired it at the ground close to Kushimaru and his clones after deciding to take advantage of it. The whole area surrounding the blonde man trembled before collapsing as the fighting-type attack exploded. They all fell prey to the attack due to the shock of such an action, and like the first clone, they were destroyed when the whole collapsed. The issue was that by leaping from one of his falling water clones, the original Kushimaru managed to escape collapse. An exhausted Eevee emerged from the ground next to her friends as he landed on the opposite side of the field. Even though she was crouching and exposing her teeth to the Kiri man, it was obvious to everyone that she was in critical condition. Ryolu felt that Eevee's aura had become denser since the beginning of this whole situation, indicating that she had become stronger but that her usage had drastically decreased. With a long strand of ninja wire in his other hand, Kushimaru brandished his blade. Another strong wave of killing intent swept across the field as he stood there leaking it, drawing everyone's attention and making them fearful. They all looked up to Amayuri Ringo, the second source of impending death, who was perched atop the trees. Janine's arms were trembling in terror at the sight of a second member of the legendary swordsman, but she appeared concerned as she gripped her Senbon firmly. This is really awful, Janine told herself. Kushimaru was causing us enough problems as it was. We must now deal with Amayuri. Amayuri said, so you seem to be having a bit of trouble, as she disappeared and then resurfaced next to the man in the mask, staring at Naruto's group. She grinned broadly and flashed her sharpened, shark-like teeth, saying, well, I hope you don't mind if I cut my way in. Saying, I don't need your help, Amayuri, Kushimaru turned back to his victims. I already have my prey beaten and trapped. I'm just going to enjoy myself at this point before taking care of the other prisoners. She smiled and then turned serious. I see, now that's too bad, she said. Especially since I wasn't talking to you, Kushimaru. She exclaimed, drawing one of her fabled Kiba blades and swinging them at her fellow swordsman's head. As the Kiba blade's twin blade attempted to bisect him, Kushimaru instinctively used his blade to deflect it and leapt back in time. The Balda managed to make a small enough cut to cause some bleeding, but Kushimaru managed to hold his front right side. Kushimaru screamed at the women with red hair, what the hell are you doing, Amayuri? Naruto and his group stared at her in disbelief, perplexed by what had just transpired. I'm on orders by my boss to take you out, Kushimaru, she laughed. No hard feelings, I hope. You of all people should know, after all, a mission is a mission. What? Exclaimed the sadistic murderer. I have been nothing but loyal to you. Why would Lord Mizukage order my death? She laughed and took a stance. Again, I never said it was Yagura that ordered it, she said. My boss is someone who will lead Kurigakure to a better state than it is stuck in now. So, if it helps you passing on to the next life, that midget of a leader hasn't asked for your head. You really think that you will be able to get away with this, you traitor, Kushimaru chided. All you have are those exhausted brats along with malnourished, chakra-sealed prisoners. You will be basically all alone against me and the various guards left alive. Let's not forget that you yourself are still recovering from your illness, so you're still not at 100%. What do you expect to do with all those odds against you, Amayuri? She looked at Kushimaru and giggled as lightning sparks danced around her Kiba blades. You seem to love to assume things, Kushimaru. Whoever said that I came here alone? Cries of battle and death erupted from the forest and prison as soon as she posed that question. The actual rebel forces rushed the structure, encircling the trees and the ruins of the fortress. Determined to free their bloodline comrades, hundreds of shinobi dashed in. A blur appeared among them, rushing to Naruto's side and identifying himself as Haku. The young girl exclaimed, Naruto, everyone, as he knelt to assist Naruto in standing. Are you all right? I'm sorry it took so long for us to get here. Haku-chan, Naruto questioned, perplexed. What are you all doing here? I thought Mei wasn't going to send any assistance. Haku gave him a chakra pill and said, to be honest with you, she wasn't, but he denied it. His aura was the source of his fatigue, but his chakra level was fine. But as she thought about it along with Lord Zabuza, they realized how a takedown of this prison would better our position in the war. Not only as a great escape path, but a rescue of the prisoners would yield better results for our forces, as most were highly skilled Anbu and Jonin. So she called back one of our inside shinobi for this rescue. Janine exclaimed, Wait, so Amayuri Ringo was one of the inside shinobi this whole time? Suigetsu and Naruto also exchanged startled looks. Why didn't we know about this? Haku responded, that's because it was extremely hush, as she observed Amayuri seizing complete control of her duel with Kushimaru. Like the other swordsmen of the mist, he was always most comfortable with his legendary blade. His power was drastically reduced to roughly half since he no longer had it. Not to mention that while Amayuri was still relatively new, Kushimaru had been fighting since Naruto's attack. We did not want to risk her cover, so only those closest to Lady May knew of it. I only know due to Lord Zabuza being Lady Amayuri's main contact with the rebels. So as his apprentice, I was with him most of time for these missions. Suigetsu was so fortunate to have this knowledge. The rebellion included 2 of the 7 mist swordsmen. Hopefully, he could approach her for training and possibly inherit the Kiba blades. His training under Zabuza was already excellent, but adding Amayuri could significantly speed it up. He decided to watch the match between these 2 fabled swordsmen in order to learn as much as he could about it later. Amayuri pushed Kushimaru back, and Naruto was enthralled with the sword fight, severing his carefully positioned ninja wire and stopping him from making any hand signals. The 2 shinobi continued to trade blows, with Kushimaru blocking the other Kiba blade with his second blade, a kunai. No matter how much Naruto hated him, he was unable to ignore Kushimaru's strength. Naruto was aware that Kushimaru was only alive because he was concentrating on the other inmates. This mission would have failed right away without synchronization. Kushimaru rolled to the left to avoid being cut as Amayuri's blades sliced through his kunai. Then he leapt back and hurled Amayuri his now useless kunai. Before she could make contact with the broken weapon, it exploded after lighting up. The explosion was powerful enough to blind everyone else and leave a tiny crater. He put an explosion tag on the kunai, which caused the explosion. For a split second, neither he nor anyone else thought that would be sufficient to defeat Amayuri. Something like that is at best inconvenient, even when weakened. When a strong electrical bolt rushed from the surrounding trees, his suspicions were confirmed. The attacks destroyed the area where Kushimaru had stood, and he barely avoided them. Sensing danger as a blur charged at him, Kushimaru instinctively turned to block the strike and charged his wakizashi with chakra. A loud clanging of blades echoed through the area, and Kushimaru let out a loud cry of pain. The electricity that traveled through Kushimaru's blade and throughout his body was encased in the Kiba blade and its wielder. As her lightning style, depth charge scorched her fellow swordsman, Amayuri grinned and flashed her razor-sharp teeth. Kushimaru was further shocked when she used the blade that protruded the furthest on top of the second Kiba balda to stab him in the left side. A smoking Kushimaru slumped forward, unconscious, and she cancelled the jutsu when she decided it was enough. After giving her former comrade a brief glance, she used her blade to decapitate Kushimaru. There were applause all over the island as she finished because the rebels were eliminating the remaining guards. This indicated that Naruto's group had not only survived, but triumphed. Janine hugged him tightly and repeatedly exclaimed, "We did it," because she couldn't contain her happiness at completing such an impossible task. Exhausted by the day, Suigetsu laughed and fell onto his butt. Ryolu and Evie, who had both pushed themselves to the limit, came next. Ryolu was more insane because he almost lost control several times this evening. When Ralts heard Janine, he was shocked. At last, she was free once more. She could see her mother once more. She was still alive. Her eyes started to well up with tears, but then she broke down in tears of joy and embraced Naruto's leg. "My rescuer," she exclaimed, appreciative of the guardian. Still in Janine's embrace and in Haku's grasp, Naruto felt his body relax at being safe at last. His world slowly started to spin and turn dark when he realized he was safe, and then he and Zorua immediately passed out. Their friends calling out to them was the only sound audible. Village of Hidden Leaf. Sitting motionless in the shade of a tree near the Konoha hot springs was Nima, the Zoroark who was still posing as Naruto. He watched in irritated disgust as Jiraiya spied on the women, who clearly thought they were enjoying their own company. For the past few weeks, he had been spying on Jiraiya in an attempt to find out what the Toad Sannin knew about this alleged prophecy. All he had discovered thus far was that the world's equilibrium was in a state of rage, and that someone needed to put an end to it and restore harmony. To be honest, that didn't provide much of an answer, but at least it was better than nothing. Additionally, Lady Arceus should be able to see the prophecy more clearly once the unknowns have finished connecting with this world's core. The dark type was bored with the pervert's annoying giggling when he had a fun idea. He hid himself farther behind the tree and used his illusion ability to change into Tsunade Senju, Naruto's godmother. He then moved stealthily behind Jiraiya, perfectly mimicking Tsunade's scowl at Jiraiya's twisted behavior with his illusion. Jiraiya tensed as Nima emerged behind the laughing pervert and revealed some murderous intent. He turned slowly and paled when he saw Tsunade, cracking her knuckles in rage. Jiraiya stammered, "Hey princess," as he retreated from the furious Tsunade. He chuckled nervously, hoping to escape before the stunning Senju women attacked. "Nice day, isn't it?" he asked. Before he could say much more, he was struck in the chin with an aura-enhanced punch that sent him flying over the wall and into the hot waters beyond. He heard Jiraiya's agonized cries mixed in with a number of loud, irate feminine shouts that reverberated through the night. Happy that the damn annoying pervert was getting what he thought he deserved, Zoroark couldn't contain his laughter. He chuckled to himself, he can't get too mad anyway. He now has the opportunity to participate in the action he was observing. A closer look at his overly aroused ass. The dark type then landed softly atop a building, kicking off the fence and moving upward. Nima jumped down and ran through the streets, rearranging his illusion to Naruto and heading back to the forests. Nima was grinning broadly as he made his way through the throng of people. His mood has always been lifted by pulling practical jokes on others. Before he became a barely perceptible blur to those around him, Nima increased the pace and gathered more aura into his legs. He could move more quickly than a quick attack, which was about Jonin's speed, by using aura control. Within a few minutes, Nima was in the thick forest that encircled Konoha. As he stepped into the forest, his joy caused his muscles and body to relax. As he moved through the foliage, Zoroark thought, Konoha isn't so bad of a feel. Nothing, however, compares to the genuine sensation of being in nature, the sensation and vitality of the natural energy that flows through the natural world. This forest has amazing energy. In order for my kids to play here, I will undoubtedly need to bring them. They would adore it. As he became more excited and felt more aura flowing through his legs, he smiled joyfully. Then, with joy, he leapt from tree branch to tree branch, performing airborne stunts. He got an exciting idea and leapt up quickly, landing on a larger branch. He contorted his body to dodge approaching branches. Nima was above the tops of the trees in a matter of seconds, bathed in the warm rays of the sun. What a sight, Nima thought happily. He had already witnessed the view numerous times, and each time it left him speechless. Even though his disguises depicted human skin, the wind was blowing through his furs. Nima's aura erupted in warnings as he reached the highest point for his push. A chain around a kunai flew past his original location, and he twisted his body in accordance with his pure instincts. As he went down, he easily avoided two more that soon flew from the tree foliage. He grabbed it with his outstretched hand as he fell back into the green tops. Before spinning around the branch, this violently stopped the fall. He released his grip and swiftly fell away, landing 9 Senbon needles on the tree's hole. Nima extended his aura, sensing the person who had suddenly attacked him. I'm no Lucario, so I can't get a vision of them. But it looks like there are 5 of them. Now the big question is, who are they? Zoroark ducked under another kunai blow and leapt off the branch to avoid a kick, sensing more danger from behind. A swarm of bugs crashed into the branch he had landed on above him, and he immediately leapt away. He had no time to dodge as multiple balls of 5 swung at him, causing his eyes to widen. Whoever was attacking Nima was serious, as evidenced by the sharp glint in his eyes. As Nima's hands formed into sharp claws in a purple shroud of ghastly energy, he sent power to his claws and activated Shadow Claw. His swing was so accurate that it was easy to extinguish the fireballs. Then, as another body materialized above him and swung an axe kick, he crossed the Shadow Claws over his head. The aura signatures of hundreds of tiny creatures, which he assumed to be bugs once more, rushed at him as he fell to the ground. He gathered all of his dark-type energy into fists and punched the ground with all of his strength just before the insects could overwhelm him. Night days. The earth was torn apart as a black, ethereal dome of energy swiftly expanded. The dome destroyed the trees and surrounding vegetation in addition to burning the insects as soon as they came into contact with it. The attacking signatures retreated far from the strong attack. The area was covered in dust and debris when the dome disappeared. Unbeknownst to the assailants, Nima had concealed herself behind the rubble. The attackers returned to the area that Nima had destroyed after it cleared. Each attacker was an Anbu member, and they all wore masks with various designs. The blank masks made it immediately clear to Nima that they were part of the Anbu Black Ops, the clandestine organization about which he had been warned. As they searched for him, the hidden dark type thought, so, Danzo is the one up to the attack. As they flew around, one of the root members had bugs flying out of his sleeves. Thus, I was correct to believe that an Aburame clan member was attacking me. It wasn't particularly difficult to figure out. As he expanded his chakra and made the Hitsuji hand sign, one of the root members approached. Nima sensed something was off, so he used his illusion ability to keep any leaking aura from flowing into the wind. The censor, wearing a blank fox mask, was asked by the blank dog masked one, "Do you have anything on the target?" He looked to what Nima believed to be the leader after broadening his senses a little more and lowering his arms. As Fox told Dog, "He is still in the area, sir. I can't get an exact read of its location though. It is somehow concealing its chakra, but I can sense it's still in the area." Dog muttered to himself, "So it thinks it can hide," while glancing at his fellow Anbu members. "Beetle, send out some of your insects to scour the area. Either lure it out of hiding or find its location. I want to know if they find even just a piece of its fur is found on a branch." As they flew in different directions, a swarm of insects spilled out of Beetle's sleeve. Searching for Nima, they flew into bushes and trees. Nima became anxious because he was unsure if the fox-masked Anbu would be able to detect any changes in his aura use, even though he could easily trap the new bugs within his illusion. Even though he always creates delicate and subtle illusions, the damn fox Anbu is paying close attention to him. They could simply destroy the area if he is unable to trap him before he warns the others. Nima tried to shrink as much as he could, even hiding among the brush, thinking, but they wouldn't risk that. He saw several kikaicha insects creep closer to him, and his eyes snapped around him. If I try to run, they would be on me in seconds. Nima killed two of the nearest beetles by hurrying his arm as far to the left as he could, realizing he had little other option. As Nima attempted to slowly back away, this easily tore them to shreds. He had to get as close to the lake as he could. If the Foundation could avoid it, they would not reveal themselves because they wanted to stay hidden. In addition, if he had no other choice, he could request backup. He misjudged Fox's sensor capabilities, so his move was a mistake. Fox shouted, "It's over there," and gestured to an astonished Nima, whose eyes were wide. Nima snapped out of it and leapt to the side as three more horde sets of insects charged at her. Despite this, a line of them broke off and rushed at Nima, continuing the assault. Nima charged the aura inside his maw, not wanting to be ensnared in the insects. "Flamethrower," he said, launching a stream of fierce flames at the insects. As they perished in the raging flames, the kikaicha exploded in flames. The bear-masked Anbu kicked Nima in the head, but Nima ducked and was hit by Bear's elbow instead. Nima cried in agony as Fox kicked him in the back into a tree. After this caused him great pain. Nima struck the tree so forcefully that he lost consciousness. He leapt to avoid a tiny wave of water that was headed for his feet and hurried behind the tree to avoid a punch from Bear. When a swarm of beetles charged at him from behind, the Zoroark whirled around and launched another flamethrower. Then he took advantage of the opportunity to dash into the debris area formed by the dead insects. Nima used his claws to deflect the next few kunai in different directions. Fox was overpowering the dark-type Poke Copyright Mon and was starting to push Nima back. With a drawn wakizashi, Owl joined his partner and pushed Nima, who was barely fending off the blows, back harder. Nima's body was covered in small cuts as he struggled to consistently block three weapons. Owl swung his sword at Nima's chest, but it was met head-on by an irate illusion Poke Copyright Mon. He applied his Shadow Claw rapidly. His paws were once again encircled by a purple shroud of ethereal aura that resembled sharp claws. When the attack made contact with the fourth clash, the blade broke. Both Fox and Owl leapt away, but not before Fox's chest was lightly cut. Nima looked up to unleash another flamethrower, adding more aura to his throat. The masked Aburame became slightly irritated as a massive burst of fire shot through the air, burning another horde of insects. Bear kicked the Poke Copyright Mon, pushing it back and creating a small trench in the ground as he dug his feet in to stop the movement, but Nima was able to turn around in time to block the kick. Bear tried to hit him in the head, but Nima just missed it. A lightning-fast kick to his side caught him off guard. In a barely perceptible blur, Nima stumbled on the ground, then used the momentum to get up, accelerate, and jump into the trees. The kick dislocated the Zoroark's left arm, causing it to dangle to his side as he leapt across the treetops. The dark type grabbed the dangling arm's wrist and thought, damn, these guys are seriously strong. When he hit a branch, a wave of chakra sliced through it, and he leapt to the side. Nima dodged a fireball jutsu and hurled another jet of flames at the Anbu while simultaneously moving his arm with a strong pull and a painful grunt. Bear leapt toward Zoroark, whose eyes glowed with growing rage, while dodging the flames. As he used his shadow claws, he thought, no more messing around. Zoroark roared at Bear, sending tiny shockwaves through the air. His instincts went crazy as he approached because Nima and Bear were surrounded on all sides by swarms of insects. It was only a shadow clone when the Anbu in front of him exploded in a cloud of smoke. The 5 members of Anbu, including the actual Bear, were outside the swarm of insects. Target captured, Beetle declared. The insects will drain him until there is just enough for him to stay alive. The Anbu captain gave the order, once it's drained, we will move in for capture and bring it to Lord Danzo. Be sure to place the summon lock seal on it so it will be unable to escape. Single quote. Night days. Inside the sphere that now contained the swarm of insects, a dark purple dome burst forth. Beetle grunted, seeing more of his trained insects burn so easily. Blast it, he said. That creature has almost annihilated my entire hive. The black and red bipedal fox stood on the ground while the surrounding trees were destroyed, and he watched his destroyed insects fall dead to the ground. Zoroark's aura enveloped his body, rising to high Jonin levels as he turned to face the Anbu members. As he transformed his power into complete lethality, his eyes glowed. The Meowth and Rattata chase was over for Nima. The Poké Copyright Mon's power spike didn't deter the false Anbu from launching an attack. That is, until Fox warned his captain. Before Dog nodded, they conversed silently. His men nodded and disappeared into a whirlwind of wind and leaves. Move out now. We shall retreat, he said. Nima was taken aback by this and stared at the ground, not quite understanding why they had all departed. He responded to their abrupt retreat by extending his aura sense and sending 3 aura signatures hurtling toward them. The villages must have taken notice of all that devastation in that final night days. I can't reveal myself just yet because it might expose Naruto's secret. Nima once again assumed Naruto's form after using his illusion ability, but this time he added some wounds and unkempt clothes to make it appear as though he was training. He would have fled, but he didn't want to take the chance of any of them being censors and sensing his escape. This came just in time for the appearance of Makoto, her daughter, and Kakashi Hatake, the 4th Hokage's pupil. Satsuki yelled, Naruto, as she leapt from her mother's arms and ran toward her beloved. Are you okay? She asked, keeping an eye on him to make sure he wasn't too tough. Makoto and Kakashi scanned their surroundings to make sure no threat remained. Both kunai and alert were drawn. Makoto asked her best friend's son, what happened here, Naruto? Yeah, that's my fault, Naruto said with a phony expression of shame and sadness. I was trying out a new jutsu, well more like trying to modify one that I read up on a while back. I was having a lot of trouble getting it to work the way I wanted it to, but I finally made some progress. At least I thought I did until I realized too late that I overcharged it, but I was too close to the impact. To sell it, Nima laughed nervously before painstakingly wincing. Kakashi gave Naruto a questioning look because the damage was too great for a straightforward jutsu. Inquiring about the extent of the damage, Kakashi questioned the boy with the blonde hair, what jutsu were you practicing, Naruto? Nervously, Naruto rubbed the back of his head. He was unhappy about looking so weak, but it was necessary. He was obviously lying because, despite his youth, Naruto has good control over his fire nature. Yeah, I was practicing how to use a technique I found last week called Fire Style, Crimson Spider, but realized it was a bit much for me, so I tried to do a smaller scale version of it. But I kind of lost control of it and overloaded it while I was too close to the explosion. I wasn't expecting explosion to do so much damage. Kakashi looked at the boy and yelled, are you crazy, Naruto? Out of concern for his teacher's son. He cared for Naruto even though he wasn't particularly close to him like he was with his sisters. That is a high B rank jutsu. You could have seriously hurt yourself. Despite having the Kyuubi's soul and a slight healing factor from it in your Uzumaki genes, you are far from invincible. Nima said, I know that Kakashi, meeting Kakashi's gaze. He is aware that Naruto and this man were not particularly close. He was one of the humans who hardly ever spent time with Naruto but did so with his sisters. He would therefore behave with him as Naruto would normally, but he had no duty to be kind. But I feel better using higher-ranked jutsu. Lower-ranked jutsus are more difficult to perform for me. I mean, I did learn to perform some tough jutsus, so I would be able to handle it. Makoto asked the young boy, whom she could immediately tell her daughter was a fan. Naruto, how many high-ranked jutsus do you know exactly? Speaking of, Makoto smiled teasingly when she noticed that her beloved daughter was holding Naruto's hand at the moment. Oh, I'm going to love making fun of her, even though the boys might not like it too much. I mean, I know of a lot of high-ranked jutsu, but being able to perform them is another story altogether. I know of jutsus ranging from the fire element to the lightning element. I figured it would be best to at least have knowledge of jutsus, even if I can't perform them. That is smart of you, Kakashi said, genuinely impressed by Naruto's wisdom and readiness to get ready for the future. Well, it doesn't help to push yourself to the point that you up in the hospital. Yeah, I guess that you are right, the dark type in disguise said, sighing wearily. But I think I will just relax around here, the water nearby looks too good to ignore. Makoto said, no, I think it would be better if you go to the hospital, while examining Naruto's body. Although he was still very young and attempting a jutsu that no child his age should be attempting, the wounds on his body are not particularly severe. He wouldn't be able to travel to the reverse world with all of them here. Sanema became a little concerned. Knowing there was nothing he could do at the moment, he turned to face Kakashi and noticed that he was staring at himself. He could make use of his illusion, but its eventual disappearance would not be encouraging. Because of their unique eyes, he must exercise caution around Hyuga and Uchiha. Let's get going, Naruto, Satsuki said, glaring at him. We really should get you checked out at the hospital like Mom said. Nima nodded and walked away with them, realizing there was little he could do to persuade them. Additionally, the presence of those root Anbu would likely make it safer. Neither Naruto nor I will be abandoned by those guys. Later, I'll have to notify Lord Giratina and Lady Arceus. Satsuki asked the disguised Zoroark, are you alright, Naruto? To get his attention. You look a bit like not yourself. Even acting a bit strange. Oh yeah, I am fine, Naruto told the girl from Uchiha. Just a bit annoyed and tired by the failed jutsu. That's all. I have a lot of chakra, but I still have limits, I guess. Satsuki consoled her friend, saying, but it's still amazing that you were able to use a powerful jutsu like that. I guess it's to be expected with someone who taught me a new fire jutsu like that fire punch one. Happy that Naruto had someone who genuinely cared about him, Nima grinned at the girl. Even though he still has problems with the village, he has people who care about him. Two prominent examples were her and the Hyuga girl. Naruto said, yeah, thank you Satsuki, in response to the girl. Naruto, you must return quickly. You should have some fun with those who care about your happiness. Zoroark glanced up briefly as they emerged from the forest. Naruto, I sincerely hope you'll be okay. To be honest, I could use a vacation myself. He sighed as he stood across the village from Minato, who was signing documents in the Hokage office. He put the papers down and turned to face his family's photos on his desk. A lovely photo of him, his daughters, and his wife. The absence of his son Naruto from the photo was the only problem. Their son could not forgive the loneliness and suffering they inflicted upon him. When he discovered that his own birthright had been violated, he yelled at them with a broken expression. He persisted in telling himself that everything would soon improve and that everything would be alright. The problem is that, unless it was absolutely required, Naruto has refused to communicate with him or Kushina. The Yellow Flash thought, I could always force a family vacation, but he quickly abandoned the plan because he knew Naruto would be hostile at worst or utterly uninterested at best. The Hokage recognized the strong male voice that said, food for thought, Minato, right away. He looked up to see Fugaku Uchiha, his former teammate and opponent for the 4th Hokage seat. You seem to really be lost in your own little world, considering I have been here for almost 2 whole minutes. That is not like you usually. He apologized to the head of the Konoha police force and the Uchiha clan, sorry Fugaku, but they merely waved him away. I just have a lot going on at the moment. You have anything to report? Knowing that Minato is most likely too stressed out to discuss it at the moment, the clan head nodded. The clan members that wished to cause some issues due to the idea of a coup have been settled with the help of my son Itachi and Orochimaru's student, Enko Mitarashi. These files have the names of the culprits that we had taken out and those that have been arrested, but came in quietly. After reading the names on the paper, Minato examined the files that Fugaku had given him. So many lives lost due to foolish hate, Minato sighed. Meaningless anger that I just wanted displaced. Fugaku nodded, aware that his former teammate had been trying to restore the Uchiha's standing in the village and allay the villagers' mistrust of the Uchiha clan after it was discovered that a Uchiha posing as Madara Uchiha was responsible for the Kyuubi attack. Minato talked about the attack because he didn't want his friend to think he didn't trust him. Since the Uchiha were busy attempting to evacuate the numerous injured villagers, he went into great detail about everything. However, the villagers who were injured in the attack disregarded this fact, leaving them blind. Because of their obvious trust in one another, Fugaku was able to determine that Minato genuinely cared for the clan in the same way that he would for any other villager. His devotion to Minato as his Hokage was essentially solidified by this. As Minato signed the documents in the files, she asked Fugaku, "How are Satsuki and Sasuke doing?" "They are doing exceptionally at the academy, much like Itachi and you did during your times. Very few are rivaling their progress as they are at the top of their class." Fugaku glanced at his friend and laughed. "As you said, they are doing exceptionally well at the academy. The only ones that they consider rivals are your own kids. Really is a reminiscence of our times at academy." Minato grinned proudly, but as he considered his son, a frown gradually returned to his face. At the academy, he was also reportedly doing well. He was at the top of the class and only slightly behind his sisters and the Uchiha twins. The fact that his son appeared to be so strong almost by himself made him feel proud, but he was also depressed because he wasn't there to support him. If the rumors are accurate, Minato reasoned, he uses water, fire, and wind. While Nami uses earth and water, his sisters use wind and water for Mito. His ability to use 3 elements instead of his sisters' 2 and maintain good control over them was astounding. Someone must be teaching him, but who? "Fugaku, have you been around my son lately?" "Young Naruto, I can't say that I have. I know he is good friends with Sasuke and Satsuki while Itachi seems to be quite fond of the boy. Other than that, I haven't had much personal interaction with him as of late with the threat of the coup going on." "Why do you ask?" Fugaku was not a fool. He was aware of the problems that existed between Naruto and his relatives. In an effort to prepare the Jinchuriki twins for their perilous future, Kushina and Minato effectively pushed the boy aside. Naruto was essentially forgotten except for the most basic of things because of all of that, their village responsibilities, and a few other things he was certain he was not privy to but knew existed. They even went so far as to give the twins the title of heir to their respective families. A child of his age shouldn't have been able to release actual killing intent in his rage, but the poor kid did. Actually, Naruto has been attempting to spend more time with his own twins because of the entire situation involving him and his parents. He understood that the two would be completely destroyed by the continual comparison to Itachi. Fortunately, he was able to intervene before their relationship deteriorated beyond repair. "It's just the abilities I have heard he had from Iruka are amazing for his age," Minato thoughtfully retorted. "The last time I spoke to him about it, he said he learned it through studies on his own. But the thing is, the abilities and skill sets I catalogued are beyond his age grade. Far more than a simple study. Not to mention, Naruto has shown the use of killing intent on more than one occasion. Something you and I both know you don't just learn how to project." Fugaku nodded, acknowledging Minato's anxiety in this circumstance. No one is certain who was training the boy, but it is undeniable. Through his daughter's mumbling during her unsuccessful attempts to use fire chakra to light her fist, he was able to discover that the technique originated with the oldest Uzumaki child. Neither of the two fathers had an answer to the questions raised by the boy's true nature. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, who was he? What on earth was he so desperately trying to conceal? Or who, in this instance? Minato sighed and stood up, realizing that Fugaku was as clueless as he was. "It's late, Fugaku. It's best that we get back. Kushina is trying out a new recipe tonight and you know what will happen if I'm late without a good reason." Fugaku laughed. The Uchiha clan head concluded his speech by saying, "I got time since Makoto and Satsuki went out for a mother and daughter walk. But I could use the time to recuperate, all things considered with the clan, so I'll go check up on Shisui and the police force. Good night, Minato." "Good night, Fugaku," Minato said, putting his Hokage cloak back on while he made a shadow clone to complete the paperwork. Then, through Flying Thunder God, he disappeared in a burst of yellow light. As he entered his house and observed his wife preparing dinner in the kitchen and his daughters honing their calligraphy, he muted, hopefully tomorrow will yield results with our relationship with Naruto. Perhaps I could offer to teach him scaling techniques. There must be a way for us to express our love for him. Minato wondered where his estranged son was now as the women in his family welcomed him. The morning after in Kurigakure, the oldest Namikaze sibling woke up with a moan of pain, blinking quickly in the intense light. His body ached from lying down for so long, and he let out another moan as he sat up. After his eyes adjusted, he looked around and saw that he was in a tent with medical supplies. With the window above him, he lay on a plush white gurney that was positioned next to the wall. Leaning forward, he put a hand to his forehead and considered how the previous day's events might have contributed to his current situation. A tiny voice exclaimed, "Naruto, you're awake." As the red-tipped blonde looked up to see the relieved Ralts sobbing joyfully as she ran, shuffled over, and leapt onto his bed. Naruto examined the first-stage psychic type. She still has some scratches and bruises that are healing, but she was undoubtedly somewhat healed. He asked the young Poke Copyright Mon, "Are you feeling alright, Ralts?" And the Poke Copyright Mon nodded. Ralts exclaimed, "I feel great, Nanto-sama." As she joyfully raised her arm, they were able to remove the seals completely that were placed on my body that restricted my movements and disrupted my aura so badly. I feel so much now that my powers are back to normal again. Naruto noticed that the young psychic type was correct when he directed his aura toward her. Prior to that, her aura was so slowed down that it was nearly motionless. However, her aura now flowed freely, unhindered by any obstacles, like a river. He saw Ralts wave her arms up and down to demonstrate her newfound freedom. But when he saw that her aura became active, his eyes slightly widened. She exclaimed, "Look what I can do now with those seals off of me." Teleport. Before vanishing in a blue flash of light. After 5 seconds, she vanished and then resurfaced in another blue burst of light. With a blue flower in her hand, Ralts grinned up at her savior. Naruto accepted it with a look of surprise on his face as she extended it to him. "Ralts, if you already know how to use teleport, why didn't you use it to run away? I understand you couldn't after you were captured, but what about before?" Looking down, Ralts felt a little self-conscious. "I couldn't," she muttered in response. "I am still not very good at using it when I am doing something else or just plain distracted. I was too scared to use it at the time while I was trying to get away. At the time, I was terrified without my mama around and I was already using my confusion to stop some weapons thrown at me since I have a better handling of that attack. Sadly, that didn't mean much as they caught me quickly and I ended up passing out or was knocked out. By the time I came to, I was already chained up and I couldn't feel my aura easily. I tried to use my techniques to save myself anyway, but they made it clear I could not use my powers to escape since they had seals to deal with special techniques since they were fighting the Bloodline's users." Naruto nodded as he reached out and gently stroked Ralts' head, relieving her sadness because he could see that the memories of her capture were making her anxious and agitated. "Ralts," he said, "it's okay. You were still young and did your best. Don't let it get you down. What matters is that you are safe now. Have you already gone back to the reverse world to go see your family yet?" Ralts looked him in the eyes and shook her head. "Not yet since I was worried and I wanted to be here when you woke up. I really wanted to thank you for what you did and risked for me." She then bows to Naruto. "Thank you Naruto-sama for saving me. I am forever in your debt." Naruto said, "There is no debt to repay, Ralts," with a kind tone. Naruto, who was still unsure of how he felt about his parents, said, "You are a part of our family and as family, we will be there for each other. As your summoner, I will always be there for you all. Not unlike my parents." Ralts was utterly reassured by Naruto's aura and kind words as he gazed at him in wonder. The contract seal appeared on the back of Ralts' palm, and he noted it. After a moment of introspection, she gave her eyes a determined gleam and stepped back, confusing the red-tipped boy. The psychic type firmly stated, "Naruto-sama, I know you have done a lot for me already, but I would like to make one more request," capturing Naruto's undivided attention. "I would like to join you as a main contract Poke Copyright Mon of yours." Naruto's eyes widened in complete shock at this. Although the majority of psychic types are already strong allies, they were extremely arrogant. Dragon types were the most arrogant, followed by them. It is very beneficial to have one as a partner. The boy was genuinely taken aback by the shy Poke Copyright Mon's ability to look like that, especially in light of what she had just experienced. Naruto questioned, "Are you sure, Ralts?" Instead of feeling that she owed him he wanted to be certain that she was doing this because she wanted to. I am absolutely sure, she answered with a determined expression that Naruto had to acknowledge was adorable. I wish to join you and to truly help you with succeeding in your goals. Naruto nodded after examining the monotype Poke copyright mon. What about you though? What are your goals? I honestly don't know, Ralts shook his head in response. I never really thought about it. As he directed his aura toward the contract seal on the back of his palm, Naruto grinned at the young Poke copyright mon. 3 marks emerged in the mark, indicating that he had already found 3 partners. Ralts, I would be honored to have you join my team. The young Poke copyright mon put her palm on the seal marker, her eyes glimmering with delight at her hero's acceptance. The same way her mother taught her to activate aura using seals, she channeled her aura into it. As their 2 auras combined and a new mark was added to the original, indicating that they were now a team, Naruto followed suit. Another special benefit of the Poke copyright mon contract was the genuine connection it created, which made both of them feel much stronger than they had previously. The summoner and those involved in the contract are strengthened by the pact. It's what makes synchronization possible in the first place. As Ralts stared at her hands in awe, feeling a surge in her power, Naruto's chakra also benefited from the aura boost as he felt out his reserves. She could tell her attacks would undoubtedly have more kick, but it wasn't like she could defeat elite ninjas or anything. She clenched her small hands and thought, so this is what it feels like to be an aura partner. When Riolu and the others joined Naruto-sama, did they also feel this way? When Naruto said, "Welcome to the team Ralts," the little Poke copyright mon smiled back. Not sure what the future will look like from here, but let's face it together. This will be interesting, a voice said as they turned to face the entrance, where Riolu was standing with his arms folded across his tiny chest and a smirk on his face. He walked over and was accompanied by the other members of Naruto's main team, a tearful-eyed Eevee and a smirking Zorua. Having a psychic type like the Gardevoir Gallade line will be a huge advantage for us in the coming future. The brown blur of the sobbing Eevee slamming into Naruto's chest caused him to pass out before he could respond. She was so relieved that the blonde summoner was awake and okay that she couldn't stop crying. Naruto merely gave the young Eevee a gentle head rub while observing her. He is aware that of his 4 Poke copyright mon, Eevee was the most traumatized by the prison invasion. She was the team's most naive member in addition to being the youngest and least experienced of the 3. She not only nearly lost her life, but she also had to witness the deaths of those around her and the near-death experiences of those closest to her. Since this was Naruto's first war zone, he was in a similar situation and really understood. Despite his mistakes and the fact that he killed those bandits in the past, he is only maintaining his composure because he was trained to remain composed. Naruto could clearly see the storm of emotions she was experiencing when she looked up. Among the most notable are relief, fear, joy, and sadness. Even the once bright, innocent light in her eyes has now become much less intense. Zorua said, "We have already spoken things over," and leapt onto the makeshift bed. For now, things would best if Eevee takes a small break back in the reverse world after the events. She knows who she needs to see for this type of thing, but she wanted to be here for you when you woke up first. I understand, Naruto said, gazing lovingly and affectionately at the weeping Eevee. Though it didn't really matter now, he never really had the opportunity to show his sisters the brotherly love he had as a child. He looked at his 2 longest partners and said, "I'll send both you and Ralts back as you both could use someone to talk to after what happened." They both shook their heads, even though they knew he was asking if they too needed to return. The idea that they might be surrounded by death was ingrained in their minds. For those who were unable to adjust, the shinobi world was not forgiving. Zoroark's use of illusions helped them comprehend that fact much better. Eevee apologized to her friend and master, "I am sorry Naruto-sama," feeling a little ashamed of Riolu and Zorua's handling of the situation. "But I will be back soon, I promise. I want to continue working with you as a member of your main familiar summon." "I know Eevee," Naruto reassured the Poke copyright mon of the normal type. "Right now, I prefer that you focus on getting better. I will be here when you are ready or if you simply need me to be there." Eevee nodded, relieved that Naruto would not just take her place due to her fears following the events, and she licked his cheek, making him laugh. Ralts nodded as well, pleased that she believes joining Naruto as a more contract summon was the right decision. Both Poke copyright mon poofed away in a cloud of smoke as Naruto raised his hand to a single hand sign, returning them to the reverse world. Now that the mission is done, We should head back soon as well after everything gets settled here, Ryolu continued. With Ralts finally safe, we have no reason to stay here in Kurigaka. Even though Naruto knew the Emanation Poka copyright mon was correct, he still felt a twinge of regret as he looked down. But Mist is still in the middle of a war. Our friends here will need our help. Zorua asked his bedridden friend, and what do you think that you will be able to do, Naruto? You are one person, not even a genin yet in this world. An academy student, so you're not even fully registered. You are stronger than a normal genin with more accomplishments than most that are registered, but you are still green at the end of the day. You still have a lot to learn, Naruto. So what are you going to do? Weakly, Naruto attempted to respond, but Zorua interrupted him. But nothing, Naruto. This isn't some rescue mission that you are suggesting, but actual war. A war that this mission has shown us that we are not ready for. We got lucky to get out with our lives, and we only did so thanks to the help of Mei changing her mind and helping us. We did great all things considered, but it doesn't negate we were all about to die. Guardian you may be, but a hero in this world is something else, my friend. Ryolu said, this war will not be over anytime soon, Naruto, drawing the boy's attention. You are a Konoha citizen as well, Naruto, not a Kiri one. What do you plan to do, move to Kiri? How do you think that will go over with your parents when they eventually discover you left? Zoroark will only be able to fool them for so long after all. After giving what he had been told some thought, Naruto realized that they were correct. He knew it, even though he didn't want to acknowledge it. His parents would soon become aware of his absence because they would be paying more attention now that they wanted to make things up to him. Maybe I could go back and forth, Naruto proposed. Zorua merely sighed at his friend's hero complex emerging, saying, find time to head back after classes and stuff. Naruto, do you hear yourself right now? You are saying that like you're trying to live a double life and you have experience at it. How do you think you would be able to do that? How are you going to explain things when a full-out battle happens in Kiri? Remember, Naruto, this is a real war. This is not some squabble, Naruto. Not some training with the intent to kill, but still avoid any killing blow. True, bloody war. A rough voice said, they are right, kid, grabbing everyone's attention as they looked up to see Zabuza and Materumi entering the tent. You did good out there, brat, but you also got lucky, and relying on that will get you killed quicker. Especially for a war that you have little stakes in. Naruto began to say, but Mei interrupted him by approaching and lightly touching his whiskered cheek. Naruto-kun, you have done a great job for us, honestly way more than I was expecting. You weren't here with us for long, but you have definitely left an impact during this whole rebellion. But I think it's about time for you to head on home. This startled Naruto, who saw no deception in Mei's smiling eyes. Mei laughed, which Naruto, to be honest, thought was melodic. But what about my debt to you? About the damage that I caused? She asked. After what you did yesterday, the amount of powerful bloodline users and prominent shinobis have more than doubled. Thanks to you, we have more of a chance in this civil war than we ever had before. Especially now that Kushimaru was killed. Now we have 3 of legendary swordsmen and Yagura has lost 1. Zabuza looked at his temporary pupil and said, yeah, now all that is left for Yagura is the last member of the Heartless pair, Jinpachi. Although Amayuri was weaker, she was still far more skilled and capable than Jinpachi if he were fighting alone, so he shrugged and said, without Kushimaru though, his power has diminished quite a bit, and with Amayuri on our side, his army is not as big as a threat as it once was. After all, she has prevailed in every one of their spars thus far. Plus Chojuro is far from weak, especially with the training I have been hammering into him to be able to handle the Haramakare. Naruto, thanks to what you did, we may finally be able to handle this civil war. You have more than paid back your debt. Konoha is in great hands with upcoming shinobi like you in their ranks, Mei said to the youngster. Naruto glanced down once more, knowing that she had overheard the exchange that exposed his true origins, so he didn't even attempt to refute it. With a stern tone, Zabuza said, come on kid, we have a few things to give you before you head on home, and left the tent. Haku, Janine, and Suigetsu would also like to see you. And you don't need to worry about telling them, brat, they already know. Naruto nodded as he stepped out of bed, taking a moment to regain his composure because his legs were a little unsteady from the energy drain, and then he followed the 2 strong mist shinobi, with Ryolu and Zorua following behind. The shinobi, both young and old, applauded them as soon as they stepped outside, and Naruto's eyes widened in shock as they all congratulated him on a job well done. Some even approached him and shook his hand, telling him he had a bright future ahead of him. Yeah, we were all shocked by it too when we woke up. I'll hold off on teasing him though, he deserves this praise. He doesn't get this much back at his home outside of us, Zorua said, laughing at Naruto's blushing shyness as he blushed from all the praise. After a minute or so of this sequence, they came upon another set of tents that were slightly larger than the others. As they entered the tent, they were all taken aback by two feminine voices calling out Naruto's name, and then two blurs tackled the boy. When Riolu and Zorua saw the triple pile of Bodiasa Naruto, Haku, and Janina, they both started laughing. How are you doing, sweetheart Naruto? Although Haku was annoyed by Janine referring to Naruto as darling, both Janine and Haku asked the Uzumaki boy. You wouldn't budge from your sleep no matter what anyone did, Janine remarked, blushing lightly from a flashback. Haku appeared even more irritated upon seeing it, which perplexed Naruto. I don't blame her for being all shy. Being caught trying to kiss your lips while you rested by her love rival Haku would fluster anyone. My boy is doing good at playing the field and he doesn't have the slightest clue about it, Zorua said, laughing with Riolu as the dark type secretly glanced at Naruto. Yeah, according to the sensors, your body was practically a majority of your chakra, Haku continued, her stunning dark brown eyes sparkling with tears of relief and worry. Girls, I am fine, Naruto reassured the two girls, adding that after getting enough sleep, his body not only recovers quickly but also quickly regains its energy. I appreciate what you two did yesterday. Thanks to you all, we were able to save Ralts. So, thank you very much. With a flush that intensified at the boy's kind grin, the girls turned to face Naruto. You're welcome to Blondie, Suigetsu remarked as he approached the group, grinning. But I can't blame you for not thanking me properly. If I was in your position, I would forget things too. As a result, the three became aware of their position and promptly stood up, separating from each other. However, Janine quickly moved past it and smiled at Naruto. I'm sure he felt quite happy and enjoyed that feeling, she said. The intense flush on Naruto's face spoke for everyone there even though he did not respond. Zabuza said, let's get on with things, because he didn't like all this mushy stuff and wanted it to be over with. You are going to have to head back home kid, we all know this. So, we are going to give you a few things. Janine approached first, carrying a scroll and a bag. She kissed him on the cheek and winked at the flushed boy. Here, darling, this bag contains a few vials of different poisons that I created a while back, labeled for how potent they are. The scroll is how to identify poisonous plants. These should help you well, darling. After giving her friend a mild glare that only caused her to stick her tongue out at her, Haku approached next. Haku surprised Naruto by giving him another scroll and then leaning in to kiss his other cheek. Here Naruto-kun, these are a few personally made ointments. I know you have your recover technique, but this should help when you find yourself unable to use it. Suigetsu simply threw a scroll to the boy, which Naruto promptly grabbed. I know you have trouble getting water jutsu at home, so those are a few basic ones. It's been good to have you around, man. Now don't go expecting any kiss from me though, as I don't swing that way. Suigetsu and Naruto both laughed at the joke, and the two friends slammed their fists together. He moved to join the girls, crossing his hands behind his head. Zabuza and Mei approached last, both of them giving the little boy one last glance. As Zabuza gave Naruto another scroll, Mei said, thank you and your summons for all the help you gave us. I know it was a tough time, but you have done us a huge help. I hope to see you soon out there. These are sword techniques that should work well for you. It isn't a sword style, but I noticed that you can handle the Nuibari pretty well. Figured these would be good for you when you find a sword that fits you. Naruto turned to face the scroll and grinned broadly as he accepted it. Thank you, Zabuza-sensei. Lady Mei, I promise to make you both proud and to be much stronger when we meet again. See that you do, kid. The shinobi world is an unforgiving place and one mistake can cost you your life. So don't you dare die until I meet you and clash blades with you again. Both of us going all out, no holding back. You got it. Naruto nodded to his temporary instructor, understanding that Zabuza would not hold back against him and that he would need to be prepared to avoid disappointing him. Good luck Naruto-kun, Mei wished the boy. Mei kissed his forehead tenderly and stepped back, saying, be strong and stay alive. I would like you to come visit Kiri, a better and more free Kiri of course. Thank you. As he sealed the scrolls and presents on his arms, Naruto grinned broadly at everyone. Naruto asked his two summon partners, thank you. All of you, thank you for everything. I swear to be stronger the day that we all meet again. You two ready? Ryolu and Zorua hopped onto either side of his shoulders and nodded. As Naruto turned around and left the tent, they waved to the Kiri ninja. Naruto flew away in a blur, gathering aura to his legs. Many shinobi were still able to see him as they waved to the boy, who returned the wave and smiled before leaving the camp to head to one of Kiri's many water areas. Sighing, he landed at the pond's edge and moved over until he could see his reflection in the water's surface. Then, not wanting the reverse world to be known, he stretched his aura sense to make sure the coast was clear. He put his hand on the water's surface and directed his aura through it after he and his partners verified it was clear. The portal revealed itself in a matter of seconds, causing the well-known ripple to appear. The portal closed in an instant as Naruto and his Poké copyright mon jumped in and nodded. Yo guys, it's RyugaXD. You already know YouTube has its limit size, so if you want to see the spicier, uncensored, and exclusive stuff I can't post here, check out my Patreon. That's where I drop all my 18+ lemon content, early uploads, and more. Links in the description. Come join the fun.